In the year 993 of the celestial cycle, 4 centuries had passed since the invasion of the desolate beasts. In 9 Bell City's public No. 2 high school, the awakening assessment was underway. In this awakening examination, it is my great honor to announce that our school has produced 3 students with talent rated A and above. This is the first time since the founding of our school that such a grand occasion has occurred. The voice on stage rang out. Let us welcome the 3 students to come up and receive their awards with a round of enthusiastic applause. First, the third-ranked talent in this assessment, student Zhang Xian. He has awakened the extraordinary ability sequence No. 990, Mother of Serpents. The Education Bureau grants him a special reward, the Divine Sigil, Serpent Shadow. Rustling applause surged through the hall. The leaders seated at the rostrum rose to their feet in unison, unable to suppress the excitement on their faces. After this examination, many of them would soon be promoted. An A-level talent was the pinnacle of genius for a city of this modest size. The students below the stage looked on, their eyes filled with envy. Damn, Serpent Shadow, that matches his ability sequence perfectly. The school really went all out for this. Of course they did. He's an A-level talent, how could the school not invest? Second place, Oishue Xin, A-level talent ability sequence No. 960, Eye of Nightmares. The Education Bureau's reward, the Divine Sigil, Night Eye. A roar went up from the crowd. Even the usually stern and taciturn dean of students was smiling with uncharacteristic warmth as he personally lifted the box containing the Divine Sigil and handed it to the student named Shui Xin. First place, SSS level talent, Wang Beixiao. Awakened ability, False God sequence, unknown. The reward is a cash prize of 500,000. What? How is that possible? An SS level talent, and they're sending him off with only 500,000. This is shady. The third and second place both receive Divine Sigils, and first place gets only money. Divine Sigils were the most precious treasures in this world, said to be fragments of the gods' skills from the wars of antiquity. Anyone with a modicum of common sense knew that Divine Sigils had a price, but no market. They could not be measured in money. The school's stinginess toward a student with SS-level talent left the students utterly stunned. Did the first-place student offend the leadership? No idea. Anyway, Wang Beixiao rarely shows up for class. Aren't the school leaders afraid of being reported? The murmurs from the crowd drifted up to the stage. Several school leaders exchanged glances, a hint of bitterness flickering in their eyes. The students ranked second and third were brimming with schadenfreude. So what if he was first? So what if his talent was SS level? He still couldn't obtain a Divine Sigil. Ahem. Wang Beixiao, please come up and receive your award. The dean of students, his expression awkward, looked toward the very back of the formation. A tall, broad-shouldered student with an ordinary face but a proudly aloof gaze walked forward slowly, one hand buried in his pocket. Sword-like brows, star-bright eyes, sharply defined features. Yet his eyes held no emotion at all. Wang Beixiao is coming, make way. Don't get close to him. It's dangerous. Upperclassmen hurriedly stepped aside voluntarily, clearing a path, their faces filled with fear. That's Wang Beixiao. A newly transferred girl in the back row asked curiously. Why is everyone so afraid of him? He's the son of an evil ghost. Raised by the Hunters of Desolation Guild, Fong, of the Evil Ghost. The girl froze for a moment, and another boy beside her added, it's the biggest guild in the Eastern District, and every member is a villain. I heard their guild leader once single-handedly slew an A-level desolate beast. Everyone in Fong of the Evil Ghost has crawled out of piles of corpses. They're infamous for being lawless. The discussion grew more and more heated. The eyes that turned toward Wang Beixiao were filled with both fear and pity, and even a hint of gloating. Footsteps echoed. Listening to the whispers around him and watching the students shrink away, as if avoiding a plague, the boy's lips curled faintly. He did not care in the least about their attitudes. When he stepped onto the high platform, the entire hall fell silent. The dean of students stole a cautious glance at the Education Bureau officials seated at the back, swallowed hard, and forced out a smile uglier than a grimace. Congratulations, Wang Beixiao. You are the first student in our school's history to possess SS-level talent. This is your reward, 500,000 in cash. An envelope was held out to him, clearly containing a check. Scattered, half-hearted applause drifted through the hall. There were no congratulations, no passionate cheers. Every leader on stage instinctively avoided meeting the youth's sharp gaze. Do I look like I'm short of money? As expected, the youth did not even spare the envelope a glance. His eyes swept coldly over the Education Bureau officials. Give me an explanation. What explanation do you want? His aggressive questioning left the leaders at a loss. One senior official from the Education Bureau slowly rose, displeasure furrowing his brow. This is the unanimous decision of the Education Bureau's meeting. Your ability, False God, does not exist within the sequence registry, and it cannot be activated. We have determined it to be undevelopable. The 500,000 is a reward for your SS-level talent. However, you are not suited to become an awakener. At those words, the hall erupted. What's going on? An SS-level talent who can't become an awakener? What a waste. If I had talent like that, even my trash ability would soar. So there really is always gain, and Wang Beixiao stood alone on the stage. The mockery and pity drifting up from below the Education Bureau's cold, playful smiles, and the delighted expressions of the second and third place beside him all left him momentarily dazed. No one stepped forward to comfort him, and no one could truly empathize. Take what you can and call it a day. 500,000 is enough for you to eat, drink, and have fun for years. After that, just find a job. Beside him, the second place student slowly lifted the lid of his box. A palm-sized, semi-transparent, divine sigil shimmered with soft light. His face was full of mockery and smugness. I really envy you, Beishao. You won't have to fight and kill like we do. Ahem, Shui Xian, mind your tone. The principal, who had been silent until now, coughed lightly and signaled with his eyes for Shui Xian not to provoke him. Shui Xian acted as if he had not seen and continued with a mocking smile. Right, he is the son of an evil ghost. Beishao, you're not going to have your guild come beat me up, are you? One was a pampered son of privilege backed by officials, the other a child raised by a guild of sinners. One strutted around the school relying on his family background, the other relied on his fists and bowed to no one. The two had already been at odds for 3 years. The school leadership had long grown numb to it. Enough. Wang Beishao, take your 500,000 and let us proceed with the announcement of the citywide competition in 3 days. The Education Bureau official's impatience was obvious as he flicked his hand. No matter how good the talent, a crippled ability meant no future. He did not even feel it was worth wasting words on Wang Beishao. Beishao, you're not thinking of joining too, are you? That competition is for awakeners. Shui Xian sneered. Heh. Wang Beishao withdrew his gaze and slowly reached out to take the envelope. Shui Xian and the Education Bureau officials exchanged meaningful smiles, all assuming he had backed down. But in the next instant, Wang Beishao turned and slipped the envelope into Shui Xian's pocket. His cold eyes locked onto Shui Xian's gaze without wavering. What are you trying to do? Shui Xian instinctively took half a step back. Medical expenses. In 3 days. I'll cripple you. The hall fell utterly silent. No one could fathom what he was thinking. An ordinary person challenging an awakener. A sharp bang echoed as several Education Bureau officials sprang to their feet, no longer able to sit still. As the child of a counselor, Shui Xian was of one mind with these officials. They shouted loudly, threatening a fellow student, defying discipline. Are you planning to overturn the heavens? Even if I tear the heavens apart, it won't be your place to manage me. Holding meetings, to hell with your meetings. Another sharp bang. No one had expected Wang Beishao to suddenly strike. With a single side kick, he sent the lectern flying several meters, then pointed at the Education Bureau officials and roared, if you won't let me live, well then none of you will. Ignoring the furious officials and the embarrassed school leaders, Wang Beishao jabbed a finger into Shui Xian's chest and spoke each word heavy. 3 days from now. I'll beat you until your insurance card is in arrears. He walked the entire way in silence, leaving the school gate and heading directly to a tavern in the commoners' district. Half of the signboard on the 2-story tavern had fallen away, but faintly visible were the characters, Evil Ghost Fong. Warmth spread through Wang Baixiao's chest. No matter the time, this place would always be his final harbor. He kicked open the half-shut door. Bang! Bang! Party poppers burst and golden confetti slapped him across the face. Congratulations to the little bastard for getting expelled. Warm congratulations to classmate Wang Beishao on becoming an ordinary man, haha. Our evil ghost Fong has finally raised a normal person. The little tyrant of the east side is nothing but a toothless tiger from now on, haha. A dozen drunkards crowded at the doorway, baring their teeth with delight. Each of them bore the same evil ghost totem inked across their necks. Savage faces crawling from the collar line up to their earlobes. Combined with their dull-witted grins, they looked like a pack of lunatics. 2 banners hung askew from the second-floor railing. On the left, ordinary man Wang Beishao, a bright future awaits. On the right, return to mediocrity, enjoy life. A battered speaker in the corner was still playing a funeral march until a flustered scramble replaced it with a pumping party tune. All right, clear the way, all of you. Feigning anger, Wang Beishao shoved past the people blocking the doorway and plucked the confetti from his hair. Hey Xiao, don't run off. The cake hasn't been cut yet. Scram, go eat your granddad. Well then go fetch my granddad. A round of laughter erupted among the group as Wang Beishao reached the bar and took a seat. Listening to the blaring heavy metal music, he felt an inexplicable calm. This was where he had grown up. This very pack of impossibly crude villains had carefully, meticulously raised him. Something to drink. The middle-aged bartender behind the counter grinned, a cigar clamped between his teeth. His left leg was severed at the knee, the empty trouser leg tucked into his waistband, and a centipede-like scar ran across his face. One look, and you knew he was a hardened man. Uncle Chu, Wang Beishao called out gloomily. Heard all about it. Old Chu exhaled a stream of smoke and laughed hoarsely. Pseudo-divine, can't be activated. What's the big deal, eh? Old Chu crushed out his cigar and said with unruffled ease, at your Kamingafage ceremony, they'll teach you how to mix drinks. You'll still live just fine. He pointed at his severed leg. Look at me. Missing a leg doesn't stop me from making money, does it? Wang Beishao said nothing, merely lifting his cup for a sip. The watered-down whiskey was as bland as sugar water. So what if I can't awaken? A hulking bald man squeezed over with a bottle in hand. His face was thick with flesh, the kind of mug that alone warranted a life sentence. With us around, who the hell would dare mess with you? As long as this old two is alive, anyone who sees you still has to call you the little prince of the East Side. The bald man draped an arm around Wang Baixiu's shoulder with a sly grin. Not awakening is fine too. At least I'll have someone to bury me later. Well said. Several drunkards behind raised their glasses in agreement, splashing liquor all over the floor. Come Xiao, down this cup. From now on you're our guild's mascot. Scram. Wang Baixiu expressionlessly blocked the bottle shoved in front of him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, yet a warmth bloomed in his chest. These crude men didn't know how to comfort a person, yet he could feel the care hidden in their words. Just then an extremely languid voice drifted over from the corner. All right, stop your howling. A bunch of jinxes putting on phony sympathy. He turned toward the source of the voice. In the corner booth, a man in a crisp suit lounged sideways in the sofa, a gaudily made-up beauty nestled on each arm, kissing both with passionate abandon. His sword-shaped brows swept toward his temples, his peach blossom eyes tilted upward, and his jaw wore a trimmed, artful stubble. The same evil ghost totem marked his neck. The guild will always be your home, Xiao. He raised his wine glass to Wang Baixiu, then provocatively patted the woman beside him on the rear. Go on. Call her mommy. Wang Baixiu turned away in disgust. Old Fong, screw your uncle. Mommy's right here. Uncle Fang's companion smugly pulled her collar open, revealing a stretch of snowy skin. Come call me mommy, and he'll even let you have a taste. The entire tavern exploded with laughter. I'm done with you lot. Can't you ever wish anything good for me? Wang Baixiu propped his cheek on his hand and let out a feeble sigh. In 3 days I still have to go to the grand tournament. If I end up dead, you guys can have a laugh. Funeral dirge ready. They'll go to the paper offering shop next door and buy some spirit money on credit. Let old Chu carry the casket. Huh. The guild members fell over each other laughing without a care. Wang Baixiu had long since grown used to this. This was how these people were. Always joking around because they were wasteland hunters. Hunters with no guarantee of tomorrow. His gaze drifted slowly toward the family photograph behind the counter. Back then old Chu still had both his legs. The bald man was still skinny, and every one of them was young. In the photo the characters, evil ghosts Fong, had not yet lost their paint, and the crowd was far larger than it was now. Dozens of youthful faces grinning brazenly at the camera. At the very center a man in a black fur coat, crouched on one knee holding 3 kids in split pants in his arms. The one hoisted over his shoulder was him. Everyone in the photo was laughing with pure joy. In Wang Baixiu's heart this was his forever warm home, and the wellspring of his confidence. Just as he was lost in the photo, a graceful woman suddenly descended from the 2nd floor, swaying her willowy waist, as she called out, Xiao, the guild leader wants you. Coming. Upstairs in the office a woman's bra was carelessly tossed on the sofa, and the floor was littered with crumpled tissues. A middle-aged man in a fur coat, chest bare and wide open, sprawled contentedly in a rocking chair, sweat still beading on his skin, clearly just emerging from a fierce battle. Guild leader. I've raised you for over a decade and never even earned a single dad from you. Wang Baixiu carefully picked up the bra from the sofa with 2 fingers and called out toward the door. Aunt you, they've grown again. Squeezed bigger by the guild leader. Tell him to wash it for me. Will do. You little shit. The man in the rocking chair cursed, laughing. He was a handsome man, the unbridled, free-spirited sort with a touch of dominance. Did they mistreat you at school, eh? The guild leader took a drag on his cigarette and asked teasingly. I heard your ability won't activate. Wang Baixiu nodded listlessly. His ability was not among the known sequences, which is to say, no such ability had ever appeared before. Yet the world had already been transformed for centuries. Shouldn't even the strangest ability have surfaced by now? Can't activate doesn't mean can't fight. The guild leader shifted his position, speaking with weighty sincerity. You've been brainwashed by that school's way of thinking. Sure, your ability can't be used, but your divine seal aperture has already opened. Fighting with the divine seal is still fighting. You've awakened so you can cultivate. At worst you merely lost a natal ability. The divine seal holds the power of the gods. Every time an awakened advanced a major stage they could open a new aperture and inlay a divine seal within themselves. And a divine seal was generally complementary to one's natal ability. For instance, if one's natal ability was fire type, then choosing a flame-related divine seal would stack one's combat power. Thus assessing the might of an awakened came down to how many divine seals they bore. Wang Baixiu's ability could not be activated, but he had already awakened, which meant he could inlay a single divine seal and fight with its power. I've got no money. The president's murky gaze suddenly sharpened as he said, I have prepared something for you. Wang Baixiu's expression darkened, the other's demeanor did not seem to indicate a joke. Although the two had no father-son title after all these years, they were indistinguishable from one. I'm not joking. Seeing that Wang Baixiu was skeptical, the president lazily retrieved a box from the table and proudly patted it, saying, So what do you say? Call me father. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. One must understand that any divine seal is worth a fortune, and most of them are controlled by major guilds and the government. In this world with rampant wild beasts, the government cannot fully defend against them and can only vigorously develop guilds, allowing non-official awakeners to join guilds to hunt wild beasts for rewards and resources. Over time, guilds have become a force comparable to the government, especially some class guilds which even directly occupy a city with manpower comparable to large military corps. The Tooth of the Evil Spirit is a class guild and one of the 4 major guilds in 9 Clock City. I can't accept it. After a long silence, Wang Beixiao still painfully refused. He knew that this divine seal was prepared for him by the president. He had stagnated at the 4 seal stage for a full 5 years. If he could embed the 5th divine seal, he would be one of the 3 strongest in 9 Clock City. What's wrong? The school won't give it to you, and you almost want to smash the school. I give it to you, and you still refuse. Are you being tsundere? The president's expression soured as he scolded, I never taught you to be so childish. Aren't you participating in the grand competition? Didn't you boast about it? Are you waiting for Shui Xin to slap your face? Are you waiting for that gang of bastards from the education department to laugh at you? You can afford to lose that kind of face, but we in the Tooth of the Evil Spirit cannot. Watching Wang Beixiao hesitate, the president rarely showed a gentle expression. He patted the other's small face and said, do you remember why we are called the Tooth of the Evil Spirit? Because we are sharp. Because we are united and orderly. The president suddenly added, kid, remember the guild is our home, and you are my family. A single sharp tooth has limited lethality, only a row of sharp teeth can instill fear. There will come a day when we are not present. The future of the guild belongs to you, monkey, butt, and little sparrow. Slowly grow stronger. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to trample on you. It's just a lack of abilities, right? The offspring I raise, even without special abilities, are still the best in the world. Slap. The ancient box was tossed into Wang Beixiao's arms. Then the president silently rolled up his sleeves, revealing the new divine seal he had just embedded. A divine seal radiating a blue light was now on his wrist. The level of divine seals can be distinguished by color. White, the one rewarded by the school, is white, green, blue, red, gold, and black. When Wang Beixiao opened the box, he was instantly stunned as a surge of red light rushed towards him. It was blinding, stinging his eyes to the point where tears welled up. The president could have embedded the red divine seal for himself, but reserved the best for Wang Beixiao. He was afraid that Wang Beixiao would not accept it, so he had embedded a blue divine seal for himself in advance. Why did you? The latter asked, his eyes red. What do you mean why? What's wrong with a blue divine seal? Go ask those awakened ones in the city with 5 seals who dares to challenge me. I rely on personal charisma and a strong aura. You wouldn't understand. The president waved his hand, but Wang Beixiao knew that this divine seal was prepared by the guild for 3 years, costing the lives of more than 10 people to snatch it back from a large ruin. This was a treasure the president intended to use to enhance himself. The red divine seal was already an unparalleled divine seal that would not circulate in the market. The golden divine seal above that was fewer than 100 in the entire world. As for the black divine seal, there are currently only 2, one in the hands of the strongest man in the world, and one with the only SS Glass Guild. One could say that the red divine seal is the best that wealthy families can obtain. But the problem is, the Tooth of the Evil Spirit is neither a wealthy family nor a clan. It lacks foundation. This was snatched back with lives on the line. There is only this one in the entire 9 Clock City. Kid, if you are a man, embed it for yourself, and then rely on your own abilities to snatch a golden one to return to me. The president chuckled and leisurely rocked in his chair, saying, shower, I will be able to break through again in a few years. The next divine seal. You help me find it. If you keep dawdling, it will be impolite. Suddenly a hand pressed on Wang Beixiao's shoulder. He turned to look, and saw that the doorway was already surrounded by guild members. Everyone was laughing, genuinely smiling. It was as if they were seeing their own child succeed. Old Chu, sitting in a wheelchair, slowly raised his cup and said, Shower, you've grown up. In the future, you can't go into the girls' restroom anymore. Huh. In 2 months, Shower will be 18. Get ready, call all the nobles in the city to pay protection fees. Cheers. Old Chu, Old Fong, and the bald man, faces that were once menacing now wore kind smiles. Wang Beixiao pressed his lips together, readied, and held the box tightly, taking a deep breath and going to embed it. Then he left in a hurry. Behind him, the members shouted excitedly, Shower is peeing like a cat. Ha ha ha, Shower's. Hearing the ruckus from behind, he held back his tears and dashed into his room. At the moment he closed the door, a drop of tear fell to the ground. Abandoned by his parents and despised by the school, the one who should have turned dark bore good fruit in the hands of these villains. President, is this really okay? After Wang Beixiao left, the guild members slowly put away their smiles, their faces rarely showing a serious expression. I have received news. They have discovered us. So what if they discovered us? Treasure hunting in ruins is all about strength. It's just killing a team of theirs, damn it. If they dare to come, let's just fight them. Old Chu silently took a puff of his cigarette, his brow slowly furrowing. President, you should embed this divine seal yourself. It may provide some self-defense. Are you asking me to survive alone? The latter glanced at the bright street outside, suddenly grinning. Did you forget our guild's motto? When people die, they face upwards. When they don't die, they live for tens of thousands of years. Huh. Wrong, it's to die together, leaving no one to collect the corpses, haha. Now with Shower Monkey, Butt, and Little Sparrow, even if we die, someone will burn paper for us. The guild once again resounded with piercing heavy metal music. The members were no longer serious, returning to their playful selves. The president smiled, stood up, and downed his drink, saying, good people don't live long, while disasters last for thousands of years. This group of disasters still has some life left. The divine seal is for Shower. He can make up for the lack of abilities. As elders, we should leave something for the little guy. If they really find us, then it's just a matter of fleeing. Huh. Are we going to the grand competition today? Old Chu asked with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckling. I'm not going, I want to have fun. Old Fong proudly wrapped his arms around his female companion and left. I'm not going either, I have a mission to do. The bald man patted his butt and left. Then I'm not going either, what's so fun about kids fighting? The president proudly picked up the cover from the sofa, saying, I'm going to wash little Yes clothes. In the room, Wang Beishao held the icy divine seal, lost in thought. A layer of black velvet lined the box, and red light seeped through his fingers, dyeing the entire room a dark crimson. He took out the divine seal and cradled it in his palm. It was palm-sized entirely like crystal, with the red light flickering in and out, resembling a beating heart. The surface of the divine seal was etched with intricate patterns densely interwoven. It resembled some ancient script, and at the very center of the pattern squatted a grotesque creature. If it were called human, it had fangs and beastly horns. If it were called beast, it had a human torso and 5 fingers. It exuded an indescribable aura of eeriness. The back of the divine seal was smooth, devoid of any markings. Divine seals circulating in the market typically bore official numbers and certification engravings, but this one had none. Indeed, it was a wild seal snatched back from the ruins. Wang Beishao understood what this meant. It was the opportunity for him to defy fate, exchange for the lives of over a dozen members of the guild. He cast a meaningful glance at the family portrait on the bedside. In the photo, the guild leader was smoking, giving the camera the middle finger, while a small child in his arms grinned with a toothless smile. Old man, thanks for this. Pretentiousness was a privilege of the weak. He had no right to it. The grand competition was in 3 days, and Shui Xin, the education department, and everyone who had mocked him were waiting. The guild leader had given him the best thing, and if he stayed here, crying, he would be worse than useless. Wang Beishao took a deep breath, tightened his fingers, and clutched the divine seal in his palm. The moment his skin made contact with the surface of the divine seal, information about it surged into his mind like a flood. Beast Demon Dual Transformation. Beast form strength and defense increased 3-fold. Demon form loses 50% of rationality, attacks inflict soul damage. The beast form is suitable for direct confrontation, while the demon form is suitable for desperate battles. The red divine seal allows for dual transformation. This seal is almost compatible with all extraordinary abilities. If it were taken to an auction, it would incite immediate conflict among various factions. The guild leader had given it to him, as if his love for Wang Beishao was like paternal affection, silent yet profound. Wang Beishao no longer hesitated. He bit his thumb, and a drop of fresh blood fell onto the surface of the divine seal. The red light surged violently. The entire divine seal transformed into starlight and flowed into his body. A tremendous force surged within him, almost threatening to burst him apart. His skin was gradually stretched, and his veins expanded little by little. It felt as if all his bones were breaking and regrowing. He didn't know how long it had been, but the pain subsided, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. According to common knowledge, the first divine seal would be embedded in the very center of the chest, where the blood and energy converged, making it the safest embedding point. But this divine seal didn't head for his chest. What the hell? Wang Baixiu's pupils constricted sharply. That force seemed drawn by something uncontrollably racing upwards. Before he could react, the divine seal had already vanished into his forehead. Boom. His consciousness exploded. Wang Beishao felt darkness enveloping him, and his senses faded away. He stood in a void. Surrounding him was an endless darkness where even breathing felt absent. In the center of the dark expanse sat a stone statue, cross-legged. Its features were indistinct, its form shrouded in mist. He could only vaguely discern that it was the outline of a... It sat there as if it had existed since ancient times. And at the chest of the statue, a red divine seal was slowly embedding itself. That was the Beast Demon Dual Transformation. Wang Beishao instinctively wanted to approach, but his feet were nailed to the ground. Pseudo-god. Those 2 words surfaced from the depths of his mind. This was the extraordinary ability he awakened. Even though he had never seen it before, he felt an incredible familiarity with that stone statue, as if they were one. The education department claimed it couldn't be activated, the sequence was unknown, and it wasn't within the known extraordinary system. That was because the method to activate it hadn't been discovered. It required a divine seal. It needed the divine seal to awaken. But who would give such a precious thing to a useless person? Except for the guild leader, except for this group of villains in the guild, who would support Wang Beixiao unconditionally. If the pseudo-god were in anyone else's hands, it would be destined for a life of mediocrity. The statue suddenly opened its eyes. Even through the thick mist, Wang Beixiao could clearly feel it looking at him. Then it smiled. It was like a reunion with a confidant from a millennium ago, like reuniting with an old friend. In the next second, the red divine seal on the statue's chest erupted with blinding golden light. Countless streams of golden light gathered from the statue's limbs and body into its chest, frantically pouring into the red divine seal. The red light was gradually replaced by gold, as if cleansing the impurities from the divine seal. Moments later, a pure golden divine seal floated in front of the statue's chest. Golden. There were fewer than 100 golden divine seals in the world. New information surged into Wang Beixiao's mind. God Demon 4 transformations. Can shift into 4 forms. Beast, Demon, Magic, God. What the hell? Wang Beixiao was stunned. The Beast Demon dual transformation upgraded to the God Demon 4 transformations. 2 forms became 4. Red turned to gold. Wang Beixiao stood frozen, forgetting to breathe. His pseudo-god could upgrade the divine seal. To know that divine seals were fragments of ancient deities, skills unchangeable since their inception. For centuries, no records had ever noted that divine seals could be upgraded. Yet the pseudo-god had achieved it. This was equivalent to forcibly erasing the traces of other deities, terrifyingly so. The stone statue closed its eyes again, a strange smile playing at the corner of its mouth. Boom. His consciousness was abruptly pulled back to reality. At that moment, Wang Beixiao realized he was kneeling on one knee, drenched in cold sweat, his clothes sticking to his back. A warmth radiated from his forehead. He raised his hand to touch it and felt a slightly raised pattern. He rushed to the broken mirror in the corner of the room and saw a golden divine seal pattern faintly appearing on his forehead, emitting a barely perceptible glow. The creature in the center of the pattern had changed. It was no longer the half-human, half-beast form, but 4 shadows overlapping beast demon and 2 outlines he couldn't clearly make out. Magic and God. Wang Beixiao stared into his own eyes in the mirror, and a flash of golden light flickered in the depths of his pupils. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The education department said I couldn't become an awakened one. In that moment, Wang Beixiao finally laughed out loud, his laughter wild. All previous grievances evaporated. This feeling was like winning a lottery worth billions after being declared bankrupt. The school didn't believe in him, nor did the education department, but thankfully the guild supported him. He made it through. He couldn't imagine what state he would be in when all 9 apertures turned to gold. The current number 1 in the world was only 3 gold and 1 black. Moreover, no one had ever had a golden divine seal embedded in their first aperture. If his divine seal could continue to upgrade, the future was limitless. Bang! As Wang Beixiao opened the door, a figure stumbled into the room. It's Lao Fong. He awkwardly looked up, scratching his nose, and said, I was looking for a room to hook up. Went into the wrong room. Do you believe that? Believe it, we believe it. Right, we were helping him find a room. That's right, Lao Fong said. He wanted to give us a live. The guild members laughed and grabbed Lao Fong, turning to leave. Wang Beixiao knew they were worried about him and had been eavesdropping outside. He dashed out and shouted, I'm awesome now. Yes, you're awesome. You've always been awesome. Ha ha ha. The guild members dismissed him without looking back. I really have become awesome. Wang Beixiao wanted to tell them that their efforts were not in vain. He wanted to tell them he hadn't let them down. But when the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to start. Kid. Just before Lao Fong walked down the stairs, he suddenly turned back and said earnestly with a smile, You've always been the most awesome kid in our hearts. 3 days later, on a clear morning, the grand competition of the entire city commenced. The tavern was eerily quiet. At this hour, all the guild members were either asleep or out on missions yet to return. Even the president in the adjacent room was snoring soundly. It seemed everyone had forgotten the significance of today's important ceremony. To this group of guild members who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the so-called grand competition felt like child's play. No one paid attention, nor did anyone remind them. However, Wang Beixiao had risen early, standing alone in front of the mirror. His sturdy chest and faintly visible abs radiated the essence of manhood. The divine seal on his forehead was no longer prominent. He touched the spot on his neck, his lips curling up in anticipation. In 2 months, he would turn 18, eligible to join the guild, and get a tattoo unique to the evil ghost's tooth. Having stayed here for over a decade, officially joining the guild was an obsession for him. Shui Xian Education Department, everyone. I will shatter your faces today. Wang Beixiao slowly picked up the old clothes he had worn for several years from the bed. Although the guild members treated him well, they were always very rough around the edges when it came to such daily details. Often clothing would be worn until it was no longer fitting before they would think of buying him new ones. Whoosh! Suddenly, a brand new outfit was draped over him. He turned to see 2 boys standing behind him, their ages similar to Wang Beixiao's. One was extremely thin with sharp eyes that even held a hint of malice. His cheeks were slightly sunken. As the saying goes, those who lack flesh on their faces are often ruthless. Such a face was typically associated with a cold and cruel heart. Beside him stood a boy with a simple appearance, rosy cheeks, carrying a thick iron rod. Little Sparrow Monkey, but how did you guys come back? Upon seeing them, Wang Baixiu's eyes lit up. These two were his only childhood companions, and the people he trusted the most. The one with the rod was called Monkey, but due to his perpetually rosy cheeks. The sunken-cheeked boy was Little Sparrow. Together the three were known as the three princes of the evil ghost's tooth. From their childhood, they had engaged in petty theft fights and all manner of mischief. However, these two were a year older than him and had already begun taking on missions. Today you have to impress everyone. How could we possibly miss it? Monkey but pointed to the iron rod on his shoulder, grinning. You just need to show off and leave the rest to us. We squatted by the Shui family gate all night last night planning to beat up Shui Xian for your sake. Otherwise we would have returned earlier. Little Sparrow joyfully opened his arms. Wang Baixiu smiled knowingly. The three of them embraced tightly. It was not that Wang Baixiu was unsociable. True friends and brothers, just 2 or 3 were enough. The three of them had always been the masterminds behind Wang Baixiu's ideas, while Little Sparrow and Monkey, but were responsible for execution. Alright, let's dress up our shower. Today we're not looking to impress too many, just hoping to charm a few girls, ha. The new clothes they brought still bore traces of blood, and it was unclear what they had experienced. The outfit fit well, it was a black hoodie. Thanks. Are you getting awkward? Don't want to be brothers anymore. Let's go. Last year we impressed half the city's geniuses. This year, you mustn't drag us down. Little Sparrow wrapped his arms around Wang Baixiu, proudly lifting his head like a general going to battle. Monkey but swiftly opened the door, shouting outside the tavern, General Shout, on a mission. Yet the tavern remained silent. The adults had yet to rise, and many members did not stay at the tavern, but this did not dampen the trio's enthusiasm. The main door slowly pushed open. Wang Baixiu adjusted his outfit, taking a deep breath. Let's go in this year's grand competition. No one will stand except for me. Cough, cough. Just as he spoke, a luxury car suddenly sped in from the side, screeching to a halt at the tavern entrance. Whooshed. Monkey but instinctively reached out to shield Wang Baixiu behind him. Little Sparrow flipped his hand, revealing a red crescent-shaped, curved blade. Don't be nervous. The car window slowly rolled down. A kind-looking old man with a full head of white hair appeared in the back seat. Principal. Wang Baixiu's brow furrowed. Although he was a student, he mostly spent his time in the tavern listening to people boast and chat, occasionally running errands for guild members, and had only been to school a few times, seeing the principal even fewer. Most of the time, he was called to school along with the president for truancy. Wang, I happened to pass by. How about we go together? Are you kidding me? Such a nice car would pass by my tavern. Little Sparrow sneered, reversing the grip on his blade, unafraid of the other party. If you want to pick a fight, get out of the car. Let me see if you can take my 3 strikes. I'll have my guild president come down to fight you. This street was protected by the evil ghost's tooth, with many guild members living within a minute's walk. He was not worried about the other party daring to cause trouble. The latter chuckled, still amiable. Wang, I want to talk to you. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. Shower, don't mind him. If you don't want to get in the car, no one can force you. Bang! The iron rod made of high-strength steel crashed to the ground as Monkey but rolled up his sleeves ready to fight. Wang Baixiu stepped forward to block the two. Although he was unsure of what the other party intended based on past experiences, this old man genuinely meant him no harm. Even 3 days ago, the principal had not favored Shui Xian. But Sparrow, I'll get in the car and talk to him. Be careful, if anything happens, shout, and we'll follow behind. The two reluctantly hopped on a second-hand motorcycle. Wang Baixiu dove into the car, completely unafraid of the principal's intentions. In this 9-clock city, the evil ghost's tooth was undoubtedly the most troublesome existence. Without a life-and-death feud, few would actively seek trouble with them. Principal, what's the matter? Looking at the tidy interior and pristine white seats, Wang Baixiu instinctively shifted forward in his seat, fearing he might dirty the other's car. Such luxury cars were truly unaffordable for ordinary people. Although the hunters were wealthy, their expenses were also substantial. Sigh. The principal rubbed his forehead, hesitating for a moment before taking out a divine seal from his briefcase. It was white, and the number indicated it was official. This is what I managed to arrange for you through connections. The school's actions were indeed somewhat inappropriate, but this is the intention of the education department, and I hope you can understand. Your test results are indeed an once-in-a-century SSS grade, but the principal took a deep breath, his expression twisted for a long time before slowly saying, I hope you do not participate in the competition. Why? Wang Baixiu's face darkened, and he did not reach out to take it. It's not that I'm afraid you'll hurt others, but I'm worried that others will hurt you. Although you are mischievous and truant, ultimately you are my student, and I must treat everyone equally. The principal looked at the driver with a complicated expression, then glanced outside, as if hesitating to speak. Wang, this competition is very dangerous for you. I can't say more than this. Besides, your awakened ability cannot be used. In fact, it's akin to an ordinary person. There's no need to fight for this dignity. Our president has said living is all about fighting for this dignity. Wang Baixiu immediately rejected without a second thought. If you are going to say this, then let's not discuss it further. You? Just like Chu the Madman. Chu the Madman was the president's name. True to his name, he was utterly wild. Seeing Wang Baixiu's resolute stance, the principal could only shake his head in regret. Regardless, I hope you understand the school's position. It is not that I do not wish to treat everyone equally, but your awakened ability is simply. The information inside the oiled paper bag slowly opened the red seal of the Divine Hall glaringly bright. The so-called Divine Hall is one of the most powerful organizations in this world. In this era where awakening relies on deities, they are the crownless kings. The fact that 70% of the existing divine seals originate from the Divine Hall speaks volumes of their terror. The judgment given to Wang Baixiu by the Divine Hall consists of only 4 words: rebellious against the deities. The student possesses abilities that surpass the sequence granted by the deities, classified as a divinely abandoned ability, thus no divine seal will be granted nor blessings bestowed. This simple line of text marked the end of his awakening journey. From now on, he would be unable to acquire any divine seals from the Divine Hall. Generally speaking, divine seals can be exchanged at the Divine Hall using the inner cores of wild beasts, which is also the sole way most people obtain divine seals. After all, few can seize divine seals from ruins like the president. Wang the Divine Hall defines you as a person abandoned by the deities, unable to acquire divine seals. Why persist so stubbornly? If it were someone else, they might have given up. But Wang Baixiu was different. He knew how powerful that thing inside him was. A pseudo-deity is still a deity. Since the deities do not accept me, then I shall create my own deity. Now it's me abandoning him, not him abandoning. This is easy. The luxury car suddenly shook violently, nearly colliding with the vehicle ahead. The driver's face was filled with terror as he looked at Wang Baixiu through the rearview mirror, still shaken. Such blasphemous words. If they reached the Divine Hall, who knows what consequences would follow. The principal covered Wang Baixiu's mouth with urgency, a serious expression appearing for the first time on his usually serene and elegant face. Speak carefully. If heard by someone from the Divine Hall, it would be a calamity. Am I not allowed to critique his refusal of me? Wang Baixiu shrugged dismissively. Cough, cough. Let's not mention such things in the future. The principal clearly did not want to dwell on this topic. If it got out, he would also be implicated. I know you feel resentment, but when under someone's roof, one must bow their head. The Divine Hall is one of the 3 top powers in today's world. You cannot afford to provoke them. The so-called 3 major powers are the government, the Divine Hall, and the only SS-level guild Dragon God. These 3 forces represent order, divine seals, and slaughter respectively. No one can contend with them, nor dare to rebel against them. I'm here to advise you not to oppose the upper authorities anymore. Do you think you are challenging the education department? You are slapping the faces of the government and the Divine Hall. Do you understand? The principal gently placed his hand on Wang Baixiu's shoulder, his murky eyes filled with a hint of pity. With SS-level potential, anyone else would have been snatched away by the 3 major powers long ago. Yet he is a person abandoned by the deities, squandering such great potential. Principal, thank you. This time Wang Baixiu did not refute, but his gaze was incredibly resolute. The president said that the road is paved by people. If the deities do not allow me to walk their path, then I shall forge a path of my own. Having said that, he returned all the divine seals and materials to the principal. The fact that the principal risked so much to speak with him indicated that he genuinely cared for the next generation. The more this was the case, the less Wang Baixiu could implicate him. For this world needs such a principal. After stopping the vehicle, Wang Baixiu gazed meaningfully at the principal's wrinkled, sympathetic face and whispered, "Principal, thank you for your reminder, but if the deities do not permit me, then I shall be my own deity. Goodbye." 9 Bell City South District. The competition venue is the largest building in the entire city, a circular stone structure surrounded by tiered stands capable of seating 30,000 people. 400 years ago, when the wild beasts first invaded this place, was a slaughterhouse. Later it was transformed into an arena where the annual grand competition of the entire city is held. By the time Wang Baixiu arrived, there were already hundreds of people lined up at the entrance. Various school factions stood in line wearing matching uniforms and synchronized steps, with each school's lead teacher standing proud and excited. A massive light screen hovered in the sky, broadcasting the scenes within the venue in real time, allowing all residents of 9 Bell City to see. "Come on, let's go around that way." Little Sparrow tugged at Wang Baixiu's sleeve, signaling him to avoid the main. "Why avoid it?" Wang Baixiu raised his foot towards the main entrance. "I'm not here to steal anything." Monkey, but followed with an iron rod which clanged against the tiled floor, causing the lined-up students to turn their heads in unison. "Isn't that the person from the Tooth of Evil Ghost?" Iron rod. Monkey butt. Last year's competition, he sent the seed contestant from 3rd middle school to the hospital with a single hit. The skinny one beside him must be Little Sparrow, right? I heard his swordsmanship is quite sinister. Who's that in the middle? Wang Baixiu? Once the name was mentioned, the whispers grew louder. "Isn't that the SSS waste?" "Shall lower your voice, he's from the Tooth of Evil Ghost. What's there to fear? His abilities can't even activate, he's no different from an ordinary person." Wang Beixiao paid no heed and walked straight into the venue. Several school leaders were exchanging pleasantries with nearby dignitaries, smiles plastered on their faces since entering. This year's second middle school produced 2 great abilities, which is a solid achievement enough for them to enjoy for 3 years. Similarly, at the very front of the line, the representative from second middle school, holding a banner, was Shuai. He was surrounded by a group of people wearing a nonchalant smile on his face, basking in the envy of all present. This time there were only 5 students in 9 Bell City with a great talent. With the school's publicity, he had already become a prominent figure in the entire city. Shuegu, I heard your family has already established connections with the Divine Hall. No need to exaggerate. Shuai humbly waved his hand, unable to hide the pride in his eyes. It's just an internship, but whether I can stay depends on my abilities. Interns at the Divine Hall. That means you'll at least start as a 3 seal awakened, right? The surrounding students' eyes lit up. Ooh, what immense fortune that is. If it were anyone else, their tail would probably be sticking straight up in the air. If you're lucky, the Divine Hall will directly assign a divine seal that matches your sequence. Shuai casually mentioned this, then noticed Wang Beixiao approaching, a smirk forming on his lips, as he deliberately said loudly, for today's grand competition, my father specifically invited a representative from the Divine Hall to observe. Everyone do your best. If you catch the eye of the Divine Hall soaring to success, and changing your fate will be right at your fingertips. He gestured towards the podium. In the center of the podium, a row of high-ranking officials sat upright. The top leader of 9 Bell City could only sit at the very end. The most eye-catching were the representatives from the 8 prestigious universities and an elderly man in a gray robe. That one is the deacon from the Wind Spirit City branch of the Divine Hall, the esteemed Xin Shou. The elderly man had his eyes slightly closed, deaf to everything happening around him. Even as the 9 Bell City dignitaries rushed forward to befriend him, all they received in return was the other party's haughty indifference. Wow, Shuegu is impressive. Even the Divine Hall people are invited. TSK Tisk, I bet the Divine Hall came this time, just for Shuegu. Envy and jealousy abound. Shueji's family truly is clout. 9 Bell City is a small city and does not have a branch of the Divine Hall. Meanwhile, Wind Spirit City belongs to a major city level. In previous competitions, the Divine Hall had never cared to come to small cities to select outstanding students. Next, please welcome the formation of each school. As the loudspeaker blared, 30,000 pairs of eyes across the stadium turned in unison toward the entrance. First came No. 1 High. Uniforms, crisp steps synchronized. No. 3 High followed closely behind, the largest contingent with the greatest number of students. Then came No. 5 High. No. 7 High in the vocational technical school. No. 2 High's formation enters the arena. The moment those words rang out, the atmosphere in the stands shifted. Not because No. 2 High bore particular renown, but because this year's awakening assessment results had already spread like wildfire. 2 attire talents, and 1 SS steer talent. Unprecedented in the entire history of Zhejiang City. Cordial exchanges atop the podium ceased instantly. Our representatives from elite academies all fixed their gazes upon No. 2 High's formation. Shuai held the banner aloft, his bearing commanding and regal, immediately drawing every eye in the stadium. That's this year's frontrunner. An academy representative picked up his pen and marked a check beside Shuai's dossier on the table. Indeed, he ranked second citywide in this year's assessment. The top scorer is rumored to possess SS steer potential, though alas, the Divine Hall's verdict reads defiant of the gods. Which faction would dare admit such a soul? Merely touching him invites ill omen. What good is SS steer potential without a divine mark? It amounts to nothing. Glances flickered among the representatives, each eye shadowed by quiet regret. An SS steer prospect paired with even the most mediocre ability would have ignited fierce rivalry among academies, bidding wars erupting before the competition even began. Yet the gray-robed elder seated at the center merely smiled dismissively, a soul forsaken by the gods. What future could he possibly hold? Shuai surpasses that SS steer student by leagues. I've already decided to enroll both brothers under the Divine Hall's tutelage. Gentlemen, I trust you'll grant this old man a measure of courtesy. His words were polished, yet his tone brooked no dissent. The representatives had long anticipated his intent, and now offered warm, deferential nods. An attire prospect, though rare, meant little within the Empire's vast expanse. It was hardly worth straining relations with the Divine Hall over a single student. Silently, all turned their attention elsewhere, scouring the crowd for hidden gems, undiscovered stars. Now please welcome Zhejiang City's student representative to the stage. The instant the announcement concluded, the main screen zoomed in on Shuai. His distinguished visage, refined, aristocratic, prompted thunderous applause across the stadium. As student representative Shuai joined 4 other attire prospects in stepping forward beneath the weight of 10,000 watching eyes, each slowly lifting a microphone. Testing. Shuai tapped the mic, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the gray-robed elder seated behind him. The elder offered a faint, knowing smile, a gesture acknowledged in return. To the observant, that subtle exchange spoke volumes. The Divine Hall's gray-robed inquisitor remained aloof toward all, yet greeted Shui Xian with unmistakable warmth. What did it signify? That the Shui family had firmly anchored itself beneath the Divine Hall's towering bow. Instantly, nobles and magnates across the city pivoted their gazes toward Shui Senior in the VIP section, calculating how best to curry favor. Shui Senior rose proudly, bowing gracefully to the crowd. My son lacks merit. Nonsense. Both Shui Scions are true dragons among men. Brother Shui, you're blessed beyond measure. Huh. Wherever did such fortune come from? Truth be told, I'm so busy I've scarcely overseen their cultivation. Shui Senior's smile nearly froze upon his face. What father does not swell with pride for his children? This evening, I host an open banquet at Jiuqing Hotel. Pray grace us with your presence. We shall certainly attend. We'll come to share in your auspicious joy. Ahem. Honorable leaders, esteemed parents, honored guests. It is my profound privilege to address you today as student representative. Though Shui Xian ruled his school with iron authority before the gray-robed elder, he bowed with humble grace. With serene poise, he smiled to represent no. Too high is truly undeserved, especially when our school boasts an SS-tier prodigy. A soul abandoned by the gods. I bet he's weeping himself unconscious in the restroom. Precisely. Master Shui, you alone embody no. Too high's honor. Mocking laughter erupted across the arena. When a wall crumbles, all rush to kick it down. Who wouldn't seek favor with the Shuis? Even the VIP section roared with jeers. Only the principal stood rigid, face ashen. Any fool could see Shui Xian's deliberate cruelty toward Wang Beixiao. Such public humiliation was worse than murder. It struck straight at the soul. You flatter me. In raw potential, I remain far inferior to Brother Wang. Shui Xian raised the microphone with practiced ease, surveying the hall with feigned regret, with so many dignitaries present, and the Divine Hall's inquisitor observing. I sincerely hope Brother Wang will join us on stage to showcase the brilliance of Jiuzhong City's youth. The camera panned across No. Too High's formation. Wang Beixiao was nowhere to be seen. From the podium, the gray-robed elder scoffed, a soul forsaken by the gods. What right has he to compete? Indeed, Master Xian speaks absolute truth. Officials nodded vigorously, until in the next breath, a thunderous shout erupted from below. If you know you're unworthy, why don't you step down? Whoa. Shui Xian's smile locked in place. The elder's brows nodded. Shui Senior's grin froze midair. At such a moment, who dared defy decorum? All eyes followed the voice. A youth in a black hoodie strode forward with unwavering stride, his sharp profile etched with lethal intensity, aura blazing like unsheathed steel. Students parted instinctively along his path. Not one dared impede him. That's Wang Beixiao, the Fong of the Demon Wolf. This kid's got guts. The stands exploded. Gossip hunger flared bright. Wang Beixiao's gaze, fierce and unblinking, swept past thousands of astonished faces as he marched straight toward the podium. Behind him, Ho Bupi and Xiao Mak fell into step. Wind stirred their cloaks, three figures advancing as one, fabric snapping like war banners. Halt! Just before ascending the podium, an official from the Ministry of Education rose sharply. Who authorized your ascent? Whoa! Guards surged from all sides. Wolves unleashed, racing toward the trio. Ho Bupi whirled his iron staff, it elongated with a metallic groan, locking across their path. Xiao Mak drew his curved blade, defiant and unyielding, placing himself squarely before Wang Beixiao. So, he admitted he's unfit to represent No. Too High. Do you object? Wang Beixiao brushed aside the two shielding him, then scanned the podium with brazen contempt, eager to fawn over the Shuis. The master hasn't spoken, yet the dogs bark first. Shui Xian excels in virtue and scholarship, unanimously acclaimed. Ministry officials' faces darkened near black with fury. This grand competition occurred only once yearly and commanded national attention. If Wang Beixiao ruined it, all their careers would collapse. Unanimous. Does that all include me? Wang Beixiao tilted his chin upward, his eyes igniting with raw, unquenchable fire. I refused to accept him. Ministry officials stood paralyzed, caught between duty and dread. Before countless witnesses, they dared neither strike nor yield. At that critical juncture, the gray-robed elder rose slowly, his gaze cold, disdainful. So, you claim superiority over Shui Xian, or that you alone may represent No. Too High? On what grounds? Seeing the Divine Hall intervene, ministry officials regained their footing. Shui Xian's lips curled into a venomous smirk, defying the Divine Hall. You court death. All knew, Master Xian was Shui Xian's patron. Challenging Shui Xian now was tantamount to suicide. Yet, because he's my son, a roar tore across the arena, deep as thunder, reverberating through stone and bone. Ordinary citizens, unawakened, clutched their ears in pain, faces twisted in terror. Master Xian's brow tightened, his gaze shifting uneasily toward the periphery. A streak of light cleaved the sky, then slammed into the ground. The marble podium shattered into jagged fragments. A figure descended, Black cloak, billowing hair slicked back stance effortlessly insolent atop the ruins. What's this? My boy can't represent no. Too high. Who the hell says my kid is useless? The wolf cub I raised is not weaker than anyone. In the stands a burly man with a fierce face and a bald head slowly stood up, two butcher knives hanging from his waist, eyes glinting dangerously as he patted his bald head, and said, I don't care about kids fighting, but if anyone dares to bully the weak, then don't expect any face from the Divine Hall. Boom. 4 divine seals lit up simultaneously, all glowing blue. President. Uncle 2. Wang Baixiu's body trembled. Aren't these 2 old geezers supposed to be sleeping? They swore before that they wouldn't come to watch the match. The next second, one by one, rough men with demonic tattoos on their bodies rose from the audience. Uncle Chu leisurely pushed his wheelchair through the crowd and smiled at Xian Shou on the podium, saying, Oh, isn't this Gray Runner? What's up? You were chased by me for 3 streets and still aren't convinced. Want to find trouble with my kid? I can say my Uncle Fong, laughing and joking, wrapped his arm around his female companion and walked through the air, each step causing ripples in the air. But outsiders should be punished for even glaring at him. Uncle Fong landed still unruly and raised an eyebrow at Wang Baixiu, saying, Today you could break the heavens in this territory of Jiuzhong City. Our demonic tooth has never feared anyone. Right? Who dares to bully our guild's kids? My kid deserves to be punished, but it's not up to you to take action. Huh? Do you really think our demonic tooth has no temper? Bang 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 bang. Familiar figures leaped from the stands. Old Fong, Old Chu, Baldy Aunt You. 40 or so fierce members of the guild rained down around Wang Baixiu, forming a human wall that protected him in the center. A thick aura of killing intent spread out. These were all fierce individuals who battled savage beasts daily, far from the guards who could be trained in the training grounds. The overwhelming killing intent even obscured the bright sunlight as dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, perfectly covering the arena. The dark clouds pressed down on the city. Why are all of you here? The monkey but looked confused at this group of adults. The president's expression flashed with embarrassment as he dug his nose and turned to Old Fong, scolding, Didn't you go on a mission? I. The latter scratched his head and quickly changed the subject, shouting at Old Chu, Didn't you go for a hospital checkup? Cough cough. Don't just talk about me, Old Two. Weren't you drunk? You came here to throw up. And you guys, didn't you all agree not to come yesterday? The guild members who had been supporting Wang Baixiu with great momentum just a moment ago began to blame each other. No one wanted to admit they had come specifically, but no one could prove they hadn't come for that reason. Old Shui, didn't you say you were going to attend your ex-wife's wedding? Damn, my ex-wife is pregnant again. The child is mine, and the wedding is cancelled. Dong Shui, didn't you say you were going to hunt savage beasts? I forgot to bring my knife halfway, so I came back to get it while passing the venue. Wang Baixiu's lips slowly curled up, and his eyes glimmered with tears. This group of proud weirdos all claimed they wouldn't come, but when he was bullied they all rushed out to protect him. Even Chu Madman is here. The old man in the gray robe clearly recognized the president. At the moment he saw him, his aura surged and he held a defensive divine tactic in his hand. Do you know him? The high school representative beside him frowned in suspicion, noticing Xian Shou seemed very wary of this group. Chu Madman, the youngest captain of the Judgment Division in the Divine Hall in a century, the most favored genius by the Divine Throne, betrayed the Divine Hall 18 years ago. Chu Chioha, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Imperial Arrest Department, resigned 18 years ago. Direction, a disciple of the Red Robe servants of the Divine Hall, withdrew from the Divine Hall 18 years ago. Tu Yong, a remnant of the former evil guild, Eye of Caesar. With each name Xian Shou mentioned, his expression grew more serious. None of these people were easy to deal with. While others feared his identity, the members of the Demonic Tooth would not spoil him. Back then, which of these people didn't have a higher status than him? In the Divine Hall, ranks are divided into gray, blue, purple, red, white, and the Divine Throne. Gray ranks are basically the backbone of the branches. While they are part of the management in the entire Divine Hall system, they are not worth a hair. Captain Chu, a pleasure to meet you. Xian Shou retracted his sharpness, placed a hand on his chest, and spoke softly. I often hear my mentor mention you. Mention me. Mention how I once cut him. Or mention how I almost became his son-in-law. The president scoffed with a disdainful smile, wrapping his arm around Wang Baixiu's shoulder, saying, Today, I just want to know. Who the hell thinks my kid is useless? Is it you, or is it you? The president's calloused finger pointed at Xian Shou, whose pale beard quivered slightly as the members of the Education Division dared not even breathe. I know. The Shui family has given you plenty of benefits, taking money to do things for them. I understand. The president's gaze slowly turned to the distant Shui father, sneering. I definitely can't give you money. We the Demonic Tooth have no money, but we have knives. You can't be bribed, but blowing up the Education Division is still possible. A threat, a naked threat. 40 or so guild members grinned as they gripped their weapons at their waists, and the sharp killing intent seemed ready to tear apart those targeting Wang Baixiu. Huh. President Chu is so imposing. With the Demonic Tooth stepping in to protect him, the Shui family naturally could not sit idly by. Shue's father lightly lifted his body, floating down beside Shui Xian, gently placing his palm on his waist, smiling without fear, and saying, "President Chu, my son has no intention of being enemies with your guild, it's just. This student Wang is a forsaken by the gods, how can he fight without divine seals?" "Haha, he can't fight, oh I can." The president, not one to back down, lit a cigarette, and provocatively said, "How about we fight instead of the kids?" Boom. The president's cloak billowed without wind, revealing his solid muscle lines. Behind him, a 10-meter-tall phantom of a goddess appeared, arms crossed protectively over her chest, eyes tightly closed, her pure, white wings slowly flapping. In front of the goddess, a sharp sword hung steadily in midair. Sequence 159, Divine Lord's Guard. Just standing there made everyone present feel like they were facing a great enemy. Holy aura and killing intent appeared simultaneously on the goddess. The exclusive sequence of the Divine Hall. There's an unspoken rule in the Divine Hall: to become a high-ranking member, the awakened ability must be the exclusive sequence of the Divine Hall. The first 3 generations of awakeners for the Divine Lord's Guard were all top-tier powerhouses of the Divine Hall. However, this generation's awakener chose to betray the Divine Hall. Shue's father's mouth twitched, his face turning the color of pig liver. Fighting for his son. What is this? The key is he can't beat Chu Madman either. In the whole Jiuzhong city, only 3 old geezers can match him. The top 500 in the ability sequence belong to the elite sequences possessing the ability to kill across ranks, and they are also high-level sequences exclusive to the Divine Hall. Dad, don't agree to him. Without waiting for him to refuse, Shui Xian became anxious and whispered, "You can't be sure this group of villains won't gang up on you." "All right." Xian Shou sighed, staring at the goddess phantom unwillingly, saying, "Let's skip the student speeches and directly start the grand competition." Okay. The leaders of the education division nodded repeatedly. They didn't want to offend the Shui family, nor did they dare provoke the demonic tooth. Offending the Shui family would mean losing their positions, while provoking the demonic tooth could very well cost them their lives. "Do you want to speak?" The president ignored everyone else and affectionately patted Wang Beixiao's face, saying, "How about I let you go up and say a few words? I have nothing to say to them, of fists do the talking." "Got it, haha, just like me." Chu Madman arrogantly pointed at Shui Xian. "It's compliant to have deaths in the grand competition. Go all out against him. Kid, as long as you kill Shui Xian, I'll take care of his father tonight to prevent him from seeking revenge against you." Old Feng affectionately pinched Wang Beixiao's face and laughed. "I can't hear you." Shui's father roared with a dark face. The grand competition officially begins. At the command of the announcer, dozens of awakened individuals in uniform simultaneously kneel on one knee around the venue, pressing their palms against a row of half-height stone pillars. The surface of the stone pillars is intricately engraved with dense runes which light up one after another as the awakened ones channel their power into them. A blue light shot up into the sky, tearing the heavens as it split open a gap, creating a 100-meter-long fissure in the clear sky, with the space on either side wildly distorting. Then a massive object slowly emerged from the crack. It was an iron tower. The jet-black base of the tower gradually descended from the fissure, and with each inch it lowered, the terrifying pressure intensified. The entire tower is pitch black, with dark energy swirling and rolling around it. Occasionally the roars of beasts can be heard resonating from deep within the tower walls, heavy and oppressive. The overwhelming sense of dread made everyone in attendance hold their breath instinctively. 100 meters. The iron tower fully revealed itself. 9 stories, ancient yet mysterious. Each layer's exterior walls were inscribed with sacred hall inscriptions. The roars of the wild beasts inside the tower grew increasingly frantic, and the sounds of claws scraping against the walls became clearer. Boom. The base of the tower smashed down at the center of the venue, cracking the ground and sending debris flying. Black energy surged out from the tower's entrance, and a bone-chilling cold spread instantly. The announcer's voice resonated at the right moment. The event for this grand competition is the Beast Suppression Tower. The tower is divided into 9 levels, each with independent spaces containing wild beasts of different ranks. The higher the level, the stronger the wild beasts. Contestants can choose the number of levels they wish to challenge, and after the competition their rankings will be determined by the total number of wild beast cores collected. A final reminder to all. The announcer paused, his tone suddenly becoming cold and harsh. Once you enter the tower, life and death are in fate's hands. Should you perish within, do not blame others. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the student ranks began to stir. Some clenched their fists to encourage themselves, others turned to look at their parents in the stands, while some turned pale, hesitating on whether to give up. The Beast Suppression Tower is not a drill, it is a real fight to the death. Every year some do not return. Shui Xian took a deep breath, glanced in the direction of Wang Beixiao, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Once inside, I will be the first to kill him." "What's the rush?" Shui's father gently placed his hand on his son's shoulder. "How many times have I told you? As a higher-up, many matters do not require your direct involvement." His tone was not loud, almost like a lesson. If it can be solved with money, do not stain your hands with blood. You will enter the sacred hall in the future and cleanliness is paramount. Shui Xian was taken aback. His father's gaze had already shifted to Zhang Xian, who was warming up not far away. Third place from the second middle school, a level potential awakening sequence 990, mother of the python. Just 3 days ago he was an unnoticed nobody, but after awakening he soared to great heights. Yet no matter how high he flew, the poverty at home cannot be changed. Zhang Xian seemed to sense that gaze, slightly tilting his head to meet Shui's father's eyes. Moments later he took a deep breath, approached Shui Xian, and properly cupped his fist in greeting. Rest assured, Mr. Shui, dealing with someone who cannot use abilities and lacks divine marks is quite simple. Shui Xin's pupils contracted sharply, turning his head in disbelief. Had Zhang Xian been bought off by his father? When did you? On the night the assessment ends. Shui's father adjusted his sleeve cuffs, laughing as if he controlled the entire scene. Zhang Xian's parents are currently vice presidents of a technology company under the Shui family, earning a salary of $1 million. His sister will transfer to the capital's affiliated school next semester with tuition fully waived. Shui Xian fell silent for a few seconds, a smile returning to his lips. He thought to himself, as expected, the older the ginger the spicier. Before the fight even began, Shui's father had already cleared all obstacles for him. With Zhang Xian's assistance his confidence grew stronger. Wang Beixiao, I'm sorry. Zhang Xian turned around and deeply bowed in the direction of Wang Beixiao. His attitude was sincere, but there was no hint of remorse. After all, for the awakened ones, killing ordinary people is as easy as slaughtering chickens and cows. The latter scoffed derisively. He recognized Zhang Xian, having been classmates for 3 years. They weren't close, but neither were they strangers. That lanky figure who usually sat in the corner of the classroom, munching on steamed buns, with a mother selling fish at the market and a father doing odd jobs at a factory. This awakening had truly changed his life. Zhang Xian stood upright, not avoiding Wang Beixiao's gaze. Mr. Shui has given too much. My parents have spent their whole lives farming and working in factories. Oh, finally, I have a chance. He paused, swallowing those words. See you in the tower. Wang Beixiao said nothing. He did not blame Zhang Xian. The lives of the poor are so cheap, a job can buy out their dignity. The one to hate is not Zhang Xian, but this game's rules. Grudges inside the tower must not be brought outside. The voice of Xian Shou rang out at that moment, not too high, not too low, just right for everyone present to hear. The old man held a teacup, his eyes sweeping towards the direction of the evil ghost's tooth, his smile benevolent. But this statement translated to only one meaning. Wang Beixiao will die inside the tower and vengeance outside is forbidden. Who this was directed at, everyone present understood clearly. Don't worry, after the competition ends you will leave with Elder Xian and go to the capital to study. Shui's father patted Zhang Xian's back. No one will be able to find you. He had arranged an escape route. What a beautiful scheme. The president watched all this unfold, his expression neutral. Slowly walking up to Wang Beixiao, he reached out to adjust the collar of his hoodie, his expression gentle, like a father sending off his son on a journey. Perform well, don't feel pressured. While saying these easy words, his voice was kept low, just loud enough for the two to hear. If you can't win, just slip away, or it's not shameful. He slapped Wang Beixiao's shoulder heavily twice. Don't die, oh, I don't like collecting corpses. Wang Beixiao looked at the cheeky face in front of him and suddenly laughed. Rest assured, I am going to join the evil ghost's tooth. After saying that, he turned around gracefully, waving his hand to the crowd in the evening. Prepare a celebration banquet for me. Wait for you to shine. Damn, don't resist. He didn't play dirty. If you can play dirty, don't go head to head, you little brat. The president, Old Feng, Old Chu, Baldy Monkey, Butt, and Little Sparrow waved their hands in unison behind him. It is hard to believe that this group of tyrants who had killed countless would reveal such a sentimental side. The door of the Iron Tower is a 3-meter-high arched black hole. Black energy billowed out from within. The smell of rust could be detected from 10 meters away. Shui Xian had already entered. The seed contestants from the first middle school had also gone in. The top students from various schools lined up to enter, each with different expressions. Wang Beixiao stopped at the entrance of the tower, a venomous gaze fixated on him from behind. Zhang Xian lowered his head, his fingers unknowingly rubbing against the divine mark on his chest, a white serpent's fang that was faintly glowing. It looks like there's going to be a good show. Xian Shou looked meaningfully at the large screen in the sky. It was broadcasting Wang Beixiao live. Chairman Chu going against the heavens. Why bother? Without abilities, entering is just sending oneself to death. A group of school leaders on the podium shook their heads helplessly. What a pity for this SS-level talent, an once-in-a-century occurrence. A representative from a university sighed silently. Fate and destiny. Shui's father Xian Shou, the evil ghost's tooth, and representatives from major universities involuntarily turned their eyes to the big screen. Everyone was curious. How this awakened one who cannot use abilities would meet his demise. He wouldn't dare to go in, would he? Haha, you spoke so fiercely just now, and now you hesitate at the tower's entrance. Without the evil spirit's tooth. He truly is nothing now. On the large screen broadcasting live across the city, Wang Beixiao stood calmly at the entrance, just a step away from the tower door, yet he did not cross this threshold. As the tower door was about to close, the audience on site began to speculate. It was normal for someone to retreat in a real fight, but Wang Beixiao's actions made everyone look down on him. At the last moment he hesitated. Chairman Chu, it seems your child is also afraid of death, Shue's father said with a half-smile as he approached the VIP area. The chairman with a cigarette in his mouth squinted his eyes and smirked slightly. Do you know that if I were to beat you up right now no one could stop me? Shue's father froze for a moment, his body visibly trembling. From now on stop being so sarcastic with me. Your status only ensures that I won't hit you unless I'm angry. I've been going through a midlife crisis lately. Oh, I explode at the slightest provocation. The chairman walked straight onto the podium with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Old Tu somehow brought a grandmaster chair and placed it directly under him. Wow. The chairman tossed his cloak back and sat down decisively, sword in hand. Behind him more than 40 members stood at attention, one hand holding a sword and the other on their hips. The representatives from various schools exchanged glances, choosing to ignore the situation. Otherwise should they drive them away? This group of bastards explodes at the slightest thing, it's unnecessary. Finally, just as the door was about to close, Zhang Xian made a move. Seeing Wang Beixiao still standing still, he couldn't hold back any longer and walked straight past him into the tower. Wow. Be careful. Oh no. Good lad. Simultaneously gasps filled the arena, for Wang Beixiao had also moved. Just before Zhang Xian stepped into the tower, his sleeve flicked and a goat horn hammer slipped from his hand. A hammer used for decoration. Be careful. Shue's father's face changed drastically as he shouted sharply. What? Zhang Xian thought Wang Beixiao had given up and was secretly relieved, but when he heard the warning, he turned around in confusion. He just happened to see a child-sized iron hammer coming straight at him. He didn't even have time to unleash any powers, only feeling a heaviness on his forehead before everything went black. The world spun around him, accompanied by a strong smell of blood followed by indescribable agony. Referee! Referee! Wang Beixiao is breaking the rules. Shue's father panicked and yelled angrily. The chairman merely said casually, this is how we do things if you're not happy. Should I set up a ring to fight you? Bang bang bang. The tower door slowly closed, yet everyone saw Wang Beixiao mounting Zhang Xian, mercilessly smashing the goat horn hammer into his face. Blood splattered everywhere. White liquid mixed with blood splattered across the tower door. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Violence, bloodshed, cruelty. An inexplicable sense of oppression weighed down on the hearts of the audience. Wang Beixiao's ruthlessness exceeded everyone's imagination, but was this still a battle among students? Boom! The tower door closed. Zhang Xian's face was half caved in, his remaining eye filled with terror as he weakly raised his hand to protect his face. Wang Beixiao, you sneak attacked. Everyone thought he didn't dare to enter the tower, which was why Zhang Xian had relaxed his guard. Who would have thought this guy was just waiting for him, waiting to deliver a fatal blow? The students competing were merely newly awakened individuals, many didn't even possess divine marks, and had only slightly stronger physical strength than ordinary people. Faced with the violent assault of the hammer, they had no resistance. In less than half a minute, Zhang Xian was already sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud, weakly waving his hands in surrender. I yield. Yield. Wang Beixiao, you won. He'll withdraw from the competition. You can fight Shui Xin. I won't interfere, alright. If it were me lying here today, would you stop? Wang Beixiao tilted his head, his face splattered with blood, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I just want my parents to be well. Tears streamed down Zhang Xian's face in grievance. Yet he received not even a shred of compassion from Wang Beixiao. As a child of the evil spirit's tooth, he had witnessed several guild members being sent away each year. From a young age, he knew that one must not show mercy when it came to killing. You did the work of an assassin, so you must abide by the rules. If you were an ordinary student, I would only break your legs at most. Zhang Xian, I don't mind you pursuing wealth, but don't think about stepping on me to rise. What else do you have to say? Wang Beixiao calmly raised the goat horn hammer. Blood dripped from the hammer, splattering onto Zhang Xian's face. Zhang Xian was scared, his body trembling uncontrollably, his tone humble, no longer carrying the slightest ruthlessness. Please. Stop. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of 10 strikes, each blow landing on flesh, Zhang Xian's voice abruptly ceased. Whether it was the students on the first floor or the audience outside, they were all stunned by Wang Beixiao's ferocity. Killing without hesitation. He showed none of the disgust or fear of a first-time killer. I told you to account for your affairs, not to waste words. Hawk. Wang Beixiao slowly stood up, his clothes drenched in blood. He calmly spat out the blood that splattered into his mouth, wiped the blood from the hammer, and smiled at Zhang Xian's corpse. You don't love your parents either. If I were you, I would beg me not to touch your parents once I get out. The third talent of the second middle school. Just like that, gone. On the podium, a representative from the university stared blankly at the materials in his hand, having marked Zhang Xian's name, indicating he intended to recruit him after the competition. Yet the illustrious third talent didn't even unleash his powers before being hammered to death. Beside him, Xue's father turned ashen. The pawn he had painstakingly recruited hadn't even taken a step before someone overturned the board. After pondering for a long time, he darkly instructed those around him, "Send 1 million to Zhang Xian's family. Don't let anyone say we abandoned the mule after it's worked." This child, his methods, intellect, and talent are all exceptional. The university representative at the end of the table quietly took out Wang Baixiu's information and chuckled with interest. "I look forward to his next performance." A student who cannot use powers, and you still want him. Xian Shou rolled his eyes in displeasure. The man smiled slightly, lifting a strand of hair behind his ear. The divine temple has high standards and naturally looks down on him, but look at the students on the first floor who dares to look him in the eye. Indeed, Wang Baixiu slowly took off his coat, revealing a wild and robust upper body, wrapping the hammer in his hand together with his clothing, while casting a half smile over the already stunned students in front of him. "What are you all staring at me for? Do you want to fight me?" Just a moment ago, Wang Baixiu, who was smiling, suddenly roared, "Bow your heads." Wow. Although everyone knew he couldn't use powers, not a single person dared to confront him. The students still on the first floor were already weak in strength, having spent so long in school, they had never seen such a scene. In an instant, everyone lowered their heads in unison and made way, not daring to meet his gaze. "Today I'm here for Shui Xian. Everyone, if you're not prepared to face death, don't provoke me and my strikes won't hold back. Thank you for your cooperation." Wang Baixiu's chest heaved violently, a red light flickering in his eyes, as if the killing intent was about to erupt. He leisurely carried the hammer through the crowd, still intimidating everyone even without using powers. Killing Zhang Xian is futile. Without abilities and divine seals, Wang Baixiu will undoubtedly perish on the second floor. Perhaps feeling that Zhang Xian was defeated in a single round, striking a blow to the Shui family, Shui's father even forgot to observe his own son, his gaze always following Wang Baixiu's figure. He wants to watch the other die at the jaws of a savage beast. The savage beasts on the second floor are mostly grade elite. Going up without a divine seal is akin to seeking death. Xian Shou stroked his beard and smiled meaningfully. What a pity for such a great talent. Killing Zhang Xian ultimately relied on a sneak attack. It cannot be considered true skill. A senior member of the education department smiled in agreement. Today's students lack martial skills and have insufficient vitality. If they don't have divine seals, it's better not to go to the second floor. Several people's gazes turned to Chu Kuangren, their lips involuntarily curling up as if they could already see Wang Baixiu being torn apart by the savage beast. The president remained calm, not even raising his eyebrows, casually fiddling with his phone. "I know my own cubs well. If Wang dies in battle, for the sake of President Chu, the Divine Hall would be glad to grant him a transcending blessing, hoping he can receive the protection of the deities in his next life." Xian Shou spoke in a sarcastic tone as he stroked his beard. In their eyes, Wang Baixiu was no longer recklessly underestimating his opponents, but was rather committing suicide. He is the son of a malicious spirit, one who does not believe in the divine. Old Chu covered his legs with a blanket, smiling faintly as he retorted. The second floor of the Iron Tower. Wang Baixiu pushed open the stone door between the levels, and a piercing cold wind filled with ice shards slapped against his face. What lay before him was an endless expanse of snow, with a snow-capped mountain rising into the clouds. A faint glimmer of an iron door could be seen at the peak. That was the entrance to the third level. At the foot of the snow mountain, hundreds of students were scattered about. Some were attacking a white worm that had emerged from the snow, while others lay motionless in pools of blood. Great talents lead the team. We need an awakened one who can withstand it. There must be a defensive divine seal. Sequence 981 leads the team. We need a ranged awakened one, and no one without a divine seal is allowed. Talent test leads 23. We need 2 strong offensive awakened ones. The inner cores will be divided equally. No unsealed divine seals are allowed. At the entrance to the second floor, the shouts of teams were louder than at a vegetable market. The competition allowed for free team formation. Fighting against savage beasts was originally a mandatory group training. Wang Baixiu glanced around, and the teams that had already entered the field were entangled with a type of savage beast in the snow. There was only one type of savage beast on the second floor, the snowworm grade, entirely milky white. Adult individuals were as thick as a bucket, preferring to hide beneath the snow and launch sneak attacks. Their defense was average, but they excelled in numbers and stealth. In less than 10 minutes, someone was completely swallowed by a savage beast, unable to even scream. Additionally, 2 teams fell out due to unfair distribution of inner cores, fighting more fiercely than against the savage beasts. Human nature was fully exposed at this moment. Wang Baixiu stepped out of the stone door holding a hammer. The blood on the handle had not yet dried, and he scanned the area with a bare upper body and piercing eyes. The commotion at the entrance visibly diminished. Just a second ago, the students who had been shouting for recruits all turned their gazes away, then tacitly shifted their steps. Other students also made way for him, as if avoiding a plague. It wasn't merely giving way. It was dodging. Is he Wang Beixiao? Yes, pretend you didn't see him. This kid has no abilities, having him around is a burden. Refusing him will just annoy the son of the malicious spirit. Don't look at him, it would be awkward if he wants to join the team. Ahem, our team isn't recruiting anyone for now. A chubby boy shouted loudly to the side, his voice so loud that he was afraid Wang Beixiao wouldn't hear. Some people also silently turned away, their eyes wandering everywhere, but not looking in his direction. Wang Beixiao chuckled, knowing full well these people's little thoughts. They were afraid of being entangled by him. Fortunately, he was already used to it. Carrying the title of the son of a malicious spirit, since childhood, few classmates were willing to interact with him. Glancing around, he couldn't find Shui Xian and instantly lost interest. From what he knew of that person, Shui Xian loved to show off and would never stay on the second floor to compete for grade savage beasts intercourse with a bunch of insignificant others. Most likely, he had already ascended to the 3rd level. He immediately stepped away. Classmate, want to team up? Just a few steps out, a voice suddenly emerged from behind, clear and slightly trembling. It was a short girl wearing a baseball cap, dressed in the gray uniform of a vocational school, gripping an aluminum baseball bat in her hand. Like Wang Beixiao, she had no one around her. People around pointed at her or covered their mouths to stifle laughter, all because she was wearing a vocational school uniform. Regular high schools taught knowledge about savage beasts and conventional combat training. Vocational schools, on the other hand, mostly had students with no potential for awakening, so their courses were genuine survival skills, such as cooking, pharmacy, and forging. This was probably the reason others were unwilling to team up with her. The girl had evidently faced many rejections. Her small face flushed, her hat brim pulled low, timidly looking at Wang Beixiao. Wang, classmate, how about we team up? I have abilities. I have no divine seals or abilities, am a burden. Wang Beixiao rolled his eyes. He had no time to waste here. Finding Shui Xian was the priority. He initially thought she would retreat after hearing this, but unexpectedly the girl's eyes brightened. That's okay, I don't have a divine seal either. That's why she sought Wang Beixiao. Both were outcasts, rejected by others, perhaps sympathizing with each other's plight, wanting to band together for warmth. What do you want? I want to go to university. The teacher said. Having teammates inside the tower can increase survival chances. If I get injured, you just need to get me out of the tower. You can take half of the inner core. As she mentioned that no one wanted to team up with her, she lowered her head, gently kicking the stones at her feet with her shoe tip. Wang Beixiao was all too familiar with this feeling, or rather he was currently experiencing it. The girl was worried that if she got injured, she might not be able to leave the tower, which was why she wanted to pull him in. I want to go to university. Oh, I want to become stronger. The girl secretly glanced at him, then quickly looked away. Reaching 10 inner cores will meet the admission threshold. You don't need to fight, just take me out if I get injured, okay? A waist pairing with a waist, a perfect match. Laughter erupted from the crowd. One has SS grade talent, and the other has an ability within the top 200. Too bad one can't use abilities, and the other has grade talent. Complimentary, haha. The girl bit her lip, her fingers gripping the baseball bat, turning white, too afraid to raise her head to meet the mocking gazes of others. Wang Beixiao remained silent. Is that not acceptable? After a long silence, the girl seemed to realize she was again putting her warm face against a cold butt. She cautiously bowed deeply, still timidly, saying, I'm sorry for wasting your time, Wang classmate. Watch out. Suddenly a scream erupted not far ahead. A snow worm was crazily chasing a boy toward. That worm was at least 3 meters long, its mouth opened, revealing a multitude of barbs. The crowd that was forming teams erupted in chaos, scattering in all directions. No one thought to help. This is human nature, no one would risk themselves for a stranger. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Damn it. The boy cursed while running, wishing he had more legs. Seeing Wang Beixiao and the girl blocking the exit, he shoved the girl aside, without thinking, pushing Wang Beixiao as well, and dove into the stairwell behind the door. The girl fell into the snow, her baseball cap flying off, revealing a somewhat cute face. The snow worm lost its target and instantly turned its gaze towards the nearest prey. Wang Beixiao. The snow exploded, the 3-meter-long worm soaring high, its massive mouth rushing straight for his head. The girl lay on the ground, her face pale, shouting, get down. Outside on the big screen, the shadow of the snow worm loomed over Wang Beixiao entirely. I said the second floor is dangerous. Shui's father raised his teacup. Xianshou had a look of I knew it, and coldly smiled profoundly. The leaders of the education department all revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Only Chu Kuangren, smoking a cigarette, did not even lift his eyelids. Inside the tower, the snow worm's mouth was less than half a meter from Wang Beixiao's head, the stench wafting towards him. The surrounding classmates had already run far away, with no one planning to step forward to help. Seeing him about to lose his life on the spot, Wang Beixiao's gaze suddenly sharpened. He silently recited beast transformation. The divine seal shone from his brow, radiating golden light. Boom. His right arm exploded, black hair bursting forth from beneath his skin, spreading to cover his entire arm. The knuckles of his 5 fingers swelled, 3-inch-long black claws sprouting from his fingertips, muscle fibers bulging layer by layer, his entire right arm swelling to twice its original size. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The audience who originally thought Wang Beixiao was doomed found themselves frozen in place. They saw him casually swat with a hand, as if swatting a mosquito. The 3-meter-long worm exploded midair, green ichor splattering for over 10 meters. A thumb-sized inner core bounced out from the chunks of flesh, rolling several times in the snow before stopping in front of the girl. The entrance to the entire second floor was silent as a grave. Am I seeing things? Damn it, did he just shatter a wasteland beast with a single slap? This strength. Surely even a second-tier awakened couldn't muster such power. But he has no divine mark at all. Inside the second tier the atmosphere grew suffocating, oppressive dread settling like lead upon every heart. And Frank Wasteland Beast, so formidable that only coordinated teams could barely slay it, had just been crushed into pulp by one slap. Is this creature even human? Outside the arena, Mr. Shui dropped his teacup onto the floor, jaw agape, as icy fear surged through him. He suddenly recalled, if Shui Xian took such a blow, what would remain? Xian Shou stared incredulously at the giant screen, frozen for over 10 seconds. His face flushed from pallor to crimson, then darkened into ashen fury. This is a direct slap in the face of the Divine Hall. He had already declared Wang Beixiao utterly incapable of awakening. Yet here he was reducing a wasteland beast to viscous ruin with one strike. What then did his earlier judgment amount to? Yet the most stunned were the fangs of the demon. Old Chu's pupils contracted sharply, breath ragged. He leaned close to the guildmaster's ear and whispered, "You gave him a red mark, didn't you?" The mark blazing on Wang Beixiao's forehead moments ago was golden. Fewer than 100 golden divine marks existed across the entire world. Their emergence invariably ignited cataclysmic upheaval. The guildmaster remained silent, so deep in thought that the cigarette burned down to his fingertip unnoticed. After a long, heavy pause, he murmured softly, "That little scoundrel has encountered something extraordinary." Otherwise, there was no conceivable explanation for how he'd acquired a golden divine mark. This single golden mark could buy the lives of our entire guild. Lao Feng gripped his companion's hand so tightly, she winced in pain before he finally released her. "We must speak with him the moment he emerges. Could there be a master behind the boy?" Preposterous. A cultivator powerful enough to bestow a golden divine mark. Even the divine seats of the Divine Hall wouldn't be so generous. That's not the crux. The guildmaster paused thoughtfully, gaze shifting toward the dazed Xian Shou. That old man has surely noticed it already. Notice what? Xiao Zhao's mark. It's the 3-corp seal. What is the 3-corp seal? Curious voices gathered closer. None had ever heard the term before. The guildmaster cleared his throat, leaned back slightly, and lowered his voice. I learned of it only once, when I witnessed the divine seat of the Divine Hall unleashing its power. The 3-corps concept originates from an ancient Taoist lineage. The upper corpse Peng Zhu, middle corpse Peng Zhi, and lower corpse Peng Jiao. Ordinarily, the first divine seal manifests upon the chest, but certain rare individuals awaken their seals at the 3-corpse positions. The upper corpse seal appears at the brow center, the middle at the abdomen, the lower at the soles of the feet. The divine seat once said, most cultivators can harness no more than 50% of their divine mark's potential, but those bearing the 3-corpse seals can exceed 200%. Silence. An unbearable stillness blanketed the entire arena. All fell mute beneath Wang Beixiao's single thunderous slap. Cheering. These were parents, terrified their children might provoke this terrifying force. Inside, the second-tier students, locked mid-combat, stood frozen in place. In that instant, Wang Beixiao was no longer the talentless outcast they'd mocked, but a true, awe-inspiring powerhouse. Their glances shifted, from mockery to envy, sycophancy, obsequiousness, and raw fear. Those who'd whispered scorn now bowed their heads, trembling at the prospect of retribution. Those who'd never mocked him now gleamed with ambition. To ally with such a titan, wouldn't fortune soar overnight? 10 spirit cores, a mere handful of slaps away. If he brought her to Tier 3, admission to any second-tier university would be assured. Reach Tier 4, and an acceptance letter from a top-tier university would arrive the next morning. The grand contest held an unspoken hierarchy, penetrating Tier 3 marked excellence, conquering Tier 4 signaled elite mastery, breaching Tier 5, and slaying a wasteland beast crowned one a peerless prodigy. Beyond that lay realms beyond humanity. In centuries since the cataclysm, only 7 souls had ever breached Tier 9, each a sovereign lord among humankind's greatest titans. W1 classmate, shall we form a team? I possess rank aptitude, my ability sequence approaches 1000, and I bear a defensive divine mark. I'll shield you. Wang classmate, please take me along. We're alumni of No. Too high. Brother Wang. Brother Xiao. Please carry me too. Brother Xiao, I'm a healing type awakened. You'll have unparalleled safety with me. How much healing can you even do? Brother Xiao, take me instead. I tank and heal. A collective gasp. Then the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, sealing Wang Beixiao within an impenetrable ring. Boys strained to display their divine marks and abilities, girls pressed close, some leaning against him, others offering coy glances, or worse, reaching out with bare hands. Only the girl who'd sat motionless on the snow earlier stood apart, gazing blankly at Wang Beixiao, encircled by adulation, her chest tightening, suddenly ashamed of her own naivety. Such overwhelming power. No wonder he'd dismissed her invitation without a second glance. She'd invited Wang Beixiao precisely because she believed he was the only one who wouldn't refuse her, never imagining. Hey, lowhead. She'd invited Wang Beixiao precisely because she believed he was the only one who wouldn't refuse her, never imagining. Hey. After taking only a few steps, Wang Beixiao's low, resonant voice cut through the air. Huh. She turned, bewildered eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Amidst the throng of sycophants, Wang Beixiao impatiently shoved them aside, expression unreadable, and beckoned her forward with a curt gesture. Let's go, junior teammate. What? She blinked, utterly baffled. Wow, what? Others cried out in disbelief. Wang Beixiao had chosen a vocational school teammate, without a divine mark. Brother Wang Beixiao, how am I any less worthy than her? Several girls pouted pitifully. His contemptuous glare silenced them, as a healing type awakened. You haven't even reached a cup. How dare you call yourself a healer? Get breast augmentation surgery first, then come beg me. Ignoring the envious, jealous stares, he strode straight to her side, and extended his hand. I'm Wang Beixiao, offensive type awakened. I'm Yin. Sha. I'm also offensive type. She nervously smoothed her wind-tousled hair, cheeks flushing pink. You're really forming a team with me? Didn't you invite me? Wang Beixiao gazed calmly toward the Tier 3 gate. I'm going to kill someone, and push higher. If you're not afraid to die, follow. Without waiting for her reply, he turned and marched up the mountain path. She stared, eyes wide and guileless, watching his broad, retreating silhouette, then burst into delighted laughter, as if she'd just won 5 million coins. I'm not afraid. Here, your spirit core. She sprinted forward, cradling the fallen core in both hands, then trailed obediently behind him like a devoted acolyte. Mine is with Shui Xin. Wang Beixiao shoved one hand into his pocket, arrogantly swatting aside another snow worm with a single palm strike. No need to collect such trash. Okay. She nodded vigorously. Then the moment Wang Beixiao glanced away, darted forward like a startled rabbit, snatched the core, and resumed walking beside him, feigning nonchalance. Yin Sha pressed her flat chest timidly. I perform arts, not bodies. I'm not that kind of man, but frankly you're utterly Yin Sha pressed her flat chest timidly. I perform arts, not bodies. I'm not that kind of man, but frankly you're utterly unsuited for it. Save your energy. Wang Beixiao's face darkened. I can't even tell front from back when you stand sideways. I suspect you're insulting me. He himself didn't know why on impulse he'd taken her along. Outside the arena, the guild master wore an inscrutable smile. Has the boy changed? Didn't strangle the ones pestering him? Ho Pippi smirked at Xiao Mac. Xiao Zhao's in love. Nonsense. He's simply never been chosen at school. The other replied, piercing truth with a single sentence. From childhood onward, everyone avoided him. And thus his heart grew colder, harder, more withdrawn. Yet beneath it all he remained a child, yearning for friendship, craving unwavering support. This girl was the first to face him without fear, and choose him resolutely. He didn't choose her, he chose the boy he once was. The guild master sighed deeply. We've overlooked Xiao Zhao's growth. Yin Sha. Ability sequence 195, possession, talent grade D. A vocational high school graduate, 17 years old, of unknown family background. Lao Fong Smoking had borrowed the dossier from a senior official of the education department and handed it to the chairman. What a high sequence. Even the chairman could not help but sigh. This competition has yielded many talents. There are 27,000 ability sequences across the world. The top 500 count as top tier. Yin Shasha's sequence at 195 nearly rivals the chairman's own ranking. Only the grade talent was somewhat regrettable. Talent determines the ceiling. With a poor gift, one may be stuck at the first seal for life, no matter how strong the ability, it will avail little. That girl and Shower are damned well matched, one with an SSS talent, the other with a leading sequence. The bald man laughed with interest. One cannot activate her ability, the other's talent is too weak. Possession, I recall that ability last surfaced a century ago. The chairman lightly stroked the finger ring in his hand. It possesses uncanny ghost-like powers. The third level. Unlike the icy wastes of the second level, this was a barren expanse of red earth, so hot that the ground itself smoked. In the distance, a volcanic lake boiled steam, forever rising. A single slip into it would boil a person alive. At the lakeshore, 4 figures were besieging a 3-meter-long wild beast. The creature resembled a centipede clad in hard carapace, dozens of segmented limbs as sharp as blades, yet it bore the head of a spirit monkey. It bared its teeth and alternately spewed jets of flame and crystalline ice. Its flames could vitrify the earth, its ice crystals struck shields and froze half an inch thick. The two diametrically opposed attacks switched without pattern, making it exceedingly troublesome to deal with. This is a dual-type grade superior, the Ice Fire Wuho. Its weakness lies at the 7th segment of the lower abdomen. Shui Exine stood at the outer ring, his eyes glowing a faint, eerie green. When his nightmare, I activated, his pupils narrowed into vertical slits like a reptile's. His sight pierced the flames, and ice mist locking onto the thinnest point of the beast's abdominal shell. Sui, your attack cadence is too fast. Slow down. After it breathes fire 3 times, there is a half-second interval as it switches systems. Hit in that window. The sword-bearing youth obeyed, withdrawing half a step. He wore the Yizhong uniform. His swordplay was crisp, wrapped in a faint blue aura each cut, leaving a white mark across the beast's shell. Ding Jian, find a way to flip it over. The burly Sanzhong boy bearing the shield grunted in reply. As the beast's attention was drawn to the shield, an archer at the rear loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession. The shafts pinned precisely into the centipede's joints, forcing it to twist and dodge. At the instant it twisted, Su Yi's sword arrived. A cutting sound. The blade's tip struck dead center at the 7th segment of the lower abdomen. The beast emitted a piercing hiss. Its body bucked, then slammed down with a heavy thud, limbs convulsing in a frenzy. The monkey face changed from feral rage to stark terror. Shui Xian had not lifted a hand. He didn't even carry a weapon, standing outside the ring with his hands in his pockets like a spectator. It's over. No sooner had he spoken than Su Yi's blade had pierced through the belly, an inner core larger than those found on the 2nd level tumbled to the ground. Clean and efficient. Not even 2 minutes had passed. Outside the arena, the school representatives on the dais set down their teacups. This Shui Xian, has he never received formal command training? The Empire Military Academy delegate seated center leaned forward and circled Shui Xian's dossier with his pen. A grade potential. Nightmare Eye combined with the Night Eye Seal grants both reconnaissance and command capabilities. The representative beside him murmured agreement. The key is his calmness at such a young age. His command is apt. With someone like him on the field, he could command at least 1,000-man unit. Xianshou set down his teacup, a trace of pride in his clouded old eyes. The Night Eye Seal I paired with him can slow an opponent's movements by several times. Whether in close quarters or in command, it allows preemptive judgment. Paired with the Nightmare Eye's illusionary effects, this child is fit to walk the path of a high-tier tactician. A school representative nodded. Naturally. Xianshou smiled faintly, his gaze casually sweeping toward a Guizhia. To nurture talent requires resources and vision, not brute force. Everyone present knew exactly whom those words were aimed at. The chairman smoked on, making no reply. His attention remained fixed on the big screen. The broadcast cut between the 3rd and 2nd levels. Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha had already arrived at the entrance to the 3rd level. Chairman, is shower all right over there? Old Chu lowered his voice. The bugs on level 2 are barely enough to fill his teeth. I'm not talking about the... Old Chu, flicking his cigarette, nodded toward Shui Xian's feet. Shui Xian's 4 teammates. Su Yi is Yizhong's top ace this year. Ding Jian is Sanzhong's defensive seed. The archer is Chengyu, ranked 1st at Wuzhou. Counting Shui Xian himself, that's 4 grade talents, and every one of them bears a divine seal. Shower, by contrast, has only himself plus a vocational school girl with a grade talent. No healer, no dedicated defense. Their setup was nearly flawless. Ding Jian absorbed the hits. Su Yi delivered the heavy strikes the archer suppressed, and Shui Xian commanded from the center. If they had even one healer awakened, that team could certainly push to the 4th level. What is there to fear? The bald man smacked the armrest impatiently and brandished his butcher's cleaver. A single force can overcome 10 techniques. Shower has been trained by us in solo combat since childhood. The boast sounded bold, but was born of helplessness. Wang Beixiao had been treated as a monster since he was small. Even in practice classes, no one wished to team with him. It wasn't that he didn't need teammates. He simply had none. Even with a group, he wouldn't coordinate. Lao Fong shrugged, feigning ease. Shower has always trained alone. He never received team training. The chairman exhaled slowly and crushed the cigarette, but with a hand full of unspoken weight. 3rd level. Shui Xian's ad hoc squad had already coalesced around him as its center. Though Shui Xian had not directly engaged his Night Eye, it revealed the beast's weak points, dispatching them, thus yielded results far greater than effort expended. With the Shintang steward backing them, the others tacitly accepted his role as captain. This inner core. Ding Jian takes it first. They crowded around the carcass, eyes glittering at the sight of the inner core. Yet no one moved. By custom, the captain claims the first spoils. Unexpectedly, Shui Xian waved magnanimously. Xiao Jian, as the primary shield, you take the greatest risk. I propose this inner core go to you first. Brother Shui. Ding Jian's eyes trembled in disbelief. Let's hunt a few more to hone our coordination, then we'll go to the 4th level. My Night Eye is enough for us to make a bid for the 5th level. At that declaration, everyone straightened. If they could reach the 5th level, any school in the nation would be within their choice. Before meeting Shui Xian, they hadn't dared to dream such things. They had not expected him not only to lead them toward the 5th level, but to be so generous. The handful of inexperienced students were instantly won over by Shui Xian's charisma. Ding Jian picked up the inner core and patted his great shield gratefully. Brother Shui, no more words. You are righteous. I Ding Jian will follow you. Indeed, without Naitai's direction we would not have fought so easily. Brother Shui does not claim the credit. I Su Yi salute you. I will follow Brother Shui too. Haha, you flatter me. A hero needs companions. Without you I could not reach the 5th level either. Let us join forces and strive for a bright future together, shall we? Agreed. The youths exchanged smiles, privately grateful for such a good captain. However, Shui Xian's tone shifted and a shadow crossed his face. I have enemies in the tower. If one of them catches up to me, it will upset our plans. Therefore, we must speed up. Isn't it only Wang Beixiao? Others fear Gui Jia. I am not. Ding Jian tilted his chin in arrogant defiance. I am straightforward. If Wang Beixiao dares to harm you, he will have to answer to the shield in my hand. I figure he's probably dead on level 2, worthless without a divine seal. Su Yi casually wiped his long sword and smiled. If he dares lay a hand on you, I will kill him. Shui Xian's night eye and his command ability were the key to their push for the 5th level. If Wang Beixiao killed Shui Xian, he would sever their future. They exchanged silent looks and by tacit agreement resolved to stand with Shui Xian on the same line. The 3-layer stone door slowly creaked open. Wang Beixiao with one hand in his pocket and a ram's horn hammer at his waist squinted as he poked his head out. In the distance a corpse of a savage beast lay silently with no trace of any students around. Someone has actually made it to the 3rd layer. Wow! Yin Shasha exclaimed, holding a baseball bat, her mouth agape. That's amazing, it's an ice fire monkey. What? This is an ice fire monkey, a dual attribute savage beast, high quality. Great. Didn't your school teach you about it? Huh? The girl asked, bewildered. The other person stiffened, awkwardly turning away without responding. He had skipped classes during his school days, only sleeping, and had never studied the knowledge of savage beasts seriously. Above this is the grade savage beast. The teacher said that only a 2nd imprint awakened person can challenge it. How about we refine inner pills here? Looking at the great door at the end of the lake, concern reflected in the girl's eyes. Shui Xian should have already gone to the 4th layer. Wang Beixiao's gaze locked onto the wide-open door, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The little rascal is quite fast. Do you really have to kill him? She didn't understand the depth of the hatred between them, but Wang Beixiao was determined to eliminate the opponent. It's necessary. I want to sleep soundly. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, just afraid of thieves scheming. If he doesn't die, I can't sleep. With that he ignored the girl and strode towards the door to the 4th layer. As he passed by the enormous corpse of the savage beast by the lake, he suddenly paused, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes before he left without looking back. Yin Shasa's cute nose wrinkled slightly. Although she was scared, she mustered her courage and hurriedly followed with the baseball bat, until their figures completely disappeared into the 4th layer. Splash! The already lifeless corpse suddenly twitched. A sneaky head peeked out from within, covered in sticky liquid. It was Shui Xian. Meanwhile, behind a mound of dirt in the distance, the figures of Su Yi and Ding Jian slowly appeared. With admiration in their eyes, they quickly approached and dragged Shui Xian out. Brother Shui, brilliant strategy. How did you know Wang Beixiao was coming? After killing the first savage beast, Shui Xian suddenly ordered everyone to hide. Although Su Yi and the others were unclear about the situation, they executed the order out of trust in him. Unexpectedly, just as they had concealed themselves, Wang Beixiao appeared. This unpredictable maneuver further deepened their respect for Shui Xian. Brother Shui, just now I was confident I could shoot him dead with one arrow. Cheng Yu raised her longbow with dissatisfaction. If you had ordered it, he wouldn't last 3 seconds. Exactly, Brother Shui, with just us. Are we afraid of a Wang Beixiao? Shui Xian didn't respond, his gaze deeply fixated on the door to the 4th layer, discreetly placing a phone with the divine Hall's totem print into his pocket. The phone screen displayed a text message: Wang Beixiao has arrived, avoid him. His strength is close to the 2nd imprint, do not confront. It's important to know that there is no signal inside the beast subduing tower. This phone from the divine hall is clearly a violation. Brother Shui, what do we do now? The others are already looking to Brother Shui for guidance. As long as he can take them to the 5th layer, what's the harm in fighting Wang Beixiao? After a moment of contemplation, he smirked mischievously. Let's follow him, and let Wang Beixiao scout the path for us. His strength can only reach the 3rd layer. He will undoubtedly die when he goes up to the 4th. Just right, we can observe the weaknesses of the savage beasts in the shadows, and if necessary, give him a little surprise. When Wang Beixiao is caught in a fierce battle with the savage beasts, we'll strike him down decisively. Just thinking about the unwilling expression on Wang Beixiao's face at that moment makes me want to laugh. Hee, Brother Shui, what a clever plan. So cunning, but I like it. The group reached a consensus and quickly walked towards the 4th layer. Outside, the president watched with interest as Xian Shou, until the latter became restless under his gaze, awkwardly spoke to be able to sense the impending crisis in advance. Shui Zhen's crisis awareness is indeed remarkable. Be careful of your phone bill. Chu Kuangren nodded with a smile that was not quite a smile. What do you mean? The latter's expression turned cold. What do you think? Ahem. Shui Xin is indeed clever and does not rely on brute force to fight. This is indeed rare compared to Wang Beixiao, who relies solely on sheer recklessness. A representative from the university coughed lightly, ending the confrontation between the two. Humph. We shall see. The president smiled confidently. Fourth layer. The environment changed again. An ancient forest. The air was hot and humid. The treetops obscured most of the light, with only sporadic beams piercing through the gaps, casting light upon the decaying leaves. A dull crashing sound and deafening roars echoed from afar. As Shui Xian and the three others crouched and entered the fourth layer, the vertical pupils in his eyes emitted a ghostly green light. The nightmare eye operated at full force, slowing down the surrounding scenes several times for examination. Through the layers of branches and leaves in a clearing in the distance, a nearly 10-meter-tall gray-backed giant ape was beating its chest, each strike sounding like a drum, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. A great savage beast, mountain splitter ape. A twitch appeared at the corners of several mouths, revealing their apprehension. The giant ape had a piece of blood-stained black cloth hanging from its mouth, roaring hysterically. On the edge of the clearing, a small figure sat slumped on the ground. It was Yin Shasha. She curled up with the baseball bat, trembling like a sieve, her face streaked with tears and her lips pale. Shui Xin scanned the area. Wang Beixiao was nowhere to be found. Wang Beixiao, was he eaten? Ding Jian swallowed hard, his voice tense. Look! Su Yi pointed excitedly at the giant ape. On the giant ape's teeth hung a piece of bloodied clothing. A black sweatshirt. It was the same as the one Wang Beixiao was wearing. Cheng Ye's hand holding the arrow trembled, and trying to appear calm, she whispered, a great savage beast. He doesn't have the divine imprint. Isn't it suicidal to withstand that? Wang Beixiao overestimated himself by challenging a great savage beast. He deserves to die. Shui Xin said expressionlessly, but inside, he was already bursting with joy. It's just a pity. He didn't get to see the other party being crushed. He scanned the towering trees around. The nightmare eye had not captured any signs of life. Within a 50-meter radius, only Yin Shasha was present. After confirming multiple times that Wang Beixiao was indeed not around, he suppressed his joy and quickly walked up to the girl. What happened? Wang Beixiao. He was eaten. Yin Shasha trembled like a sieve, her small face pale, her voice quivering. He rushed up to hit that giant monkey. Then, sob. She buried her head in her knees, her shoulders shaking, golden tears falling onto the ground. Sob. I want to go home, I'm scared. A flash of impatience crossed Shui Xian's heart. Fearing to alarm the giant ape, his fingers unconsciously brushed against the hilt of the short knife at his waist. But the action quickly stopped. There must be cameras overhead, the whole city was watching. Wang Beixiao died. Oh, would he kill a defenseless girl from the vocational school? Such news would be detrimental to his reputation. With that thought, he immediately released his grip on the knife, his voice softening a bit. It's all right, you must have been taken here by Wang Beixiao, right? Let's leave the tower now. Dead people have their debts erased. Oh, I won't make things difficult for you. With that, he stood up graciously and gestured for her to leave. Brother Shui, what a noble character. Ding Jian gave a thumbs up. I wouldn't be able to be this magnanimous. Su Yi clasped his fists. Cheng Yu said nothing, but had a bit more respect in her gaze. Yin Shasha was still crying with her head down, ignoring the words of the others. Shui Xian slightly raised his head, his peripheral vision sweeping through the gaps in the treetops. He thought there must be cameras filming. So he crouched down, feigning righteousness, and said with a smile, then wait here. I'll finish off this savage beast and personally escort you out. He had already envisioned the praise he would receive outside, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Outside the arena, the podium was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Xian Shou's expression was incredibly vivid, with a stiff smile on his face and his eyelids twitching. The representatives from the universities beside him exchanged glances, their expressions complex. The people inside the tower were unaware, but the large screen outside clearly recorded everything. After entering the fourth floor, Wang Beixiao said a couple of words to Yin Shasha. Then he briefly exchanged moves with the Liaison Yuan, casually tossing the blood-stained clothing near the giant ape's mouth as he dove into the depths of the forest. At this moment, Wang Beixiao was crouched on a thick branch of an ancient tree 50 meters away, playing with a ram's horn hammer, looking down at Shui Xian, who was comforting Yin Shasha. The expression was like watching a monkey show. This kid, the university representative sitting at the end, was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Counter-surveillance feigned death to escape, using a weaker teammate as bait to distract the enemy. She closed the document in her hands and tucked a stray hair behind her ear, saying, a 17-year-old kid, when did he learn counter-tracking tactics? Just some wild skills honed in the tooth of the evil ghost since childhood. An upper-level official from the education department chuckled. She didn't respond, her gaze carrying significant meaning. Wild skills. Shui Xian, who had undergone formal command training, didn't even realize it was wild skills. When do you think he noticed Shui Xian was tracking him? As her words fell, the entire place fell silent. Wang Beixiao visibly paused for a second in front of the ice fire Wukong's corpse. This meant he had already discovered Shui Xian at that time. But he chose not to act. This level of cunning and calculation surpassed even Shui Xian. Xian Shou was sweating profusely, his hand already reaching for the phone in his pocket. Wang Beixiao clearly intended to launch a sneak attack while both sides were engaged in battle. He was about to unlock the screen when suddenly whoosh. The president stood up abruptly, his eyes flashing with fierce intent. More than 40 members of the Tooth of the Evil Ghost stepped forward in unison. A chilling aura swept in. If you think your four seals can match me, go ahead and send a message. The president's voice was not loud, even a bit lazy. Whichever finger sends the message, I'll chop off that finger. Xian Shou's hand froze in his pocket. If my child is killed in the tower, the president exhaled a puff of smoke, sarcastically smiling, then everyone present today will have to stay back to accompany him to the grave. The Tooth of the Evil Ghost doesn't know how to weigh pros and cons, Lao Chu said, with a smile patting his amputated leg. That little brat has called me uncle for over a decade. If he dies, they'll pull half the city to serve as his coffin. Like to play dirty? Then play with us. Lao Fong said with a cheeky grin, his face suddenly flashing with murderous intent. If the news goes out today, it will mean war. I guarantee you won't walk out of this venue. Even if the Divine Hall comes, it won't help. That's what I said. Aunt Yes' palm trembled, and a long sword slipped from her sleeve. If you don't believe it, call for reinforcements right now. The Tooth of the Evil Ghost can't defeat the Divine Hall, but killing you in front of the Divine Hall's iron hooves is enough. My child, the president flicked away the ash, walked up to Xian Shou with his hands in his pockets, and whispered with a smile, he can lose, but he cannot die. Otherwise, he'll do nothing in the future but fight the Divine Hall to the death. You threatening me? Xian Shou's hand gripping the phone finally slowly relaxed. The Divine Hall wasn't afraid of these brutes, but he was scared. Bang! The president's expression suddenly changed as he ruthlessly struck out. His large hand grasped half of Xian Shou's face, smashing the long table beside them. The terrifying power of the 5 seals erupted completely. The collar of his clothing billowed without wind, and a killing aura soared into the sky. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? No one expected the Tooth of the Evil Ghost to dare to act against the Divine Hall. The president tightened his grip on the other's cheek, bending down slowly to get close to Xian Shou's face, grinning viciously. My child, whoever touches him will die. Even if the divine seat comes, I would dare to draw my blade against him. Do you understand? Xian Shou tried to get up several times, but was firmly suppressed by the other. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be the most promising genius of the Judgment Institute. Even without a red divine seal, Chu Kuangren could still crush him with one hand. Speak. Bang. The president's right arm suddenly exerted force, smashing Xian Shou's head straight into the floor. Have you gone mute? The latter's face turned pale, gritting his teeth as he whispered, I understand. Now. Inside the Iron Tower, the battle had already entered a heated stage. Shui Xian no longer observed coldly from the sidelines, and took the initiative to start the fight. His toes tapped thrice on the rugged tree roots, and he shot out like a spirit snake, swiftly darting past the giant ape's flank, his short blade sparking against the armor. Do you have martial skills and footwork? Su Yi was stunned. My brother exchanged points for it in the Divine Hall. It's barely usable. Shui Xian landed, smiling humbly, but the pride in his eyes could not be concealed. Wang Beixiao was dead, and the heaviest stone on his heart had been lifted. He had never felt this unburdened. Every strike of his blade now carried a hint of performance. The camera outside also cleverly followed him. Sui attack its left flank. Ding Jian hold the front, and he'll circle around. The commands were precise, and the roles were clearly defined. Shuizin's footwork was indeed remarkable, changing direction every 3 steps, and stopping sharply every 5. Coupled with the night eye slowing the giant ape's movements by several times, his attacks were filled with artistry. He always found the perfect moment to strike, rushing in for a slash before gracefully retreating. Ding Jian braced his shield to absorb the giant ape's punches, his feet sinking half an inch into the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yi pressed in closely, stabbing his long sword 7 times, each thrust hitting the spot Shui Xian pointed at. Cheng Yu released 3 arrows, simultaneously pinning them into the giant ape's shoulders. The giant ape was wounded and instantly erupted in rage, pounding the ground with its fists, each blow creating half-meter deep craters. Yet Shui Xian remained composed, avoiding direct confrontation with the wild beast. He always struck from the safest position, minimizing consumption while maximizing effect. 10 minutes passed, and the giant ape bore several more wounds. 15 minutes. Ding Jian's shield showed cracks. Su Yi was beginning to pant heavily, and Cheng Ye's quiver only had the last 5 arrows left. Yet Shuizin's breathing remained steady, even taking the time to tidy up his windblown bangs. 20 minutes. Ding Jian's legs trembled. Su Yi's sword speed was noticeably slower, and Sheng Yu had already begun to retrieve the arrows stuck in the giant ape. Shui Zhen's lips curled into a smile. He was waiting for this moment. Everyone's stamina was exhausted, and he would deliver the final blow. At that time the whole city would see only him, Shui Xian, delivering a fatal strike, turning the tide at a crucial moment. What a beautiful story. The inner Dan was secondary, fame was the greatest trophy. Because what the Divine Hall valued most was reputation. Hold on. Seeing everyone trapped in a fierce battle, Shui Xian hurriedly reassured them, his tone as gentle as an elder's. It can't hold on much longer. Roar. Indeed, as he had expected. The giant ape suddenly howled skyward, raising its arms high, and the action of pounding its chest abruptly halted. The ground began to tremble. Rubble flew up from the ground, floating in the air. Some as large as fists, others as small as marbles, densely hanging around the giant ape. Be careful. It's about to unleash its ultimate skill. Wrath of the earth, don't touch the ground. Shui Xian immediately took to the air, his feet landing on a tree branch. Bang! The giant ape slammed down its arms. The ground exploded. The shockwave spread in a circular motion. Ding Jian, who was directly in front, was knocked to his knees along with his shield, his palms ruptured, blood flowing down the shield's handle. Su Yi tried to step forward, but was also knocked down to half kneeling. Sheng Yu fared the worst. With a low growl, the giant ape launched the floating rubble like bullets. His legs were still on the ground, and there was no time to dodge. Dozens of stones pierced through his shoulders and thighs, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Only Shui Xian remained unharmed in the entire venue. He stood on the tree branch, a strange light shining on his face. Now that the giant ape was at its last gasp and his companions were severely injured, he had achieved his goal. Even if he couldn't reach the 5th floor, it didn't matter. He was destined to be the most dazzling star in this competition. The protagonist always makes the final appearance. Shui Xian smiled, gripping his short blade tightly, his body slightly bent. I'll assist you. Shui Xian leapt down, his night vision fully activated. Ni's vertical pupils reflected the colossal ape's entire network of meridians. With his left hand, he slowly swept his fingers across his field of vision. A surge of eerie sable light spilled from his night vision. In the moment the ape locked eyes with him, the black mist coiled inward, piercing its ocular sockets. Nightmare gaze, immobilized. Whoosh! The 10-meter behemoth froze midair, arms raised high, its pupils unfocused, an expression vacant, truly ensnared within the illusion. 3 seconds. A triumphant gleam flickered across Shui Zhen's face. Head gambled correctly. Instantly, he drew a short blade from his waistband. My ability can paralyze him for 3 seconds, enough? He then tapped his toes against the ape's spine, launching himself skyward, blade aimed precisely at the beast's nape, executing the motion with deliberate grace, as if performing before an audience of thousands. University representatives watched. Master Xian watched. Shui Xian felt enveloped in euphoria. This strike would crown him undisputed champion of this year's grand tournament. Just as victory seemed assured. VVVRRR. Na sudden shrill whistle cleaved the air. Na ram's horn mallet shot forth from the depths of the dense forest. Without warning, like a meteor erupting from oblivion, clang, the mallet struck the blade. Such overwhelming force shattered Shui Zhen's palm, sending his knife spiraling away. Without warning, like a meteor erupting from oblivion, clang, the mallet struck the blade. Such overwhelming force, Shui's father surged to his feet, crushing his teacup in his grip. Underhanded, Master Xian's pupils contracted violently. At the Demon Fong camp, over 40 men burst into raucous laughter. Old Chu clutched his cigarette, pounding his wheelchair, so hard it rang like a gong. Now that's my son. Every spectator knew Wang Beixiao would strike from ambush, yet none anticipated such flawless timing. Inside the tower, Shui Xian steadied himself, disbelief flooding his gaze as he turned toward the sound. From the treetops of the thicket, a bare-chested figure rose slowly into view. It was Wang Beixiao. One hand tucked casually into his pocket, a cigarette dangling from his lips, he surveyed the battlefield below with arrogant, almost disdainful eyes. How does it feel, having your swagger interrupted halfway? Like watching a film, when your mother walks in to check your homework. Shui Zhen's face flushed, alternately pale, his teeth ground together with a grating screech. He had never imagined Wang Beixiao still lived, and Yin Shasha had already vanished without a trace. Even a fool could see this was all a trap. Yet, when exactly had Wang Beixiao detected his pursuit? Impossible. Ni's plan shattered. Shui Zhen's face burned scarlet as he screamed hysterically. Don't tell me. Tell it. The other merely shrugged, indifferently, gesturing mockingly toward the ape. Roar. Boom. Time expired. The ape awoke from its trance, eyes blazing with unbridled fury. Illusions wield great power over humans, but against feral beasts whose intellect borders on none, such arts yield only fleeting control. Shaking free, the ape instantly fixated upon Shui Xian, nearest among its foes. Rank metallic stench assaulted his nostrils, its right fist wreathed in annihilating force slammed downward, compressing the air until it cracked like thunder. Brother Shui, evade. That's its innate technique, Ding Jian roared hoarsely. In but evasion, Shui Xian stood frozen. His earlier gamble had been desperate, sacrificing teammates to exhaust the ape, banking on a single decisive blow. And now failure loomed. And without backup, facing in frank feral beast alone meant certain grievous injury, if not death. And worse still, this ape had entered full berserk rage. Shui's father felt his blood turn to ice, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor. Needing that sliver of life or death clarity, Shui Zin's eyes flared with primal ferocity. And whirling around, he seized Su Yi, who had just risen from the ground, by the collar, dragging him mercilessly before himself. The sudden act stunned spectators both inside and outside the arena. Using a comrade as a human shield, such acts are easier committed than spoken of. And all eyes were upon him. A once word spread the divine hall would never accept a man who betrayed his own, and who thereafter would ever trust him. Had he done it in secret, Master Xian might have turned a blind eye, but now, in thud, in blood sprayed hot, and crimson drenching Shui Xian head to toe. Su's torso had been pulverized into pulp. Only a fragment remained clutched in Shui Zin's grip. And even in death his expression held raw disbelief. The humble, gentle, selfless captain had betrayed him. Wang, Bei Xiao. And simultaneously Shui Xian emitted a shriek of pure anguish. And he knew this blow hadn't shattered Su Yi. It had obliterated his future. And no academy would admit a student who sacrificed comrades. And not even guilds would welcome him. And the divine hall. They were zealots of moral purity. And such deeds might be whispered in shadows, but never performed beneath open skies. And for order endures and great powers guard their dignity. And Master Xian met Shui's father's hollow, despairing gaze, and then without a word swept his sleeve and strode away. And already humiliated by the guild master's effortless dominance, now witnessing Shui Zin's treachery, what face remained? Leaving already, as he passed the guild master, the latter paused, turning with a wry smile. And, want you, don't rejoice too soon. And Master Xian's voice dropped low, his aged skin creasing into grim lines. And, do you truly not know whose divine seal you've usurped? May fortune forsake you. In Wang Bei Xiao, you damned snake. In Shui Xin world. Only to find Ding Jian and Cheng Yu already 10 meters distant, eyes burning with wariness and fury. In had believed their alliance against Wang Bei Xiao invincible. And yet one mallet had shattered his facade entirely. And, did you detect me from the start? He couldn't fathom why Wang Bei Xiao had vanished, or when precisely had been discovered. Let me share a secret. After an ice-fire centipede dies, its corpse always lies inverted. In the centipede carcass, head seen lay face down. A detail known only to veteran beast hunters who spent lifetimes stalking feral beasts. And by ill chance, Demon Fong ranked among the finest. And Wang Bei Xiao had grown up within the guild, such lore had been bedtime tales to him. And so, you knew I hid beneath the corpse. Then why didn't you strike then? Shui Xian broke completely. And had he engaged Wang Bei Xiao on the 3rd floor, with 3 allies, had held at least a 70% chance of eliminating him. And he was reckless, hiding behind an earthen mound, his arrowhead peeked out. And Wang Bei Xiao pointed calmly toward Cheng Yu, speaking with disarming nonchalance. Yet the revelation detonated across the arena. None like the outer spectators, Wang Bei Xiao possessed no god's eye view, and yet had traversed the entire stretch without pause, glimpsing only fleetingly, and still discerned the ambush. What level of hypervigilance did that require? How can you be sure that it is me inside? Shui Xian questioned stubbornly while dodging the giant ape's attacks. He was unwilling to accept that Wang Bei Xiao had easily seen through his plan. I'm not sure, but our guild has taught me since childhood to treat all strangers as enemies when outside. Regardless of whether the body hides you or not, I must remain cautious. What normal student could endure the stench of a beast hidden in someone else's corpse? Isn't this like denying the evidence? If only you had stayed calm and entered 10 minutes later, I would have soloed the giant ape. Wang Bei Xiao helplessly spread his hands. Unfortunately, you're going to die. Ding Jian, Sheng, you help me kill him, and I will ensure you enter the divine hall. With no other options, Shui Xian had to pin all his hopes on his teammates. However, the recent scene had completely shattered his trust. How could the other two possibly risk their lives for someone like Ding Jian? Didn't think twice and immediately turned to head towards the 3rd floor. Bang! He threw the assigned inner Dan onto the ground with disdain, saying teaming up with you was the biggest mistake of my life. Sorry, I'd rather see you die here. Cheng Yu glanced at the disheveled Shui Xian and left without looking back. It's all your fault, you're the one who harmed me. Abandoned by his teammates, Shui Zin's first reaction was not self-reflection, but to blame Wang Bei Xiao for everything. If it hadn't been for his surprise attack, if he hadn't intervened, perhaps Shui Xian would have been the superstar of the After evading the giant ape's attack with his agility, Shui Xian, with bloodshot eyes, fixed his gaze on Wang Bei Xiao up in the tree, shouting furiously, "Dare you duel me? I dare not." The latter shook his head without hesitation. I have no abilities and no divine mark. I cannot match you. Damn it. The moment he spoke, Shui Xian became even more furious. If Wang Beixiao had defeated him he could have accepted it. However, this guy, despite being weaker, had managed to make him lose everyone's trust, which was truly infuriating. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. While speaking, Shui Xian retreated, searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted a pair of sneaky eyes behind the trunk. Yin Shasha, that defenseless girl. At this point, he couldn't care about morals. He rushed towards her direction. This sudden change took even Wang Beixiao by surprise, his face changing dramatically. Didn't I tell you to wait for me on the 3rd floor? I was worried about you. The latter timidly poked her head out from behind the tree. Get the hell out of the way. Seeing Shui Xian's claws reaching for the defenseless girl, Wang Beixiao couldn't think too much. He leaped down from the tree and sprinted towards Yin Shasha. Wang Beixiao, you've ruined my reputation. I won't let you off easily either. Driven mad by anger, Shui Xian yanked the girl from behind the tree and violently pushed her towards the roaring giant ape. He was convinced that Wang Beixiao wouldn't take the risk of being smashed by the giant ape to save her. He wanted to show everyone that human nature was selfish and that he couldn't be blamed. Faced with a fist larger than her head, Yin Shasha's face turned pale, frozen in place. The fierce gust from the punch blew her cap away, scattering her tied-up hair. Without a divine mark, there was no way she could survive this punch. Despicable. Too despicable. Is this the talent from your second school? Outside the arena, the audience from the first school and vocational school stood up and cursed angrily. Just moments ago, the second school's underclassmen had been proud. Now they were being scolded and couldn't lift their heads. Am I going to die? Yin Shasha stared blankly at the fist before her, tears uncontrollably welling. Shui Xian suddenly stopped laughing maniacally. Wang Beixiao, you're not better than me. Before his words finished, a figure rushed in front of Yin Shasha. It was Wang Beixiao, bare-chested, his muscles tensed, and his messy hair danced in the wind. Facing the giant ape, he did not retreat, but charged forward fiercely, swinging his right fist. Beast transformation. Boom. His right arm visibly sprouted black fur, becoming nearly the same size as the giant ape's arm. The two fists collided. Boom. The ground instantly collapsed. The massive shockwave sent Yin Shasha flying. Several large trees around were blown sideways by the force of the punch. Wang Beixiao's heels scraped along the ground, leaving a deep gouge over 10 meters long. Yet even so, he did not retreat an inch. That determined figure stood firmly in front of his companion. How is this possible? How could an awakener with 1 mark withstand a direct hit from an E-class beast? Even if he had a blue power-type divine mark, it shouldn't be possible. The crowd erupted. Students from various schools supporting Shui Xian quickly switched sides. Wang Beixiao's reckless punch pinned Shui Xian to the disgraced pillar of the second school. While some chose to confront the giant ape hidden for their teammates, others used their teammates as shields. This is the difference. Why? Both Shui Xian and Yin Shasha spoke simultaneously. One was shocked, the other was moved. The first rule of the Evil Ghost's Tooth Guild: any companion in danger must be saved regardless of life or death. Live or die together, without complaint or regret. Wang Beixiao faced the giant ape, his pants flapping in the wind. He gradually straightened his body, showing a strong and upright figure, unafraid, as he declared, those who betray the guild's rules shall die in agony. The Evil Ghost's Tooth will never abandon any companion. Come fight. Angered by Shui Xian's shamelessness, Wang Beixiao suddenly pointed at him, his eyes filled with arrogance as he shouted, you and the monkey come at me together, I'll crush you, heathen. Boom. The golden divine mark on his forehead shone like daylight. Divine, demon transformation, beast form, tiger. Roar. A tiger's roar soared into the sky. Accompanied by a murderous intent, leaves fell in droves, and even the giant ape's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Clap, clap. The sound of cracking bones echoed. Wang Beixiao's figure visibly enlarged. His body sprouted tiger stripes. The previous beast transformation was only partial this time, it was whole. In the blink of an eye, Wang Beixiao was covered in black and white tiger stripes with vertical pupils and fangs, a black tail swaying behind him. The pressure of the king of beasts spread outward. Wow. Outside the arena, the president Lao Chu Lao Fong and the butcher stood tall, their eyes filled with unparalleled pride. This is the son of the evil ghost. Although he had not yet received the guild tattoo, he had already been embedded with the soul of the guild in his bones. Any companion in danger must be saved regardless of life or death. Live or die together, without complaint or regret. The president slowly pounded his chest with one hand, his gaze fixed like a torch on the tall figure on the screen. Any companion in danger must be saved regardless of life or death. Live or die together, without complaint or regret. Over 40 members shouted in unison. This is their creed, the way to survive in this chaotic world. Without the warmth of their companions, how could they survive this turmoil? Perhaps this is why everyone fears them. The giant ape let out a deafening roar, raising its fists high as its innate skill activated once more. Wang Beixiao advanced instead of retreating, the sound of his tiger-like roar overshadowing the giant ape's bellow as his right fist struck out. Seizing this opportunity, Xue Xin employed the same tactic again, leaping onto a tree trunk to evade the tremors, then activating the nightmare eyes once more. Black smoke surged from his eyes, a sinister smirk curling his lips. Though my ability can only control wild beasts for 3 seconds against others of the same level, I can bring you to your demise. Wang Beixiao, you're dead. Xuezin's body shot forth like an arrow. Be careful, Yin Shasha exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Wang Beixiao was engaged in a fierce exchange with the giant ape, each blow landing with a resounding impact that left the onlookers in shock. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several punches, leaving a large dent in the giant ape's chest, while Wang Beixiao's lips were already stained with blood. Without any martial techniques or abilities, they relied solely on their physical strength to clash, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Meanwhile, Xue Xin seized the chance to enter the fray, thrusting his dagger towards Wang Beixiao's back, a cruel smile gracing his face. Wang Beixiao. If Wang Beixiao turned around, his nightmare eyes could pull him into an illusion. If he didn't, then Xue Xin would end him with the dagger. No matter how one looked at it, this was an inescapable death trap. Yin Shasha clumsily rose from the ground, never expecting that a temporary ally would risk everything to protect her. Tears welled in her eyes as she desperately cried out, "Sister, please save him." Wang Beixiao, you're finished. Xue Xin screamed frantically. In the next second, Wang Beixiao didn't even turn his head, countering with a punch. Before the punch landed, the wind from it already stung Xuezin's face. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as fist met dagger heated. What unfolded shocked everyone. The dagger shattered piece by piece, and Xue Xin was unable to evade in time, taking the full force of a punch, his body flying back over 10 meters before crashing into a large tree. Before he could utter a word, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with astonishment. He couldn't even withstand a single punch. The opponent didn't even glance back, exuding an air of contempt, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. Was this the strength and physical prowess expected of an awakened first imprint? In fact, even Wang Beixiao was taken aback by that punch. After embedding the divine imprint, this was his first time engaging fully in combat, and he had not anticipated Xue Xin being so fragile. What terrifying power! Is this the strength one can possess with a first imprint? Outside the arena, several representatives from various universities could no longer sit still, rising in excitement. They were determined to recruit this student. If only he learns a couple of martial techniques, reaching the 6th level would be within reach. If this kid joins my military academy, in less than 3 years I guarantee he will be invincible below the 3rd imprint. A man in uniform exclaimed, breathless with excitement. His current physical strength even exceeds the early stage of the 2nd imprint. In 3 years. If he comes to my Ocean God Academy, I'll have him fully blue in the 3rd imprint within a year. Nonsense. You are insulting talent. Such potential can only be fully unleashed by my Power God Academy. In the midst of their conversation, the university representatives were already at odds. Having just awakened, he could simultaneously contend with Xue Xin and the split mountain ape, willing to protect his teammates at all costs. His talent, strength, and mental acuity were all top tier. How could such a student not stir one's heart? The higher-ups from the education department looked ashen, unable to fathom the impact it would have on the educational community in Jiuzhong City if Wang Beixiao emerged alive. Those who targeted and mocked him would be held accountable. It should be understood that the official favoritism towards geniuses was apparent if the higher-ups learned that they had suppressed Wang Beixiao. Losing their positions would be the least of their worries. Wait a minute, although Shower has trained his physique with me for a few years, he definitely isn't this strong, the butcher said, suspiciously furrowing his brows. Is he using some banned substances? A first imprint awakener's normal physical strength is at most 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, but Wang Beixiao's physical strength certainly exceeds that of an ordinary person by more than 10 times. Divine imprint. The president took a deep breath of smoke and explained quietly, a golden divine imprint, and one that can unleash the divine imprint to its fullest potential through the 3 corpses aperture. How powerful is a golden divine imprint? With the enhancement of a golden divine imprint, the bearer can easily challenge opponents of higher levels. The further one goes, the more terrifying the increase in combat power. If combined with the 3 corpses aperture. Now Xiao has the strength to contend against the 2nd imprint. The president proudly lifted his head. As long as he wishes. In this grand competition, there aren't many students who can withstand a punch from him. Damn it, I should have taught him some martial techniques. Little Sparrow lamented, slapping his thigh. You stingy bunch. Martial techniques must match one's abilities. They can't be practiced haphazardly. The president rolled his eyes in exasperation. Inside the tower, Wang Beixiao fought fiercer and fiercer, his childhood experiences in the guild granting him an almost unbreakable will to fight. As the battle reached a stalemate, he seized the giant ape's immense body and hurled it towards the towering trees, resembling a bulldozer, as he crashed through a dozen large trees before finally coming to a stop. The already exhausted wild beast emitted a pained wail. On the other side, Xian was already terrified out of his wits. His illusion required close eye contact, but he truly feared receiving another punch. If he were to be struck again at this moment, he would be finished. In a moment of desperation, he turned his gaze towards this girl was clearly Wang Baixiu's Achilles heel, if he could capture her. Without time to think further, as the man and beast grappled, Xian launched another surprise attack. Unable to defeat the monstrous Wang Baixiu, would he really be unable to overcome this little girl? However, this time, Yan Shasha no longer cried for help. The figure of Wang Baixiu fighting valiantly seemed to provide her with boundless courage. Facing the charging Xian, the little girl tightly gripped the baseball bat, taking a deep breath. You think you can resist? Give me. I don't want to hold him back anymore. My ability, possess sister. Sister. At the moment, just before Xian was about to catch her, Yan Shasha seemed to have made a decision, shouting to the heavens. Boom. In the next second, a crimson beam of light descended from the sky, its overwhelming force instantly halting Xian. Before her stood a figure that no longer resembled the previous weak and easily bullied version. Her once innocent big eyes now glimmered with an icy demeanor that surpassed even Wang Baixiu's. Her long hair danced wildly, and though her cute face remained unchanged, it felt as if she had transformed into someone else. Her gaze was as cold as ice, as if looking at a corpse. Holding the baseball bat with one hand, she gave it a gentle swing. Crack! The force of her swing severed a towering tree beside her in half. Useless thing, why don't you just die? I truly don't understand why a 7-imprint powerhouse like your mother would give birth to a waste like you. If I were you, I would commit suicide, and you better not tell anyone about your identity. Otherwise, I will strangle you. Yan Shasha's voice turned cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. 5 imprints. As Xian recognized the glowing divine imprints on Yan Shasha, he felt an urge to commit suicide right then and there. Yan Shasha's voice turned cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. 5 imprints. As Xian recognized the glowing divine imprints on Yan Shasha, he felt an urge to commit suicide. Why you? Who are you? Xian instinctively asked. He was certain that this person was definitely not Yan Shasha. You are not worthy to know my name, kneel and wait to die. Yan Shasha spoke calmly. 5 seals, all azure, and impossible, and how could a girl who just awakened be this strong, and all azure divine seals? Impossible. She's just an ordinary girl, isn't she? The crowd outside erupted in chaos. It was like a graduate student suddenly appearing in a kindergarten exam. And this wasn't merely a dimensional downgrade, it was annihilation. And aside from Chu Kuangren, perhaps no one present could even stand against her. President, Nold Chu sucked in a sharp breath. Even with his vast experience, he stood utterly stunned. She had no divine seal at all. She doesn't, but the one possessing her does. The president's gaze hardened, slowly exhaling a thick plume of smoke. He murmured, sequence possession, a pact forged with spirits and specters. The Yan Shasha before us is no longer that innocent girl. Never imagined this little one ran so deep. Perhaps she could even challenge the president himself. Old Feng mused, idly tracing his companion's waist. You're overthinking it. Don't forget, the president was once a key cultivation prospect of the Divine Hall. His hidden cards. Old Tu trailed off, silenced by a single stern glance from Old Chu. Inside the tower, Yan Shasha's black hair blazed crimson, her delicate face sharpened into icy severity, her eyes blazing with scarlet light. And her entire aura had transformed. Her former timidity and helplessness had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming heaven-defying arrogance. In Xian now harbored only one thought: flee, farther and faster than ever before. A 5-seal cultivator was a city-annihilating force. In whoosh, Xian bolted like a stray dog turning tail, without hesitation. In face, revenge. None mattered, not when survival hung in the balance. Yan Shasha remained motionless, watching him sprint for his life, her lips curling into a faint, disdainful smile. In first seal, awaken. As she whispered the incantation, even the wind stilled. In fallen leaves froze midair. Xian's speed slowed to a crawl, as if time itself had been imprisoned. Yet he couldn't even turn back. Na primal dread welled up from his very core, the raw instinctive terror of imminent death. Gooseflesh erupted across his skin, every hair stood rigid on end. In Xian's expression shifted from shock to utter despair. He knew with chilling certainty escape was impossible. Suddenly, Yan Shasha's baseball bat shattered. Nonly then did the onlookers realize, a slender blade, arm-length and gleaming, had been concealed within its hollow core. The blade was long and elegant, etched with eerie crimson runes. In second seal, awaken. In by the name of wind I summon my blade's intent. Yan Shasha moved. Holding the sword aloft in one hand, she traced 2 fingers lightly along its length. In where her fingertips passed, the runes blazed fiercely. and instantly gales erupted from still earth, wild, untamed spiraling. Whoosh, and whoosh, whoosh, and within 100 meters razor-sharp, sword energy crisscrossed the air. Tree trunks surrounding Xue Xin exploded with clean, precise slashes. Yin Shasha hovered weightlessly, her voice growing ethereal. Second seal, 3,000 winds. Cut. Her command rang out like thunder. Countless leaves whirled upward, surging toward Xue Xin like a tidal wave. Everything in their path crumbled. Boulders shattered, ancient trees snapped cleanly in half. Ferocious sword intent flooded the heavens and earth. Xue Xin trembled uncontrollably, tears welled in his eyes. Such crushing absolute despair robbed him even of the will to resist. Whoosh, and the sword energy receded, and time resumed its flow. Xue Xin collapsed to his knees, gasping ragged, desperate breaths, as if granted reprieve from the abyss. Behind him, over a kilometer of forest lay flattened, reduced to barren sunlit wasteland. Warm light bathed his back, yet failed utterly to dispel the deep, bone-chilling cold clinging to his flesh. I'm alive. Xue Xin stared incredulously at his own body. Knee's tunic was shredded, but only his legs bore wounds. He knew full well that blow had been no empty threat. And after all, it had leveled 1,000 meters of woodland. Had she wished to kill him, that single strike would have reduced him to 1,000 bleeding fragments. What do you mean? Clutching his last shred of hope, Xue Xin lifted his trembling gaze. To humiliate me, my sister instructed me not to kill you. Yin Shasha's eyes flickered with disgust as she reluctantly sheathed her blade. Relief flashed across his face. Was she afraid of killing him on live broadcast? Would the Xue family retaliate? Or was she concerned about tarnishing her impression before university delegates? But her next words plunged him into frozen oblivion. My sister said, your life belongs to Wang Beixiao. Boom. Before the echo faded, a circular object slammed between them. When Xue Xin finally focused, his mouth fell open, speechless, breathless. It was the head of the mountain-splitting ape, massive as a millstone, frozen in a snarl of fury, cleanly severed from its body. From the distance strode Wang Beixiao, towering and drenched in blood. His tiger-patterned aura had faded, yet his murderous intent lingered like a storm refusing to break. Well, young Master Xue, what's with the kneeling? Wang Beixiao dragged the colossal ape corpse, one many times his own size, with a single hand, grinning savagely, as if begging would spare your life. Despair. Yin Shasha alone had crushed him utterly. Now Wang Beixiao, the monster, had also emerged victorious. Who could have guessed these two, dismissed as failures by ordinary eyes, were such terrifying forces? Who are you? Wang Beixiao stepped onto the barren ground cleared by sword energy, studying the woman with wary curiosity. Though her appearance hadn't changed, he sensed instantly. This was not Yin Shasha. I am her elder sister. She spoke sparingly, her gaze lingering curiously on the mark upon Wang Beixiao's brow, then falling silent. With a flick of her right wrist, the slender blade shot forward, embedding itself precisely beside his foot. The message was unmistakable: kill Xue Xin. I don't wield blades. Wang Beixiao grinned, picking up the horned hammer he'd thrown moments earlier and giving it a casual shake. This feels more natural. Suit yourself. Yin Shasha waved dismissively, irritation edging her voice. Honestly, I can't fathom why a genius bearing the 3-corp seal would team up with a failure like my sister. With that, she closed her eyes. Her crimson hair faded back to soft, lustrous black. Her killing intent ebbed away. When she opened them again, wide, innocent, and utterly uncomprehending. Wang, classmate, are you all right and fine? Your sister packs quite the presence. Wang Beixiao chuckled, waving a hand. Close your eyes. Oh. Oblivious to his intent, she obediently covered her eyes with both hands. Xue Xin, however, turned ashen. Yin Shasha remained blissfully unaware, but Xue Xin knew this was Wang Beixiao's prelude to slaughter. Sure enough, the man hoisted his small hammer, eyes blazing with bestial hunger, advancing step by deliberate step. But Xue Xin's legs were already wounded, movement agonizingly slow. Wang Beixiao, no, brother Xiao. My father is a counselor. Killing me will bring you grave consequences. Before I opposed you. That was my mistake. We hold no deep enmity, do we? Wang Beixiao walked slowly. Each step drew Xue Xin backward, scrabbling desperately on hands and knees. But hands could never match legs in speed. And after barely 2 meters, a heavy weight pressed down upon his back. Wang Beixiao's left foot pinned him firmly, a sardonic smile played upon his lips. No deep enmity. Just that you wanted me dead, and coincidentally, I wanted you dead too. Chairman Chu, let me go, let me through. Bang! In the VIP section, Xue's father lost all composure, and as if possessed, lunged up onto the dais. Although Lao Feng and Lao Tu reached him first and pinned him down, he struggled desperately, his eyes bloodshot, and hysterically cried to the chairman, "Let Wang Beixiao spare my son. Any terms. He'll accept anything. I beg you, please release my son." Slap. Driven by paternal desperation, Shue's father broke free of the two men's grip, sprang to the chairman's feet, and went down on his knees. With a beseeching expression, he struck his forehead against the chairman's shoes. The marble floor resounded. Chairman Chu, the Shue family concedes. Spare my son, everything can be negotiated. What do you want? Money. He'll pay money for my son's life, will that do? Shue's father's brow flushed crimson. There was none of the calculating composure had shown before. In that moment, he was merely an ordinary father, his face carved with helplessness and despair. If my child is unteachable, it is the father's fault. It's all my doing. Chairman Chu will die in my son's place. Will you accept that? Speak, damn you. By the end, he was sobbing uncontrollably, clutching the chairman's thigh with both hands. Those present were moved. That kneel shattered decades of the Shue family's accrued dignity. That kneel meant the end of Shue father's political advancement. That kneel laid bare a father's utter despair. If you spare my son, he'll take my own life immediately, Chairman Chu. Will you? For God's sake, say yes. Shue's father watched the screen where Wang Beixiao raised his hammer, high, his face drained of color, as if the sky were falling. I'm sorry. Chairman Chu shook his head helplessly, regarding the man whose stomps could shake Jiuzhong City with a hint of sympathy. Perhaps I misjudged you. You have more humanity than I expected. But I cannot reach Xiao. Indeed, aside from Xian, Shou, no one can contact those inside the tower. Unfortunately, he has already gone. Shue's father stood as though struck by lightning, dazed, murky tears rolling down his face, utter despair. He did nothing wrong, he's still a child. No matter, I must let everyone know that my child is not to be trifled with. When we are gone, no one will dare. Shue Xian has simply run into bad luck. Chairman Chu pressed his shoulder meaningfully and helped him to his feet, saying gravely, as a father, I understand you. In the future, if you seek revenge on our behalf, we'll take it all on. But your son must die today. A cry rose from the audience. Parents hurriedly covered their children's eyes. Shue's father seemed aged a decade. In an instant, trembling, he turned and saw Wang Baixiao's hammer strike Shuezin's head. You mocked me, defied me. I may let that pass. But if you hire people to kill me, that changes everything. With blood gushing from his brow, Shue Xian could no longer make out Wang Baixiao's words. His gaze was fixed on the distant door. A fierce will to survive drove him to crawl forward regardless of the pain, his fingers leaving bloody streaks on the floor. My father is a councilman. You can't kill me. I don't want to be your enemy. It's you. All the students fear me. Why are you not afraid? I only wanted you to bow before me. I only wanted you to show. Why does everyone fear me, fawn over me, and yet you insist on opposing me? Shue Xian croaked as he crawled, full of resentment. Born with a golden key, his life had known only smooth sailing. A future. Shue's father had long arranged that for him. Since childhood, he had been the object of envy, a lineage ordinary people could never attain, a doting father, and an elder brother regarded as the greatest prodigy Jiuzhong City had seen in a century. Everyone told him he was the protagonist of this world. Yet Wang Beixiao refused to submit. He opposed Shue at every turn. I've been schooled in the art of using people since I was young. Why won't you obey me? I could have been a wise ruler. It's you. All because of you. Shuezin's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed in madness. Sorry. Wang Beixiao shook his head calmly. The chairman never taught me to obey, nor how to kneel. Your world is kneeling and obedience. My world is to live standing or to die standing. Chu the madman, Lao Chu, and Lao Fong had all once had bright futures. Had they chosen to curry favor, had they been softer in spirit, they would not have ended up as wasteland hunters. They would rather spend their days with feral beasts, drink rough liquor, and smoke coarse tobacco than ever contemplate capitulation. How could the children raised by such people ever bow before the powerful? Wang Beixiao slowly raised his hammer. Demon's Fong does not seek trouble, but nor does it fear trouble. If people do not offend me, I do not offend them. If someone offends me, I will cut off your sons, sever your descendants. The ramhorn hammer crashed down, and the ground trembled, as if from an earthquake. Shuezin's left arm was cleanly severed. He could no longer crawl. Tears and snot streaked the floor. The searing pain nearly broke him. My brother is a disciple of the Divine Hall. Seeing that the Shue family could not make Wang Beixiao relent, Shue Xian turned in a mess and howled, he will avenge me. Then, they'll wait for him. There was no fiery retort, no hint of hesitation. Wang Beixiao stared calmly into his eyes. You are my first opponent. Don't beg for mercy. Depart with some dignity. Boom. The third hammer fell. Shue Xian spat a mouthful of black blood. His chest was caved inward. That blow woke something in him. He knew he was certain to die. He ceased to beg or wail. He gave a bitter smile and coughed once. He'll be below, waiting for you. Let's see whether I come down first or your brother. The latter slowly lifted the fourth hammer. His arm shifted into beast-like form. Once more, tiger stripes creeping along it, murderous light kindling in his eyes. Cough, cough. Shue Xian resigned himself. Knowing Wang Beixiao was resolute in killing him at the brink of death, he shakily drew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and fumbled the lighter several times without managing to ignite it. Click. Unexpectedly, Wang Beixiao took the initiative to light the cigarette for him. Do you remember? The first time we met, I offered you a cigarette, and you threw it away without a second thought. Heh, you were the first person to dare refuse me. That's why I targeted you. Shui Xin drew a light puff, then began to cough violently, his face reddening as blood could not be stilled. Perhaps it is true that the dying speak with strange clarity. Shui Xin's face was full of bitterness. Had there been no cigarette, perhaps they would never have connected. That day I had an argument with the chairman. I was in a foul mood. After that, they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. You're really that petty? I thought you looked down. Ha ha ha. The two laughed until they could not stand straight. One cigarette accompanied a life. Ridiculous. For some, the dignity of the powerful brooks no defiance. Goddamn. What nonsense. Shui Xian muttered, shutting his eyes self-mockingly. Bang. Blood leapt meters high. Outside the arena, Shui's father seemed drained of strength and collapsed to the ground. Several representatives from other academies exchanged bewildered looks. One man frowned and asked, wasn't the misunderstanding explained? To Wang Beixiao, the cause is irrelevant. Once a grudge is formed, no loose ends can remain. No sooner had the words fallen than the white divine sigil on Shui Xin's corpse leapt free. Boom. The sigil shattered, scattering innumerable starlights that drilled into Wang Beixiao. What is happening? The divine sigil. Was it consumed by Wang Beixiao? What is happening? The audience outside and representatives from various schools all stood up in unison. It is known that once the host dies in battle, the divine seal will be reclaimed by the deity, and this situation of someone being intercepted has never occurred before. Wang Beixiao's body suddenly stiffened. His consciousness was pulled away. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the dark sea of consciousness. The statue remained the same, exuding an innate majesty as if it had existed for millions of years, and before the statue a divine shadow hundreds of feet tall roared in anger to devour a deity. Do you not fear divine retribution? Wang Beixiao's body trembled, his breath quivering. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the shadow was suffocating, invoking an instinctive desire to kneel. Is this a deity? The figure before the statue is a true deity, the remnant will of the deity contained within the Shuexin divine seal. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the false deity slowly opened its eyes and casually uttered a single word: annihilate. This single word was like the decree of the heavenly path, carrying an irreversible majesty. You dare? The deity within the divine seal displayed a look of terror and truly transformed into streams of golden energy drifting towards the statue. Words manifest the law. Wang Beixiao's eyes widened as he could not believe what he was witnessing. Did his false deity just devour the will of a true deity? The massive divine shadow could not even resist before being obliterated by the false deity. Hundreds of strands of golden energy surrounded the statue, finally coating his little finger with a layer of golden skin the size of a fingernail. Holy crap! Wang Beixiao had yet to comprehend the situation when a terrifying power surged into his body, as if someone had opened his crown and poured hot water inside. He could clearly feel that this power belonged to the deity from earlier. The false deity was connected to Wang Beixiao's bloodline. As it rose in power, Wang Beixiao would naturally be nourished in return. However, this return was excruciating. To forcibly absorb divine power with a mortal body, what kind of concept is that? It was like someone pressing a nuclear reactor inside oneself. That power could tear a person apart. Ordinary awakeners cultivate a type of energy called qi to drive divine seals and martial skills, while the qi in his body was being replaced by a pure divine power. I can't hold on any longer. Wang Beixiao watched helplessly as his soul was filled with golden energy strands and shouted painfully at the false deity. In response, he received a mysterious smile from the other party. Outside on the big screen, the image of Wang Beixiao floating in midair caused everyone's minds to crash simultaneously. Shui's father collapsed to the ground, his murky eyes staring blankly at the screen, showing no reaction. The venue fell into silence. Even the representatives who were well-versed in cultivation had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Did he break through? The last incredulous voice shattered the silence. Holy crap! Wang Beixiao broke through. Impossible, he just awakened a few days ago. Second seal. Is he breaking through to the second seal? In the past 400 years, has anyone recorded a breakthrough to the second seal within a week after awakening? SS level talent. Is it that terrifying? An ordinary person needs a 2 to 3 year bottleneck phase, but he jumped straight over it. But he doesn't know how to use qi. He hasn't even established the most basic sense of qi. How could he possibly break through? On the podium, the whispers among the representatives of the universities grew louder, their gazes shifting from observation to unabashed greed. SS level talent. Golden divine seal. 3 corpse orifice. Breaking through the second seal within a week of awakening. Any one of these 4 conditions would be enough to make major powers fight over it. Now all 4 were converged on a 17-year-old boy. It wouldn't be long before the Dragon God Guild, various official organizations, and even the Divine Hall would come to snatch him away. Once they entered the scene, the major universities would no longer have a chance. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze to the composed President Chu. Behind Wang Beixiao stood the tooth of the evil ghost. To recruit him, one must maintain a good relationship with the madman Chu. Finally, the female representative sitting at the end stood up, first disregarding the peculiar looks around her, and walked steadily towards the madman Chu. President Chu, could your son come to my Xingxing Academy? Feel free to propose any conditions. As soon as the words left her mouth, others could no longer sit still. All pretenses of university dignity and the prestige of top institutions were cast aside. President Chu, as long as your son is willing to lower himself to come to my Lisan Academy, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up, heavily slapping the table, and shouted with authority, I can allocate a piece of land for the tooth of the evil ghost near the academy. All official procedures included allowing you to develop freely. President Chu, please be sure to persuade student Wang to come to my Zixuan Academy. Another person was even more direct, extending a finger. 10 million in scholarship, unlimited resources from the academy. Whatever divine seals you want, we can negotiate with the divine hall. How many divine seals does your Zixuan Academy have? My Haishan Academy has a red divine seal that can be given to student Wang as his second divine seal. The divine seal from your Haishan Academy doesn't match Wang Baixiu's sequence at all. Just give it up. The representatives who had previously been cordial completely tore off their masks, arguing directly on the podium in front of tens of thousands of spectators and viewers. Gentlemen, the representative from the military academy suddenly slammed the table, his military voice overpowering everyone. From the analysis of the earlier battle, student Wang's combat instincts far exceed those of his peers. What he lacks are systematic close combat techniques and tactical training, both of which the military academy excels at. Don't give me that. If he were an ordinary genius, I might give you some face. The representative from the Lisan Academy retorted fiercely, but now whoever takes this child will have no more top 10 universities, only one dominant force. As long as Wang Beixiao does not die by the time he graduates, he will definitely be in existence that overshadows a generation. At that time, his alma mater will be the only top university. This is no longer a personal career competition, but a matter of life and death for the academy. President Chu had remained silent throughout, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette, looking relaxed. Behind him, dozens of members of the Tooth of the Evil Ghost chuckled as they watched the big shots argue, their faces brimming with pride. It's getting competitive. Old Fong leaned close to the president's ear and whispered with a chuckle. Let them argue. The president flicked off the ash. Shao heirs matter. He chooses for himself. The child has grown up and has his own choices. But that kid just slept through class. Does he even know the difference between these schools? Old Chu said worriedly, frowning. Don't let him be deceived. The 10 major universities each have their own advantages. For example, Haishan Academy specializes in water. Lisan Academy advocates extreme strength. If he ends up in the wrong school, it will be a big problem. Damn. The president slapped his thigh, suddenly sitting up straight and saying, who the hell was responsible for tutoring Shao heirs' studies before? 40 or so people turned their heads in unison towards Old Fong. The latter awkwardly turned his face. He can write his own name. And then, I never attended university myself. How could I guide him in choosing a school? It hurts so much, damn it. Why is it so painful? Amid the uproar outside, a painful howl from Wang Beixiao suddenly echoed on the big screen. Countless golden lights burst forth from his skin, and while it should have been a joyous moment, the elders awkwardly lowered their heads. If you had taught Shower more often, look at him now. Cursing like that, he is so uneducated. Aunt Yu rolled her eyes in disdain. Even old Xuan knows that a lack of teaching is the father's fault. Look at you all. Wait. What was that saying? Strict teaching, lazy master. Old Chu's eyes shifted suddenly to the ecstatic leaders from the second high school nearby. Shower is uneducated. It's all their fault. Exactly, my Shower's lack of education is entirely due to these teachers. Damn it, get a few people to find out where Shower's teacher lives and go teach him a lesson tonight. Principal, it's really not my fault. The homeroom teacher of class 15 explained with a mournful face. Wang is absent from class every day. When I was doing the college selection counseling, he wasn't even in class. Why is my Shower skipping class? Old Fong was displeased and sarcastically scolded. It's definitely your poor teaching. It's all your fault for delaying my child's education. He skipped class to fight and ended up in the hospital. Why did he go fight? It's definitely your poor teaching. He must be feeling frustrated. Where do you live? Wang Beixiao has gone to the 5th level. Wow, he's going to challenge the 5th level. Our Jiuzhong city is going to become famous, haha. Mom, I want to go to the second high school and high school too. The boiling voices on site interrupted the arguments of everyone. After breaking through, Wang Baixiu's second opening shone with golden light, and he walked towards the 5th level with a fierce expression. But this time the people on the podium were no longer excited. What is he doing at the 5th level? With his talent, he should focus on steady cultivation. Why take such risks? Bless him, I hope nothing happens to this kid. He hasn't even embedded the second divine mark. What's with the impulsiveness? Now the representatives from various schools no longer cared about how many levels Wang Beixiao could reach. They were more concerned about his safe exit. What they didn't know was that since the pseudo-god absorbed the will of the deity, tremendous changes had occurred. For instance now, he could share divine sense with the pseudo-god, and the reason he continued to ascend was that he sensed the divine mark at the highest level one that even the pseudo-god found agitating. Wang, are you going to continue? Yin Shasha regained her timid demeanor, holding her long sword worriedly. There might be danger up there. Since I'm here, I want to see how far I can go. The latter forced a smile. Though it was a temporary team-up, this life-and-death battle had impressed Wang Beixiao with her persistence, so he no longer kept her at arm's length. This inner pill is enough for you to complete the competition. There's even a chance for you to enter a top-tier academy. Wang Beixiao knew that the further up the more dangerous it became. He picked up the giant ape's inner pill and placed it in her palm. You go back first, hide it well, and if someone tries to steal it, don't resist. I'll come out and stand up for you. Okay. Yin Shasha gathered her courage, wanting to say she could help, but thinking of her own strength, she could only lower her head in shame, holding the inner pill and murmuring, if I were as strong as my sister, I could help you. You have already helped me a lot. Wang Beixiao did not linger and walked straight towards the 5th level, waving his hand back to her. One day, you will surpass her. Golden sunlight drenched Wang Beixiao's back, casting a long shadow. Yin Shasha stood frozen, a hint of struggle in her eyes. This was the first time someone told her that she could definitely do it. Growing up being denied, suppressed by her sister, and ridiculed by others, she had become accustomed to being looked down upon. Wang Beixiao was the first person to affirm her. Perhaps the other party didn't even realize the significance of that encouragement. Watching the receding figure, the young girl suddenly gathered her courage, cupping her hands around her mouth and shouting, I will become very strong, and then I'll fight alongside you on my own. That's only natural. We are teammates. Wang Beixiao slowly turned around, smiling as he patted his chest. After we go out, will it be the same? Yin Shasha's voice grew smaller. Her self-doubt made her fear hearing a negative response. Unexpectedly, Wang Beixiao confidently said, of course. I will definitely become stronger. The latter took a deep breath, quietly clenched her fists, and for the first time walked towards the 3rd level with her chest held high. She had walked the path here timidly, but on her way back she felt remarkably calm. This feeling of being needed and affirmed was exactly what she had been searching for. When Yin Shasha walked out of the Beast Tower, what greeted her was endless cheers. It was not only because she was the first to exit the tower with a 4th level inner pill, but also because everyone witnessed her transformation. This experience of gradually climbing from being a nobody inspired all the 1st and 2nd year students immensely. Before she could adjust, representatives from various universities approached her to hand over business cards. Classmate Yin Shasha, are you interested in joining the Sea God Academy? Classmate Yin Shasha, come to our Galaxy Academy. It would be best to bring Wang Beixiao with you. Classmate Yin Shasha, congratulations, you have been accepted into our Strength Academy. If convenient, can we exchange contact information? A short competition had turned her from an obscure student into a sought-after target by various prestigious universities. The underlying reason was not only because of her extraordinary abilities, but also Wang Beixiao's words. Everyone could see that Wang Beixiao valued loyalty. If they could win over those close to him, they might have a better chance of enrolling him in their schools. I need to think about it. The latter shook her head nervously, running into the audience area, as if fleeing. The boy who had given her strength was stirring up waves of cheers on the big screen. He passed the 6th level so quickly, an average of 10 minutes per level. The 7th level shouldn't be a problem for him, right? Is this still an awakener? So terrifying. The 2nd divine mark awakener corresponds to a rank wild beast. Wang Beixiao clearly has the ability to challenge beyond his level, and only the last 3 levels will pose pressure on him. Yin Shasha had just exited the tower for 20 minutes while Wang Beixiao had already reached the 7th level. With the president sitting on the podium squinted his eyes, listening to the crowd chant Wang Beixiao's name, and with a slight smile, he said meaningfully, as long as you are strong enough, this world is filled with kindness. At the beginning, Wang Beixiao was the target of everyone's ridicule. The Xian family, the Shui family, the education department, all were waiting to see his joke. But now, Wang Beixiao had become the hero of Jiuzhong City. Countless people rose to prominence because of his ascent, and even Jiuzhong City would be famous for having such a genius. Those taunts and disdain had turned into waves of cheers. It was truly laughable. A crackling broadcast filled the airwaves. Good afternoon, viewers. An urgent bulletin. We congratulate the nation. After 50 years, a prodigy has once again challenged the Jinshou Tower's 9th level. He is a student from Jiuzhong City, Jiuzhong, Wang Beixiao. Only 17, awakened for less than a week, and already has broken through to the 8th level. Every television channel cut simultaneously to the live feed of Jiuzhong City's grand contest. The last talent to conquer the 9th level is now the world's foremost figure. In the span of centuries, only a handful have ever succeeded. It was as if on Blue Star a single student had mastered spatial jump technology overnight. This was no mere downward blow of scale, it was the dawn of an era. Outside the Jiuzhong arena, the crowd surged like the sea, and streets around were clogged by residents who had failed to buy tickets. Some scaled lampposts, others stood on rooftops, all craned their necks toward the enormous screen hanging in the sky. He cleared the 8th level. 11 minutes. Jiuzhong City is unstoppable. No wonder he is Erzhong's genius. Ha! Wang Beixiao! Wang Beixiao! Wang Beixiao! The cheers threatened to lift roofs from their foundations. Faces flushed, eyes wide, everyone watched as a new age's prodigy was born before them. Yet at the dais the mood was different, solemn, edged with tension. Several university delegates were ashen. They understood they stood no chance of recruiting Wang Beixiao now. 3 military helicopters cleaved the clouds. The rotor's winds made the banners on the stands snap, and the hatch opened. The first to descend was a middle-aged man in a crisp suit, the badge of the Fengling City Lord's office pinned to his chest. The principal of Erzhong almost buckled in his knees. The head of Fengling City has come. Not only him. The accompanying senior of the Education Bureau trembled as he pointed to the second helicopter. The man in the Zhongshan suit. He seems to be from the capital. The capital. They had come. Behind the Zhongshan-suited man walked 4 black-clad bodyguards, each exuding an aura that stole the breath from those nearby. Compared to these arrivals, the university delegates who had been shouting a moment before fell instantly silent. They stood obediently in place, not daring even to breathe loudly. After exchanging pleasant ways with the spectators, Fengling City's leader broke into a quick trot up the dais and strode straight toward the chairman. Chairman Chu. The other extended his hand first. A pleasure to meet you. Chairman Chu's cigarette clenched between his lips, rose slowly. Mindful of the guest's status, he offered a brief handshake. We must thank Agui Jia for cultivating such an outstanding talent for Fengling City. A Jiuzhong City official standing nearby twitched at the corner of his mouth. Since when had Wang Beixiao become Fengling City's asset? Although Jiuzhong was under Fengling's jurisdiction, this felt like outright poaching, ugly and brazen. The Zhongshan-suited man followed steady-footed. Standing before the chairman, he spoke gravely. Chairman Chu, I am Lu Ming, Special Commissioner of the Awakener Management Bureau. The Bureau has instructed me to convey this. If Wang Beixiao succeeds in reaching the 9th level, he will be entered directly into the National Slevel Talent Reserve. Those words fell like a stone. The hall went utterly silent. Slevel Talent Reserve. There were fewer than 20 active Slevels in the whole of Xia country. The Education Bureau official who had only moments ago spoken harshly of Wang trembled with excitement, tears streaming as he rushed forward to grasp the chairman's hand. Congratulations, Chairman Chu. You have produced a true peerless genius for Xia country. Now the whole nation's television is broadcasting Wang's ascent to the 9th level. We, Jiuzhong City, are in the spotlight. This was no longer merely Wang Beixiao's battle. If he completed the challenge, Jiuzhong City would be launched to fame, hailed as the home of top talents. Erzhong would ascend to an unreachable height. Countless parents from other regions would scheme to send their children to Jiuzhong to study. This was the bandwagon effect. A once unknown town would, as Wang Beixiao grew stronger, become a world-renowned cradle of prodigies. He hasn't even reached the summit yet, and you're already dividing the cake. The chairman's eyes shifted. He tossed a wry half-smile. Everyone else worried only about how to leverage the contest and grab credit. Only the members of Agui Jia cared about Wang himself. He's at the 9th level. He's at the 9th level. On the giant screen, Wang Beixiao's figure appeared before the 9th level's entrance. The whole city fell silent. 30,000 in the arena, tens of thousands outside, and who knew how many eyes before television sets. The collective breath of a nation was held. Wang Beixiao stood drenched in blood. His bare torso was a map of old and new scars, and the tiger mark on his right arm had yet to fade. He stood before the pitch-black stone door and glanced upward at the ancient inscription on the lintel. Under the gaze of a multitude, he slowly pushed open the heavy gate. Outside, salute cannons roared skyward as if in accompaniment to his passage. Fireworks rose across Jiuzhong City. A daytime pyrotechnics burst under the sun, scattering a shower of light. Level 9. He's entered level 9. Ha ha, Erzhong is taking off. Wang Beixiao, the light of Jiuzhong City. Amid the thunderous shouts, over 40 members of Agui Jia rose to their feet, eyes ablaze as they fixed on the screen. Old Fang's companion shrieked as he gripped her too tightly. He was oblivious. Old Chu's wheelchair armrest had been crushed out of shape. The bald man's eyes glimmered wetly. The chairman said nothing. The cigarette burned his fingers, and he flinched before discarding it. The boy flies higher than we imagined. Truly remarkable. Inside the tower, at the 9th level, Wang Beixiao, crossing the threshold, was struck dumb by what lay before him. It was a circular altar the size of a football field. Dilapidated and bleak, strung with cobwebs, the place felt long abandoned. At the far end of the altar, a statue sat upon a high dais. Clad head to toe in armor, hands resting upon a sword's hilt, the blade planted tip down, the statue bore a face of stern majesty, its features threaded with an ineffable weariness and solitude. Wang Beixiao paused. A false god writhed violently within his spiritual sense. That stirring seemed to emanate from the statue itself. Where is the wild beast of the 9th level? He tightened his grip on his ramhorn hammer, a cold instinct telling him that something was wrong. Before the words had left his mouth, the statue's eyes flung open. Stone flakes cascaded from its skin. Those nearby gasped and stumbled backward. The statue's layer of stone peeled away as if shedding a dead skin. As it rose, the stone mantle fell off and whole, revealing the true visage beneath a square-jawed, middle-aged man clad in armor and bearing a keen sword. Aside from the deep, unspoken weariness carved between his brows, he appeared otherwise like any mortal. 50 years. At last another challenger has come, he murmured. The man fixed his gaze on Wang Beixiao with a trace of relief in his tone. Who are you? Wang, expression unreadable, slid his ramhorn hammer behind his back. I am Ta Ling, the man declared, the tower spirit commissioned to subdue the tower's wild beasts. Tower spirit, and I serve under my master's decree guarding this tower to prevent the desolate beasts from ravaging the mortal realm. Nas, the tower spirit mentioned his master, his chin lifted slightly, a gesture brimming with quiet pride. But Wang Beixiao cared only about the divine seals sensed on the 9th floor. Excuse me, where is the desolate beast of this level? Please summon him. Once I defeat him, I still need to get home for dinner. Wang Beixiao's audacity left the tower spirit stunned in silence for a long moment. Then he burst into hearty laughter. You boy, are far more intriguing than that young prodigy who entered 50 years ago. The one who breached the tower 50 years ago. And even as an academic underachiever, Wang Beixiao knew exactly who that was, the strongest man in this world. The bearer of the Black Divine Seal, the undisputed sovereign among the 9 Seal 10 heroes, Feng Lai. A solitary figure who had dominated an entire era. And to have the tower spirit draw such a comparison between Feng Lai and himself was utterly unexpected. I am the guardian of this floor. The moment those words left his lips, gales erupted around the tower spirit, his armor clattering fiercely in the wind. And simultaneously the seals upon his body ignited one by one. Each seal that flared intensified the crushing pressure upon Wang Beixiao. And when the tower spirit fully unveiled his divine seals, Wang Beixiao felt as though an entire mountain bore down upon him. Every step forward became agonizingly difficult. 6 seals. And the tower spirit was a 6-seal expert, and especially the crimson divine seal blazing across his chest. Its ignition sent the pseudo-deity's greed surging to its zenith. How am I supposed to fight this? And Wang Beixiao plopped down onto the ground, tossing his ramhorn mallet aside and spreading his hands wide. Are you even playing fair? I've just broken through to 2-seal cultivation. Why not just nuke me outright? And this chasm wasn't something hidden techniques or innate abilities could bridge. Even at peak exertion, his ultimate technique would merely graze the tower spirit's casual strike. And they existed on entirely different tiers. The tower spirit smiled faintly, not with mockery but with genuine amusement, as he teased. Your words echo those of that youth 50 years past. Though he was somewhat stronger, nearly landed a blow on me. And Wang Beixiao shot him a skeptical glance. And so, Feng Lai hadn't cleared the trial either. Yet historical records declared him the first to ever conquer the beast-taming tower 50 years ago. And what then was the truth? And the tower spirit, as if reading his thoughts, chuckled and clarified it. Enduring 3 of my fists counts as victory. Damn it. You should have said so earlier. And Wang Beixiao instantly perked up. And he might lack finesse, but his physical resilience was nothing short of terrifying. Come on, hit me as hard as you dare. And with that cry, golden light blazed fiercely from his forehead as the divine demon 4 transformations activated. And tiger-like stripes surged from his neck across his entire body. Vertical pupils ignited, fangs pierced forth. His right arm swelled rapidly, claws erupting from his fingertips. Half-man, half-beast. Beast transformation, tiger. Now, come. Wang Beixiao crossed his arms before his chest, every muscle coiled taut, assuming an ironclad defensive stance. As you wish. The tower spirit nodded calmly. No preparatory stance, no gathering of force, not even a flicker of his divine seals. And then, his figure vanished. Wang Beixiao's pupils couldn't track the movement. Thud. The tower spirit reappeared directly before him, delivering a perfectly ordinary punch. It wasn't fast. It wasn't overwhelming. More like a test. Yet to Wang Beixiao it struck like a full-speed train heating. His forearm bones groaned with sickening cracks. Knee's body flew backward uncontrollably. And boom, 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 boom. Under that monstrous impact, he hurtled dozens of meters, slamming into a stone wall and embedding himself deep within its surface. Rubble cascaded down, burying him completely. And outside the tower, silence fell thick and suffocating. The tournament director, school delegates, and dignitaries exchanged stunned glances. The main screen displayed only rubble and swirling dust. Is that it? That's a 6-seal cultivator. How could a 2-seal possibly withstand him? The gap is simply too vast. No talent can bridge it. Has Wang Beixiao failed his challenge? The director remained silent, eyes locked unblinkingly on the screen. Director Chu. The prefect of Fengling City leaned forward, brow furrowed. I can pull strings, terminate the tournament early. The implication was clear: Wang Beixiao couldn't survive 3 strikes, and ending the tournament early would save his life. And after all, how many Fong Lies exist in a single generation? Reaching the 8th floor alone marked him as peerless genius. What they truly sought was a living Wang Beixiao. And my child will not fall in such a shallow ditch. The director lifted his gaze steadily, never once tearing his eyes from the mound of rubble entombing Wang Beixiao. And of course he worried. But his faith in his son ran deeper still. He is the child of the demon Fong clan. We taught him nothing of surrender. And true to expectation. And beyond. In the next instant rubble exploded outward. Black energy rose from the ruins, freezing surrounding debris in visible layers of frost. Na lone figure slowly rose from the dust. Unsteady, yet unbending. And oh, the tower spirit's eyes gleamed, a look of incredulous delight curling his lips. And you can still fight. I promised, director, to complete this tournament. And my director watches me. My elders watch me. And that wavering silhouette stepped forward resolute. The tiger stripes had vanished, replaced by a faint undulating black aura. Knit coiled around him, now condensing into ghastly snarling faces. Wang Beixiao wiped blood from his lips and grinned wildly. And I won't let them lose face. In Divine Demon 4 transformations, second form. Ghost transformation, in roar. In black energy, surged violently, accompanied by wails of phantoms and howls of starving wolves. Ni's very essence transformed, shifting from raw brutality to near madness. Eyes burning crimson, mouth twisted in a savage grin. And again, in a child raised by the demon Fong clan dies standing, not kneeling. Strike. Here, Nina Blur. Wang Beixiao reappeared directly before the tower spirit, boldly pointing at his own chest. And if I so much as flinch, I'm your son. Majestic. Majestic. Wang Beixiao, magnificent. And holy hell, what is that form? And the son of demons, truly worthy of the name. The crowd outside erupted into chaos. And the prefect of Fengling City stared intently at Wang Beixiao's back, murmuring softly, in, perhaps, he truly could become the second Fong Lai. Inside the tower spirit's expression finally shifted. Ni's profound gaze locked unflinchingly onto the black aura swirling around Wang Beixiao, as if peering straight into the essence of reality itself. I sense divine power within you. Na flash of lucidity flickered across Wang Beixiao's blood-red eyes. In not chi. The tower spirit's voice lowered, grave and solemn, to bear divine power within a mortal vessel. Boy, you are far more fascinating than I imagined. The youth 50 years ago walked the path of mortal perfection. But you? And the tower spirit shook his head, eyes clouded with complex emotion, admiration, yes, but also sorrowful pity. You tread the path of divine defiance. And silence stretched. In Wang Beixiao naturally revealed nothing. Only silence met the revelation. And at last the tower spirit broke the stillness. The divine seal upon his arm ignited. An emerald light spilled from the first seal, bathing the entire altar in verdant radiance. In first seal, awaken. The tower spirit's voice resonated with palpable combat fervor. In, let me test the power of divinity. In gravity suppression. In crash. The floor beneath Wang Beixiao collapsed instantly. And within a 10-meter radius centered on him, stone slabs sank half a meter, crushed as if pressed by an invisible titan's hand. His bones cracked ominously. In Wang Beixiao clenched his teeth, neck veins bulging. And he felt as though a mountain rested atop his shoulders. The gravity field centered on him warped unnaturally. In second strike. And the tower spirit became a streaking meteor hurtling toward him at impossible speed. The ground shattered in his wake. And he hadn't arrived. But his spiritual pressure had already struck. And outside, every spectator leapt to their feet. Yin Shasha's trembling hand gripped her core, her lips moving silently in desperate prayer. The director watched entranced as that earth-shattering fist descended. And Wang Beixiao raised his head. And instead of defending, threw himself forward, fist raised defiantly. And I refuse to accept you. Boom. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed. Then the giant screen dissolved into static snow. What just happened? Senior officials of Jiuzhong City turned in unison toward the technicians. The technician flushed with embarrassment. That punch from the tower spirit shattered every camera in the tower. Live broadcast of the battle inside the tower is temporarily impossible. At once, every heart leapt into throats. One punch, shattering every surveillance lens in the entire tower. Could Wang Beixiao still be alive? High-ranking officials who had staked their hopes on Wang Beixiao's meteoric rise now wore expressions of deep unease. Only the Fengwuzia faction remained impassive. Zzz. At last, President Chu rose to his feet. Amid a sea of bewildered gazes, he strode resolutely toward the tower gate. President Chu, you hold no official qualification for the grand contest. You cannot enter the tower. Fengling City's chief administrator offered a courteous warning. I'm going to pick up my son from school. Without glancing back, President Chu marched forward unwavering. All might doubt Wang Beixiao, but he would never doubt his own son. Inside the tower spirit gazed at Wang Beixiao in stunned disbelief. Half his body was embedded in the wall, blood gushed repeatedly from his mouth. The black aura dissipated. Gravely wounded, he could no longer sustain his ghost transformation. Boy, one more blow will kill you, the tower spirit warned gently. Surrender. It harms you not. Creak, creak, creak. Wang Beixiao struggled inch by agonizing inch to extract himself from the wall. His left side hung limp and lifeless, blood streamed from eyes and nostrils. He uttered no word, only staggered forward trembling toward the tower spirit. Stubbornness serves no purpose. I am but the tower spirit, not your enemy. Surrender. I do not wish to slay you. He received no reply. Indeed, he could no longer speak. That single blow had nearly extinguished Wang Beixiao's vital spark. Had it not been for the ceaseless nourishment from the pseudo-deity, he would already have descended into the netherworld. You are even more obstinate than that youth 50 years ago. Creak. Wang Beixiao halted, slowly lifting his battered face with excruciating effort. His gaze was dim, his breath shallow as silk, but still he twisted his lips into a defiant, arrogant grin pointing to his chest. Strike here. What do you hope to gain? The tower spirit was utterly baffled. No grudge binds us. What meaning lies in such stubborn endurance? This. Wang Beixiao drew a ragged breath, pointing at the crimson divine seal upon the tower spirit's chest. If I endure 3 blows, may I have this? The crimson divine seal. Not for the pseudo-deity Sake, but to return it to President Chu. I've been beaten into this wretched state. I deserve some recompense, don't I, eh? Spitting a mouthful of blood, Wang Beixiao gave a ghastly smile. Otherwise, was the beating all for nothing? You truly desire this divine seal, eh? The tower spirit shook his head regretfully. Alas, it does not resonate with your sequence. To gift it away. Wang Beixiao bared his teeth in a lopsided grin. I'll carry it back. To give it away. To whom? My father. The tower spirit froze. His profound, ancient eyes locked unblinkingly onto Wang Beixiao's clear, unwavering gaze. Satisfied he spoke no falsehood, the tower spirit inhaled deeply. I cannot remove this seal, but every victor who clears the tower receives a divine seal bestowed by its master. One final warning. This blow will kill you. Dead or alive, I will carry that seal out. Wang Beixiao slowly spread his arms wide, his eyes half-lidded. I stake everything on this one gamble, that your fist fails to end me. Apologies, but by the master's decree, I may not show mercy. The tower spirit's eyes flickered faintly. All 6 seals flared simultaneously. Second seal. Activate spirit energy cannon. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the altar's air was vacuumed away, coalescing into a basketball-sized sphere around the tower spirit's fist. As compression intensified, suffocating pressure bore down like a collapsing sky. Shards of stone trembled uncontrollably. The altar itself groaned, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. Surrender. Now, and you yet live, the tower spirit roared. But Wang Beixiao had slipped into near unconsciousness. His body swayed precariously. Fragments of memory surged forth, vivid and unbidden. Shower, why fight again? Did they call you fatherless, motherless? Then yes, they deserved it. Shower, when I grow old, shall I entrust Fangwazia to you? We shall not always be here. The guild's future rests with you, Ho Pippi and Xiao Mac. Grow stronger step by step. So long as I draw breath, no man dares defile your dignity. Lacking innate abilities. Nonsense. My son, even without them, stands peerless beneath heaven. President Chu's voice thundered through his mind, unwavering and fierce. That was his reason to endure. That man had forsaken his own future, embedding the crimson divine seal into his son's flesh. How then? How dare he surrender? Whoosh. In the next heartbeat, Wang Beixiao's eyes snapped open, burning with ironclad resolve. His voice tore through the air like thunder. Even if I die, I will bear that seal beyond these walls. Die. The tower spirit's fist launched forward, unstoppable, cataclysmic. At the very brink of annihilation, golden light blazed fiercely from Wang Beixiao's forehead, and a sly, triumphant smile curved his lips. He had wagered and won. The pseudo-deity had intervened. An ocean of divine power flooded his veins, boundless and inexhaustible. Boom. Divine demon quadruple transformation, divine form. A cool, serene voice emanated from his brow. Host, surrender your consciousness. This battle is mine. Boom. Golden radiance detonated outward. Wang Beixiao's entire being blazed with sacred light. His expression solemn, majestic, his hair billowing as though stirred by celestial winds. His eyes held dominion over heaven and earth. 6 pristine snow-white wings unfurled from his back. A mere ancient soul dares raise hand against me. Wang Beixiao's voice had transformed. No longer hoarse and human, but icy, transcendent, unmistakably feminine. Your path to divinity has barely begun, yet why should I fear? Pseudo-deity is still deity. Annihilate. Boom. Their fists collided, sending a silent, devastating shockwave rippling across the void. Where it passed, creation ceased. The altar crumbled instantly into ash. Both combatants remained frozen mid-strike, neither yielding, neither prevailing. Clink. Suddenly, a sharp crystalline sound. A hairline fracture raced across the tower spirit's right arm armor. Snap. It shattered. Armor, and the divine seal embedded within, disintegrated into dust swirling into Wang Beixiao's forehead. You are no deity. You feed on divine seals. What are you? Stunned, the tower spirit stared at the vanished seal, snatched his arm back, retreating half a step, wary and unsettled. What is a deity? By what measure do we define one? The pseudo-deity smiled enigmatically, lingering hungrily upon the tower spirit's remaining seals, then murmured as its divine aura began to fade. I am no god, merely retracing the road I once walked. Who are you? Not even your master merits knowledge of my name. With its final breath it whispered, 3 blows fulfilled. I claim the colorless divine seal your master concealed. How could you possibly know? Outside the beast suppression tower, no one knows what is happening inside. The air feels as if it has solidified, and the audience of tens of thousands sits in terrifying silence. All eyes are fixed on Chu Kuangren at the tower's entrance, unable to imagine the madness that would ensue if Wang Beixiao were to perish inside. Time passes slowly. The great door of the beast suppression tower remains tightly shut. President Chu, I suppose Wang Beixiao won't be coming out. A voice from the back of the crowd breaks the silence. With the 6th seal tower spirit and a 2nd seal awakened, how could he possibly come out alive? The cameras were all smashed. Did you see the footage of that punch? The altar has collapsed. What a pity, it truly is a pity. Whispers spread like a plague. Xue Fu laughed madly as he slapped the ground, saying, Evil will be punished by heaven, haha, punished by heaven. The senior officials of the education department exchanged glances, their moods plummeting from the heights to the depths. The expression of the leader of Fengling City darkened gradually as he turned to look at the special envoy Lu Ming beside him. The latter shook his head, indicating helplessness. The members of the evil ghost's tooth, numbering over 40, were scattered on both sides of the tower entrance, some squatting and smoking, others leaning against the door and dozing, looking relaxed like a group of parents waiting to pick up their children from school. But everyone could feel that their killing intent was slowly rising. If Wang Beixiao did not come out soon, this group might resort to smashing the tower. It's been 20 minutes. Lao Chu glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing in worry. Wait, the president stared blankly at the large door. The kid won't go back on his word. He must be dead, definitely dead. A 17-year-old kid, what a pity. I said he shouldn't have rushed to the 9th level. He could have come out safely as in class talent from the 8th level. Alas, young people never listen to advice. The discussions grew louder and more reckless. Their words brimmed with regret and a hint of mockery. The faces of the high-ranking officials turned from red to pale, from pale to a sickly green. This was the closest they had ever been to reaching the pinnacle. Just moments ago, they were fantasizing about soaring to great heights. Now their minds were consumed with thoughts of how to write the accountability report for the fall of a genius. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Only the reporters were eagerly setting up their cameras at the tower entrance, each of them looking excited. If Wang Beixiao emerged, he would be the first prodigy in 50 years to challenge the 9th level. If he did not come out, the fall of an unparalleled genius would also be big news. Suddenly, ding! The sound of a bell rang out. All discussions came to a halt. The sound came from the top of the tower. It was deep and distant. Ding, ding, ding. Each chime grew heavier, shaking the entire arena. Ding! The 7th chime. The entire audience of 30,000 rose to their feet in unison. After each competition, the beast suppression tower would use the ringing of bells to inform everyone of how far the students had reached. Ding! The 8th chime. Yen Shasha suddenly sprang up from the ground, her small face tense as she stared at the top of the tower. Chu Kuangren showed a hint of nervousness for the first time, unconsciously taking Aunt Yes' hand, his palms slick with sweat. The high-ranking officials from Fengling City swallowed hard. Everyone craned their necks, waiting for the final judgment. If the 9th chime were to sound, that would mean Wang Beixiao had passed, although the chances seemed slim. Aunt Yes' palm was pinched painfully, yet she unusually patted the president's arm, gently saying, You raised this child. Don't you believe in him? He has the soul of our evil ghost's tooth, very stubborn. The whole world may not believe in him, but I do. Sure enough. A few seconds later. Ding! The 9th chime. The last ring dragged on for a very long time. The resonance of the bell echoed in the air, lingering for a long time. Silence. The leader of Fengling City turned his head, his voice trembling. Just now. How many rings were there? The secretary beside him stuttered 3 times before managing to say 9. 9 rings. I heard it very clearly, 9 rings. 9 rings. Is 9 rings. Boom. The cheers of 30,000 people erupted simultaneously. 9th level. He passed. Our 9-clock city has produced an unparalleled genius. Ha 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 ha. The top scholar of the nation belongs to us. Wang Beixiao. Wang Beixiao. Wang Beixiao. Amidst the thunderous shouts, the leadership of the 2nd high school embraced and wept. The principal hugged the dean, crying like a child, as if Wang Beixiao had been taught by them personally. The homeroom teacher of class 15 stood dumbfounded, finally uttering, I can be the principal now." The expressions of the higher-ups of the education department grew even more vibrant. Just moments ago they were pondering how to shift the blame, now their minds were all about how to claim the credit. "I said long ago that this child has a bright future. I was the one who signed off on his participation in the competition. That's right, this is the result of our education department's collective efforts." They mentioned not a word about the reward of 500,000. Creak. The heavy tower door slowly. A figure appeared in the gap of the door. Against the light his face was unclear. He walked slowly, unsteadily, each step seeming to exhaust all his strength. His bare upper body was covered in blood. His right arm hung limply, clearly dislocated. His messy hair was caked with dust and dried blood. But in his left hand he tightly gripped something. Red light seeped through his fingers. Snap! Snap! Wang Beixiao looked at the camera. In an instant countless people rushed forward. The swaying Wang Beixiao leaned against the door, his gaze scanning the crowd. Soon, he spotted that familiar, roguishly handsome face. Scruffy beard, a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, wearing a long cloak. Their eyes met. The president's eyes reddened as he stepped forward and kicked him in the rear, saying, "You little rascal, didn't I tell you not to force it if you couldn't win?" The latter grinned mysteriously, raising his left hand and relaxing his fingers. A red divine seal lay quietly in his bloodstained palm, emitting a warm glow. The entire venue fell silent once more. This was a meaning known only to the evil ghost's tooth. The president had given up the red divine seal for Wang Beixiao, so he was willing to risk his life to retrieve the divine seal for him. "I told you I will definitely return the divine seal to you." Wang Beixiao's voice was teasing, yet his gaze was incredibly firm. "Next time I'll get you a golden one. The red divine seal. Is this the reward for passing the trial? Just like that you're giving it away." The reporters pressed the shutter on the divine seal, capturing this historic moment. "For this, I nearly lost my life. Was it worth it?" The president's Adam's apple bobbed as he reached for the divine seal, his palm trembling slightly. "I don't need you to return it. What I owe you, I can't repay." Wang Beixiao swayed, a look of pride on his face. "Give me a chance. Let me win you over. You protected me before, and now I'll take care of you in your old age." Just as his words fell, he rolled his eyes and collapsed forward. The president caught in the weight of over 100 pounds hanging on his shoulder, the hot blood soaking through his clothes. Evil ghost's tooth. Suppressing the turmoil within, the president walked steadily towards the tavern. "Let's go home. Dear reporters, Wang Beixiao has been injured and is not suitable for interviews. I am the director of the education department, and Wang Beixiao has always been a key student of our department. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me." On this day, the sky above 9 O'Clock City was exceptionally clear. On this day, a young man's name spread throughout the world. On this day, the child of the evil ghost stood in the sunlight, basking in the cheers of the entire city. On this day, a new era began. Outside the Xia Kingdom, on an endless expanse of sea, a towering statue of a deity, standing 10,000 meters high, looms over the waters, resembling a great mountain at first glance. The statue holds a sword in both hands, gazing forward with a proud demeanor, looking down upon the world. Countless towering buildings are densely arranged along the sword's blade. Surprisingly, it is a small city. This is the headquarters of the Divine Hall. It does not belong to the Xia Kingdom, nor to any other nation. It is isolated over the sea, with no one daring to provoke it. Xia Kingdom news reports, after 50 years our nation has produced another prodigy, bravely challenging the 9 levels of the Beast Tower. This grand competition highlights the indomitable spirit of our Xia Kingdom's youth, who are undeterred by hardships and challenges. The Awakener Management Bureau announces. Bang! In the headquarters of the Divine Hall, in an inconspicuous room, a television playing the news was smashed to pieces. The person who struck had a handsome face with a venomous glint in his eyes. His long silky hair flowed gracefully, his figure was slender, and although he had an Adam's apple, he appeared even more feminine than a woman. Wang Beixiao. The youth who smashed the television glared in the direction of the Xia Kingdom, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Shuechen, your desire for revenge is too intense." The elderly man sitting on the sofa smiled, kindly smoothing his red robe, and said earnestly, "I have already proposed to promote you to a level 1 divine disciple. In 3 years, you will successfully become a Greyclad steward. Do not act impulsively." The Greyclad steward in his 20s had boundless prospects. However, the youth showed no joy, instead turning around unwillingly to question, "Master, why won't you allow me to seek revenge on Wang Beixiao? My family relies on Shiner to carry on the lineage, you know that." Shuechen, still seething with anger, smashed a rustic redwood chair with a single blow. He looked helplessly at his own unspeakable troubles, feeling even more wronged in his heart. Calm down, Chu Kuangren is a genius favored by the Divine Throne. Even the matter of betraying the Divine Hall is not pursued by the Divine Throne. I dare not seek trouble with him. At the current tribunal, half of the higher-ups are his former junior brothers and sisters. Mentioning the tribunal, the youth's clenched fists gradually relaxed, clearly wary of that name. The tribunal is one of the 3 violent organizations of the Divine Hall known for its decisiveness in killing and bloody methods. Even those within the Divine Hall are reluctant to offend them. I cannot swallow this anger. Shuechen pleaded unwillingly. Eldest brother is like a father. Shiner is my best younger brother, master. I beg you, help me. Saying this, the youth knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grievance and fury as he repeatedly bowed his head. If you do not agree, I would rather die. You? The elder pondered for a moment, a look of conflict appearing on his face. Seeing that Shuechen was on the verge of exploding, he softened and said, let me tell you the truth, even if you don't take action. The tooth of the evil spirit is coming to an end. All you need to do is be a bystander. Naturally, someone will step in to eliminate Chu Kuangren. Who? The youth's eyes lit up, asking excitedly, does Wang Beixiao have other opponents? Wang Beixiao does not. But Chu Kuangren has enemies enough to fill a city. Did you see Wang Beixiao's divine seal? That seal has long been targeted by the Red Demon. It was Chu Kuangren who broke the rules and killed people to seize goods in the ruins. I received news that the Red Demon has already caught the scent and pursued it to Nine Bell City. Red Demon. Shuechen's eyes suddenly brightened, and he slowly twirled a strand of hair with 2 fingers, pondering and asking, is it that a level guild? Don't be fooled by the tooth of the evil spirit's lawlessness in Nine Bell City. Ultimately, they are just a clever guild. The world has always had strict standards for judging guilds. And a level guild is typically equipped with at least 1 7-mark awakened and 2 6-mark expert stationed. A level guild requires at least 1 6-mark expert. They also need to complete corresponding tasks to be successfully promoted. The Red Demon is a super guild that has been established for a century. In terms of personnel, they have over 10,000 members. In terms of force, the leader of the Red Demon is a low-grade 7-mark, and Chu Kuangren has kicked a hardboard this time. The confidential report from the Divine Hall states that Chu Kuangren has killed the vice president and 2 captains of the Red Demon within the ruins. The elderly man in the red robe leisurely stroked his beard, smiling contentedly. The enmity has been established. If the Red Demon does not crush the tooth of the evil spirit, who will fear them in the future? Wait a moment. Shuechen's face lit up with joy, but then he realized something was off. Wasn't Chu Kuangren at 5 marks before? How could he kill the vice president of the Red Demon? Usually those who can serve as vice presidents are only slightly weaker than the president. Guild members are all individuals with nothing to lose. If they lack capability, they cannot suppress them. For instance, the vice president of the Tooth of the Evil Spirit is old Chu. Despite being a cripple, his strength is unfathomable. The vice president of the Red Demon should have already reached 6 marks, right? Can Chu Kuangren at 5 marks kill someone at 6 marks? The Divine Seal does not just represent skills, it is also a symbol of cultivation. The difference of 1 Divine Seal means an overwhelming disparity in cultivation. The elderly man in the red robe said with a knowing smile, otherwise why do you think the Divine Throne values him so much? The information regarding Chu Kuangren in the Divine Hall is classified. Ooh, I can only tell you. He is far stronger than you imagine. The old man suddenly lowered his voice, speaking seriously. His Divine Seal has issues, otherwise he would be at least 7 marks by now. In that case, I would like to request leave to return home. Rest assured, master, I will only watch Wang Beixiao die. Shuechen suppressed the murderous intent within him, respectfully cupping his fists in salute. I will not delay your plans. Then, very well. Nine Bell City. In a certain hospital room, when Wang Beixiao opened his eyes again, it was already 2 days later. This battle nearly drained him, although he ultimately withstood that fatal blow thanks to the pseudo-divine. The pseudo-divine also exhausted the power gained from devouring the Divine Seal, falling back into a deep sleep. Oh, you're awake. Feeling weak, huh? When I was your age, every time I woke up my blanket would be shorter by a segment. A sarcastic voice rang out. Wang Beixiao didn't even need to guess who it was. Sure enough, in the adjacent bed the president was enjoying himself while embracing Aunt Yu, leisurely smoking a cigarette. His stubbled face was marked with bright red lipstick prints. I say, can you two try not to be so public? This is a hospital. What's wrong with the hospital? Do you really think beds are just for sleeping? The president lazily rubbed his eyes. Feeling so lifeless at such a young age isn't good for you. Aren't you too tired of being glued to each other every day, eh? This is love. You who can only last 3 minutes at self-pleasure wouldn't understand. The latter shamelessly winked. Wang Beixiao didn't want to get caught up in this issue, blushing as he asked, how long have I? 2 days. If you had slept 2 days longer, I would have to go upstairs to see the traditional Chinese medicine department for kidney supplements. The president chuckled as he took off the pendant from around his neck. It was the Divine Seal that Wang Beixiao had obtained from the tower, tied around his neck with a string. I won't need this for now. You just opened your second aperture, so use it first. Later find me a golden one. He was about to return the Divine Seal to Wang Beixiao. He had only taken the Divine Seal at the tower to show off. However, as an elder, he would certainly not snatch away the younger generation's opportunities. This time Wang Beixiao imitated the president's previous actions, slowly revealing his second aperture. There was an additional colorless divine seal at the position of his chest. It's too late. I have already embedded it. The God Seal inverted clock. The president did a backflip off the bed, dumbfounded by the God Seal on Wang Baixiu's chest. It was colorless, a totem of a clock. He was taken aback for a moment, then slapped Wang Baixiu's face. Have you lost your mind? Such a great talent adorned with a colorless God Seal. The colorless God Seal is essentially unusable, or to put it bluntly, a defective product. It was destroyed during the War of the Gods, and embedding it is equivalent to wasting an acupoint. The president's eyes instantly turned red. He understood that Wang Baixiu was concerned he wouldn't accept the red God Seal, so he deliberately embedded this useless one for himself. Do you have any idea how significant it is to waste an acupoint? This was the first time the president had lost his temper to such an extent, raising his hand to strike. But facing Wang Baixiu's determined gaze, his hand hesitated to come down. After a long moment of staring at each other, the president, like a deflated balloon, silently returned to his seat, lighting a cigarette. In this world, only the divine seat can change a seal for someone. You. Get ready, we are going to the divine hall, to find him to save you. Upon hearing this, Aunt Yes' complexion changed drastically, and she sternly shouted, are you crazy? The whole world knows that Chu Kuangren is a traitor who defected from the divine hall, and on paper, he is still a wanted criminal of the divine hall. Going back to the divine hall now is tantamount to walking into a trap. However, the president seemed to ignore this, seriously staring at Wang Baixiu. Kid, you owe me nothing. Remember, my kindness to you is because you are a junior. It is the tradition of the evil ghost's tooth for the older generation to care for the younger and pave the way for them. If you ever pull such a brainless stunt again, I will beat you to death. With that, he angrily stood up and urged you to go back and help me pack a few clothes. I'm taking this little brat back to the divine hall. At worst, the divine seat will strip me of the God Seal. But I don't believe he would dare kill me. Ahem. Actually, seeing that the president was determined to leave, Aunt Yu looked worried, and Wang Baixiu awkwardly raised his hand. Actually, there's a reason I chose it. This was chosen by the false god. Wang Baixiu revealed his trump card without reservations. He had long wanted to tell the other party his secret, but had never found the opportunity. After encountering the tower spirit in the tower, the false god specifically requested this colorless God Seal. The reason the colorless God Seal is called a defective seal is because it has been damaged and cannot be activated with qi. However, the power within Wang Baixiu is divine power. He can activate it. Thus, only Wang Baixiu in the world can use the colorless God Seal. Before the false god exhausted his divine power and fell asleep, he specifically mentioned that the owner of this God Seal is one of the top 5 among the gods with boundless power. When it awakens, it will be upgraded comparable to the Black Seal. The president stamped out his cigarette butt and stared seriously into Wang Baixiu's eyes, asking solemnly, kid, are you saying that thing inside you can devour God Seals and also upgrade God Seals? Exactly, it should have other functions as well. The latter nodded seriously, just as he was about to boast further. His mouth was completely covered by the other party. With a glance from the president, Aunt Yu quickly exited the room, standing guard at the door like a bodyguard. You little brat, remember today's words must stay buried in your stomach. Besides me and Xiaoyu, no one else can understand. This casual man rarely had a serious face, earnestly reminding your false god is almost in direct opposition to the divine hall. If they find out your secret, at best, they'll capture you for research, and at worst, they'll sacrifice you to the gods. As for today's discussion, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. And you mustn't bring it up again in the future. Got it? The latter shrugged nonchalantly. He hadn't planned on telling anyone else, gently placing the red God Seal into the other party's pocket. This God Seal is a gift for you, consider it. Your meal money for the past decade. Then you still owe me a golden one. The president's face darkened, knowing the effect of Wang Baixiu's false god. He immediately became less polite, cursing as he put the God Seal back around his neck, and added, don't think that a red God Seal can settle things with me. According to the rules, if I return 9 out of 13, then we'll be even after you return 3 golden God Seals. It's a pity you didn't go into loan sharking. I tried, but I didn't calculate the accounts clearly. They fired me. The latter grinned, playfully patting the God Seal around his neck. I'll consider you have a conscience, and I'll personally cook. No. Wang Baixiu suddenly stood up, his face filled with terror. The 3 great nightmares of the evil ghost's tooth: the president's cooking, Old Chu's wine, and Old Fang's singing. 3 years ago, the president cooked once, and over 40 people clogged the entire street sewer. Wang Baixiu clutched the other party's clothes tightly with tears in his eyes, shaking his head. President, I'm only injured externally, now eating your food will injure me internally. Can you let me go? Or can you let me join the evil ghost's tooth in advance? Wang Baixiu was afraid that the other party would come up with some tricks. This president was unreliable at any time except for fighting. Unexpectedly, the other party rejected him without a second thought. No way, it's settled then. We'll find you a few girls and personally teach you the 36 techniques of the bedroom tonight. Let me tell you, I have a move called Twin Dragons Exploring the Cave. Bang! The president was about to proudly introduce his signature move when Aunt Yu suddenly stormed in with a pale face. What the hell, how did you get in? Did Shower say he wanted a woman? I never play outside. The latter was startled and instinctively stood straight. However, Aunt Yu did not beat him as usual, but instead solemnly handed him a magazine. The president glanced at it hurriedly, his expression changing drastically. Where did you find this? Just now. Someone delivered it. Aunt Yu gave a meaningful look at Wang Beixiao, deliberately covering the magazine. Even so, he still glanced at it hastily. It was an incredibly ordinary magazine, with a bizarre totem drawn in red watercolor. Most totems are centered around animals, gods, or mythical beasts, while the center of this totem was. Seeing this totem, the president's complexion instantly became serious. Then he returned to his nonchalant demeanor, turning to Wang Beixiao and instructing him going back to change into a new outfit. I smell terrible. They'll come over later. Oh, the latter did not suspect anything. By the way, if I don't come over tonight. Don't wait. The president playfully hugged Aunt Yes' cold face, remember, you're not yet a part of the evil ghosts too. What do you mean? Nothing much, just a little tease, hee sayonara. The two swaggered out of the room. The moment the door closed, the president's smile instantly froze, his face darkening ominously. The red demon has arrived so quickly. The red demon isn't scary. What's scary is the thumb. Aunt Yu pointed warily at the thumb totem in the magazine. Such an abstract totem, such an abstract way of doing things. It's them, one of the 3 major assassin guilds in the world. The thumb. That night the hospital was brightly lit. In Wang Beixiao's hospital room, a nurse led a stunningly beautiful woman into the room. Miss Chen, are you sure you want to stay in this room? The nurse smiled, patting her bulging pocket, and said, this is a double room. I can arrange a VIP room. The patient staying here is a boy. Won't that be inconvenient for you? That's none of your business, the woman replied flatly, her voice neutral, deep, yet crisp. As she spoke, she stuffed an envelope into the other's pocket. He'll be staying here. Where is he? Wang Beixiao. Oh, I just saw him go downstairs to buy cigarettes. The young nurse replied with confusion. Fine, I'll handle it myself. Saying this, the woman walked straight to the bed where the president had slept, casually lifting the quilt to prepare for rest. As soon as she sat down, the bed creaked. The woman jumped up as if sitting on a fire. How desperate can this be? Can't you just go out and book a room? The woman's face darkened disgustedly, wiping her hands. Then she glanced at the bed Wang Beixiao had slept in, saying, I want to stay there. No problem. They'll help you change the sheets right away. 5 minutes later, the woman walked alone to the hospital's stairwell, calmly dialing a phone number. Minter, I've arrived at the hospital. Don't act impulsively. Leaving the divine hall is already a violation. You must not expose yourself. The elderly voice on the phone comforted her calmly. I know you had a deep bond with Shui Xian. Now that your brother is gone, you must tread carefully and not act rashly. I understand. Today I will be staying in the bed next to Wang Beixiao. Your intel. Is there no problem? A venomous glint flickered in the woman's eyes, and the thought of what was about to happen made her lips involuntarily curl up. Don't worry, Chi, Yao hired a thumb-sized person to handle it. Those people are all rigid. Once they take the money, no matter the cost, they will get it done. The elder lowered his voice, laced with sarcasm. In the next few days, they will definitely make their move. I want to watch him die before my eyes. The woman's gaze slowly turned towards the direction of the Shui family, her eyes trembling slightly. Teacher, I want to go home and take a look. No, you snuck out. If you get found out, it will be a huge problem. Returning to the room, the woman furrowed her brow, only to be greeted by a sour foot odor. Wang Beixiao lay on the bed in his underwear, lazily picking his nose with one hand, while holding a cigarette with the other. This slovenly appearance was strikingly similar to Chu Kuangren. A flash of killing intent crossed the woman's eyes as she forced a smile and initiated a greeting hello. Change it out. Wang Beixiao glanced briefly, flicking the dirt he had just dug from under his nails and casually rubbing his fingers together. Damn, the old man is getting stingier and stingier. My first battle. Doesn't he at least know to find me something more expensive? What do you mean? The woman's face instantly turned from white to red and then to black. What did he take her for? A young lady. Her hands unconsciously tightened, suppressing her killing intent as she gritted her teeth and said, What do you take me for? It's not directed at you. Cough cough, even if the lights are off, it's still important to have some feel. Wang Beixiao stared intently at the woman's chest, as if selecting goods. You're not even bigger than me. I want to leave some beautiful memories for my first battle. Hey, don't misunderstand him, not saying you're bad, just not to my taste. Here I have $10 left. You can take a taxi back yourself. Seeing Wang Beixiao actually take out $10, the woman's face turned green, her fists clenched tightly, and she felt the urge to strangle him. No wonder my brother said in the text message that this person deserves to die. What a foul mouth. The woman silently closed her eyes and began reciting a mantra to suppress her anger. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with coldness. I am the patient in the bed next to you. You're not a young lady. It's a misunderstanding, I'm sorry. The latter's cheeks flushed, awkwardly clasping her hands in front of her. Do I look like one? You have a bit of that aura. Shut up. The woman returned to her own bed with a sullen face. Through the reflection in the glass, she glared intensely at Wang Beixiao, grinding her teeth with a sizzle. You killed my brother, and you still want to mock me. Wait for it. I want to see you die. Unfortunately, the mentor won't let me make a move. Otherwise, today I will definitely make you wish you were dead. The woman turned her back to Wang Beixiao, quietly taking out her phone, looking at the sunny, handsome boy on the screen, her eyes slightly moist. Brother, up in heaven, your enemy will soon come to accompany you. Sorry about that. Wang Beixiao awkwardly sat up behind her and initiated a conversation. What a misunderstanding. Are you also here for treatment? What illness? Gynecological. Clang. The woman instinctively pulled out a dagger from her bag, wanting to turn around and stab this bastard to death. Fortunately, years of training in the Divine Hall had made her temperament more tolerant than others. Bastard, go ahead and be arrogant, you won't be proud for long, she thought as the corridor lights all went out. A gust of cold wind seeped through the window. In the moment before the footsteps of nurses and patients outside the corridor had all vanished, Wang Beixiao's expression changed. Growing up in the Valley of Evil Ghosts honed his keen sixth sense. There was danger. He instinctively wanted to get out of bed to investigate and heard footsteps outside. Tap, tap, tap. The slow steps approached gradually, the sound soft and slow, echoing in the corridor. One person. Wang Beixiao took a deep breath, his brow slightly furrowed. Even through the door, he could sense the faint killing intent emanating from the individual, pure and untainted. After becoming an awakened one, the pseudo-divine power bestowed upon him terrifying perception. He could clearly sense that the other party's cultivation was comparable to that of old Chu. In other words, the person outside was at least a forceal practitioner. A forceal expert with such terrifying killing intent was definitely coming for him. A killer from the Shui family. In the entire Jiuzhong city, the only ones capable and motivated to kill him were from the Shui family. Wang Beixiao cautiously pulled out his phone, gently dialing the president's number for help. He did not have the pseudo-divine power to assist him now. If the other party really came for him, there would be no escape. Meanwhile, the woman's lips, painted with lipstick, unconsciously curled up. A forceal master. Hee Wang Beixiao. You're dead for sure. No wonder they are so efficient, like a thumb-sized person. Creak. The door slowly opened, a chilling wind surged in, and Wang Beixiao's muscles tensed up, his body coiling like a beast ready to counterattack at any moment. The woman excitedly admired the impending slaughter through the reflection in the glass. Brother, you can rest in peace now. In the next second, a slender young man suddenly burst through the door. He wore a raincoat, a mask, and held a short knife, his expression stern with a fierce glint in his eyes. Wang Beixiao's hair stood on end. He was a killer. The other person's attire was typical of a killer, and definitely a skilled one. Just having a glance at him made Wang Beixiao feel like a beast was staring at him. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he noticed the other party's eyes showing a hint of panic, but quickly regained composure. The short knife pointed at Wang Beixiao. This is none of your business. Lie down. Oh. The sudden scene left Wang Beixiao utterly stunned. Undoubtedly an assassin, yet not after him. The woman beside him froze mid-smile, turning in disbelief just as her gaze locked with the killer's. His eyes narrowed to slits, a flash of icy light darting across them. With practiced efficiency, he drew a short blade and strode toward her bed, glanced at the room number on the wall, then checked his phone message. Ward Building, Surgery Department, Bed 503. Target confirmed. Wait, no. Wang Beixiao stood dazed. He'd barely stepped back into his room when hospital staff reassigned him to a new bed. How could an assassination attempt follow so immediately? Do I look like the target? The woman asked awkwardly, her lips twitching. Target, Bed 503. Confirmed. The man slowly shed his raincoat, revealing a black tactical suit beneath. Across his chest, golden thread embroidered a bold thumb motif. He pointed to it with a cold, mocking smile. When the thumb handles business, flawless execution. Then he raised his thumb deliberately, declaring with quiet pride, everyone who's used us says it's good. Damn, it turns out your thumb emblem means that. Wang Beixiao suddenly recalled the same emblem Yu Ant had shown the guild master, identical down to the last stitch. So whom was this assassin truly after? Yu Ant, the guild master himself, or this woman? Correct, the Thumb Guild. A professional assassin collective. Everyone who's used us says it's good. Then he turned solemnly toward Wang Beixiao and nodded with grave courtesy. Don't be afraid. We never kill the innocent. Once I've completed my task, you're free to call the police. I won't hinder you. For now, please remain calm. If needed, I can even knock you unconscious. Professional, murmured Wang Beixiao, silently raising his thumb. Thank you. And should you ever require our services again, feel free to contact me directly. My designation is number 99. With one hand resting over his chest, he gave a slight, elegant bow, refined yet inexplicably absurd. Thank you. And should you ever require our services again, feel free to contact me directly. My designation is number 99. With one hand resting over inside, he seethed. His mentor forbade him from striking personally, insisting instead on witnessing his enemy's demise. To be mistaken for a courtesan was humiliating enough. To shoulder blame for his own nemesis was unbearable. A childish ruse. You think disguising yourself as a woman could fool the thumb's pursuit? Number 99's smile turned glacial, his aura shifting instantly. Moments ago he'd seemed foolish, now his gaze sharpened, cold and lethal, 4 divine seals blazing upon his body, a figure forged for slaughter. Your Adam's apple has already betrayed you. Die. Bang. Battle erupted in an instant. Number 99 moved like a phantom. Within a blink, a dozen illusory figures materialized beside the bed. Wang Beixiao's heart lurched silently, relieved the assassin had misidentified his target. Otherwise he knew he'd never evade that strike. First seal, activate phantom step. Clang. Number 99's blade cut air like lightning, leaving lingering arcs of white light. With each slash his form vanished for half a second, seemingly teleporting, striking with ruthless precision, every blow aimed at vital points. The hospital bed splintered into fragments. Yet the woman, unexpectedly formidable, slammed her palm onto the mattress, radiating pure sacred light. First seal, divine protection. Hum. A translucent 2-winged goddess manifested, her arms extending gently to envelop her in an unbreakable shield. They exchanged blows. Metal rang sharply again and again, until fine cracks began spiderwebbing across the luminous barrier. Have you ever seen a member of the Demon Fong employ divine hall techniques? Frantically the woman shouted, tears welling as the shield trembled. Use your head for heaven's sake. The Thumb Guild was undoubtedly professional, yet tragically inflexible in thought. Divine Hall martial arts and sacred seals were strictly guarded secrets. This divine protection bore unmistakable hallmarks of their exclusive lineage. Number 99 paused mid-lunge, stepping back, warily, brow furrowed in suspicion. Before Wang Beixiao could speak, Number 99 replied coolly, Chu Kuangren is a Divine Hall prodigy, so a Demon Fong operative wielding Divine Hall arts isn't surprising. Ah, the logic closes neatly. Wang Beixiao raised his thumb once more. So your thumb emblem is literally a client's 5-star review. Everyone who's used us says it's good. Number 99 confidently returned the gesture. Wang Beixiao nearly fled, but Number 99's reasoning spiraled in such bizarre, self-reinforcing loops that he'd inadvertently rescued him. Now flight was impossible, hesitation might trigger realization. Desperate, Wang Beixiao flooded the guildmaster with messages. None answered. All Demon Fong members must die. Boy, your life ends now. Number 99 activated his second seal, glowing crimson. Both woman and Wang Beixiao recoiled in shock. A red seal. No ordinary guild member could wield such authority. His status was unquestionably elite. Second seal. Activate Night Azura. Like Wang Beixiao's ghost transformation, yet far more refined. His body turned semi-transparent, hovering midair, wreathed in chilling energy, hair whipping wildly. Wang Beixiao's first thought, this Night Azura surpasses my own ghost transformation. Ghost transformation sacrificed sanity for power, reason traded for raw strength. But Night Azura imposed no such cost. He truly became a translucent specter, now gripping a massive warblade taller than himself, pulsing with scarlet demonic chi. You are the Thumb Guild's Night Azura. Oh, you've heard of me. Number 99's grin stretched wide, a grimace more horrifying than any sob, any final words. Damn it. As Number 99 raised his greatsword, the woman gritted her teeth, tore open her shirt, and revealed taut muscle and a radiant Divine Hall tattoo. Look closely, I'm a Divine Hall disciple, and I'm here to kill him too. He's Wang Beixiao, the demon's son. Golden ink traced a goddess with crossed arms over her chest, the unmistakable sigil of the Divine Hall. Number 99 staggered, whirling toward Wang Beixiao in disbelief. You deceived me. Where did I lie, eh? Wang Beixiao retreated step by step, muscles coiling for ghost transformation. You never asked who I was. He is Wang Beixiao, kill him now. Terrified he'd escape, the woman screamed, strike. Don't hesitate. You're not my employer. What gives you the right to rush me? Complaining without paying. I might just hire myself to eliminate you instead. Say so earlier. I'd have let you take 2 clean cuts. Unfazed by the thought of a mere second seal cultivator escaping his grasp, he swaggered forward, blade. Say so earlier. I'd have let you take 2 clean cuts. Unfazed by the thought of a mere second seal cultivator escaping his grasp, he swaggered forward, blade resting casually on his shoulder, eyes locked on Wang Beixiao. In Azura form, his hair spiked upward like flame, crimson tattoos blazing across his skin, pure suffocating pressure. Wang Beixiao pressed against the wall, the woman faithfully blocked his window escape route with a dagger. Trapped beyond hope, she dropped all pretense, grinning savagely. Wang Beixiao, when you reach the underworld, apologize properly to my brother. Die. Hold, wait. At the very moment the greatsword descended, Wang Beixiao mimicked the woman, pointing emphatically at his own neck. Hum. The blade froze midair. Number 99 frowned, brows lifting in irritation. Boy, you're awfully bold. Daring me to cleave your throat now. No. I mean, sir. Look here. I bear no Demon Fong tattoo. Wang Beixiao patted his neck urgently. An unwritten guild law demanded members brand themselves with the organization's unique mark. Its absence proved he wasn't affiliated with the Demon Fong. You're ordered to kill Demon Fong members, not me. Correct. His words struck home. The woman faltered, he is the demon's son. Would you please stop talking? Number 99 waved her off impatiently before turning to Wang Beixiao. Do you know her? Streetwalker from next door. Then kindly return to your post. Your interruptions are disrupting my focus. He sighed, stroking his beard darkly as his gaze settled on Wang Beixiao. My mission is to kill Demon Fong members. You bear no tattoo. Legally, you're no Demon Fong member. Killing you would violate guild statutes. But he was raised by the Demon Fong. The woman rushed to explain, only to meet twin glares of disdain. Number 99 stated flatly, our code spares kin. We strike only designated targets. After a thoughtful pause, number 99 reverted to his ordinary form, studying Wang Beixiao with unsettling gravity. Then, I'll return once you've earned your tattoo. Without another word, he strode out the door, leaving Wang Beixiao and the woman staring blankly at each other. Just like that. Too damn principled. If he won't kill you, I will. Her cover blown, the woman abandoned disguise entirely, leveling her dagger at Wang Beixiao. Today, you will pay for my brother's life. Wang Beixiao drew a slow breath, tiger patterns spreading across his skin. So, you're from the Shui family. Truly your clan reaps what it sows. Lost a brother, lost your little brother too. You dare? She shattered completely. Bang! In the next instant, the door burst open again. Number 99 returned, stepping before Wang Beixiao with solemn decorum and bowing 90 degrees, face earnest. I sincerely apologize. I broke protocol and frightened you. The thumb never overlooks a target, nor does it ever spill innocent blood. Here, take this 1,000 yuan as compensation for emotional distress. Don't deem it insufficient. I hurried out and carried only this much. Are you stupid? Shuechen couldn't comprehend the actions of No. 99. You're a killer, yet you apologize and even offer compensation for mental distress. Being a killer is just a profession. If it's a profession, one must have professional ethics. No. 99 explained earnestly, if everyone indiscriminately kills, how can this world develop? How can civilization continue? Killing is a job, not a hobby. Deep down, we all cherish peace. He continued, for instance, I often go to find girls without bringing an umbrella, just to ensure the population doesn't decrease. The bizarre reasoning left Wang Beixiao momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. He silently gave a thumbs up. Kill one, you give birth to one. The logic is self-consistent. Enough said. I almost killed you once, today I'll spare you. Upon hearing this, not only was Shuechen stunned, but Wang Beixiao was also taken aback. Can it really be done this way? You dare to meddle with matters of the Divine Hall. Everyone knows Shuechen is from the Divine Hall. Who wouldn't give him some face? Yet no. 99 not only refused to back down, but also intended to protect Wang Beixiao. Once the money is in place, the divine seed will be cut down. The latter raised an eyebrow and arrogantly draped an arm over Wang Beixiao's shoulder, saying, little brother, follow me. They'll take you away. Where do you want to go? Wang Beixiao's heart sank. Where could they go? The thumb was pointing towards the tooth of the evil ghost. And even he, a Yetajoin member, had someone killed. What about the others? At this thought, his heart involuntarily tightened. He couldn't help but ask quietly, how many? That's excessive. Ew, I have professional ethics, so don't ask what you shouldn't. No. 99's expression darkened. Then will you take me to the tooth of the evil ghost? Fine, but if you stop the thumb from killing, I might just cut you down. Once we arrive, we can fight. Deal. Have you two lost your minds? Shuechen stood dumbfounded. He couldn't act against No. 99 since though this guy may lack sense, his strength definitely overshadowed him. Inside the tavern, heavy metal music continued to play. The smell of cheap tobacco lingered. Old Shu quietly propped his chin on one hand, rhythmically tapping the tabletop with his fingers. With a cigarette in his mouth, he enjoyed the music and the sound of raindrops outside, while squinting his eyes. Ever since he joined the tooth of the evil ghost, discontented with the actions of the upper class, he seemed to have found purpose in life. The noise and coarseness here allowed him to rediscover his former self. With a soft creak, the tavern door opened slightly. The wind chime on the door jingled. Back already? Old Shu smiled habitually as he turned his head. This tavern is the headquarters of the tooth of the evil ghost, and typically does not welcome outsiders. Almost all members, upon receiving their reward, first return here for a drink, boast to others, and then get drunk. But this time, Old Shu's smile slowly froze. He saw more than a dozen individuals dressed in black raincoats walking in. They made no sound, like a group of vengeful spirits. The man at the forefront stood nearly 2 meters tall, his raincoat covering most of his face, revealing a distinct jawline, stubbly beard, and a cigarette. Even clad in a loose raincoat, his towering stature and bulging muscles were unmistakable. Who? Old Shu's eyes turned cold. At first surprised, he soon wore a relieved smile. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, he remarked, what an unexpected guest. The few members inside the tavern who hadn't gone out on missions quietly set down their glasses. Squinting, half-drunk, a cold glint slowly emerged in their eyes. Members who constantly hovered on the brink of life and death possessed an unusual sensitivity to danger. The atmosphere gradually turned eerie. In contrast, the dozen individuals across the bar made no move nor response. Led by their leader, they sat stiffly at the bar. "A drink, please." The leading man slowly removed his raincoat hood, revealing a rugged, resolute face. With a square jaw and neatly cropped hair, a large red birthmark marred the left side of his face, and his gaze was piercing. The man lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingers, politely pulling out a stack of cash, something stronger. "A big client, huh?" Old Chu slowly sat up straight, maintaining his composure as he smiled. "You don't seem to be from around here." The man casually lit another cigarette and offered one to the other. The latter skillfully handled the bottle and ice, smiling as he accepted the cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Tap. The man leisurely ignited a lighter again and offered it to the other. "I'm from Chilon City. A few brothers didn't want to reincarnate after death, so I came to help them fulfill their wishes." Click. Old Chu's movements paused slightly, and a knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he held the cigarette. The smoke gently wafted into his eyes, almost bringing tears. The two exchanged silent glances, and then simultaneously lowered their heads. Old Chu quickened his movements, and his bangs lightly swayed, obscuring his expression. The man took a deep drag from his cigarette, pulling in half a stick. "Are you Chu Chua?" "Just call me Old Chu Chua." "Haha, that's too elegant." Old Chu skillfully poured the prepared drink into glasses, arranging them on the bar, his gaze strikingly bright under the dim light. "Please enjoy." Why did a former member of the bounty office turn to the business of killing and smuggling? The man downed the drink in one gulp, grinning. "Good drink, better than our guild's bartender. Because we can't catch the real criminals, using violence to counter violence is more direct." Old Chu gently pinched the cigarette between his lips, resting both hands on the bar, and said with a smile that was neither here nor there, "In my lifetime, I, Old Chu, have killed only those who deserve to die." "So you kill and smuggle?" A young man beside the man suddenly removed his raincoat hood, his eyes bloodshot as he questioned. "They didn't offend you, did they, eh?" There was a blonde guy in the ruins who tricked a group of practicing students into luring away the savage beasts for a divine seal. Should he die? Old Chu unhurriedly poured more drink for the man, then raised the bottle to his mouth for a large gulp, continuing. "And there was a youth who looked about 70 to 80% like you. That brat, after the students barely escaped with their lives, killed all the remaining ones to cover his tracks. Oh, and there was a girl who didn't die, but was desecrated by that group of beasts." Bang! Old Chu slammed the bottle in front of the group with a smile that was neither here nor there. "Should they die?" "They should." The man nodded solemnly. "They deserve to die." A hint of anger surfaced on his face. In ruins where moral and legal constraints vanish, people are easily controlled by their inner desires. "So you slaughtered them all." The young man slowly tightened his grip on the knife at his waist. "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Old Chu seemed not to understand, smiling as he pushed the cash back on the bar. "This drink is on me. How do you want to resolve this matter?" The man downed 3 drinks in one go, unsure if it was the strong liquor or his face visibly reddened as he hoarsely asked, "You are no longer a member of the bounty office. They deserve to die, but it shouldn't be you who takes action. I have to give my brothers an explanation." The man's expression was complex as he lowered his head and deeply inhaled his cigarette. Old Chu unfazed laughed as he extinguished the cigarette, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Speak your mind. You die, Chu Kwangren dies, the others I won't touch. From now on there will be no tooth of the evil ghost in this world." Bang! As soon as the words fell, a bottle slammed down on the bar. The guild members sitting far away stood up, and some stretched their muscles while others wore sinister grins. "What the hell did you say?" "I didn't catch that. Say it again." "Who?" Both sides stood up simultaneously. In Dongqing district, on the road leading to the tavern Chu Kwangren, an Aunt Yu rode their motorcycle at full speed, weaving through the noisy traffic, passing streets adorned with banners that read "Congratulations to Wang Beixiao for bravely conquering the 9th level of the Beast Tower." As they entered the civilian area, the flow of vehicles sharply decreased. For some unknown reason, the once bustling streets now lacked a hint of liveliness, with only a few scattered trucks remaining. The president and Aunt Yu frowned slowly. "There's something wrong." Aunt Yu pressed her face against the president's shoulder and whispered, "Something has happened." This Dongqing district has always been the territory of the teeth of the evil spirit, familiar with every blade of grass and every stall. However, that night the familiar vendors were nowhere to be found, and even the people out for a stroll had vanished. "Notify everyone to act according to plan." The latter abruptly twisted the throttle, lifting the front of the motorcycle with a deafening roar, and the speed surged wildly. Aunt Yu quietly took out her phone and quickly edited a message. "The wolves are coming, retreat into the hole." Feeling the summer breeze blowing towards her and looking at the familiar streets, Aunt Yu felt an inexplicable tightening in her heart. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the president's waist, saying, "Kwangren, if we can't escape this calamity, remember to marry me in your next life. Why not have the little brat arrange a ghost marriage for us? No need for a next life." The latter turned around and grinned. The monkey, Butt, and little Sparrow must have left by now. They've been sent out to do errands. Have that person go pick up the little brat and bring him out of the city. Just as these words were spoken, whoosh. At the end of the empty street, several fireballs suddenly shot out, moving at an incredible speed, too fast for the president to dodge, crashing directly into him. Boom. The flames instantly illuminated the entire street. A small mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, and the surging flames quickly engulfed the figures of two people and a motorcycle. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, while torrential rain poured down, yet it could not extinguish the terrifying flames. At the end of the road, a group of 30 to 40 men dressed in raincoats appeared out of nowhere, all holding sharp blades, heads bowed, their eyes brimming with intense killing intent. The teeth of the evil spirit are utterly vulnerable. A man with flames in his hands glared at the fire before him, snarling. Those who provoked the red demons still dare to flaunt themselves in public, unaware of their impending doom. Don't be careless. Chu Kuangren is the strongest genius the Divine Hall has seen in decades. The man at the forefront lifted his raincoat hood, revealing soft curly hair and delicate features, appearing quite refined. His gaze was locked firmly on the flames as he quietly stated, otherwise the president wouldn't have sought outside help just in case. They were clearly not affiliated with the Red Demon, as this group had large thumbs tattooed on their chests. No matter whether we act or not, as long as Chu Kuangren is dead, you will have to pay the final payment, or else. The three-thumbed experts threatened arrogantly, or else. We'll take you down too. Naturally. Boom. Just as the words fell amidst the flames, the roar of a motorcycle erupted again. A fully engulfed motorcycle roared out of the fire, leaving behind a trail of fiery tire marks on the ground. The two on the motorcycle were unscathed, their speed increasing instead. Be careful. Defend. The formation of the raincoat-wearing men immediately fell into chaos. The curly-haired youth's fighting spirit surged, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. Chu Kuangren is indeed arrogant, not even trying to escape. With so many people ambushing him, a normal person would have turned around and fled long ago, yet this guy didn't even hit the brakes, charging directly at them. This is easy. The motorcycle suddenly made a sharp turn, its wheels grinding against the ground, sending sparks flying, finally stopping 10 meters away from the crowd. Oh, this welcome ceremony is quite nice. With the bike stopped, President Chu stepped off with a beaming smile, waved nonchalantly at the fiercely intimidating men, and carelessly pulled out a cigarette, lighting it on the burning motorcycle. I mean, if you want to kill, then kill, but isn't blowing up my motorcycle a bit excessive? Aunt Yu stood beside him, her face cold as frost, slowly scanning the killers in front of her. With a proud snort, she flicked her wrist, and a long sword slid down into her hand. The woman, who was graceful and gentle as water in the tavern, now had a surge of killing intent. 30 to 40 men dare to come and trouble us. Is there no one left in the Red Demon? The curly-haired man was not angered, smiling gently as he clasped his fists. I am Tianqing, the new vice president of the Red Demon. I greet the president of the Teeth of the Evil Spirit and his wife. Thumb 73 of 55, 97, greetings to President Chu, greetings to Miss Yu. You're the miss, your whole family is a bunch of misses. Aunt Yu rolled her eyes in annoyance. If you can't speak, then just make your move. Miss Yu truly speaks her mind as expected. The latter coldly smiled. Since you dare to block us, you all must be prepared to face death, right? Aunt Yu pointed her sword, and 5 seals simultaneously lit up on her body. This scene stunned even Tianqing for a moment. This gentle woman, who always followed Chu Kuangren working tirelessly, was actually a master of the 5 seals. Moreover, she had 3 red and 2 blue. It should be noted that Aunt Yu had always acted as the private assistant of the president in the guild, never having made a move in all these years. Who would have thought? She was actually the strongest existence among the Teeth of the Evil Spirit. Tianqing is not talented, I admit. I am not your match, but... Tianqing lightly clasped his fists and bowed deeply. After raising his head, 6 divine seals lit up defiantly on his body. However, with guild members dead, if I, Tian, do not take action, I would be failing my past brothers. Today, I am prepared for sacrifice. Please, both of you, meet your demise. Wow. In an instant, the dozens of people behind Tianqing simultaneously revealed their divine seals. The weakest among them had at least 4 seals, while the others were almost all masters of 5 seals. This lineup would easily suffice to take on a level guild, yet facing Chu Kuangren and his companion, they all wore expressions of extreme vigilance. Please meet your demise. Please meet your demise. Please, President Chu, meet your demise. Dozens of people shouted in unison, their faces resolute. There was no fear of death, only the fire of revenge. Not only were the members of the Teeth of the Evil Spirit united, but members of other guilds also had brothers they would die for. In this battle there was no right or wrong, only grudges. Chu Kuangren squinted, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he casually removed his cloak. The little words are quite tough. Snap. With the snap of his fingers, the sky resonated with the sound of divine music, as if thousands of divine maidens were singing in unison. Countless stars fell from the sky, and amidst the starlight a divine maiden with white wings slowly floated down, wielding a sword and shield. Divine Lord's protection. Tianqing's brow furrowed tightly as he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, lightly chuckling. No wonder you are the most favored genius of the divine seat, my lord. Since that's the case, I must show my colors. Sequence 205, corrupted blood of the wretched. Tianqing's hands began to ooze foul-smelling black blood. My poison can even taint the divine beast. Then should I go buy 2 bottles of disinfectant first? Chu Kuangren grinned, his feet suddenly exploding with force. Antu followed closely behind. The two of them charged into the crowd like cannonballs. The battle was about to erupt. Kill. The ethereal figure of the goddess suddenly dove down, her pure white wings spanning over 10 meters, with a shield in her left hand and a sharp sword in her right, piercing through the darkness with holy light amidst the torrential rain. First seal, mirror of moonlight. Snap. Chu Kuangren arrogantly lit the cigarette in his mouth, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. It seems you all forgot that my nickname outside the divine hall is the Moonlit Rogue. At night, I am the strongest support. Buzz. The goddess held her shield in front of her, and as the divine seal lit up, the surface of the shield reflected the moonlight like a mirror. Silver-white moonlight spilled forth from the mirror, enveloping the 5 members of the Red Demon, who charged at the front. The moment the moonlight touched them, the divine seals glowing on their bodies extinguished simultaneously. It was as if someone had pulled the plug. My divine seal. What's going on? It can't be used. Sealed. My divine seal has been sealed. The faces of the 5 changed dramatically. The chi they had gathered in their hands remained, but the divine seals were gone. Acknowledging that an awakened must rely on their divine seal to kill an enemy 80% of the time, Tianqing's pupils contracted. A sealing-type divine seal. And it's blue. But can a single blue divine seal seal so many divine seals? One must know that the strength of a divine seal matches its color. A blue divine seal is at most considered excellent, absolutely impossible to be this unsolvable. Instinctively, Tianqing withdrew into the crowd, feeling that Chu Kuangren's divine seal had a problem, shouting loudly, disperse. Do not clump together. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The two had already entered the flock of sheep. Aunt Yes' eyes were filled with thick black mist, entirely unlike the gentle woman in the tavern. She changed her demure demeanor and shouted fiercely, sequence witch's bloodline. First seal, devouring demon she. Second seal, embrace of the bloodline. Third seal, bloodline stimulation. 3 red divine seals exploded simultaneously, and the crimson light dyed the torrential rain a shade of blood red. Aunt Yes' black hair instantly turned red, her pupils swirling with black mist, her whole body wrapped in visibly dark red demonic energy. Her aura soared in an instant from 5 seals. 6 seals. Know this oppressive feeling is close to the peak of 6 seals. Tianqing took half a step back, finally revealing a serious expression. Sequence 178, witch's bloodline. A sequence higher than that of the president. 3 red divine seals empowered her. Her combat power surged to 6 seals. At this moment, Aunt Yu was a ruthless killing machine. Make your move. Chu Kuangren held a cigarette in his mouth with his hands in his pockets. Let them see how I feast on soft rice. Bang! Aunt Yes' figure vanished from the spot. The demonic energy completely melded her form into the night. The concrete ground exploded repeatedly, quickly approaching the crowd. The 3 members of the Thumb team trembled in their eyes and loudly warned, be careful, the witch's bloodline is an ancient sequence, don't let her kill. If she spills blood, her combat power can rapidly increase. As soon as the words left their mouths, puff! The first member of the Red Demon, sealed by the moonlight, had his head severed. Blood sprayed several meters high, the body still maintaining a charging posture. Everyone halted in their steps, their faces displaying visible fear. 5 seals against 5 seals. In one exchange, someone's head was severed. Is this reasonable? This is supposed to be a battle of the same level. Puff! 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 3 more muffled sounds followed, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as 3 headless corpses fell in the rain, blood mixing with the rainwater flowing into the sewer. From the moment of action to the end, it took less than 2 seconds. When Aunt Yu reappeared, her entire aura had changed. The once gentle bird had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. Monster. The remaining members of the Red Demon finally panicked. The divine seals were sealed, and they had no chance to fight back before being decapitated. Is this how the previous vice president died? Tianqing took a deep breath and finally understood. Everyone had initially regarded Chu Kuangren as the main force, but unexpectedly this guy was actually support. He was responsible for sealing while Aunt Yu was responsible for harvesting. The unsolvable seal combined with the nearly frenzied witch's bloodline. This husband-and-wife duo absolutely possessed the ability to kill across levels. Everyone retreat, increase the distance. Tianqing decisively ordered, fire type, unleash all output, burn. Don't let that woman get close. Everyone instinctively dodged the moonlight reflected by the goddess, causing chaos in an instant. At this moment Tianqing had to step up and demonstrate excellent command. Boom, boom, boom. 7 or 8 fire pillars simultaneously roared toward Aunt Yes' direction, illuminating the entire street. But Chu Kuangren merely raised his hand lightly. The ethereal figure of the goddess shifted horizontally, the shield turning, and the moonlight enveloped the fire-type awakeners. The flames extinguished. The divine seals were sealed. Aunt Yes' red figure emerged from the remnants of the flames, her long sword imbued with the flames of her opponent, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Defense team, block her. Tianqing stood in the center of the crowd, quickly issuing orders. 2 awakeners with defensive divine seals raised their shields in front first. Clang. The next second a scene that shattered hopes appeared. Aunt Yes' long sword sliced horizontally. The shield didn't break, but both the shield and the person were violently sent flying dozens of meters. It was pure power crushing, completely unreasonable. One must know that under the same level awakeners with defensive divine seals should not be instantly crushed. However, all this common sense seemed to be invalidated in front of these 2. Damn. Is her strength? A man who had been knocked away struggled to get up, eyes wide in disbelief. Her strength has definitely reached 6 seals. The witch's bloodline is known for having no upper limit on attack power. Avoid engaging her, Hedon. The Thumb team members who had been watching from the sidelines exchanged glances and in an instant transformed into 3 shadows charging directly toward the president. In a normal combat system, the self-defense capability of support is usually the weakest. Tianqing also promptly adjusted the strategy. Defense type, all use the divine shield. Elemental types retreat. Support and control types restrict the witch's bloodline. Strong attack types kill Chu Kuangren. Tianqing's expression darkened as he deliberately voiced his plans loudly, intending to force Aunt Yu to retreat to protect Chu Kuangren. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, the latter didn't even look back, charging past the defensive awakeners like a tiger descending a mountain, seemingly unconcerned about the president's safety. 3 talents kill. The president was coasting through the fight, still not finished with his cigarette, when he suddenly felt a chill sweep by him. He frowned and smirked. So it's a set of matching divine seals. In this world there are millions of divine seals, most match according to individual abilities and development directions. But there exists a type 1 that is inherently a set. When combined they can achieve an effect of 1 + 1 = 3. The 3 talents kill is one of them, originating from an ancient Taoist school, the 3 talents formation. Splash. The next second the ground in front, back, and sides of the president splashed up with rainwater simultaneously. 3 figures moved in unison, bending their bodies, appearing beside him like phantoms. The 3 had identical expressions, cold and bloodthirsty. President Chu, you shouldn't stray too far from the strong attack team. Die. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sharp, sickening sounds echoed, the piercing of flesh by blades. Chu Kuangren remained frozen mid-motion, cigarette still between his fingers, while 3 wounds bloomed across his chest, back, and waist. Tianqing's eyes flared with keen light. Without Chu Kuangren's support, you auntie posed little threat alone. What baffled him most was the couple's utter indifference toward each other. Chu the guild master lay grievously wounded, yet Yuanti did not even glance back. Yet the wounds tearing into his body were undeniably real, blood mingled with rainwater dripping steadily down his trousers. 3 short daggers stood rigidly embedded in his bare torso. The cigarette tip, drenched by rain, guttered out. And Chu Kuangren's smile froze, frozen in time. Time to depart, guild master. Zzz. As the 3 slowly twisted their blades, the wounds widened further, and Chu Kuangren's brow furrowed deeper still. His gaze shifted from mocking amusement to raw fury. I said, you may stab me, but not the kidney. With a thunderous grip, Chu Kuangren seized the rightmost thumb operative's skull, his massive palm crushing the crown with audible cracks. Though grievously wounded, though ostensibly a support class cultivator, all 3 sensed it unmistakably. His chi surged wildly, uncontrollably. Holy hell, get me out of this. This bastard's grip is insane. The captive operative screamed, voice cracking. His strength, it defies support class logic. Who the hell claimed I only support? A deafening boom erupted, and the second divine seal blazed forth. Azure light bathed the trio's horrified faces. Second seal, synchronized bond. A thunderous crack, blood blossomed across the divine maiden's waist, chest, and back, mirroring Chu Kuangren's wounds precisely. Damage transfer. Operative no. 55 stared, disbelief etched deep into his features. This is supposed to be a blue-tier divine seal. Neither seal suppression nor damage redirection belonged among its canonical effects. In that instant they grasped what the divine throne meant by calling him its most promising prodigy. He was nothing short of a cheat code. In the next breath, operative no. 97's skull slammed head first into the pavement. Chu Kuangren's single hand clamped onto his cheek, dragging him forward with savage, unrelenting force. Hey, fight fair, don't ruin my face. No. 97's cheek scraped violently against asphalt, carving a ghastly crimson trail, while comrades 55 and 73 hacked wildly, at Chu Kuangren's retreating back. Thus unfolded a grotesque spectacle, Chu Kuangren's back torn and mangled, yet his vigor intensified with every blow, whereas No. 97's visage lay stripped to gleaming bone. What in the world? Tianqing stole one glance, and froze utterly stunned. Above the divine maiden spewed blood like a ruptured hydrant, her once solemn regal countenance twisted into a mask of agony, writhing under unbearable torment. Have some decency. Do you want us to shatter your divine sovereign's protection? Operative 55 roared, frustration boiling over. No matter how fiercely they struck, Chu Kuangren refused to fall. Instead, his vitality and chi swelled ever higher. Though lacerated by over a dozen wounds, not a single drop of blood escaped him. In stark contrast, the divine maiden's spectral form bled profusely, every wound borne by her, every injury absorbed. The divine maiden's protection must have committed cosmic sins just to serve you. Operative 73 spat, incensed. Dare you face us in honorable combat? Whooshed. Chu Kuangren halted abruptly, then smiled, enigmatic and inscrutable. You asked for it. Damn it. Wait till I rise. No. 97 strained to push himself up, when suddenly the divine maiden above shrieked. A piercing, soul-rending wail, as divine radiance blazed forth, coalescing into a torrent of golden light that poured straight into Chu Kuangren's core. In the next heartbeat, his skin shimmered with a gilded aura, his chi erupted to seventh seal potency, his entire being blazed with searing celestial gold, as if a god had descended upon mortal soil. Curious, why does the divine hall place such weight on the divine sovereign's protection when its sequence rank nears 200? Chu Kuangren grinned sly and unrepentant, because, when the protected suffers a mortal wound, she shifts from guardian to avenger, amplifying my strength by 300%. This unique effect was designed solely as a final gambit, triggered only when death looms imminent, intended for mutual annihilation. But it seems I've redirected all damage to her. The three operatives stood dumbstruck. So, every wound they dealt hadn't weakened him at all. They'd spent the entire battle unwittingly stacking buffs upon him. He'd let himself be injured, deliberately, channeling every blow through her. For heaven's sake, have mercy. Does the divine hall know you've turned the divine maiden into forced labor? Shameless. Even these elite assassins recoiled. His tactics were beyond contemptible. A thunderous impact. Chu Kuangren unleashed full power 7th seal, blazing his fist crashing into Operative 55's chest, while simultaneously driving his skull-first charge into Operative 73, sending him flying. Having driven them back, he raised his boot, aimed squarely at No. 97's skull. Boom. A jagged lightning bolt split the sky, illuminating his ferocious, wrathful visage. The other two paled, anticipating the horror about to unfold, and lunged forward without hesitation. A sickening crunch. The skull of Operative 97 burst like a watermelon. When I support, all support class cultivators stand aside. When I strike, all assault class masters bow their heads. Chu Kuangren laughed triumphantly, igniting his third divine seal, Divine Descent. One punch shattered the reinforced concrete of a 100-meter stretch of roadway. Awakened cultivators along the path were hurled skyward by sheer concussive force. 7th seal potency. Tianqing's pupils contracted sharply, finally understanding why the former vice guild master, a formidable 6th seal cultivator, had met such a brutal end. It wasn't Yuani who'd struck, but Chu Kuangren himself. And worse, this man had fought this entire battle wielding only 3 divine seals. After all, he was publicly ranked 5th seal, meaning he held at least 2 more hidden seals he hadn't bothered to deploy. Vice guild master, what do we do? The Qiyao syndicate operatives panicked utterly. Each was a 4th or 5th seal cultivator, yet now faced a 6th seal apex warrior infused with demonic bloodline essence. Yuani meanwhile had slipped into near madness, cutting down anyone within reach with ruthless, unthinking slashes. And Chu Kuangren, 7th seal, his combat prowess magnified, exponentially augmented by divine descent, shielded by the divine maiden, his support capacity, life force, and raw power all maximized to their absolute zenith. He was the ultimate hexagonal warrior, flawless in every domain. Unchecked, these two could annihilate half the Qiyao syndicate single-handedly. Just as despair tightened its grip, SHOSH. From a distant high-rise, a silver-white spear cleaved the heavens, hurtling straight toward Chu Kuangren. Its passage lit the night for kilometers, blazing like a falling star. Where it passed, earth split open, trees ripped from their roots, low-rise buildings pulverized to dust. Its overwhelming chi forced even 6th seal cultivator Tianqing to instinctively raise both arms to shield his head. Thankfully, the spear targeted Chu Kuangren alone. At that very moment, Yuanti sensed her master's peril. The black mist swirling in her eyes receded, clarity returning to her gaze. With a cry of terror, she shattered the circle of awakened cultivators surrounding her, leaping skyward, seizing the spearhead barehanded. Yet the colossal force dragged her backward, hundreds of meters, still accelerating. Kuangren, evade. He pivoted instantly, Not toward the weapon, but toward the rooftop. There, bathed in moonlight, stood a solitary figure. Silver armor, gleaming white robes, billowing 7 divine seals blazing with terrifying intensity. Beneath him a black steed's eyes burned with infernal fire. Upon its chest glowed a sacred radiance. Simultaneously operatives 73 and 55 locked their arms around Chu Kuangren's torso, grinning madly as the silver spear hurtled toward them. Even if we perish, we will complete our mission. Yuer, hurry up and dodge. The crazy man of Chu showed fear for the first time. Aunt Yu gripped the gun barrel tightly, the tip getting closer to her chest. Divine Seal Power God Enhancement. Divine Seal Tree Form. Body 73 visibly transformed into a plant with vines embedding into the ground beneath, arms covered in a bark-like texture, holding onto the waist of the president tightly. Body 55 radiated a dazzling white light, its arms bulging several times larger. The two knew they couldn't kill the crazy man of Chu on their own, so they could only exhaust all their strength to restrain him, hoping this shot would take all 3 of them away. Body 55 shouted madly at Tianqing, "This is for the red demon. Remember to pay the balance, or I swear. Thumb Guild, no mistakes. I've used it, and everyone says it's good." Body 73 laughed, proudly devoid of fear of death, only feeling relief at completing the mission. Although they didn't know who was on the rooftop, it no longer mattered. The two raised their eyebrows at that person and shouted madly, "Thanks, buddy. When you die, we'll split the balance for you down here. Yuer, hurry up and dodge." Boom. 1 person and 1 gun fell to the ground. Aunt Yes' legs braced against the ground, but this shot was too overwhelming. Her feet left a deep trench in the ground, her shoes worn through, blood flowing freely. Even so, she did not retreat an inch. Yuer. The usually carefree president trembled, tears instantly welling up in his eyes. He shouted in despair, "I don't need you to save me, just hurry up and dodge. You can't take this shot from Suze, dodge." Smack. Finally, half a meter in front of the president, Aunt Yu stopped. She leaned forward, maintaining the posture to resist the shot. At that moment, the pristine gun exhausted its last power. A barely audible piercing sound, Aunt Yes' slender figure trembled. The gun pierced through her body. The pure white barrel was smeared with Aunt Yes' blood. She used her life to take this shot for the president, but this shot also shattered his heart. Crazy. Man. Aunt Yu turned with a smile, tears glimmering in her eyes. "I have protected you." With the body of 5 seals, the strength of 6 seals, she took on the full force of the 7 seals. She did her best. Looking at the rugged yet incredibly reliable face in front of her, Aunt Yes' lips curled into a proud smile. She had ultimately protected her man. That smile was a mockery of the red demon and a provocation to the person atop the tall building. Yuer. The president stood frozen, his body trembling uncontrollably. A tall man cried like a child. The confidant who betrayed her family for him, the woman who knew he was a wastrel, yet loved him unconditionally, the wife who willingly endured hardships without ever receiving a title, smiled at him with blood on her lips. Just as when they first met, her smile made one's heart melt. Her laughter was like the summer evening breeze, like the warm sun of winter. Crazy. Man, I will accompany you. Here. This time I will reincarnate first, and in the next life I will come to find you. In the next life? I will definitely. Aunt Yu laughed and cried, her little mouth pouting in grievance. "I want to give you a baby. In the next life, you must give me a title. After I die, you are not allowed to fool around." The people of the red demon slowly surrounded them. Several awakened ones were about to make a move, but Tianqing suddenly gestured for his subordinates to stop. Even 73 and 55 released the president. Everyone could feel that Chu Kuangren had lost his fighting spirit. His heart was dead. He was no longer a threat. Crazy. I'm so cold. Aunt Yu narrowed her eyes, memories flooding back, a smile of a little girl appearing on her face. "I'm so happy to die for you." The next moment, a pair of warm arms tightly embraced her. The scalding blood instantly warmed her back. It was Chu Kuangren. He let the silver gun pierce through his body, stepping forward to tightly hold Aunt Yu. This shot forever bound them together. "You fool." Aunt Yu felt Chu Kuangren's heavy breathing, felt his warmth, tears flowing freely. "You could have left." With Chu Kuangren's strength, as long as he wasn't ambushed, he could easily escape. But this fool chose to show her how much he loved her with his actions. "Where would I go? Without you, wherever I go is a wilderness. Oh, wherever I go is a winter. Wherever I go." The president trembled as he caressed the face he had loved for a lifetime, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. In the gaze of all their enemies, they slowly slumped to the ground. Determined to die, he didn't even use the goddess to save himself. Tianqing had a complex expression, while 55 and 73 exchanged glances, tacitly sheathing their weapons and walking away with the fallen 97. Leaving. Watching the two lonely figures, Tianqing softly called out. The two paused. Why not leave? He killed himself for his companions. If we stay and don't die, doesn't that seem unfeeling? It makes us look like the villains, damn it. Body 55 cursed under his breath, glanced at Body 97, his eyes reddening. The killer will always be killed. You deserve this. From now on, I will take care of your parents. Crazy. I think I see the old companions. Aunt Yu gently leaned against the president's chest. The faces she saw were those in the group photo from the tavern. Old Chu has come too. The president smiled as he rested his chin on her shoulder, gazing into the distance. No little brat, right? He didn't come. That's good. The two exchanged slight smiles. There was no fear of death in their eyes, only relief at dying in each other's embrace. Tap. Tianqing silently lit 3 cigarettes, inserting them into the ground. He looked meaningfully at the two who were on the brink of death, softly sighing, when people die, grievances are over. Chu Kuangren, we are even now. Saying that, he left without looking back. Passing the intersection, he happened to meet the silver-armored man. The two exchanged calm gazes without speaking, but as they brushed past each other, Tianqing inexplicably felt goosebumps all over. Ta-ta-ta. The crisp sound of hooves gradually stopped in front of the two. The silver armor and silver masked man was indistinct, but his voice was clear. Captain Chu, long time no see. Crazy. In the next life. You must marry me. Oh, crazy. I want to hear you sing the song you used to tease me when we first met. Okay, my dear wife. The president's eyes were filled with tenderness as he gently glanced at the silver-armored man and sang nonchalantly, pretty girl. Your butt is so perky. Brother can't stop staring. Dear girl, your eyes keep blinking. The gentle breeze blew past. Aunt Yu slowly closed her eyes, and at that same moment the president's head drooped down. Cut. The silver-armored man sneered. Brother, remember to pay for this performance. I said, big brother, can't you just take a taxi? In the East District, less than 2 kilometers from the tavern, a young man in a raincoat rode a bicycle, with a tall boy crouched in front of him, looking as if he were nestled in his embrace. Riding a bicycle just to handle business. Isn't that a bit disgraceful? Wang Beixiao complained. Have you been watching dramas? Killing someone means driving a car or flying a plane. That's in movies. Our thumb guild doesn't earn any income if we don't work. After paying the monthly fees the few times we go to the second floor, the remaining money is just enough for me to support a few children who have dropped out of school. 99 calmly pedaled the bicycle. Kid, are you sure you want to go to the tavern? If a fight breaks out, I really will kill you. I will kill you too. The latter shrugged and smiled. The two about to engage in battle now seemed like old friends. They both knew that the other was not an enemy. They just stood on different sides. As they passed a low bridge, they saw a row of men in raincoats standing by the bridge, unmoving in the midst of the storm. Wang Beixiao's brow tightened. Your thumb guild has sent quite a few people, huh? His gaze was fixed on the group in raincoats who happened to turn their heads and meet his eyes from a distance. Only 4 came. Then, what about these? Wang Beixiao pointed suspiciously at the men in raincoats. Those are just fishermen, damn. At the Evil Ghost's Tooth Tavern. Silence. The door stood wide open. The sign had shattered into several pieces on the ground, soaked by the rain. The bright red characters of Evil Ghost's Tooth seemed to be bleeding. The once boisterous atmosphere was gone. The interior was dark. The smell of blood could be detected from a distance. Wang Beixiao stood dazed at the entrance, his body trembling uncontrollably, breath quickening, chest heaving violently. He raised his foot several times, yet could not bear to step inside. He feared seeing the scenes. He dreaded the faces of those elders who always joked and laughed. 99 stood calmly in place, chi slowly flowing into the tavern, then sat down on the bicycle with a complex expression, unsure of what he was thinking. Finally, Wang Beixiao trembled and took a step forward. Ziz. His shoes crunched on the shards of broken glass, making a faint sound. The familiar stench of cheap, white liquor hit him, but the teasing and laughter from before were gone. Suddenly his steps halted, his body stumbled, nearly losing his balance. At a table near the entrance, a man with a tattoo of an evil ghost slumped in his chair, a sharp blade piercing through his chest. His head hung low, a blood-soaked cigarette clutched in his hand, and a relieved smile played at the corner of his mouth. At his feet, a man in a raincoat knelt on the ground, a short axe embedded in his head. They had both perished together. Old Jean, Uncle Jean. Tears rolled in Wang Beixiao's eyes. This man was one of those who had celebrated with him at the tavern after he loved to drink a little, and when he got drunk he loved to brag. He had no children or family, but every time he went on a mission he would bring small gifts for Wang Beixiao and a few others. Uncle Zhou. After walking a few steps, he found another man slumped at the bar, his chest smashed through violently. His eyes were still open, staring fixedly at the door, as if waiting for someone to return, yet also as if fearing someone's return. Zhou. Uncle Zhou. Wang Beixiao knelt slowly on the ground, his voice choked with tears. This man was the one who had ordered a cake for him that day in his 40s, always saying he would marry Wang Beixiao when his daughter grew up. Uncle, I'm back. Wang Beixiao could no longer see clearly, tears blurring his vision. As his call rang out, old Zhou's wide-open eyes slowly closed. Looking around, more than a dozen people were either sitting or lying down quietly, maintaining the postures they had before death. Not a single person's wound was on their back. They all faced death hidden. Almost everyone had a corpse in a raincoat beside them. Those familiar faces, those rugged yet gentle faces, they died in their own home, in the territory they protected. Duh, duh, duh. The sound of a lighter came from the far corner. Wang Beixiao looked in the direction of the sound where in the darkness a flickering flame illuminated old Chu's bloodied face. The man who had lost both legs sat at the door of the warehouse, his wheelchair lying several meters away. He was still alive, or rather he was still hanging on. Upon seeing Wang Beixiao, old Chu weakly grinned. "Kid, you're back." "Ah, Uncle Chu." The latter scrambled frantically toward him. Old Chu was pinned to the wall by two daggers, his breathing faint, the cigarette in his mouth stained with blood. He shakily lit a cigarette, revealing a smile filled with enjoyment. "Uncle Chu, I'll take you to the hospital. I'll take you to the hospital right away, hold on." Wang Beixiao cried as he tried to lift him up, but old Chu gently pushed him away. "It's too late." The latter smiled gently, a difficult smile on his weathered but righteous face. "Broken. All the organs are shattered." Old Chu trembled, extending his bloodied hand to lightly pat Wang Beixiao's head. Just like in the past, his eyes filled with affection and warmth. "I'm afraid. I'm afraid you'll seek revenge everywhere. I'm afraid you will be blinded by hatred and be used by others. So, I can't dare to die. I want to wait for you." "Who did this?" Wang Beixiao's eyes turned red, suddenly looking back at 99. The latter sat beside a corpse, calmly taking a swig of the half-finished drink. "It wasn't us. The Thumb Guild's target is Chu Quangren." "No, it's not important." Old Chu gently placed his hand on Wang Beixiao's shoulder, shaking his head with murky eyes. "When you go out into the world, there will always be a day when someone will kill you. We will eventually be gone. Just didn't expect it to be so soon. I haven't seen you get married and have children. I haven't seen you become a 9-seal powerhouse. It's a bit regrettable. But life is imperfect." Wang Beixiao knelt quietly beside old Chu, just like when he listened to him tell stories as a child, abandoned and isolated since childhood. Had it been someone else, they would have already turned dark. It was old Chu's teachings that allowed him to preserve the last bit of goodness in his heart. Unlike the president, who was carefree and rarely interfered with Wang Beixiao, old Chu took on a fatherly role, even attending parent-teacher meetings in a wheelchair. "I am not afraid of death. I am afraid of you being implicated. We are afraid that you will be used, afraid that you will be bullied. From now on, be Loki, endure and learn to bury your hatred in your heart. The world is perilous. Uncle can no longer protect you." Old Chu coughed lightly, blood sliding down from the corner of his mouth. His gaze turned to the family portrait behind the bar. "Bring it here. This family photo is the most beautiful memory of the evil ghost's tooth." At that time, everyone was full of vigor. The president stood in the center, holding a cigarette with one arm around Aunt Yu. Old Chu did not yet have a beard, his smile so broad that his eyes were nearly invisible. Old Fong posed with a guitar, thinking he looked quite cool. Uncle Zhou held a bottle of wine, while Uncle Zhang embraced Old Fang's neck. 40-some people squeezed at the entrance of the tavern, each face expressing the same sentiment. "I am the best in the world." Wang Beixiao was only 7 years old at the time, perched on the president's shoulders, smiling with a gap-toothed grin. "Uncle Chu." Wang Beixiao knelt on the ground, holding the family photo with both hands, tears dripping onto the glass frame, landing on those smiling faces. He remembered his childhood. Every time old Chu returned from a mission, the first thing he did was pick him up from school and take him to the dilapidated amusement park in the East District. The carousel, bumper cars, ring toss. That was the only light in his childhood. Other children had parents picking them up, tutoring them, and waiting at home with meals ready. He had only a disabled man in a wheelchair, a group of unruly rogues, and a tavern that always smelled of low-quality tobacco. But that was his home. Ka. Old Chu's trembling hand reached behind the photo frame to pull out a copper stamp and a folded document. The stamp bore the words "Evil Ghost's Tooth," the official seal registered with the Guild Management Bureau. The document was a cancellation application form already filled with all the information, just missing a stamp. Clearly the guild had known this day would come. Or rather, they had long prepared a way out for Wang Beixiao. "Take this." Old Chu stuffed the items into Wang Beixiao's hands, his voice weak. "Use this document to cancel the evil ghost's tooth." "What?" Wang Beixiao trembled, looking up in disbelief. The evil ghost's tooth was his home, a beautiful memory for everyone. Cancel it. This would be akin to Wang Beixiao extinguishing his own childhood. "Uncle Chu, what do you mean? From now on, you must not act in the name of the evil ghost's tooth." Old Chu's eyes were murky but resolute, each word as if he expended all his strength at will. "Bring disaster. Do not seek revenge for us. Do not acknowledge our relationship. Do not seek revenge for us. They will tear you apart." Each word cut like a knife, ruthlessly stabbing at Wang Beixiao's heart. He had just awakened. He had just been defined as a peerless genius. He had not yet had the chance to repay old Chu. He had not yet had the chance to strengthen the evil ghost's tooth. In his final moments, old Chu erased Wang Beixiao from the history of the evil ghost's tooth. He pulled this child away from the whirlpool of hatred. At this moment, the pain was not only Wang Beixiao's, but also old Chu's. He had to isolate the child he had raised with his own hands. Before the seven marks, old Chu's voice grew weaker, his fingers slipping down limply. "Do not come To mourn us. Do not. Retrieve our bodies. Do not. Wang Beixiao bit his lip, hard blood dripping from his chin. He dared not make a sound, fearing that if he spoke he would burst into tears. Old Chu was like a father about to leave on a long journey, standing at the door repeatedly reminding his child, take your keys. When you go out, wear more clothes in the cold, don't get into fights, eat well. But this time he would never return. Wait for you. Wait for your 9 marks. Old Chu's mouth slowly curled up, that smile identical to the one in the family photo. Bring a jug of wine. Come back to see me. Ding ding ding. Old Chu trembled as he pulled out a business card which bore the phone number of the official commissioner Lu Ming during the competition. If you encounter problems, find him, make good use of celebrity effect. His hand fell down. The cigarette slipped from his fingers, rolling twice in the pool of blood before extinguishing. The tavern fell silent. Completely silent. Wang Beixiao maintained his kneeling position, his forehead resting against Old Chu's knee, his shoulders shaking violently, yet he uttered not a word. He dared not cry out, fearing to disturb the sleeping elders. The stamp and document were tightly clenched in his hand, his knuckles digging into his palm, blood seeping through his fingers, mingling with Old Chu's blood. Beep, beep, beep. Phone number 99 rang. A hoarse voice from number 55 came through the receiver. Number 97 is down, mission accomplished, retreat. Number 99 was silent for 2 seconds. Got it. After hanging up, he sat at the bar, picked up a half-finished drink. The cheap liquor burned his throat, and he frowned, his gaze falling on the boy sprawled on the ground. Perhaps it was because they had all lost someone tonight. Perhaps it was because the boy's trembling back was filled with helplessness and despair. Number 99 took a deep breath, stood up, returned the stool to its place, and walked out without looking back. The rain continued to fall. At the last moment his footsteps paused slightly, but he did not turn around. Listen to your uncle, he didn't lie to you. You cannot provoke those people. The footsteps faded, disappearing into the rain. In the tavern, only Wang Beixiao remained along with 13 corpses. He knelt there, not knowing how long it had been. The pool of blood beneath his knees grew cold, and the rain outside turned from a downpour to a drizzle. Then he slowly stood up, tucking the family photo into his chest, and putting away the stamp and document. The smiling faces in the family photo were still vivid in his mind. Just days ago they had been together, laughing and playing. Just days ago they had been his strongest support. At this moment, he felt like a child abandoned by the world. Looking at the rundown tavern, the sounds of past revelries echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the little rascal for being expelled from school. Warm congratulations to Wang Beixiao for becoming an ordinary person. Ha! Our evil ghost's tooth has finally trained a normal person. As long as we old fellows are alive, no one can step on your neck. Right? Who dares to bully the offspring of our... My child may be damned, but it's not up to you to take action. Do you really think our evil ghost's tooth has no... Those coarse yet warm voices, those men who had watched him grow those smiling faces, ultimately turned into... In a car not far from the tavern, a pair of cold eyes quietly observed everything inside. Why not kill Wang Beixiao? A voice that was neither male nor female spoke. The elderly man in the passenger seat sighed helplessly. He has already been specially marked by the authorities. Killing him would be too much trouble. The authorities now have Fong Lai backing them up, and the higher-ups said, do not provoke them. However, the old man sneered, this kid has put me in a predicament. He must die. I have already arranged his... Ding ding ding. Inside the tavern, a gust of wind blew, and a badge fell from the table. A round badge made of pure gold depicting a totem of a wild beast engulfed in flames. The next day, in the dilapidated tavern of Jiuzhong City, the harsh sound of heavy metal music blared once again. The door was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. The news of the attack on the tooth of the evil ghost had spread like wildfire. As the overlord of the eastern district of Jiuzhong City, Chu Kuangren and Lao Chu had become the prominent figures in the area. The death of such a big shot was enough to send shockwaves through this not-so-large town. The broken furniture inside the tavern had already been cleaned up. A line of coffins was arranged in order. A solitary figure quietly knelt with their back to the outside, the scent of incense, paper masking the cheap smell of smoke. Tisk, what a great person Lao Chu was. How could he be gone? Yeah, last year my husband was kidnapped outside the city, and it was the tooth of the evil ghost that intervened and rescued him. I heard that President Chu is also gone, and his body hasn't been found. I wonder who caused all this trouble. I heard that they offended a very powerful figure. Look, no one dares to come and pay their respects. Among the crowd were many neighbors from the eastern district gazing at Wang Beixiao with eyes full of sympathy and helplessness. Although the tooth of the evil ghost was the overlord of the eastern district, they never bullied the common people and had always maintained a good reputation. Watching this once glorious and lively tavern turn into a funeral parlor made everyone's heart heavy. Wang Beixiao remained indifferent, numbly burning paper money. His eyes were red, but not a single tear fell. Draped in white cloth, his expression was cold. Uncle Chu, I'm sorry. I disobeyed again. I can't let your and the president's efforts go to waste. The tooth of the evil ghost will not be disbanded. I will carry on your will and send our enemies down one by one to accompany you. Wang Baixiu's gaze shifted to the portrait of Lao Chu resting on the pure gold badge adorned with the totem of the flame wild beast. He had already confirmed that it was the totem of the Qi Yao. After the funeral for Lao Chu and the others was finished, the revenge would begin. Zizi, the already damaged wooden door was slowly pushed open. A slender figure cautiously peeked in. Clad in black sportswear with a small backpack and two little pigtails, Wang Baixiu did not turn around at this moment. No one dared to escort Lao Chu and the others one last time. This is what it means when people leave and tea grows cold. The news of the tooth of the evil ghost offending a powerful organization had become common knowledge, and no one dared to step forward for fear of attracting trouble. Yet the newcomer did not care about that, quietly moving forward to light 3 sticks of incense, bowing in worship. Then they knelt on the ground alongside Wang Baixiu, tossing paper money into the fire pit. Without saying a word, they expressed their stance through action. The latter glanced over, momentarily taken aback. The first to pay their respects was unexpectedly the timid girl Yin Shasha. Her duckbill hat was pulled low and her complexion was quite poor. You shouldn't be here. Wang Baixiu turned to glance back. There were clearly many unfamiliar faces in the crowd. Some coveted the territory of the tooth of the evil ghost, while others from different factions were there to investigate, perhaps. There were even the eyes of enemies. With the absence of President Chu and the others, the current tooth of the evil ghost was viewed as a tempting target. You're right, we are teammates. Yin Shasha pursed her lips, stubbornly shaking her head. Teammates should face difficulties together. During the competition, it was Wang Baixiu who gave her affirmation and hope. This time the girl decided to return the favor. It's very dangerous. Given the tooth of the evil ghost's reputation, there are countless enemies outside. They have not taken action only because of the strength of President Chu and the others. But now, with the walls down, everyone pushes. I'm not afraid. You said that we are always teammates. No matter who troubles you, I will face it with you. Yin Shasha lowered her head as if murmuring, to be sincere to friends, I have never had friends since childhood. You are the first. Knowing there is danger, do you still dare to set up a funeral hall here, so ostentatiously? As soon as the words fell, luxury cars lined up and blocked the entrance. The leading figure wore a Zhongshan suit, had sparse hair, a potbelly, and a badge on his chest. Wang Baixiu frowned. He did not recognize the newcomer. The man quickly walked into the funeral hall, lit incense, and bowed. Then he took out an identification card. I am Huang Zhou from the Guild Management Committee in charge of Jiuzhong City. This is the organization that manages all guilds, theoretically superior to all guilds. Both the establishment and promotion of guilds require their evaluation. However, this organization rarely intervenes in the disputes between guilds. Huang Zhou's sudden arrival made Wang Baixiu sense something was amiss. Are the family members not responding? Huang Zhou asked with a half-smile. Yin Shasha hurriedly pulled Wang Baixiu to bow deeply. Only then did the man look at Lao Chu with a smug expression. Lao Chu, I have told you long ago, don't be too ostentatious. Look, with him gone, not a single person came to pay their respects. I really don't know how you managed to survive. Dying is not a bad thing. It allows the tooth of the evil ghost to become history and brings peace back to Jiuzhong City. Huang Zhou's arrogance immediately provoked murmurs from the onlookers. As the saying goes, a person's death is a big deal. Lao Chu's remains were still warm, yet he came to provoke. Isn't this just a slap in the face? What do you mean by that? Wang Baixiu glanced at Lao Chu's photo, subtly reaching behind him to grip his goat horn hammer. The latter, however, laughed dismissively. Don't misunderstand, haha, you must be the pride of Jiuzhong City, right? I have come here to pay my respects on behalf of the committee, and of course, there are some official matters. Huang Zhou completely disregarded Wang Baixiu, smiling as he took out a document from his briefcase. Before everyone in front of Lao Chu's coffin, he read aloud with great satisfaction. According to the committee's regulations, if a guild president dies in battle and there is no successor, or the guild's membership falls below 10, it will be automatically disbanded. It seems that the tooth of the evil ghost has no one left, right? President Chu, Lao Chu, and Aunt Yu are dead. The other members are missing. Currently, the tooth of the evil ghost has neither a president nor enough members. Wang Baixiu initially thought that it would be an enemy to come knocking first, but unexpectedly the first to strike was the officials. According to the regulations, we need to reclaim the guild's premises. Wang Tongxue, I'm sorry, but we must conduct official business. This tavern was allocated to the tooth of the evil ghost. You have 1 day to remove the coffin. Is that acceptable? Huang Zhou did not hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Reclaiming the tavern meant that Lao Chu and the others would have nothing left for a funeral. Wang Baixiu had already confirmed that the other party was there to pick a fight. That's too much. Isn't it reasonable to allow people to be buried before discussing this? I remember this. This fat man was beaten up by President Chu a few years ago. Right, I also remember 6 years ago when he inspected the guild, he accidentally flirted with Aunt Yu and nearly got beaten to a pulp. The neighbors immediately erupted in chatter. Huang Zhou's face darkened, and then he forced a smile, addressing Wang Baixiu. I'm conducting official business, Wang Tongxue, please understand. Can't there be some leniency? Yin Shasha clenched her fists defiantly, saying, Wang Baixiu's elder, has not yet even cooled down. No, the latter refused without hesitation. The committee is not a place for personal feelings. Your tavern belongs to public assets, and we have the right to reclaim it. Outside in a luxury car, Tianqing sat silently beside a man with a birthmark on his face, frowning meaningfully. President, when a person dies, their debts are cleared. Should we just let them bury them? The man in the back seat, a square-faced man who had drunk with Lao Chu in the tavern, had his arm bandaged, his complexion slightly pale, and his fierce eyes glinted with coldness. Huang Zhou, this was not arranged by me. Not arranged by our Qi Yao. I do things openly and above board. I'm just here to see if those who slip through the net will come back. The square-faced man snorted coldly. Lao Chu was a person of stature. I could kill him, but I would not humiliate him. It seems that someone in Jiuzhong City wants the people of the Tooth of the Evil Ghost to suffer in death. Not far from the tavern, by the window of a two-story building, a man with graying temples stood respectfully behind an elderly figure draped in a gray robe. This man was none other than Xue Xin's father, who after only a few days apart appeared decades older, his face gaunt and withered. The other was none other than senior brother Xian Shou from the grand competition. From afar the two watched Huang Zhou pressuring Wang Baixiao, their eyes gleaming with an icy chill. Senior brother Xian Shou, why send Huang Zhou to act? Why not just send someone to kill Wang Baixiao directly? Xue's father's voice was hoarse, filled with hatred. Why the rush? Xian Shou's face darkened as he slowly toyed with the badge in his hand. Killing the body is easy, but killing the heart is an art. Do you understand? I want the people of Evil Ghost Fang to die in unrest, their souls never finding peace. The tighter we squeeze now, the more Wang Baixiao will hate Qi Yao. As long as he seeks revenge, we can wield his sword against others. With that, he tossed the badge onto the table. If Wang Baixiao were present, he would surely recognize that this badge was identical to the Qi Yao emblem he discovered in the tavern. Morninger is truly clever, Xian Shou said confidently, folding his arms with the air of one in complete control. With this badge, Wang Baixiao will undoubtedly go after Qi Yao's trouble. But do you think Qi Yao can really be fooled about what happened yesterday? Mentioning Qi Yao, worry surfaced on Xue's father's weathered face. The poisoning we did to old Chu in advance. So what if he knows? Xian Shou sneered. The chairman of Qi Yao is notoriously aloof. Even if he knows someone poisoned the tavern's patrons, he would willingly shoulder the blame for old Chu's death himself. He wouldn't explain, nor would he deign to explain. Otherwise, had old Chu truly exploded the seal, even Qi Yao's chairman would have been harmed. In a sense, we actually did him a great favor. Inside the tavern, all eyes were fixed on Wang Baixiao, awaiting his reply. The elder's remains were still fresh, yet someone came to cause trouble. On the surface, it appeared as if the rules were being followed, but everyone could see it was deliberate. Wang Baixiao naturally noticed this as well. However, the other party was indeed operating under the guise of official procedure, making it impossible to find any grounds for rebuttal. Huang, your future path is long. I hear you are about to enter university soon. Huang Zhou spoke with grandiose words, though the threat beneath was unmistakable. To openly clash with officials at this moment would undoubtedly damage one's reputation. Yan Shasa's face flushed crimson as she hurried forward to argue, but was stopped by Wang Baixiao's single hand. Who said Evil Ghost Fang is empty? Wang Baixiao's face hardened as he slowly approached old Chu. He threw the cancellation document into the fire basin, then picked up the guild's seal. Before all the onlookers, before Tianqing in the distance, before Huang Zhou, he suddenly stamped the seal onto his own neck. In the next moment, black light erupted wildly. Countless dark energies poured frenziedly from the seal into his body. Howl! A chorus of ghostly wails burst forth from the seal, and in an instant a fierce wind surged as if thousands of vengeful spirits roared. The candle flames on old Chu's spirit altar surged half a meter high, and the paper money in the fire basin swirled and danced in the air. What? Wang Baixiao. He joined Evil Ghost Fang. Doesn't he know whom Evil Ghost Fang has offended? Joining now is tantamount to courting death. The crowd erupted instantly, all faces marked by shock and bewilderment. Huang Zhou's expression stiffened, his eyes trembling slightly, momentarily unsure how to respond. All guild seals are specially crafted. Once stamped onto the body, they burn the guild's exclusive tattoo. With this guild tattoo, one is formally recognized as a member. Wang Baixiao's action was tantamount to declaring to the world he had joined Evil Ghost Fang. It also signaled to the assassins from last night that Evil Ghost Fang was far from extinguished. This was no less than plunging himself into the most perilous vortex. Sure enough, inside a luxury car nearby, Tianqing's face darkened instantly. Knowing full well that Qi Yao sought to obliterate Evil Ghost Fang, he still dared to join in front of so many. Was this not a slap in Qi Yao's face? Without a guild tattoo, they had no reason to strike down a young prodigy. But now, it was different. As long as Wang Baixiao lived, Qi Yao's revenge on Evil Ghost Fang could not be deemed complete. Interesting. The square-faced man's expression shifted like the weather before he finally smiled. Truly the child raised by Chu Kuangren. Fully aware of the consequences of retaliation and the fate of bearing the evil ghost totem, he showed not a trace of hesitation. Dark energy spread beneath his skin accompanied by sizzling burns, slowly forming a ferocious, ghostly visage. A black face with fangs, eyes blood red, commanding respect without anger. I, Wang Beixiao, hereby swear today. Holding the guild seal high, it felt as if he lifted the entire guild's weight. With the blood of my ancestors, I ignite the soul of evil ghost. The paths you left unfinished, I shall walk. The wine you left undrunk, I shall drink. The enemies you failed to kill, I will personally send them down to join you. From this day forth my body is evil ghost, my life is evil ghost. In life I shall be evil ghost Fong, ruling the world. In death I shall be the soul of evil ghost with no regrets this lifetime. He suddenly lowered his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on the faces outside, some shocked, some disdainful, some wary. As he hoarsely roared, all grudges, all karma, I Wang Beixiao alone shall bear them all. Anyone who bullies my comrades, kill. Anyone who insults my elders, kill. The guild's enmity is my enmity. The guild's enemies will be personally annihilated by me. Silence. A death-like stillness. Inside the tavern the chilling wind swirled wildly. In a daze the smiling face on old Chu's memorial photo seemed to shed a single tear. He ultimately failed to dissuade the child he cared for most. Wang Beixiao had indeed embarked on this path. From today onward, I shall be the chairman of Evil Ghost Fong. This declaration was directed at Huang Zhou. The latter's expression flickered uncertainly. He never expected this young man to be so reckless. But you are alone. Haha, according to the rules, that's not enough people. Huang Zhou hesitated briefly, then said with a half-smile, Sorry Wang, I'm afraid you can't preserve Evil Ghost Fong. His tone was full of mockery, as if venting all the grievances he suffered under Chairman Chu upon Wang. Before his words concluded, Yin Shasha glanced secretly at the isolated Wang Beixiao. Suddenly her expression grew resolute beyond measure. She snatched the seal, and without hesitation stamped it on her own neck. Ghostly energy surged fiercely, the chilling wind blew off her cap, and her youthful, adorable face now bore an expression of solemn determination. I Yin Shasha from this day forth join Evil Ghost Fong. Born as Evil Ghost Fong, in death the soul of Evil Ghost. The guild's enemies are my enemies. All guild members are my comrades, and I shall protect them with my life. Anyone who bullies Evil Ghost Fong will be cut down by me. If Wang Beixiao's joining was impulsive, Yin Shasha's was utterly unexpected. Her performance in the grand competition was witnessed by all, harboring within her a formidable 5th-rank powerhouse. Bullying a 2nd-rank awakener like Wang Beixiao was one thing, but to cross her they would have to think twice. Huang Zhou instinctively looked toward the 2-story building in the distance, his brows tightly furrowed. According to guild regulations, as long as the chairman and vice-chairman remain, we have 6 months to recruit members. Wang Beixiao gratefully glanced at Yin Shasha before stepping forward toward Huang Zhou. Yin Shasha gripped her bat, tightly following closely behind. The chilling wind swept past their clothes, billowing fiercely. Red light shimmered in Wang Beixiao's eyes, and with every step the dark energy enveloping him thickened. Huang Zhou's body trembled, and he instinctively took a step back. Good, good, good. Huang Zhou's steps were unsteady, forced to retreat step by step. When he exited the tavern, the sunlight hit him, and he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing the disdainful gazes from those around him, he laughed in anger. Who doesn't know that the tooth of the evil spirit has provoked someone it shouldn't have? Apart from this foolish girl, no one dares to join you. In 6 months, he'll take over the tavern and turn it into a restroom. At that time you can come back anytime to reminisce. After saying this, he quickly left with the support of his subordinates, fearing that if he walked slowly Wang Beixiao would smash him with a hammer. After all, this fellow was quite ruthless during the competition. Unexpectedly, just after taking 2 steps, a large hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Wang Beixiao's voice like a vengeful spirit came from behind. Did I let you go? The latter stiffened and saw Wang Beixiao holding the very hammer that had killed Xue Xian, his cold gaze fixed on him. Since you're here to pay respect, you must bow a few times. Wang Beixiao ignored Huang Zhou's subordinates around him and threatened in a hoarse voice, Kneel and bow to my Uncle Chu. Are you crazy? Do you believe I believe? Without waiting for the other to finish, Wang Beixiao nodded directly, then shifted his tone. Do you believe that if you don't kneel today, you won't walk out of this street? Clang. Several subordinates from the guild management committee drew their weapons instantly, surrounding Wang. On the other side, Yin Shasa's bat exploded with a crack, revealing the blade hidden within. She stood protectively beside Wang Beixiao, pointing her long knife and declaring, Don't move. Wang Beixiao, are you crazy? Do you know who I am? Huang Zhou panicked. His identity did not allow him to, but refusing to back down, Wang Beixiao definitely wouldn't let him leave. After all, he was the one who sought trouble first. The only thing he didn't expect was that Wang Beixiao would be so fierce, threatening him in front of so many people. Then do you know who I am? Wang Beixiao slowly walked in front of Huang Zhou, his sturdy figure towering over. He leaned down coldly, saying to Huang Zhou, Today is my Uncle Chu's funeral. Anyone causing a disturbance can forget about leaving. I will count to 3. If you don't kneel, I will smash you. Clang. Wang Beixiao slowly raised the hammer, and the tiger stripes spread across his entire arm. In the sunlight, the bloodstains on the hammer were particularly conspicuous. Are you daring? I am the champion of the tournament. If I smash you, so what if the authorities take me in for training? Wang Beixiao paid no mind to the phones raised by the crowd, and calmly said, Today, I will use your kneeling to tell everyone. The teeth of the evil spirit are still sharp, and the blade hasn't rusted. No random cat or dog can bully us. What? The hammer handle creaked under his grip. Huang Zhou looked to the awakened people beside him for help. He was just an ordinary person, a civil servant. How could he match these guild members? Seeing that Huang Zhou's subordinates were restless, Yanshasa's eyes turned cold. She whispered, Sister, help him. Ability possession. Boom. In the next second, the terrifying aura of the 5 marks erupted, and a sharp blade intent swept out. The harmless little girl instantly transformed into a cold-blooded killer. She swung her long knife on the ground. Whoosh! 100-meter-long cut split the road at the tavern entrance. Huang Zhou's nearby 2 or 3 mark experts felt the lingering blade aura and trembled in fear. Don't move, if you do, you die. Yanshasa's voice was devoid of emotion, her cold gaze fixed on Wang Beixiao. You owe me a favor. 2. Wang Beixiao shouted loudly, and the pressure of the 2 marks erupted completely, his clothes moving without wind, and dark energy surged ominously around the hammer. Huang Zhou's face turned pale. His only reliance was his identity as a committee official, but he forgot that in this world strength speaks. Wang Beixiao was determined to kill him. No identity could protect him. The child raised by the tooth of the evil spirit would never weigh the pros and cons. I can't kneel, classmate Wang. They'll give you a 3-year grace period, okay? Huang Zhou felt Wang Beixiao's grip on his shoulder tightening, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. If he kneeled today, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. Now he represented the committee, and this kneel would bring shame. 3. The hammer came crashing down suddenly. Without hesitation, without mercy, it headed straight for Huang Zhou's face. Good boy. Inside the luxury car, several members of the Red Demon Guild looked pleasantly surprised, showing admiration. Not fearing danger, he bore the guild's tattoo. Just to protect the tooth of the evil spirit, unafraid of authority, he forced Huang Zhou to kneel, standing up for Uncle Chu. Wang Beixiao's seemingly reckless behavior concealed an absolute innocence. Clang. At the critical moment, Huang Zhou's speed surprisingly surpassed Wang Beixiao's. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. The hammer grazed his scalp, and the fierce energy caused a ringing in his ears. So close. Just a bit more, and he would have been the second Shuai-Xian. Having always lived in luxury, Huang Zhou had never experienced such a life-and-death crisis. After escaping with his life, he felt his pants dampening. What the hell? Scared to death. Haha, this fatso is really useless. If he weren't a committee member, I would have wanted to go up and slap him twice. He was just jumping around earlier, he deserves it. The surrounding laughter felt like 1,000 needles stabbing Huang Zhou's heart. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. He initially thought that relying on his identity as a committee official would easily bully Wang Beixiao, but unexpectedly this guy was so stubborn and simply wouldn't take any of it, playing a game of, if you don't back down, I'll take you down with me. Click, click, click. Countless phone flashes lit up. Huang Zhou didn't even dare to turn around, his face ashen. He knew his career was over. But the crisis was still present. Wang Beixiao, in front of countless cameras, slowly raised his foot and stepped on Huang Zhou's head, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. I said bow your head. Bang! He suddenly applied force, crushing Huang Zhou's head into the ground, his forehead hitting the floor directly. Remember, even if Uncle Chu is dead, you are not someone who can insult him. Bow again. This time, without Wang Beixiao needing to act, Huang Zhou, already terrified, raised his head and knocked 3 loud bows in the direction of the morning hall. Wang. President Wang, can I leave now? I want to change my pants. Huang Zhou no longer had the arrogance from before, pleading with a bow and a low posture. I give in, is that okay? Continue. When he turned back, he just happened to see Wang Beixiao's silhouette against the light, unable to see his expression. Wang Beixiao raised his hammer. Bow until my Uncle Chu forgives you. How can a dead person forgive? The latter's voice trembled. He wanted to run, but he couldn't block Wang Beixiao's hammer or Yanshasa's knife. And the people he brought with him, under the pressure of the 5 marks, didn't dare to make a sound. These people could bully small guilds, but when it came to truly powerful guilds, they didn't even bother. For instance, with a guild like the Red Demon, the committee didn't even dare to establish a branch on their turf. My Uncle Chu can't speak, you just keep bowing. Bow until he comes back to life. Wang Beixiao slowly bent down, grasped the other person's hair, and violently slammed it against the ground, blood spurting everywhere in an instant. No. President Wang, I was wrong. Bang. President Wang, listen to me. Bang. Please, I was wrong. After 3 hits, Huang Zhou was already bleeding profusely, his face unrecognizable. Wang Beixiao remained expressionless, holding his hair, and asked in a low voice, who sent you here? Huang Zhou cried out in terror, no. No one sent me. A smack sounded as two front teeth were driven into the ground. No one. No one. Bang. His nose was twisted to one side, his face splattered with shards of stone. Did you really think? I didn't know anything. Bang. His nose was twisted to one side, his face splattered with shards of stone. Did you really think? Huang Zhou froze visibly, his eyes full of disbelief, his gaze seeming to ask, how did you reckless fool, know? The Iguaji you may have many enemies, but if anyone sought revenge they would storm the tavern with blades. They wouldn't play such dirty tricks. Look at how Qi Yao conducts things. They would rather hire assassins than pull strings with officials. Why? For face and honor. If two children fight, do you run to tattle to the teacher? Would that be appropriate? The guild has its own rules. This sort of manipulation, using rules to achieve an end, is not in their character. From the moment you stepped in, Wang Beixiao said, pressing the man's face to the ground, I knew who was behind this. Do you want him dead or spared? I want say, Huang Zhou stammered, eyes wide with terror, glancing involuntarily toward the two-story building in the distance. Then stay kneeling. Kneel until Chu Shu is buried. Lowering his voice to a demonic whisper, Wang Beixiao said, dare to stand up, and everyone in your family will be used to pad Chu Shu's coffin. Bang. The tavern doors slammed shut. Yin Shasha and Wang Beixiao returned to the morning hall, and those outside breathed a sigh of relief. Several committee henchmen rushed forward to help Huang Zhou to his feet, only to be met with a few sharp slaps. Kneeling, furious and out of breath, Huang Zhou pointed at them and shouted, the committee pays you. I'd rather keep a dog than feed you. Why didn't you kill Wang Beixiao? A few awakened covered their faces in embarrassment, watching Huang Zhou kneel rigidly, their mouths opened and sensibly shut. Shall we take you to the hospital? Go to hell. Lao Chu was an old friend of mine for years. I'll kneel here and see him off. Disperse the crowd. The other complained plaintively. What are you gawking at? Don't you have work? Damn. Chairman, shall we act? Tianqing silently unfastened his seatbelt and reached for the door, but the broad-faced man with a birthmark stopped him and asked, what are you doing? Kill Wang Beixiao. Several high-tier fighters exchanged glances. Qi Yao has declared it, a Guizhi, you must vanish from the world. How can he still be alive? We received word that someone sent a letter to the committee in the name of the Guizhi, Ye chairman, expelling all. And Wang Beixiao stuck his head out first. If we don't finish him, where does Qi Yao save face? Other members either fled or hid. Only Wang Beixiao acted as if fearless. His mere survival is a provocation to Qi Yao. Yet the broad-faced man merely frowned, shook his head thoughtfully, and said, there is something wrong here. What is wrong? When I clashed with Lao Chu yesterday, his last Shinseal had only just lit, and he immediately... Someone is using Qi Yao as a blade, the broad-faced man sighed regretfully. Lao Chu was a worthy adversary. He should have died by my hand, not by a despicable scheme. Tianqing recalled the silver-armored man from yesterday, and said in a low voice, Chu Kuangren was ambushed too. Is someone using us? Chu Kuangren mentioned that the silver-armored man is called Su Zhe. A high-tier fighter recalled Su Zhe. The broad-faced man grew suddenly, grave anger flickering in his brow. A perfect trick of using another's blade to kill. Su Zhe. Who is he? He is the third executor of the Shuntang Tribunal, the youngest of the 12 disciples beneath the divine seat, the silver-armored, jade-faced Su Zhe. At the mention of Su Zhe, the broad-faced man curled his lip in a cold smile, as if everything fell into place. What a grand chessboard. Tianqing drew a deep breath. Shintang has acted. To what end? Is Chu Kuangren a Shintang traitor being purged? A high-tier fighter asked. Would a purge require using Qi Yao as a cover? The broad-faced man lit a cigarette with calm composure and exhaled. Su Zhe is cold and supremely proud. He would not stoop to such low tactics. So Shintang aimed at Chu Kuangren, and those who tripped up Lao Chu are a different crew. Tianqing's eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh. Then who the hell is pulling the strings from behind? Someone scheming in the shadows, and even using Qi Yao as a tool. No one could tolerate that. I just got out of the car and looked. In front of Lao Chu's memorial portrait, there was a guild emblem, but not one belonging to our brothers. Someone must have left it deliberately, afraid Wang Beixiao would blame us. A shifty-eyed fighter reported in a low voice. The broad-faced man cracked open the window and flicked away his cigarette. Lao Chu did indeed die by my hand. Whether poison or dirty tricks were used is irrelevant. Xiaoqing. Return Chu Kuangren's coat to Wang Beixiao. Tell him. In 3 years Qi Yao will return to wipe out Guizhi. At the broad-faced man's orders the others exchanged bewildered looks. They did not understand. Give him 3 years. What does that mean? Why are you all staring at me like that? The broad-faced man grinned. Lao Chu was a man. Had he not been treacherously struck, he would not have fallen so quickly. These 3 years are my compensation to Lao Chu. If I could not beat him honorably, then I will openly defeat his child. I can lose a bout, but I will not be defeated as a man. What about the people behind this? Tianqing fixed his gaze on Huang Zhou. This kid. There's something wrong. If Wang Beixiao cannot uncover who is behind this, he won't even have the right to seek revenge on me. Let's go. Inside the tavern, Wang Beixiao knelt before the spirit tablet, his fists clenched so tight they creaked. The brazier's flames reflected in his eyes a restrained, killing intent simmering beneath the surface. Yin Shasha watched Wang Baixiu's back and called softly with sympathy, "Chairman." "Thank you," Wang Baixiu answered without turning his head. Everyone else abandoned him and kept their distance. Only this girl chose to stand resolutely at his side. Such loyalty must be remembered. "When I have gathered enough guild members, you should quit the guild. This is my future." His gaze remained fixed on the pure gold emblem. Wang Baixiu did not want to drag Yin Shasha into this. He did not know what retribution his actions today might invite. Perhaps the enemy was nearby watching. "Chairman, as you said, well, always be teammates." To his surprise, Yin Shasha shook her head at once. "You are the first person who told me I could. You are the first not to despise me," she said. "I want to join a Guejia. I want to fight at your side forever. No matter who your enemy is. I can fight them with you." Timidly, she lifted the knife in her hand and said, "I've already embedded my first Shin seal. My opponent is very strong." Wang Baixiu began to warn her again. Bang! The morning hall door was kicked open once more. The one who burst in was number 99. He wore a shabby hoodie and staggered into the hall, his face deathly pale. The youth who had swaggered yesterday now trembled with weakness and poisoned. "What the hell?" Wang Baixiu was stunned. "I drank half a cup at your lousy tavern yesterday. Went home and got poisoned. Whenever my Shin seal activates, it feels like my organs are burning. Think who was it yesterday that killed Chu Chioha?" "What do you mean?" Wang Baixiu frowned, a growing sense that something was amiss in the air. "Empoisoned with Shintangs, Lu Feng-san. Xiao can't get their hands on that stuff. Damn, who else came into the tavern yesterday? I'm going to find him and demand an antidote, or he'll be finished." "Poisoned?" Wang Baixiu's mood suddenly sank. He was certain that the members of the evil ghost's tooth would never use poison, nor would they stoop to such measures. The group, led by Chu Quangren, was notorious for their extreme violence and always looked down upon poison. "What is Lu Feng-san?" Yin Shasha blinked, her big eyes staring at No. 99's pale face, kindly offering her a chair. It was the first time No. 99 saw Yin Shasha. The girl had an evil ghost tattoo around her neck, but her cute appearance with her baby fat cheeks and 2 small pigtails radiated youthful beauty. This paper-like feeling made No. 99's heart flutter, and he forced a smile. "Thank you, little sister. You are much more sensible than that brat Wang Baixiu. Do you have a boyfriend?" "It doesn't matter if I do. A love during school often ends after graduation. Speak properly, will you?" Wang Baixiu rolled his eyes in annoyance. At this time, does he still have the mood to flirt with girls? The latter retorted seriously, "The work we do with our thumbs is usually too stressful. What's wrong with having a little hobby? I just enjoy chatting with younger sisters." "Don't say that. After talking to her for a few words, I feel like the poison has improved by a large margin. Sister, you truly are my remedy." Seeing Wang Baixiu's face grow darker as he approached with the hammer in hand, No. 99 finally put away his lewd demeanor. "Ahem, where were we? Lu Feng-san is a drug developed specifically by the Divine Hall to capture awakened ones. Once ingested, each activation of a divine seal causes unbearable pain, as if thousands of insects are biting you. There is no antidote below the 6th seal, hence it is called Lu Feng-san." No. 99 displayed his wrist. The divine seal was gray, as if sealed by an invisible force. "Those poisoned by Lu Feng-san have pink and viscous blood." Saying this, he drew a knife and cut his palm. It was evident that his blood was mixed with pink crystals thick like melted ice cream. "If it weren't for No. 73 reminding me that I was urinating blood yesterday, I wouldn't have been able to confirm." Realizing something, No. 99 quickly turned to Yin Shasha and explained, "Sister, don't misunderstand. I haven't caught any dirty diseases. I am known for being very clean. Even when hiring a lady, I use alcohol for disinfection." "Shut up." Wang Baixiu had no interest in listening to his rambling. He hurried over to the dried bloodstains left by Lao Chu. Yesterday, it was too dark for him to notice the hidden details. Dipping his hand in the already dried blood, he gently rubbed it. As expected, there were remnants of pink powder in the blood. Wang Baixiu felt his heart race. Lao Chu's death clearly had deeper implications. At this moment, he recalled Lao Chu's words before he died that he was waiting for Wang Baixiu because he was afraid that his child would be used by others. Used. Like a bolt from the blue, it sent chills down Wang Baixiu's spine. "Open the coffin." Without time to explain, he rushed to the coffin and lifted the lid. No. 99, and Yin Shasha curiously leaned forward. Lao Chu, with all his organs shattered, lay in the coffin. Blood still faintly oozing from his 7 orifices. This blood was also pink. "It's Lu Feng-san." No. 99 nodded firmly, becoming unusually serious. "Damn it, someone is playing tricks behind our backs. Was it your boss who poisoned him?" Wang Baixiu mentally sorted through the enemies of the evil ghost's tooth, asking with suspicion. Before No. 99 could respond, a cold voice came from outside. "It wasn't us who poisoned him." The door opened again. The newcomer was refined in appearance with soft curly hair, giving off a hint of... The newcomer held the president's large cape, ignoring the glaring Wang Baixiu, and Yin Shasha calmly explaining, "We the Red Demon do not engage in such underhanded dealings." Last night, our president acted personally. Even if all the members of the evil ghost's tooth gathered, they would not be his match. He respectfully placed down the coat and walked over to Lao Chu's side. He glanced at the corpse, then gently turned over its wrist. There was a bloody hole on the divine seal aperture of the right arm, as if caused by the self-explosion of the divine seal. You evil ghost's tooth are truly well concealed. Chu Chihuahua actually hid the fifth divine seal. However, when he activated the fifth seal, he suddenly spat out blood. After saying this, the newcomer lit 3 incense sticks, bowed, and burned paper in one go. Which one of you? Wang Beixiao had already guessed the identity of the other. The latter did not hide it. I am the vice president of the Red Demon Tian. Before Tianqing could finish his words, Wang Beixiao's hammer had already come crashing down. Boom! The shockwave surged forth. The portraits of the fallen warriors of the evil ghost's tooth were blown down one by one. The floor beneath Tianqing's feet exploded piece by piece. Yet, he remained completely unharmed. With just 2 fingers, he pinched the hammer, squatting calmly in front of the fire pit, tossing in ghost money while softly explaining, I do not want to kill you in front of Lao Chu, lest he accuse me of bullying the younger generation. The president said, give you 3 years. After 3 years, we will come to kill you. The Red Demon does not evade responsibility. You are welcome to seek revenge at any time. Tianqing ignored Wang Beixiao throughout, as if he had only come to pay respects to an old friend, softly saying, but the poison was not ours. Not only did Lao Chu get poisoned, our people also fell victim to the poison. Oh, only the president is completely immune to Lu Fengsan. After explaining everything, Tianqing gently released the hammer. He straightened up seriously, his gaze soft, yet subtly carrying a murderous intent. Wang Beixiao. Originally, I did not intend to spare you. Your existence is an insult to the Red Demon. The president felt that he could not kill Lao Chu honorably, thus giving you 3 years to develop. In these 3 years, no one will trouble you. After 3 years, you will personally come to the Red Demon to die. Don't make us hunt you down. The hammer was gripped tightly by Wang Beixiao, emitting creaking sounds. Black energy seeped out slowly from his skin. The intense anger gradually provoked his divine seal, subtly hinting at a transformation into a ghost. I know you want to kill me. Trust me. Don't make a move. Don't let me find a reason to kill you. Tianqing carefully straightened his collar, the smile gradually fading. His gaze suddenly sharpened. The 6 seals illuminated. The entire tavern trembled violently. A tremendous pressure descended from above, akin to the oppressive force of a tower spirit. Boom, boom, boom. Tables and chairs shattered one by one. The floor quickly tore apart, centered around him. The aura of the 6 seals recklessly swept out. Yin Shasha stumbled and fell to the ground under this terrifying pressure. Wang Beixiao's knees buckled, and he quickly braced himself against the bar. That feeling of being crushed by the tower spirit surged back. Kid, while talent is certainly important, in the face of absolute strength, it's best to keep a low profile. This time there will be no elder backing you up. Tianqing smiled faintly, lightly raising his hand. He pressed down with his fingers. The pressure on everyone's shoulders multiplied. The bar was even crushed down by Wang Beixiao. Meanwhile, a gust of wind arose. The ghost money that Tianqing was burning unexpectedly flew out of the fire pit, extinguishing before it was fully burned. Wang Beixiao's face flushed red. Humiliation and anger flooded his heart. The tragic death of his elder and the humiliation from his enemies felt like sharp daggers piercing his chest. Clearly knowing the enemy was before him, he felt powerless to take revenge. I know you are unconvinced. You have just awakened while I have already attained the 6th seal. Tianqing coldly observed Wang Beixiao's disheveled figure and scoffed, but this is reality. Fairness is merely relative. Weakness is the original sin. Roar. Before he finished speaking, a furious roar erupted and dense black energy instantaneously filled the tavern. Tianqing's expression changed slightly. How is this possible? In the face of the overwhelming energy of the 6th seal, a boy with only the 2nd seal should be suffocating. How could Wang Beixiao unleash the divine seal? It was akin to having a mountain pressing down on him. How could Wang Beixiao still fight? In the next second, amidst the thick black energy, Wang Beixiao shot out like a cannonball, his eyes blood-red, his mouth filled with fangs, his crimson hair dancing wildly, and the evil spirit totem around his neck appeared particularly menacing. Impossible. You shouldn't be able to move. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on Tianqing's composed face, but Wang Beixiao did not bother to engage in banter with him, swinging his ram's horn hammer down. This time, the power was evidently stronger than the last strike. The sound of breaking air painfully resonated in people's ears. In a moment of urgency, Tianqing attempted to use the same trick again, his fingers darting towards the ram's horn hammer like lightning. Just before his fingers touched the hammer's handle, Wang Beixiao's 2nd seal lit up. 2nd seal reverse spell? Wow. The space began to warp, and it felt as if time had solidified. The floating ghost coins, the outstretched fingers, even the energy released by Tianqing, all became frozen in place. In that moment, Tianqing felt as if he had been forcibly severed from the reality. The only thing that could still move in the entire tavern was Wang Baixiu's ram's horn hammer. Bang! Just 1 second, merely 1 second of stasis, but it was enough. The ram's horn hammer struck precisely on Tianqing's face. Not fatal, but disorienting. A boy with the second seal. Controlling the sixth seal. One must consider the vast difference in their cultivation levels. Under such a disparity, it was impossible for any divine seal to exhibit its effects. Controlling-type divine seals are weakened against awakeners of a higher level. For every seal the opponent has above one's own, the control effect diminishes by 30 to 50%. Logically, no matter what divine seal Wang Baixiao used, he should not have been able to control Tianqing. No one can bully the child of old Chu under the evil spirit's tooth. Tears welled in Wang Baixiu's eyes as grievance transformed into power. If I endure today, how can Uncle Chu rest in peace? Boom. The handle of the hammer broke with a snap, and Tianqing's expression shifted from disbelief to horror, his vision blurring, gradually, blood trickling down from the corner of his brow. Wang Baixiao had truly injured him. You seek death. After realizing this, Tianqing's expression changed drastically, murderous intent surging within him, fingers oozing dark blood as he aimed for Wang Baixiu's neck. Tianqing felt wronged, being pressured and beaten by Chu Kuangren and Aunt Yu. He could comprehend it. After all, the other party was a prodigy of the divine hall. But a newly awakened kid could also output like this. How could he endure this? Vice President yielded. Just as he was about to succeed, bang. A chair suddenly flew in from the side, smashing directly into Tianqing's face. Wood shavings scattered everywhere, and the attacker was someone Wang Baixiao did not expect. Number 99 cursed furiously. Damn it, do you not know I'm poisoned? Using energy to suppress me. Don't want to pay the balance. When Tianqing had forcefully suppressed Wang Baixiao before, Number 99 had also not escaped unscathed, only he was poisoned and unable to fight back. This was something Tianqing had not anticipated. Taking advantage of Tianqing being stunned by Number 99's sudden attack, Wang Baixiao suddenly lowered his head, and a sharp blade of light grazed his hair, heading straight for Tianqing's face. No matter how strong Tianqing was, he dared not face the full power of Yin Shasha after her possession. Instinctively, he raised both hands to protect his face. Vice President, where have you been for so long? In the luxury car, several members of the Red Demon were yawning in boredom. Are they really going to fight? How could that be? The driver scoffed. A second seal fighting with his life against a sixth seal. The Vice President could crush him with just a flick of his finger. In my opinion, just kill Wang Baixiao. What does it matter if he gets 3 years? They exchanged banter, but the Red Demon leader squinted, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the car door. Never underestimate a once-in-a-lifetime genius, and never underestimate the children raised by Chu Kuangren and Chu Chihuahua. If they hadn't withdrawn from the official scene in the Divine Hall, they would at least be at the 7th seal by now. Not being able to fight against Chu Kuangren is my regret. I hope this kid can give me a surprise. The leader shook his head slightly, appearing somewhat disappointed. It was a matter of principle to strike against the evil spirit's tooth, but he recognized the strength of the two. Moreover, even if he were given 3 years, he could never grow to a level capable of challenging the 7th seal. Before he finished speaking, boom. The kneeling Huang Zhou at the door was suddenly knocked back 10 meters, crashing into the Red Demon's car door before stopping. Spitting out a mouthful of old blood, his face filled with terror. Are they really going to kill me? Whether he will kill you I do not know, but if you don't pay for the car repair today, I will definitely dismantle you. A member of the Red Demon leaned out and scolded angrily. Do you think my car was not insured? What the hell? The Vice President. Look quickly. No way. How is that possible? Several members of the Red Demon gazed in shock at the sound. They saw Tianqing crash through the door and land on the spot where Huang Zhou had been kneeling. He was not seriously injured, but he was in a sorry state. His body was covered in wood shavings and dust, with a few wooden splinters stuck in his curly hair. The wound at the corner of his eye had already healed, but traces of blood still remained on his face. The evil spirit's tooth has other experts. The Red Demon leader furrowed his brow. Dozens of cars on the roadside simultaneously opened their doors, and the murderous Red Demon members all got out. Only the leader's gaze was fiery, fixed directly on the dimly lit tavern. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Baixiao appeared at the door, his red hair looking like a demon, surrounded by swirling black energy, with the evil spirit tattoo on his neck faintly glowing red. Behind him, Yin Shasha dragged a long knife on the ground, her expression icy. Number 99 appeared last, holding a chair leg. The three stood in a line at the door, unabashedly exuding their killing intent. This hammer today is my gift to you from Uncle Chu. Tap. Wang Baixiu's face was obscured in the tavern's shadows, making his expression unclear, but his tone was cold and somber. He silently lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a puff of white smoke. 3 years later, I will slay all the members of the Red Demon. The latter sat on the ground wearing a confused expression. A boy with the second seal, forcefully controlling the sixth seal and even injuring him. A boy with the first seal, suddenly transformed into a fifth seal. A single strike sent him flying out of the tavern. Were these two a bit too defiant? Even more bewildering to him was, Yishiluo, are you sick? Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha were attacking him, which he could understand, but number 99 actually hit him with a chair. Clearly they were supposed to be on the same side. He hadn't even prepared for this guy at all. According to the contract, our cooperation ended yesterday, so stop trying to leverage connections. Damn it, using energy to suppress me. Wait until I cure the poison next time I take on a job for you, Red Demon. I'll give him a 50 discount. The members of the Scarlet Demon across the street saw Tianqing being attacked and unsheathed their swords, in unison rushing forward to intervene. The onlookers along the way quickly stepped aside. Huangzhou, bleeding and cursing through tears, cried out, damn it. The fortune teller was right, I'm not supposed to go out today. Hurry and take me to the hospital. I'm urinating blood. As soon as his words finished, the car door opened. The president unexpectedly stepped on his broken rib. Huangzhou winced in pain, but dared not resist. Are you sick? Lying under my car, trying to scam me. The president shot him a disgusted glance and shouted loudly into the distance, stop. The dozen or so people who had rushed to the tavern all halted at once and turned to look back. On the other side, Wang Beixiao was also charging out, ready to fight back. Both sides were halted by his shout. This was Wang Beixiao's first encounter with a true enemy. The president of the Scarlet Demon had a deep gaze, his hand casually resting behind his back, akin to an insurmountable mountain standing there, exuding an aura of invincibility. Don't act impulsively. Number 99 grabbed Wang Beixiao and whispered urgently, that's the president of the Scarlet Demon. Qi Shuai is 7 Seal powerhouse. The two slowly exchanged glances across the street. Though Wang Beixiao wanted to kill him, he was well aware of the disparity between them. The education he received from the tooth of evil spirits taught him not only to be reckless, but also the true way of survival. If you can't win, just back down to save your life, and look for another opportunity later. If he couldn't handle a single Tianqing and his full force strike only scratched the surface, facing Qi Shuai would likely mean death. Nevertheless, he stood his ground and stared directly at him. Don't make a move. At that moment, Tianqing also got up, dusted himself off, and waved his hand, saying, the president said to give him 3 years. Don't touch him. Let's go. Having been humiliated, Tianqing had no face to stay any longer. After standing up, he left without looking back. Qi Shuai had not acknowledged Wang Beixiao and calmly returned to the car. As the car window closed bit by bit, that resolute side profile gradually disappeared from Wang Beixiao's sight. He was silently conveying to Wang Beixiao that the other party was not even qualified to speak to him. Just as the window fully shut, a thunderous voice came from afar, in 3 years I will come for your life. Heh. With the car window completely closed, Qi Shuai's lips curled up into a faint smile. I'm a bit looking forward to this kid. His divine seal is somewhat strange, even I can control it. Tianqing brushed off the dust from his body and exhaled deeply. And there's Yishiluo, he turned against us. Perhaps we shouldn't give that kid 3 years, his talent is a bit extraordinary. In less than a week he broke through from the first seal to the second seal. Who knows how many seals he could reach in 3 years. Moreover, being able to injure a 6th seal with just the second seal clearly shows he has the ability to challenge levels. A life without rivals. Isn't it very lonely? Qi Shuai grinned dry. The luxury car departed right in front of Wang Beixiao. In 3 years, only one of them would survive. Ka. You're crushing my leg. Huangzhou's pained cries came from beneath the Scarlet Demon's car. In the crowd of onlookers, some sneaky individuals pulled out their phones and began typing messages. The tooth of evil spirits might have more experts. Tianqing was injured. Retreat. Retreat. Back at the tavern, Wang Beixiao arranged the memorial portraits one by one, his expression growing increasingly somber. Without foresight, there will be immediate worries. The 3-year agreement with the Scarlet Demon hung over him like a sword. If he couldn't reach the 7th seal in 3 years, he would undoubtedly die. This was his long-term worry. Old Chu was poisoned, and finding out the cause of his death would make the perpetrator pay. Our recruiting new members to maintain the guild was his immediate concern. A series of worries pressed down on him, nearly suffocating him. Don't clean up. If you do it wrong, there might be troublemakers coming in. Number 99 sat beside him, grumbling. Quickly bury the body. We need to find the person who poisoned him. Why don't you go find him yourself? Wang Beixiao had no time to deal with him. My mom said I got hit by a truck when I was little. The latter pouted in grievance. Yin Shasha asked in confusion, what does that mean? It means his brain isn't good, he can't figure it out. Wang Beixiao showed no mercy, mocking, you're quite self-aware. But it doesn't affect the next generation. Number 99 meaningfully explained to Yin Shasha, and then turned back to Wang Beixiao, shouting, I said hurry up and investigate. Once you find the antidote, you can seek revenge, and then we can each go back to our own mothers. Wang Beixiao reignited the incense, the flame reflecting in his eyes, slowly igniting the fire of revenge. Why don't we find someone from the capture department? Yin Shasha asked innocently. In the student's perception, when there's trouble, one seeks the capture department, but this approach was useless for the guild. Wang Beixiao placed the incense into the burner, his gaze deeply fixed on the car, transporting Huangzhou as it left slowly, putting on Chu Quangren's coat. Donning the president's clothing was as if to tell everyone. From now on he would inherit the other's will. Investigating cases is not our strong suit. We need to find professionals. Who? It was night. In a private hospital VIP ward in Jiuzhong City, Huang Zhou lay on the bed looking haggard, his legs in plaster, his chest tightly bandaged. If anyone were to say who was the unluckiest today, it would definitely be him. He took money to stir up trouble only to be forced to kneel by a fool. Then he was run over by the Scarlet Demon's car. The key was that he didn't dare to ask anyone for medical expenses, feeling very aggrieved. A bunch of bastards, all of them bastards. In the ward, a beautiful woman in her 30s looked at Huang Zhou with tearful eyes, wiping her tears while peeling an apple for him. That bastard Shueli took 100,000 from him, nearly costing me my life. Wants him better. I must make him pay dearly. And there's Wang Beixiao, damn it, daring to smash me with a hammer. Huang Zhou cursed and turned to eat the fruit offered by the beautiful woman, mumbling, "Just don't let my daughter know about my injury. I'm afraid she'll worry. Today your daughter has been nagging about you, saying you promised to take her to the amusement park." The woman gently wiped away the drool from Huang Zhou's mouth. The latter's angry expression softened significantly. Mentioning his daughter brought a knowing smile to his face. "Tell her I'm on a business trip, and at most in half a month I will take her to the amusement park in Fengling City. And you shouldn't stay here. Go back and accompany your daughter. She has never been away from me since she was young. I'm afraid she won't sleep at night." "Oh, then you." "I'm fine. Come on in." The deputy supervisor of the guild management committee. "Oh, who dares to touch?" The two exchanged sweet words for a while before the woman reluctantly left. Watching her figure depart, Huang Zhou's eyes were filled with affection. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? The next second the door opened again. "What brings you back?" Huang Zhou forced a smile, thinking it was his wife, who couldn't bear to leave. The next second the smile froze. Wang Beixiao stood there holding a brand new sheep's horn hammer in one hand and a blackened piece of fruit in the other, with Yin Shasha and number 99 beside him. The three forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Supervisor Huang, we came to see you. You're here to silence me." The latter was near tears, saying, "I just took money to do a job. I didn't mean to make it hard for you. You wouldn't really kill me." Slap. Wang Beixiao took a step forward, covering the other's mouth, his face cold as he smiled, and said, "Don't get me wrong, we have something to ask of you." What? A sense of foreboding washed over Huang Zhou. These three bastards surely came with bad intentions. "You know my Uncle Chu was poisoned, right?" "I definitely don't know." Huang Zhou's eyes widened as he shook his head repeatedly. "Even if I wanted to, I don't have the guts. No, I didn't even have that thought." "But didn't you have a conflict with my Uncle Chu?" Wang Beixiao stared into his eyes. The latter excitedly raised 3 fingers. "I swear to the heavens it wasn't me. Besides, I already have a wife, and I'm afraid she'll find out about my past. How could I possibly seek revenge on old Chu?" "Not lying," number 99 said, feeling Huang Zhou's pulse, nodding seriously. "When people lie, their heartbeat and pulse will betray them." "I don't believe you." Wang Beixiao's expression turned grim as he numbly raised the hammer. "Unless you find out who poisoned my Uncle Chu, otherwise he'll hammer you to death first. It's not like the capture department dares to investigate like you." Huang Zhou was on the verge of tears. He had only taken 100,000 and now had drawn the ire of this calamity. "I don't care. My uncle is dead, and I have no mood to deal with anything else. If you can't find out, I will send everyone who has a grudge against him to accompany him." Wang Beixiao appeared unyielding, shaking the hammer. "Starting with you. I really don't know him, not from the capture department. Damn it. Even if you kill me, it won't help." Seeing the other party unwilling to yield, number 99 suddenly leaned in close to Huang Zhou's ear and whispered, "Looks like we need to use some tactics to force you." Seeing the other party unwilling to yield, number 99 suddenly leaned in close to Huang Zhou's ear and whispered, "Looks like we need to use some tactics to force you to comply." The latter's expression stiffened. "What do you want to do? With a sister-in-law this beautiful? You won't be able to resist a beauty trap." Number 99 grinned as he clapped his hands. Outside the door, 2 hulking men resembling gorillas pushed the door open. Wang Beixiao, Yin Shasha, and Huang Zhou were all stunned. These two looked truly half human, half beast. "Where's the beauty?" Huang Zhou asked with a hint of anticipation. Number 99 shrugged with a smirk. "You are." The 2 muscular men rubbed their hands together, grinning wickedly as they approached Huang Zhou. The latter instantly exploded in anger, shouting, "Damn it, don't mess around or I'll find out who did this. Just don't do anything." In Jiuzhong City, inside the funeral home, the sounds of sorrowful music, cries, and lamentations echoed continuously. In the largest hall, the city's elite gathered with incense sticks filling the air before the portrait of Shui Xan. Compared to the likes of Lao Chu and others, Shui Xin's funeral was extravagantly opulent. In a small room on the 2nd floor of the mourning hall specially prepared for esteemed guests, Shui's father stood shoulder to shoulder with Xianshou. The red demon has already retreated. Shui's father took a sip of wine, disappointment etched on his face. "I never expected this red general to give Wang Beixiao 3 years, allowing him 3 extra years of lingering on. What does 3 years matter? Even if the world's strongest and the divine seat were to try, they could not elevate from the second seal to the seventh seal in that time. Xian Shou scoffed dismissively. Regardless, Lao Chu and Chu Kuangren are already dead. Cultivation requires vast resources and money. Without the evil ghost's tooth, Wang Beixiao wouldn't even obtain a divine seal. After all, he is a forsaken child of the gods, unable to exchange for a divine seal in the divine hall. Thinking of this, Xian Shou exhibited a confident smile. He is like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to leap for many days. But I want him to die immediately to accompany my Shiner in the grave. Shue's father cursed unwillingly. Damn it, should I send someone to disguise as a member of the Red Demon to finish him? Xian Shou's expression paused, and he shrewdly forced a smile. I must return to Fengling City, otherwise it will raise suspicion. Shue's father sneered inwardly. He could see through Xian Shou's little schemes. Disguising as the Red Demon is playing with fire. Offending in a class guild is no trivial matter. If the Red General investigates, they would all be in deep trouble. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to muddy the waters, Shue's father did not press further and smiled. Very well, let him live for 3 more years. With that, he took a heavy black leather case from a nearby sofa and handed it to Xian Shou. If not for your information network through the Divine Hall obtaining evidence of the evil ghost's tooth ambushing the Red Demon members, the Red General wouldn't have acted so quickly. This is a small token of appreciation from the Shui family. Please accept it. This is too much. Chainer is a key cultivation target of the Divine Hall. I am merely establishing a good connection with him. While the latter spoke polite words, his hands showed no hesitation. After weighing the case, he smiled with satisfaction. I shouldn't take this money, but I still owe for the 6 Feng San, and you know, as a cultivator, I don't have the habit of saving money. I understand, I completely understand. The two shared a knowing smile. Just at that moment, Shue's father's phone rang. The caller ID showed his eldest son. Shue's father's smile instantly faded. His attitude towards Shui Xin was one of indulgence, but when facing his eldest son's call, respect took precedence. Chainer, I have received news that someone is investigating the poisoning case. With that brief statement, both Shue's father and Xian Shou grew serious. The matter of poisoning is significant, especially since both are public figures. Moreover, the use of 6 Feng San, if exposed, the Divine Hall would have to intervene with a strict investigation. Who? A guy named Huang Zhou. 3 hours ago, he pulled strings to remove all surveillance footage from the streets near the evil ghost's tooth. The poisoning incident must not leak. Find a way to silence him. Shui Chen's tone was less like a conversation with his father and more like an order. I will handle it immediately. After hanging up, Shue's father's expression visibly darkened. Huang Zhou really is asking for trouble, daring to investigate my affairs. It's fine, Xian Shou said, his brow gradually furrowing. The driver I bribed to deliver drinks to the evil ghost's tooth is very cautious. The surveillance should not reveal anything. Nevertheless, the two still felt a looming conspiracy behind them. Not to mention that the poisoning incident is unknown to anyone. Even if someone knows, it should be the capture department investigating. Huang Zhou is merely a low-level staff member of the guild's management committee. What gives him the right to investigate? Whether he can find out is unimportant. What matters is if he stubbornly refuses to let go, he might uncover something. Since Huang Zhou doesn't want to live anymore, let's ensure he remains silent forever. Concerning his own interests, Shue's father displayed a ruthless side. He showed no regard for the fact that the other party had just completed a task for him. He immediately ordered, I will send someone to deal with him right away. He is just an ordinary person. Can he really turn the world upside down? Try to disguise it as a severe injury leading to death. Xian Shou added carefully, it would be best to pin the blame on Wang Beixiao for Huang Zhou's demise. At 2 in the morning in a private hospital in Jiuzhong City, the entire VIP ward was eerily quiet. The nurses and on-duty doctors had long since gone to rest. Only Huang Zhou's room was lit. He leaned sideways against the head of the bed, his broken leg propped up on a support, his left arm in a cast, and his only movable right hand continually tapping on the laptop's touchpad. On the screen were the surveillance feeds from the streets surrounding the evil ghost's tooth. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts, and his fingers were stained yellow from the smoke. What kind of evil smoke is rising from the ancestral grave of the evil ghost's tooth? The entire family is mad. Huang Zhou cursed as his hands worked quickly. Wang Beixiao had only given him 3 days to investigate. A day late, and had smashed his head in. He previously thought Chu Kuangren was foolish enough, but he didn't expect his offspring to be even more audacious than him. At least Chu Kuangren would buy you a drink after a beating. If this guy finishes the job and immediately expects you to work overtime. Huang Zhou cursed while operating the computer, his eyes bloodshot and not daring to slack off. Fortunately, he was able to rise to the position of branch supervisor in the guild's management committee, and his business skills were not lacking. Soon his gaze locked onto a pickup truck. The truck bed was stacked with 6 iron barrels, each emblazoned with the words, Evil Ghost's Tooth, in a crooked manner. This was a container custom made by the guild. Suddenly the pickup swerved on a straight road, nearly colliding with an elderly woman pushing a cart. After a hard brake, it sped away again, the whole process frantic, as if the driver had consumed 2 cups of liquor. No, something is off. Although Huang Zhou was not familiar with investigations, he was well versed in reading expressions. Through the surveillance, he could vaguely see the driver's face, clearly marked with panic. The pickup stopped at the door of the tavern, and the driver got out. However, he did not unload the goods immediately. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the tavern looking up at the second floor, then turned back to scan the streets on both sides. He was looking all around. Huang Zhou had seen this guilty expression 1,000 times. Damn it. He pulled the cigarette from his mouth and stared at the blurred face on the screen, his heart racing. His face was filled with joy and pride. I am truly a detective. Since I can't stay in the guild committee, why not apply for a transfer to the capture department? With shaky hands, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Beixiao. I have a major discovery. Come over early tomorrow, and don't forget to bring me breakfast. After sending the message, he thought for a moment and added another line. After tomorrow we are square, all right. After sending, Huang Zhou lay back on the pillow contentedly. Smiling confidently, he said, I am truly a detective. Since I can't stay with the guild committee, why not apply for a transfer to the capture department? Click-clack. High heels echoed along the corridor. Huang Zhou glanced at the time. Out of habit, 312. At this hour, doctors, nurses, and patients should be asleep. The night nurse had made the last round at 11. Huang Zhou's finger hovered above the touchscreen, then froze as a frown formed on his face. Having worked on the guild management committee for over a decade, seeing people off and greeting arrivals, he had cultivated the knack of discerning a visitor's identity from their footsteps. A leader's dress, shoes sounded steady, a colleague's sneakers light and brisk. This tread, however, was neither rushed nor lax. Each step spaced the same, as if measured with a ruler. Click. The door opened. A nurse in a white coat entered carrying a tray. Her mask hid half her face, but a pair of smiling eyes gleamed. Her silhouette was sinuous, more akin to a woman from the night scene than a hospital nurse. Supervisor Huang, it's time to change the dressing. He replied with a non-committal hum and appraised her without altering his expression. White coat, name badge, gloves, and an exaggeratedly ample figure. Her first glance on entering was not at the patient, but at the laptop on the bedside cabinet. That single look was seized by Huang Zhou. He had climbed to the branch supervisor's post. Some talents ran in the bone. I've already had my injections for today. Huang Zhou smiled, his tone casual. This is an added anti-inflammatory. The doctor's orders just came through. The woman expertly took an 4 bottle from the tray and hung it on the stand with a fluid, practiced motion. Huang Zhou watched those hands without revealing anything. Nails trimmed very short, a thin callus at the thumb web. After years dealing with all manner of people at the committee, he recognized them at a glance, hands accustomed to holding knives. The woman drew out a syringe and aimed at the indwelling 4 on the back of his hand. Wait a moment. Huang Zhou blurted, forcing a fawning smile onto his round face. Little miss, could you fetch me a glass of water? My throat's parched. She hesitated, smiled, and turned to fill the cup. In that instant, Huang Zhou's only movable right hand snatched up the laptop and swung it at the back of her head. Bang! Her reaction was miraculously quick. She dropped low and twisted aside. The laptop grazed her shoulder and flew away. The next second, 3 divine seals on her flared simultaneously, the aura of a 3-seal awakened, detonating through the ward. There was no fury in her eyes, only a hint of curiosity. How did you notice? You're wearing high heels. Huang Zhou panted, sweating with fear, his voice quavering. Besides, I already had my shots this afternoon. She removed her mask to reveal a cold, striking face. In her early 20s, her brows and eyes were sharp, a coquettish smile playing at one corner of her mouth. As expected of someone from the guild committee, such keen observation. Huang Zhou ignored the compliment. The raw will to live pushed him to cry for help. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Somebody come quick. At this point, he was no match for a 3-seal master, even if uninjured. His voice echoed down the empty corridor. No footsteps, no answer. Don't shout. The woman was utterly untroubled. She drew a scalpel from her pocket and said with a smile, the entire floor's medical staff are asleep. Soundly. Huang Zhou's face froze. He wanted to run, but his legs were in plaster and his left arm in bandages, purely a piece of meat on the chopping block. She walked to the bedside with composure and pressed the scalpel to his cheek. Its chill made him shrink his neck, and he dared not move again. Don't resist. You must die tonight. Behave, and it'll make it painless. Who wants to kill me? Huang Zhou demanded, unwilling to accept it. Only a day. Wang Beixiao wanted him dead. Qi Yao had humiliated him, and now another assassin. He couldn't fathom whom he had offended. We don't know. We have professional ethics. The woman shrugged and precisely inserted the 4-bag syringe into the indwelling cannula on the back of Huang Zhou's hand. The liquid fell drop by drop. In mere seconds, Huang Zhou felt a coldness travel through his veins, his vision blurred, his breathing quickened, his life being stolen away. Don't struggle. I'm short-tempered if your mission goes wrong. She sat on the chair by the bed, crossed one leg over the other, twirling the scalpel between her fingers. Your wife and daughter live in Xi'an Residential Complex Building 17, Apartment 402, right? Huang Zhou stiffened. All thoughts of resistance shattered at that sentence. He feared death, but he feared bringing calamity upon his family even more. This was the gulf between ordinary people and the awakened. The latter held life and death in their hands. All right, I won't move. Don't touch them. Spare my wife and child. Unexpectedly, Huang Zhou truly abandoned resistance. He leaned back against the pillow and closed his eyes in despair. His corpulent body trembled with fear, yet he made no attempt to struggle, as if resigned to fate. From the moment he had been bought by the Shui family, he had been a disposable pawn on the board. 100,000 yuan. He had sold his life for that. In that moment, he truly regretted it. Don't be nervous, this medicine won't hurt. It's like falling asleep. Perhaps the atmosphere was too oppressive, or perhaps Huang Zhou's death seemed certain. The woman making small talk laughed. I didn't expect someone so sleazy could love his family so tenderly. My daughter, 7 years old, she looks like my wife, not like me. So beautiful. Huang Zhou felt his tongue growing numb, but forced the words out. She says when she grows up she wants to be a doctor. Isn't it ironic that her father dies in a hospital? He was no hero, greedy for money, conflict-averse, a sycophant. He drifted through the committee and by preying on the weak, climbed to branch supervisor. Yet in this instant he was a good father and husband. Fire! Fire! Put out the fire! Suddenly flames flared in the corridor, accompanied by alarms and the thunder of hurried footsteps. She was puzzled why a blaze would break out at such an hour, but if someone discovered her in the room, the Shui patriarch's plan, making Huang Zhou appear mortally injured, would collapse, she would be exposed, and the boss She was puzzled why a blaze would break out at such an hour, but if someone discovered her in the room, the Shui patriarch's plan, making Huang Zhou appear mortally injured, would collapse, she would be exposed, and the boss might face consequences. After a moment's thought, she rose without hesitation. She methodically packed the medicine bottles and the laptop into her bag, opened the window, confirmed Huang Zhou was truly gone, and leapt out without looking back. Her actions were calm and meticulous. Bang! As she jumped, Wang Beixiao shoved the door open, carrying a jerrycan of gasoline. He fixed a cold, piercing look on the motionless Huang Zhou. He's dead. Yan Shasa's expression was tangled. Though they had not killed him, he lay dead because of their actions. The young woman bowed her head in guilt. Wang Beixiao stepped forward with composure and placed his hand on Huang Zhou's neck. Go fetch some epinephrine, he ordered. For him, she asked, bewildered. That woman injected him with the toxin of the wild beast moonworm. It can trigger organ failure. The chairman taught me that with epinephrine and an antidote within 5 minutes a life might be salvaged. Wang Beixiao's voice was steady as he instructed. Also notify the doctors downstairs who are not unconscious. Chairman, you do have feelings after all. Yan Shasa's innocence brightened at the prospect of saving a life, and she stuck out her tongue with a smile. I thought. She began, and he finished quietly, he does not deserve to die. Wang Beixiao walked to the window and watched the woman drive away. Do his daughter a kindness, he said lightly. In the alley by the hospital entrance, a furtive figure on a bicycle slipped into pursuit. President, how are you so sure that Huang Zhou will be in trouble? Half an hour later, in the small park outside the hospital, Yan Shasha held a popsicle in one hand, sitting at the foot of a statue, her small feet swinging in the air, her big eyes shining with joy. Huang Zhou was sent for emergency treatment, and her mood was excellent. This feeling of saving someone was much better. Wang Beixiao squatted silently not far away. His popsicle had melted without a single bite, taken his gaze fixed intensely on his phone as he said without turning his head, I'm not sure, but I want to take a gamble. Anyone capable of obtaining 6 scattered seals must have powerful connections. The secret elixirs of the Divine Hall cannot simply be bought with money. They are rarely circulated even in the black market. I never intended for Huang Zhou to find the murderer. If he investigates so boldly, he surely cannot escape the eyes of the mastermind. I'm betting that person will act to silence him. From beginning to end, Wang Beixiao never thought Huang Zhou could catch the real culprit. He is not from the law enforcement, so how could he have that capability? Huang Zhou was merely bait. Now the fish had indeed taken the bait. The assassin took the computer. He will definitely go to report to the mastermind. The rest depends on number 99. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Wang Beixiao's eyes lit up as he quickly answered, Did you follow? What do you mean, did you follow? A dissatisfied voice came from the other end of the phone. You can doubt my character, but please do not doubt my professionalism. I am a bona fide member of the Thumb Guild. Do you know what that means? It means that I am a legitimate graduate of the 985 program in the assassination field. As one of the 3 major assassin guilds, the selection of the Thumb Guild is akin to hellish trials. Countless people wish to join each year, but less than 1 in 1,000 actually succeed. To this day, the Thumb Guild has no more than 100 members. Compared to the assassins, taking scattered jobs outside the Thumb Guild is undoubtedly a benchmark in the industry. I just can't use divine seals and my cultivation is still there. Tracking a small girl with 3 seals is like a certain type of pervert stalking victims in those island films with a 100 success rate. Okay. Number 99 said boastfully, do you know where the assassin ultimately went? Don't keep me in suspense. The funeral home. Isn't it a coincidence? Shui Xin will be buried tomorrow. Wang Baixiu's brow furrowed tightly, his tone instantly turning cold. It really is the Shui family. He had long suspected they were behind it. After his son died, Shui's father remained silent, neither seeking revenge nor taking advantage of others' misfortunes. That didn't make sense. If it's him, it makes sense. After all, his son is in the divine hall. Wang Baixiao slowly stood up, lit a cigarette, and a glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Come back. Number 99 urged impatiently. Quick, think of a way to get me the antidote. I feel like I've taken a Viagra, but have no money to find a lady. It's so frustrating. Tomorrow we act. Outside the parking lot of the funeral home, a female assassin parked the car steadily, but did not get out. She took out her phone and dialed a strange number. The phone rang 3 times before she hung up voluntarily. 10 minutes later, a cold figure suddenly opened her car door and sat down directly. The newcomer wore a white flower on their chest, their expression cold and fierce, with deep sorrow between their brows. It's done. The woman glanced around to confirm no one was present before picking up the smashed computer from the back seat. The target seems to have discovered something. Thank you. The man lit a cigarette. In the dim cabin, the glowing tip of the cigarette flickered. He quickly checked the computer, and upon confirming it was fine, a divine seal suddenly lit up on his arm. A blue fire-type divine seal. Boom. Within a few breaths, the computer was reduced to ashes. 4 blue divine seals stood out starkly in the dark cabin. The female assassin furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively reaching into her pocket to grip the cold surgical knife, afraid that the man would kill to silence her. Such things occasionally happen in the underworld. Fortunately, after the man finished everything, he deftly took out a checkbook from his pocket and flamboyantly signed a check for 5 million. Well done, you truly live up to the name of the 3 flowers of Fengling City. No wonder you are the richest in Jiuzhong City. Boss Shui can always find me if needed. The woman smiled sweetly, extending 2 slender fingers to grasp the check. But the check seemed glued to Shui's father's hand, and the woman could not pull it away after trying twice. What does this mean? Shui's father's expression instantly turned cold, subtly revealing the surgical knife he had taken out, playing with it in his hand, the threat obvious. Don't get me wrong, I have another job I need you to handle, and the reward will be doubled. Shui's father released the check and signed another one for 5 million. This is the deposit. This time his voice was noticeably lower, subtly laced with killing intent. The woman's gaze lingered on the check for a few seconds before covering her mouth and chuckling lightly, accepted. Thank you for your consideration, boss. However, this target is a bit difficult to deal with. Shui's father took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to the other party, solemnly reminding, tomorrow is the day of my son's burial. Bring his head to me, I want to bury it with my son's coffin. In the photo, the youth was tall and strong with sharp brows and eyes holding an iron hammer. He wasn't exactly handsome, but his gaze was sharp and a concealed killing aura gave a sense of danger. It was Wang Baixiao. Although he is just a Tuziel, his strength is considerable and his identity is not simple. I want you to set the scene to look like revenge, Shui's father said as he handed a badge imprinted with the red demon to the woman. Leave this at the scene. I've heard that the 3 flowers of Fengling City have never missed since their debut, even killing 4 seal masters. This target shouldn't be a problem, right? Shui's father asked uneasily. If you're not confident, I can seek someone else. I know him, Wang Baixiao, the national champion of this major competition. The woman's eyes brightened as she flicked Wang Baixiu's photo and smiled charmingly. He looks really handsome. Being suppressed by him must be very delicious. I just like this kind of wild young man full of energy. Shui's father's expression darkened, warning irritably, as long as the money is right, I will kill anyone. The woman smiled happily. Just wait, I won't delay your young lord's burial tomorrow. No sooner had she spoken than the phone suddenly rang. Shui's father instinctively looked down at his phone, and the caller ID turned out to be Huangzhou. Isn't he dead? He furrowed his brows in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, but still answered. After a brief silence between the two sides, a low, hoarse, slightly childish voice came from the phone. Uncle Shui. It was Wang Baixiao. Shui's father widened his eyes, recognizing the voice, but still did not speak. Shui Xin is to be buried tomorrow, isn't he? With a united father and son, you must be very sad. Uncle Chu is gone. I am also very sad. They must be very lonely down there. Tomorrow I will send you down to accompany Shui Xin. Just wait for me. If convenient, please tell me your height, and wait, I'm going to make you a coffin right now. At 6 in the morning at the Jiuzhong City funeral home, Shui Xin's memorial hall occupied the largest hall of the entire building. Black mourning banners fluttered in the wind, with wreaths lining up from the entrance all the way outside the funeral home. Luxury cars were visible for hundreds of meters, and all the prominent figures in Jiuzhong City had come, showcasing the influence of the Shui family. Shui stood at the center of the memorial hall, dressed in a zhongshan suit, a white flower pinned to his chest, his eyes reflecting endless sorrow, a stark contrast to the menacing demeanor he had displayed in the car last night. Outside the memorial hall, the atmosphere was grim and tense. Over 100 awakeners from the Shui family gathered, all in black suits with white armbands, their waists slightly bulging, their gazes sharp. Today was the day of Xuezin's burial, and Wang Beixiao had also threatened to come and cause trouble. This display was enough to handle any unexpected events. Are all the people here? Xueli asked softly, hands behind his back. The butler leaned in respectfully and replied, all of the Xue family's forces are here. I have already contacted 2 security companies for support at any time. How many people are with Wang Beixiao? Currently confirmed are 3 himself, Yin Shasha, and an unknown 3 people. Xueli sneered coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Over 100 against 3, this was not a fight, but a one-sided massacre. Wang Beixiao's actions seemed to him like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly foolish. Have someone keep an eye on all the entrances and exits of the funeral home. If he comes in, he won't get out. Xueli took one last look at Xuezin's portrait. The boy smiled cheerfully. No matter how he flaunted his power at school, he was a good son in Xue Fu's eyes. The pain of an elder sending off a younger one is hard to express. Shiner, today, I will send Wang Beixiao off to accompany you. Xueli slowly tightened his fist. I originally planned to send an assassin to send him on his way, but he wants to come to seek death himself, ha. In the square outside the memorial hall, guests had begun to arrive one after another. Influential figures in Jiuzhong City gathered, showcasing the Xue family's connections. The heads of local guilds, business tycoons, and even officials were present. In an inconspicuous black sedan in the corner, Lu Ming, a commissioner from the Awakener Management Bureau who had appeared during the major competition, took off his sunglasses and frowned at the scene at the funeral home. For a student's funeral, they're making such a big deal out of it. Those who didn't know would think that his entire family had died. The assistant in the passenger seat flipped through a tablet. Xueli added over 80 security personnel, last night all Awakeners. The poison rose from the 3 beautiful flowers of Fengling City is also at the funeral. I can't help but feel. This display doesn't seem like a funeral, but rather. The assistant pondered and asked, Chief, why did you suddenly decide to attend the Xue family's funeral? As a commissioner of the Awakener Management Bureau, Lu Ming's position far exceeded that of Xueli, and there were no more than 3 people in Jiuzhong City who could speak with him, as Xueli didn't even have the qualification to give gifts to Lu Ming. Yet he inexplicably came to attend the funeral of someone else's son, which was hard not to provoke speculation. I came here. Not for Xueli. The latter squinted his eyes with a half-smile, clearly attending a funeral, yet showing no intention of getting out of the car. At the same time, in the second floor of the Evil Ghost's Tooth Tavern in Chu Kuangren's former bedroom, Wang Beixiao sat on the edge of the bed, having not slept all night. The floor was littered with cigarette butts and empty bottles. In stark contrast to the lively lamentations at Xuezin's funeral, the atmosphere at Evil Ghost's Tooth was eerily quiet. It was not until the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and fell on his face that he slowly stood up and walked to the sink to wash his face with cold water. Today was the day of his final confrontation with the Xue family. Picking up the hair wax from the table, he began to groom himself, imitating the president. Chu Kuangren was usually disheveled, yet he had a peculiar obsession with his hairstyle, spending 10 minutes in front of the mirror every time he went out, using hair wax to slick his hair back. Since the president's death, Wang Beixiao unconsciously transformed himself into the image of the other. Before long, the face in the mirror lost its youthful innocence, now bearing a shadow of Chu Kuangren from his younger days. With the elder gone, he would live as the elder, using this way to carry on their legacy. Finally, he donned Chu Kuangren's large coat, reeking of smoke, stashing a hammer in the inner pocket. Looking at himself in the mirror, he faintly heard the sounds of laughter and shouts from the tavern members from the past. Little brat, remember to lock the door when you go out. Don't get into fights. Losing will disgrace the guild. Winning would also be disgraceful. What skill is it for the spawn of Evil Ghost's Tooth to get into a fight? Remember to bring back 2 bottles of wine. In just a few days, President Yu, he had fallen in battle. Old Chu had died, and the whereabouts of others were unknown. It seemed that Wang Beixiao had grown up overnight, touching the long-desired Evil Ghost tattoo, his heart filled with only sorrow. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Wang Beixiao opened the door to find No. 99 leaning against the corridor wall, his face still pale, wearing a clean black sweatshirt, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, completely devoid of the tension before the battle. His gaze lingered on the large coat for a second, mockingly whistling. You look a bit like Chu Kuangren. Yin Shasha stood behind No. 99, holding a baseball bat on her back, 2 small braids sticking out from either side of her hat, her small face tightly drawn, trying hard to look fierce. The 3 stood in the corridor, none of them speaking. Perhaps this was the calm before the storm, as no one could guarantee they would come out alive. No. 99 was the first to break the silence, stretching dramatically. Let me say this first, I'm going to get the antidote not to help you fight. Wang Beixiao ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Shasha. She could completely distance herself from this matter, or simply say it had nothing to do with her. She could easily go to a decent university and avoid getting mixed up in this mess. The latter tightened her grip on the bat, timidly saying, President, I'm ready. Shasha, you don't have to go. I'm also a member of Evil Ghost's Tooth. Unexpectedly, Yin Shasha showed no hesitation, her small face serious as she said, I am your eternal teammate, evil ghost's tooth. Will not abandon its comrades. Wang Beixiao didn't expect that an act of kindness from the past would lead this girl to share life and death with him. President, I genuinely want to join evil ghost's tooth, not for gratitude, EY. I admire the philosophy of evil ghost's tooth. I used to be alone. I yearn for companions, for teammates. I want to help you grow evil ghost's tooth stronger. Yin Shasha firmly waved her small fist. I will work hard to keep up with you. Damn. With those words, Wang Beixiao nodded. Moved from now on. You will be the vice president. Let the tavern door pushed open. The three leaders of the most feared SSS guild, Evil Ghost's Tooth, stepped into their first battle. Raise the coffin. The officiant's voice was sharp and piercing, cutting through the air of the funeral parlor. 16 strong men bent down in unison, lifting the redwood coffin onto their shoulders with heavy steps. Wah! A wailing sound instantly filled the air. Several mourning women knelt on the ground, beating their chests and stamping their feet, their faces smeared with tears and snot, more invested than a biological mother. A sky full of spirit money rained down from the top of the mourning hall, and the sound of sorrowful music surged from all directions. The low wail of the Swana filled the funeral parlor, enveloping it in a layer of deathly aura. Shueli stood at the front of the funeral procession, next to a female assassin dressed in a black dress. She lowered her head, her striking silhouette attracting the attention of onlookers. The moment the coffin was lifted from the mourning hall, tears finally welled up in Shueli's eyes. No matter how powerful he was in the outside world or how adept in schemes, the child lying in the coffin was the one he had watched grow up the bloodline of the Shui family. At this moment, he was simply a father. A single tear rolled down his cheek, landing on the white flower resting on his chest. Xiao Xian, what a pity. Offending the tooth of the evil ghost, what good outcome could there be? Old Shui's heart must be shattered, sending a black-haired person off with a white-haired one. The tooth of the evil ghosts also set up a mourning hall sigh. The surrounding guests lowered their voices to discuss, their eyes directed towards Shui, least back, their expressions varied, some sympathetic, others gloating. Shueli heard it all clearly, but chose to ignore it. He simply stared blankly at the coffin, slowly raising his arm. It's time to set off. The officiant elongated the last syllable. Shueli suddenly threw a handful of spirit money, shouting hysterically, "Sun, watch over everything from above. I will take down anyone who bullied you." His voice was hoarse and twisted. This statement was not only meant for the deceased. Those present could hear the underlying meaning, and some excited individuals stirred. The awakened members of the Shui family tightened their grips on their weapons, a silent killing intent spreading through the funeral procession. It seems like after laying old Shui to rest, vengeance will be next. Of course, after losing a son, how can he endure? I heard the eldest son of the Shui family cannot be treated humanely, TSK. But Wang Beixiao is currently a focal point of official attention. It won't be easy to kill him, right? After losing a son, will old Shui care about that? In my opinion, Wang Beixiao probably won't survive today. Without Chu Kuangren, who would care about a mere second tier? The moment the words fell, a piercing roar of an engine echoed from outside the funeral parlor. Everyone's footsteps halted. Shueli was like a bloodthirsty lion suddenly looking up. The other guests turned their heads, and upon seeing the newcomer, they all gasped in shock. Bang! The iron fence at the main entrance of the funeral parlor was knocked back several meters. A dilapidated truck recklessly charged into the square of the funeral parlor. It was the vehicle of the tooth of the evil ghosts, emblazoned with evil ghost patterns, belching thick black smoke. It's Wang Beixiao. What the hell? He really came. Is he crazy? There are hundreds of people here. Is he not afraid of death? The crowd erupted, the funeral procession descending into chaos. The men carrying the coffin instinctively stopped, unsure whether to put it down or continue carrying it. In the driver's seat, number 99 floored the gas pedal, squinting through the cracked windshield at the panicked crowd, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. Get out of the way, don't block the road. If you get hit, I won't pay. This truck has no insurance. In the passenger seat, Yin Shasa's face was taut, her hands gripping the baseball bat tightly, her lips pressed into a thin line. She was nervous, but showed no fear. The truck traced an arc across the square, its tires crushing flowers and wreaths. Screech. A piercing brake sound followed as the truck came to a diagonal stop right in front of the funeral procession. The truck bed was empty except for a single coffin. What shocked the crowd the most was a figure standing on top of the truck. With his side turned, his hair tousled by the wind, and a black cloak billowing, he commanded attention. The evil ghost tattoo on the side of his neck faintly glowed red. He embodied both the madness of Chu Kuangren and the youthful vigor unique to himself. Who else could it be but Wang Beixiao? He silently held a goat's horn hammer, surveying the scene from a height. The noise in the square abruptly quieted down. Even the seasoned big shots were momentarily struck into silence. Wang Beixiao's actions were akin to courting death. How dare he confront over 100 awakened members of the Shui family? Shueli's tear-streaked face still bore traces of sorrow, yet his eyes brimmed with ecstatic delight. This was Wang Beixiao actively seeking death. Even if he killed him overtly, the authorities could do nothing. He slowly turned around to face the youth on the truck. The two locked eyes from 20 meters apart, both recognizing the murderous intent in the other's gaze. Wang Beixiao, Shui Li breathed heavily, a hint of joy in his voice. When there is a path to heaven, you do not walk it. When there is no door to hell, you come here to die. I am the child of the evil ghost. I come from hell. Wang Beixiao leaped down from the truck, his cloak billowing, without wind, a cold smirk on his lips, as he shouted with the same arrogance as Chu Kuangren, the tooth of the evil ghosts comes to seek vengeance. Everyone feel free to enjoy the show. But anyone who dares to intervene, don't blame me for chopping you down too. With a roar, the awakened members of the Shui family surged forward, over 100 individuals charging ahead, surrounding the truck tightly. The female assassin watched Wang Beixiao with keen interest, chuckling lightly. What a true man, too bad he's going to die, otherwise I'd definitely have a friendly match with him in bed. Number 99 leisurely exited the driver's seat, stretching lazily and surveying the surroundings with no sign of fear. Oh, there are quite a lot of people here. Don't move just yet, or I'll call the police. Shui Li smirked dismissively, but before he could retort, the female assassin's expression darkened as she quietly reminded. He's one of the Thumb's people, number 99 Night Shura. Shui Li's previously jubilant expression froze. The Thumb was not the tooth of the evil ghosts. They were a legitimate SSS-rank guild taking the elite path, where everyone was a master. The weakest in the guild were all four-tiered. Provoking the tooth of the evil ghosts might lead to a battle. However, if they angered the Thumb, this group of stubborn individuals would genuinely dare to wipe out the Shui family in a single night. Did you see wrong? Shui Li lowered his voice, clutching at hope. Could it be that you mistook him for someone else? Number 99, Night Shura, the personal disciple of the Thumb's guild leader, the prince of the assassin world. I only take money to kill Wang Beixiao. Night Shura is easy to deal with, but his master is notoriously unreasonable. Even the divine seat finds it troublesome. Seeing Shui Li's face turn as dark as coal, the female assassin coughed lightly, trying to reassure him. But don't worry too much. The Thumb has its own rules. They allow others to resist when they assassinate others. If they are killed by the enemy during a mission, the Thumb will not seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Shui Li let out a heavy sigh of relief. However, what number 99 said next made it impossible for him to pin down his opponent. I didn't come here today to carry out a mission. If I lose a single hair today, you all will pay with your lives. Cough, cough. May I ask, sir, what is the meaning of crashing into my son's funeral procession? My son has done nothing to offend you, has he? Shui Li knew evasion was impossible. Yi Shilua had arrived alongside Wang Beixiao, clearly not bearing goodwill. Yet with so many witnesses present, he could not afford to lose face. Steeling himself, he stepped forward and inquired calmly. What dog son or cat son? Did you mate with a dog? Cross-species reproduction. What kind of anomalous ability is that? Still seething over the poisoning, no. 99 offered no courtesy. I'm here for one thing only. Hand over the antidote. Once I take it, I'll turn around and leave. If you persist in denial, I guarantee someone else in your family dies before sunset. Cursing under his breath, no. 99 lit a cigarette. Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha courteously stepped aside, granting him space to settle his own matter first. What antidote? Who the hell is this kid? How audacious. In Zhejiang City, does anyone dare openly defy the Shui clan? Yet, doesn't old Shui seem strangely wary of this youth? The crowd curiously parted, clearing space between them, not out of fear of Wang Beixiao, but simply unwilling to serve as Shui Li's hired muscle. What antidote? Shui Li was equally baffled. Did a Thumb operative demand an antidote from him? Even if granted 100 lives, he would never dare poison such harbingers of death. To no. 99, however, this was merely the stubborn defiance of a cornered duck. His face darkened. With a thunderous palm strike, he slammed the truck's hood and roared, "Damn you! Dare to poison yet deny it. I've traced it all. The poisoning of Lao Chu at the Ghost Fong was your doing. You laced his drink with Lu Feng San. Am I right? Shit, I drank that poison wine too. Hand over the antidote now, or I'll call headquarters. If my old man comes in person, he'll dig your son up from the grave to use as alchemical catalyst. Do you believe me?" No. 99 felt deeply aggrieved. In truth, he and the Shui clan were in a sense allies, both intent on striking the Ghost Fong. Yet not only had 97 perished, but he himself had been poisoned. He hadn't even dared inform his comrades, hence his temporary alliance with Wang Beixiao. Poisoned. Old Shui poisoned old Chu. I always thought Chu Chioha, for all his flaws, wouldn't fall. Unbelievable. Old Shui would go this far just to avenge his son. Lu Feng San. That's a divine hall pharmaceutical, isn't it? The crowd erupted instantly. What began as idle gossip had ballooned into something colossal, and once the divine hall entered the equation, the stakes transformed entirely. Even Lu Ming, who'd been watching from his car, couldn't resist stepping out, lighting a cigarette, and savoring the spectacle with keen interest. Shui Li, who moments earlier had bristled with authority poised to crush Wang Beixiao, now stood trapped in a dire dilemma. Admit it and surrender the antidote. That would amount to tacit confession, And though reputational ruin in Jiuzhong City might be minor, stealing the Divine Hall's proprietary toxin would be catastrophic. After all, Lu Feng San was a banned substance, a Divine Hall exclusive poison strictly forbidden to outsiders. Should word reach the hall, the tribunal would arrive within hours. Yet if he denied it outright, he'd incur the wrath of the Thumb. Hundreds of elite assassins would shadow him day and night. Even sleep would demand open eyes. Trapped between two fatal paths, Xue Li's deep-set eyes flickered with inner turmoil. But as a seasoned patriarch, shrewd as a monkey with fur, he declared, "Sir, I know nothing of Lu Feng San." Lao Chu fell to the Crimson Demon. That is common knowledge. Why would I poison the Ghost Feng? My conduct has always been upright and transparent. I would never stoop to such despicable deeds. Then shifting tone smoothly. However, since you were poisoned within Jiuzhong City, and I retain certain connections at the Divine Hall, I may procure the antidote for you. Return home today. I shall secure it from the hall within 3 days and deliver it personally. Consider it a gesture of goodwill toward your master. How does that sound? He bowed low in posture. Though his reasoning strained credulity, it sufficed as plausible deflection. In his view, the opponent sought only the antidote, and since he offered it, the matter was settled. At worst, he'd offer compensation afterward. At their level, results mattered, not protocol. Yet he overlooked one critical fact: 99 was no official agent, and cared nothing for such formalities. So I've slandered you. And should I thank you for repaying malice with grace by gifting me the antidote? No. 99 had initially intended only to claim the antidote, and perhaps deliver a beating. Now Xue Li's obstinate denial chilled his expression. Fine then, I'll call my master right now. Let him come in person, kneel before you twice, and express his profound gratitude. Xue Li's lips visibly twitched, fuming inwardly yet helpless. He'd already agreed to provide the antidote, yet this fool clung unyieldingly to accusation. Young Master Yi, today is my son's burial. Might we postpone further discussion until the rites conclude? Unable to confess publicly, Xue Li invoked his son's funeral as pretext. No. 99 grinned dismissively and pointed at Wang Beixiao. Your son wishes burial. Ask him first. Let him decide whether your son may rest in peace. As the words hung in air, Wang Beixiao moved, leaping onto the truck's rear, driving a claw into the coffin, then wrenching it free. Boom. The coffin rocketed sideways, hurtling straight toward the funeral procession. Plowing through over a dozen mourners, Xue Li lunged forward, intercepting the coffin midair, shattering it with a single palm strike. His peak fourth seal aura erupted violently. He fixed Wang Beixiao with a cold, mocking gaze. This coffin suits you well. Someone will lie within it today. Not you. Or me. Wang Beixiao had come prepared to die, with no intention of retreat. His brow seal blazed fiercely, black chi billowed from his body, his obsidian cloak swirling amid the dense ominous mist, both eerie and majestic. A duel, eh? Wang Beixiao pointed a finger at Xue Li. Yeah, he challenges me to single combat. Does he think this is child's play? Xue Li swept his hand wide. Shink, shink, shink. Over 100 awakened cultivators drew blades in unison, their murderous intent coalescing into visible force, freezing even the wind itself. Yeah, damn it, you only dare act thus because his elders are gone. Leaning against his car, no. 99 took a drag of smoke and sneered. When Chu Kuangren and his crew were still alive, would you have dared this arrogance? Back when the Ghost Feng stood united, the Xue clan had never dared surround Wang Beixiao. Yet Xue Li remained unmoved. I seek vengeance for my son. Even Chu Kuangren himself stood before me, I would still slay him. Is that so? The Xue clan, truly bold beyond measure. Neglect them for a few days, and they scale rooftops to tear off tiles. Do they truly treat Wang Beixiao as an orphan to be bullied? Boom. The instant those words echoed, a figure smashed through the mortuary's outer wall, blazing toward boom. A meteor plummeted to earth. A bald man wielding a butcher's cleaver, his face thick with muscle and his eyes fierce as a tiger's, stood amid the chaos. For spirit seals blazed simultaneously upon his body. In the next instant, a streak of azure light carved across the sky, forming a luminous bridge of cerulean radiance. Lao Feng strolled forward leisurely, holding a slender wooden staff. Behind the two men, familiar faces emerged, one by one. Those guildmates who once bellowed tales and drowned sorrows in taverns had returned. Still coarse, still arrogant, still bristling with lethal intent. Wang Beixiao trembled, tears welling in his eyes, fists clenched so tightly his nails pierced his palms, struggling desperately to maintain composure. After Chu Kuangren, Yu Yi and Lao Chu perished in battle, these elders had vanished into secrecy. Rumors spread, some claimed they'd been captured and slain by the Crimson Demons, others whispered they'd fled. Yet the moment Wang Beixiao fell, the Ghost Feng isn't yet extinct. A pup shouldn't have to fight alone. Old Tu grinned savagely as he strode to the front of the formation, but stopped short of stepping past Wang Beixiao. The Ghost Feng members aligned themselves with flawless unity behind him, just as they once stood behind Chu Kuangren. It was reverence, and it was protocol, because Wang Beixiao now bore the title of Guildmaster. Master Feng. Wang Beixiao turned back trembling. Only before these elders would he ever let his guard down. Before them he was not the lone pillar holding up the ghost Fong. He was simply a boy. Lao Fong smiled, tenderly, his eyes brimming with sorrowful affection, words caught in his throat. Old Tu slowly extended his palm, pressing it gently against Wang Beixiao's lower back, murmuring low and firm, "Stand tall." A man bearing the ghost Fong tattoo does not weep before outsiders. Their tears are the ones that should fall. Today you shall avenge, Elder Chu, and we your elders shall stand behind you. Lao Fong watched Wang Beixiao with quiet pride, his gaze soft with paternal fondness. The guild master is gone, but your elders, we're far from dead. Dare you lay a finger on him? You'll first answer to us. Swish, swish, swish. Over 20 blades were drawn in unison. The lawless, untamable ghost Fong had returned. Lao Fong fixed Xue Li with a stern, unblinking gaze and thundered, "You dare outnumber and overwhelm our guild master? Do you truly believe the ghost Fong has no one left? Call them in." Old Tu whirled around with a sharp, commanding bellow. Over 20 guild members snapped to attention, striking their left fists against their chests with solemn reverence, shouting in unison, "Hail the guild master! Hail the guild master! Hail the guild master!" 20 voices roared as one. A thunderclap that shook the heavens, reverberating endlessly through the air. This was the ghost Fong's indomitable spirit. No mockery lingered in their eyes. Only profound recognition, deep-seated pride, and heartfelt relief. That boy who once swaggered through taverns boasting he'd one day inherit Chu Kuangren's mantle had finally fulfilled his vow. When the crimson demons descended like a storm, he raised the ghost Fong banner. When members fell or scattered, he held the tavern and the legacy together. In that moment, Wang Beixiao knew every sacrifice, every wound, every tear had been worth it. Old Tu struck his chest with one hand, rarely so solemn, and softly uttered, "Guild master." That single word of acknowledgement from an elder ignited Wang Beixiao's battle fury. "Just because Chu Kuangren is gone, do you think I fear you?" Facing the ghost Fong's full assembly, Xue Li did not retreat a single step. He drew his subordinate's warblade in one fluid motion, stripped off his suit jacket, and wrapped it tightly around his grip. Beneath his refined exterior, 8 chiseled abdominal muscles gleamed faintly. The Xue clan. Here, here, here. Since childhood, Xin'er has idolized me. His father in his eyes is omnipotent. Today, in front of my son's casket, not a single soul shall step back. 1 life taken, reward 1 million. The head of Wang Beixiao, 10 million. Xue Li's battle aura surged steadily, undeterred by the ghost Fong's arrival. Grief over his son's death had devoured his last shred of reason. Before his son's coffin, he would not yield, not an inch. Whoosh. Simultaneously, Wang Beixiao seized his greatcoat and flung it aside in a single violent motion. His bare torso was revealed, his ghost Fong tattoo blazing, its twin eyes erupting with searing crimson light. Xue Li sought vengeance, so too did the ghost Fong. He had his reason to stand firm. So did Wang Beixiao. Ghost Fong. Present, 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 present. Yin Shasha's pulse quickened, her body trembling, not from fear, but from fervor, as she stepped resolutely beside Wang Beixiao. Former Guildmaster Chu once declared, "All who bear the ghost Fong tattoo are brothers and sisters." Wang Beixiao drew a deep, shuddering breath and roared, "Our brother died poisoned. How shall we respond? Kill, kill, kill." Who among them had not been Lao Chu's sworn brother in life and death? He may perish in bloody combat against the crimson demons. He may fall beneath the blade of a 7-seal expert. But he must die with honor. He must die with dignity, not through treachery, nor by the vile schemes of cowards. The guild is our sanctuary, our very foundation. The guild is where we gather warmth against the cold world. Those marked with the guild's tattoo will never allow a fallen brother to descend into the grave burdened by injustice. I, Wang Beixiao. Slowly he raised his ram's horn hammer high. By right of guild master, I beseech you all, join me in exacting blood vengeance to soothe Elder Chu's spirit in the heavens and grant peace to our 12 fallen brethren. I shall wash away Elder Chu's indignity in Xue clan blood. I shall offer Xue Li's life as tribute upon Elder Chu's grave. Let the entire world know. Cross the ghost Fong and death shall be certain. In just those few words, the ghost Fong erupted in fiery resolve. Each member a wild beast straining against its tether, awaiting only the command to unleash fury. Opposing forces locked into position. Nearby, number 99 cast a knowing glance at Wang Beixiao, silently drawing his short blade. Little C's got real grit. Wang Beixiao, fix your sights on Xue Li. Engaged. Kill. Wang Beixiao and Xue Li roared in unison. The battle erupted in full fury. Spectators had long since retreated to safe distance, many already filming with their phones, capturing what would become 9 Bell City's most legendary clash. One side the city's wealthiest magnate patriarch of the Xue clan. The other the East District's sovereign, the Ghost Fong Guild. Both sides burned with crimson rage. This duel would end only in annihilation. Kill Wang Beixiao. Kill Wang Beixiao. In a single explosive charge, over a dozen three-seal experts surged through the crowd, directly toward Wang Beixiao. All knew he bore only 2 seals. Eliminating him was the most efficient prize. Old Two moved to intercept, but someone was faster. A figure darted ahead, half a stride ahead, leaping forward to shield Wang Beixiao. Her baseball cap flew off in the wind, revealing a loose ponytail, long hair, whipping wildly. Her bat shattered with a thunderous crack. It was Yanshasha. No one anticipated that she would strike first. After the grand contest, she rose to fame overnight. Invitations from elite academies flooded in, but every single one was declined. She wished only to follow Wang Beixiao, not out of love, but captivated by his unwavering loyalty, and drawn to the unbreakable bond of mutual protection forged within the fangs of the demonic ghost. She longed for comrades such as these, longed to be needed, longed to be protected. Sequence, possession. This time, Yanshasha's gaze held no confusion, no terror, only fierce, unyielding battlelust. Elder sister, I found my purpose. I wish to stand beside the president and help the fangs of the demonic ghost grow strong. I wish to give every child abandoned by this world a home. I am no longer afraid, elder sister. Grant me strength. Yanshasha's delicate face tightened, her expression solemn, yet now imbued with newfound resolve. The girl once dismissed by all had at last shed her timidity. As if answering her silent plea, the baseball bat began to fracture, inch by inch. Boom! Blinding white light, razor-sharp and suffused with bladiki, surged forth like a tidal wave. Unlike her previous possession, this time the agony was unmistakable. Raw guttural cries tore from her lips. One side of her face radiated cold, regal ferocity, the other glowed with youthful warmth and charm. She chose wakefulness over slumber, her left eye shimmering with unshed tears as she declared, "Any foe of the president is my foe. All who bear the demonic ghost tattoo are my kin. This time, I shall stand guard." The blade rose. Morning sunlight gleamed upon its polished edge. After possession, her icy dominant persona sneered, "What arrogance! What do you think you're proving? A wretch who can't even slaughter a chicken. When I stood where you stand now, none dared oppose me. Watch closely. Today let the blood of the Shui clan seal your Kamingafage right. Second seal, awaken, 3,000 winds." Boom. The azure divine seal blazed to life. The long blade slashed through the air like lightning, leaving behind a searing white streak. Fractures spiderwebbed violently across the earth. Several awakened beings lunging toward Wang Beixiao never touched ground. They were torn limb from limb midair by the gale. Such brutality, such ruthless precision. Even the veteran members of the fangs of the demonic ghost could not help but glance sideways in grim awe. Wang Beixiao, consider this battle my sister's initiation fee. I wonder what bewitching elixir you fed her. Should the fangs of the demonic ghost ever betray her, I will kill both her and you. Bang! With a 5th seal cultivator now allied, the Shui clan's formation shattered beneath her lone onslaught. Shui Li's face paled. He had known, of course, that Yanshasha harbored such a formidable entity within. Yet he'd counted on sheer numbers, believing attrition alone would break her. Watching Yanshasha carve through enemies like wheat, he shrewdly held back, waiting for her chi to dwindle, knowing the possession would collapse once her reserves ran dry. The female assassin beside him shared the same calculation, dagger poised, eyes glinting with predatory stillness as she watched. Yanshasha, 3,000 winds. That technique belongs to the paramount master of blade art in all the realm. Before she could delve deeper, Wang Beixiao stepped calmly into the battlefield. Amidst flying gore and severed limbs, he moved with unhurried grace, tranquil, deliberate. And any who dared intercept him fell beneath Yanshasha's blade before they could close the distance. Shui Li locked eyes with him across the carnage. Both saw in the other the certainty of death. Second seal versus 4th seal. Rosa, kill him. Rosa, kill him. Shui Li commanded without hesitation. Though his cultivation vastly surpassed Wang Beixiao's, those feral, merciless eyes froze him in place. Hesitation bloomed like poison in his veins. She paused, then launched herself forward like a cannonball. Her hands blurred. 3 scalpel-like blades gleaming with lethal frost shrieked through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Unfazed by the ambush, Wang Beixiao did not flinch, did not slow. Metal sang against metal. Each scalpel clattered harmlessly aside. No, 99 appeared at his side, blade in hand. So Thumb gets involved too. Shui Li suppressed his fury and bellowed, "I'll give you the antidote." Antidote? Irrelevant. No. 99 grinned lazily, smoke curling from his lips. "What I want is your stance. If you deny poisoning, then war begins. You truly don't want the antidote." Shui Li's temples throbbed. How had the tide of victory, once so decisively tilted in his favor, suddenly reversed? Not only had the fangs of the demonic ghost fully reassembled, but Thumb had entered the fray. Fine, I'll just endure my old man's mockery. But will he watch me sealed powerless? Let him beg the divine throne himself for my antidote. Shui Li could not comprehend him. No, 99 embodied Thumb's ethos. Reckless consequence blend bound only by the guild's immutable code. To deny poisoning meant Shueli bore no fault. And if he bore no fault now, 99 could not accept his antidote. Some guilds prize sentiment, others profit. Thumb revered only its own inscrutable creed, unyielding, uncompromising, alien to outsiders. Leave this assassin to me. I'll teach her how killing's done. Bang! Though barred from using his divine seal now, 99 hesitated not. An explosive burst of force erupted beneath his feet as he charged. Rose's expression flickered. She knew Thumb's reputation well and instantly assumed a guarded, vigilant stance. In the next breath, Yin Shasha vanished. First seal, sluggishness. Her body seized. She whirled, meeting Yin Shasha's crimson gaze. Did I not make it clear? No one touches Wang Beixiao. Bang! Seizing the opening, no. 99 lunged. His fist crashed into Rose's jaw, sending her hurtling backward. With the assassin neutralized, the two leaders finally stood face to face. Wang Beixiao's grin twisted savage and sharp. Onion. As you wish. Today I'll send you to join Xin in his coffin. Before Shueli finished speaking, Wang Beixiao struck. The ramshorn hammer swung down, not at Shueli, but at Xin's coffin. Swirling black aura coiled around the weapon as it descended, bearing annihilation itself. Shueli's heart lurched. He stared wide-eyed with horror. You bastard. You have no honor. A veteran master, he recognized the gambit instantly. Smash the coffin. If he saved it, Wang Beixiao's next blow would claim him. If he refused to save it, Wang Beixiao knew full well he would. That move laid bare human nature with chilling clarity. Bang! True to prediction. At the very last moment, Shueli snatched up the coffin, hoisting it high above his head, roaring enraged. Is this how Chu Quangren taught you? Using the dead as leverage. To an enemy there are no rules. I learned only how to survive. As Shueli raised the coffin skyward, Wang Beixiao released the hammer. It flew straight for the casket, while bellowing, ghost transformation. His right fist swelled with writhing black aura. Ghostly wails and howls echoed as it drove forward, relentless, unstoppable. Again the choice: save the coffin, or take the blow. Bang! Shueli chose his son. He struck the coffin with a palm, sending it soaring dozens of meters, crashing violently before the stunned onlookers. Simultaneously he channeled chi to reinforce his entire body, meeting the punch Hedon with his fourth seal cultivation. Boom! Black aura, alive and hungry, surged through his pores and flooded his being. Shueli staggered, his mind reeled, disbelief contorting his features, as his body flew backward like a fallen leaf. When he rose, he stood frozen for several seconds, then screamed, voice raw with terror. How can you strike my soul? That punch had nearly ripped his soul from its mooring. This was no mere physical assault. Ghost transformation. The longer the fight endures, the more reason blurs, and the fiercer the strength. If beast transformation is a mere augmentation of the flesh, ghost transformation is an unfathomable mystery. In a half-ghost state, attacks carry additional soul damage. It is a dimensional suppression. Unless one bears a divine seal specifically warding against soul assaults or possesses an exceptionally puissant soul, no one can simply shrug off such an onslaught. Everyone, I can understand if you choose not to act today. Rising from the ground, Shueli cupped his hands toward the guests. But for the sake of our years of acquaintance, please see that the boy's body is cared for. Everyone, I can understand if you choose not to act today. Rising from the ground, Shueli cupped his hands toward the guests. But for the sake of our years of acquaintance, some hoped Shueli's death would open a path to power, some did not wish to be dragged into conflict with the lunatics of Guijia, and some secretly longed for the chance to strike. Yet none dared refuse Shueli's plea. Refusal would expose intent. As the coffin was firmly protected, Wang Beixiao ceased to linger, turned to Shueli, and spat, I'll break you open, Hedon. Yet none dared refuse Shueli's plea. Refusal would expose intent. As the coffin was firmly protected, Wang Beixiao ceased to linger. Sequence 872, Minghua. With a thunderous roar, a cyan conflagration erupted wickedly, hued flames leaping several meters into the air. Though shaped like fire, it radiated no warmth. The uncanny blaze set Wang Beixiao on edge. Kid, forgot to tell you before I ran for office, I was the fiercest desperado in Jiuzhong City. Years of suits had not erased his past. Shueli's countenance shifted. The once urbane gentleman became a killing god, eyes bloodshot, every pore exuding violence. Let me show you the gap in true power. He snarled. First seal. She congeal the fire into a spear. Congeal. A thunderous blast followed. Shueli's hands became claws, the flames in his palms fused and were squeezed together, slowly hardening into a 2-meter spear of living fire. Second seal, fire roar. In an instant the flames consumed Shueli himself. He became a man of fire, charging at Wang Beixiao, the fiery spear bellowing with an almost sentient roar. Bring me your life. With every step, Shueli left burning footprints behind, surging forward like a beast emerging from the abyss. A scalding gale whipped Wang Beixiao's cloak until it snapped and billowed. As the spear closed in, he finally moved. He tore off his cloak in one motion and flung it aside. In his ghostly guise, a mad smile squeezed across his face. He did not dodge, he met the assault squarely and struck the spear's tip with a single thunderous fist. Black vapors and the cyan flame braided and devoured each other, compressing together. A horrific blast swept every person within 10 meters aside. But the gulf in strength yawned like an impassable ravine. The ground beneath Wang Beixiao shattered. The cyan flame pierced the black gas and raced along his arm. The spear's terrible momentum ripped Wang Beixiao's right fist aside. The thrust did not abate and drove toward his chest. Careful. Move away. Number 99 bellowed 2 on 4, don't go head to head. You brat. The old butcher's cleaver was swung, scattering those around him as he lunged to assist. Wang Beixiao's face darkened as he barked, everyone stay back. At the brink of being impaled, he suddenly grabbed the spear shaft with both hands, and jaw set roared, Chu Shu's revenge. I will repay it with my own hands. Is that all you've got? Shueli pushed with brutal force. The spear drove, propelling Wang Beixiao backward. Outmatched in cultivation, Wang could do nothing but cling to the shaft as his body was forcibly shoved back. His legs carved long gouges in the earth. Yet the worst pain came from the cyan fire. Like maggots, it crept into his flesh, burning through skin and dissipating the black gas that swirled about him. The ghost transformation was being suppressed. Accompany my son to the grave. Shueli's face contorted into a bestial snarl. The thrill of slaying his enemy drove him further into frenzy. Wang Beixiao still clutched the shaft, denying it the chance to fully pierce him, and kept yelling in his head, false god. He had come to duel, betting the false god would not stand idle as he died. Yet the so-called false god seemed truly dormant. No reply came. As the spear's tip inched toward his chest, a calm male voice sounded at his ear. A life-and-death struggle is to take a life at the smallest cost. Use what you excel at to strike where the enemy is weakest. Wang Beixiao's eyes narrowed. The voice was unfamiliar, yet it was certainly not the false god's. He was sure he alone could hear it as Shueli remained fiercely intent and unbothered by any whisper. Elsewhere by a parked car, a man in a Zhongshan suit smoked with languid interest, his deep eyes fixed unblinkingly on Wang Beixiao's grasping hands. Officer, isn't that cheating? The secretary murmured. Why not step in and save him? You might turn him to your use. The man chuckled. He will never bow to me. Only pets can be tamed, beasts will never submit. A child raised by Chu Quangren never learns the word submit. Better to make a friendly tie? The secretary squinted at the fray. If you don't act, Wang Beixiao won't last half a minute. Wang's arms trembled. He endured the blistering cyan flame and withstood Shueli's lethal spear. At best, he had half a minute before death or grievous injury. The man in the Zhongshan suit had no intent to intervene. Instead, he asked the secretary with relish, if it were you, how would you win? No answer. Too wide a gap. I'd run if I couldn't. I'd kneel and beg for mercy. The secretary grinned shamelessly. Then you will never become a true powerhouse, the man said, half smile and steel in his eyes as he tapped the other's shoulder. Do you honestly think Wang Beixiao can reverse this? A second seal against a fourth seal is fantasy. As the words fell, Wang Beixiao suddenly relaxed his grip and, twisting his body, took the spear straight on with his There was no hesitation. Gods, this kid is insane. The secretary gasped. To take a fourth seal's spear to buy a sliver of life is pure gambling. If Shueli were a master of the spear, he could jerk its tip to alter the angle and pierce Wang's heart. He is decisive. He is ruthless, the man observed with a faint chuckle. Shueli, equally stunned, tried to withdraw the spear, but Wang stepped in, letting it pierce his body while locking a hand about Shueli's waist to prevent any gain of distance. He smashed his head into Shueli's face and, taking advantage of the momentary lapse, bit down on him. Oh! Shueli's anguished howl echoed through the funeral parlor. Everyone was struck dumb. Wang Beixiao clamped his teeth into Shueli's cheek and tore flesh away, his mouth full of blood, his gaze feral, like a vengeful specter. Blood dripped from his shoulder. Such a reckless, allure-nothing gambit chilled even the assembled nobles. A dirty trick. The secretary stammered. Look at his hand, the man said with a knowing smile. Seizing the moment while biting, Wang snatched, and the ramhorn hammer flew like a meteor into his grasp. A feint to mask a real move, the secretary's brow tightened. The bite was the ruse, the ramhorn hammer was the— Get away! Shueli slapped Wang Beixiao's chest. Wang staggered half a step backward, blood and flesh spattered, yet a cunning triumph glittered in his eyes. Shueli met that gaze and felt a chill of foreboding. In the next instant, Wang Beixiao swung the ramhorn hammer straight at his skull. That blow could even wound Tianqing at the sixth seal. At the same moment, a second divine seal flipped. If Tianqing could be held, then what of Shueli? His body froze, eyes wide with horror and fury. Bang! The hammer fell. The haft splintered. The flame spear vanished. Shueli's body was hurled through the air. For a heartbeat, the world fell utterly silent. Crossing levels in battle is not impossible. It is the foundation that defines a genius. However, most people assume it is only possible to cross one major level. Rarely does one find someone like Wang Beixiao who can defeat a 4-print adversary with a 2-print technique. What is more crucial is that he has awakened for less than a month, while Xue Li has been a renowned figure for decades. The gap between them is simply too great. When Xue Li lay dazed on the ground, his face covered in blood, both the awakened members of the Xue family and the members of the evil ghost's tooth were left in shock. They stared intently at the two. The man in the Zhongshan suit excitedly remarked, "Strength can be compensated through training, but certain battle instincts are innate." Wang Baixiu's terror lies not only in his talent, but also in his extraordinary courage. Anyone else would hesitate to take such a risk. This is a gamble for life. The secretary nodded solemnly, regretfully agreeing. Unfortunately, the gap cannot be bridged in just half a month. If Xue Li had only 3 prints, perhaps the battle would have ended differently. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xue Li, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly moved. He sprang to his feet, his aura surging. His facial features were stained red with blood, his eyes blazing with fury. Blood dripped from his hair onto the ground. The blow had cracked his forehead, but was not fatal. In contrast, Wang Baixiu found his shoulder pierced, leaving a charred hole after the Qing Hua gun dissipated. That shot nearly rendered his entire arm immovable. Wang Baixiu had wagered that a single strike would kill his opponent. Evidently, he had lost that bet. So close, cough, just a bit more. Xue Li chuckled lightly as he unsteadily got to his feet. He casually wiped the blood from his forehead, the wound visibly beginning to heal. This is the terrifying power of 4 prints. Their physical bodies have surpassed what ordinary people can comprehend. My son did not lose unjustly. If you had been born 10 years earlier, I would not be your match. In terms of talent and disposition, you far surpass me, but... Xue Li's smile grew increasingly cold, the murderous intent in his eyes reaching its peak. My 20 years of cultivation can easily erase all your talent. Give you another 20 years, and perhaps you would be the next Feng Liso. I will not let you live today. In that moment, his murderous intent peaked. The best way to deal with a rival genius is to eliminate them entirely. Otherwise, with Wang Baixiu's temperament, the future of the Xue family would be doomed. President, watch out. Yin Shasha was the first to sense Xue Li's aura rapidly rising, shouting loudly, "Get away quickly. His aura is surging, he is going all out. Kid, avoid him." Both Old Feng and Old Tu yelled simultaneously. In an instant, everyone rushed towards Wang Baixiu like a swarm. No one dared to underestimate a 4-print powerhouse risking everything. Wang Baixiu also wanted to run, but when he recalled Old Chu's tragic death, he froze in place. 3,000 winds. Butcher's Cleaver. Chaotic Slash. 3 figures rushed forward to attack Xue Li. The latter remained unyielding, laughing maliciously without turning his head. With a sudden sweep of his hand, the 3rd divine seal activated. 3 prints activate Fire Prison. Boom. A surge of blue flames erupted, drawing a massive circular boundary centered around Xue Li. The scorching heat made it hard to even see clearly. A wall of flames over 10 meters high completely isolated the two from the battlefield. Useless, don't waste your effort. Xue Li confidently removed his suit as the blue 3rd divine seal rapidly depleted. Wang Baixiu furrowed his brow, confused by the situation. They can't come in. Xue Li pointed at his divine seal, sneering. They didn't teach you this at school, did they? There is a secret technique called destruction of the aperture, which at the cost of sacrificing a divine seal, permanently destroys an aperture, enhancing the power of the divine seal several times. This fire prison, even a 5-print cannot breach it in a short time. Do you know what that means, Oi? It means that no one can save Wang Baixiu. Xue Li's expression became increasingly deranged, his eyes filled with the ecstasy of avenging his son, sacrificing the divine seal for a chance to kill Wang Baixiu. In his eyes, it was worth it. The time for my son's burial is approaching. Wang Baixiu. The last divine seal lit up. This was his final trump card. The flames sensed his fury and surged once more. Wang Baixiu stood indifferent, neither retreating nor showing fear. From the very beginning, he had no intention of running. Once down there, be sure to apologize to my son properly. The blue divine seal began to glow bit by bit. Xue Li sneered with certainty, his gaze sharp as if he were looking at a dead man. 4 prints. Heaven, boom. The blue flames within the fire prison suddenly surged back, slowly condensing once more in Xue Li's hand. This gun, however, was extraordinarily large. It was over 10 meters long, the flames wildly swaying, emitting a mournful howl. The ground cracked, and the hot stones gradually melted under the intense heat. Even the sky seemed to be tinted blue. Outside the fire prison, retreat. Everyone retreat. Old Tu was the first to sense something was wrong. His cleaver raised defensively, he quickly retreated several meters. Even so, the heat wave emanating from the fire prison scorched his body red. Bastard. Using destruction of the aperture against a junior. Old Fang's pupils constricted. The wooden stick in his hand trembled violently, as if sensing some extreme danger. The crowd watching erupted into chaos. Wang Baixiu has pushed Old Xue to the edge. This move. I saw Old Xue use it over a decade ago. It's over. Wang Baixiu is dead for sure. This divine seal is one of the top tier, even among blue divine seals. Number 99's expression turned serious for the first time. He understood better than anyone what a full-strength strike from a 4-print meant. My master once said that 4 prints represent the first watershed for awakened beings. A full strike with all 4 prints can obliterate the vast majority of 3-print powerhouses. Yet Wang Beixiao only has 2 prints. President Yin Shasha frantically hacked at the fire prison with her knife. This wall of flames felt like an insurmountable chasm. Her left eye shimmered with cold light, while her right eye was filled with anxious tears. We can't get in, the spirit of her sister calmly assessed. The fire prison after destruction of the aperture requires at least a peak 5 print to forcibly break through. Then what do we do? Inside the fire prison, Wang Beixiao's expression remained calm, his pupils reflecting the blue flames. The wound on his shoulder was being seared by the heat, the smell of charred flesh permeating the air. He could even feel his blood boiling. Shueli slowly raised the gun, preparing to throw it, a murderous aura engulfing the space. Because of this shot, I have hidden for over a decade, wearing a suit. I thought I could avoid fighting and provide a stable future for my children. Today, I will use this shot to let everyone know how Shueli rose to power. I want everyone to understand. When I go mad, no one can withstand it. The tragic death of Xue Xian had driven him to madness. I want everyone from the evil ghost's tooth to accompany my son in death. Wang Beixiao said nothing, his mind racing to find a way out. This shot he could not withstand. The gap in their cultivation was too evident. Nor could he evade it. The fire prison was simply too small. What last words do you have? Shueli shouted with a twisted face. The reason he had yet to strike was that he wanted to witness the look of fear, confusion, and helplessness on Wang Beixiao's face. This was the true reflection of a person facing death. Yet Wang Beixiao was too calm. This was not the outcome he desired. I still need to kill the red demon. Ooh, I cannot die yet. A flicker of turmoil flashed in Wang Beixiao's eyes as he suddenly spoke. Uncle Shui, I'm sorry. I can't grant your wish. Moi. The latter's expression shifted slightly. You still have a trump card. It's not exactly a trump card, just the last protection left to me by my elders. Wang Beixiao let out a bitter laugh. To be honest, I don't really want to use it because this is the last gift left to me by the president. With that, he slowly reached into his pocket. A divine seal appeared in his hand. It glowed with a red light. Even the vengeful Xue Li halted his actions, his eyes filled with greed. With the power of the Xue family, even if he worked his whole life, he could never obtain a red divine seal. But Wang Beixiao had one in his hand. It was the very one he had given to the president. Perhaps even the red demon himself never expected the president would place such a precious divine seal in the inner pocket of his cloak. They personally returned the red divine seal to Wang Beixiao. The red thread woven by Aunt Yu was still there, and the divine seal still carried the president's aura. Uncle Xue, you should have killed me immediately. Don't you understand that villains die from talking too much? Looking for death. Shueli did not know Wang Beixiao's trump card, but seeing him so calm made him feel an uneasy foreboding. Without hesitation, he suddenly hurled the flame giant spear. Boom. The blue flames transformed into a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth, the air around the spear evaporating instantly. The ground within the fire prison cracked rapidly, centered around Shueli, and the debris was vaporized before it even hit the ground. The onlookers were blown away by the heat wave. Wang Beixiao watched as that blue pillar of light capable of annihilating everything rushed toward him, his gaze growing more resolute, not with the calm acceptance of death, but with the boldness of a fight to the death. Shueli's bloodshot eyes gleamed as he laughed maniacally. You're still not dead. In the next moment, Wang Beixiao suddenly roared, false. God! The red divine seal shattered suddenly, and a crimson light shot up into the sky. Shueli's smile froze in place. The world came to a halt. The flame spear was frozen just 1 meter in front of Wang Beixiao's face, as if even the flames were sealed in ice. Outside the fire prison, everyone's actions were as if the pause button had been pressed. The posture of the old butcher swinging his knife, the figure of Yin Sha rushing, and the mouth of No. 99 shouting. All were frozen in time. Time was at a standstill. Space was sealed off. Wang Beixiao's consciousness was drawn away from his body by an irresistible force. The familiar feeling returned again. He opened his eyes once more. In the false god space. In the endless darkness, the massive stone statue still stood tall, only this time a struggling red light was added in its hand. The residual divine consciousness from the red divine seal. The red light transformed into a blurred divine shadow clad in black frost armor, surrounded by a chilling aura crystallizing into ice, its appearance unclear, but Wang Beixiao could sense that he was countless times more powerful than the previous divine being. Yet before the false god, it was still powerless to resist. Annihilate. It was still that casually spoken phrase. The divine being instantly shattered and disintegrated, being absorbed bit by bit into the cracks on the surface of the statue, silently, without even the ability to resist. It was as if the false god was born to suppress all divine beings. Wang Beixiao stood in the void, blankly watching this scene. The energy of the red divine seal far surpassed that of the white divine seal within Xue Xian, and the false god absorbed it for a full dozen breaths. Crack. The surface of the statue cracked open, a small piece of stone skin again, revealing the golden skin beneath, shining brilliantly divine and eerie. At the same time, the statue finally opened its eyes. In its eyes there was no compassion befitting a divine being, only disdain for everything. The human and the divine gazed at each other from a distance. After a long time the false god spoke, its voice ancient and deep, yet carrying an indescribable helplessness. Can you not always use me as a divine seal? I am at least a false god. Each time he encountered danger he just pulled it out, making it seem like it was a form of possessed ability. This made the false god extremely displeased, but helpless. When you become a true god, won't you still be living in my body? Aren't you supposed to pay rent? Wang Beixiao did not hold back at all. This was the first time he could communicate with the other party. Perhaps it was due to absorbing a stronger divine being that the false god unlocked the ability to communicate with Wang Beixiao. Refuse. The latter did not think twice. I am not your henchman. Wang Beixiao's expression darkened just as he was about to curse. The false god continued. However, I can grant you divine transformation. Transform into the divine being I absorbed. In the future, send more divine seals my way. The more I consume, the stronger your divine power will be. Wang Beixiao was stunned. This divine transformation could indeed be attributed to the golden divine seal to transform a human into a divine being. The divine being consumed this time is the god of black frost. The false god squinted its golden eyes slightly. Your enemy should be dealt with by you personally. Moreover, we are in a cooperative relationship, and in the future, do not order me around. As the words fell, the false god's eyes suddenly shot out a beam of pitch black light directly piercing into Wang Beixiao's brow. Boom. In an instant, Wang Beixiao felt an extreme chill pouring into his entire body. His internal organs felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. His blood froze, and his breathing halted. In his mind, a phantom of a divine being emerged. Clad in black armor with white long hair, exuding an indescribable arrogance, surrounded by a chilling aura that crystallized into countless ice rings. It was the god of black frost, the very one that had just been devoured by the false god. The piercing cold divine power surged into Wang Beixiao's body like a torrent. The corner of the false god's stone statue curled up slightly, looking somewhat smug, as if to say, sticking with me you won't go wrong. Reality. In the instant time resumed its flow. The flame spear roared once more. Shueli continued to laugh maniacally, though he vaguely felt that the speed of time passing was somehow off. But what followed was a scene that everyone would remember for a lifetime. That blue flame spear capable of destroying the heavens and the earth froze just less than a meter from Wang Beixiao's face. The black frost spread inch by inch. The blue flames extinguished little by little beneath the frost layer, transforming into an ice sculpture. Wang Beixiao stood in place, his aura completely transformed. His hair had turned white at some point, his eyes deep and subtly carrying an air of condescension. His clothes fluttered without wind, the wounds visibly frosting over. His feet left the ground, hovering in midair, a faint divine light radiating from him. The previously scorching heat had instantaneously turned into a piercing chill. Shueli's smile froze on his face, filled with disbelief. His heaven-burning spear had been frozen. No. Impossible, how did you do that? Wang Beixiao said nothing, lightly flicking two fingers. Crack. The spear shattered. Ice shards fell like rain. Wang Beixiao lifted his head, a strange smile spreading across his face. Uncle Shui, it's my turn now. The four transformations of gods and demons, divine transformation. Sacrifice to the divine, and let me be the vessel. Transform into a god, executing divine penalties. The god of black frost awakening. In an instant, black snow began to fall from the once bright sky, shrouding the entire funeral home beneath a dark cloud. The snow fell silently, and everything touched by it instantly froze. The black cloud looms over the city, threatening to crush it, murmured the old butcher, gazing at the black snow above. A celestial phenomenon. Indeed, a celestial phenomenon. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Number 99 even forgot to continue battling with Rose, both of them instinctively looking up at the sky. Only those above the 8 marks can invoke such celestial anomalies. How did he manage to do this? Rose gazed through the fire prison, now slowly being obliterated by the black snow, at Wang Beixiao, who floated in the air like a deity. Did you notice his aura? Seems like. Number 99 inexplicably glanced at Rose. The latter nodded with a complex expression like a god. Wang Beixiao's aura changed. It became cold, ruthless, and intimidating to the point of making one unable to look directly at him. Are we still fighting? Number 99 smiled mysteriously. The latter understood his implication. Wang Beixiao's trump card had surpassed everyone's comprehension, making it too risky to oppose him. Rose frowned, her gaze sweeping over Yin Shasha and Wang Beixiao, both of whom were extremely formidable. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly took out the check from Shueli, lightly swung it, and the check landed squarely on Shuezin's coffin. Then she left without looking back. She did not wish to fight, but the aura emitted by Wang Beixiao was too terrifying, as if she were battling against a god. Even knowing he was merely a two-mark, her fear of the divine still held her back from striking. Come. Again, Wang Beixiao clenched his right fist tightly. Zzz. His fist visibly froze, and suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "This is the god of black frost. One of the 390 gods of the north. His ice can freeze everything, including elements." Boom. In the next moment, Wang Beixiao unleashed his divine power to counterattack. It should be known that while others had qi within them, what surged within him at this moment was divine power. Divine power is inherently a higher energy than qi. After the divine transformation, his mastery over divine power reached its peak, allowing him some confidence even against a 4-mark heathen. "No matter what your trump card is, you must accompany my son to the grave." Only Xue Li in the entire place remained unshaken by Wang Beixiao's divine transformation. The remaining 3 divine seals activated fiercely, transforming him into a fiery figure rising into the air, flames erupting from his fists. This was a father's final desperate punch for his son. "Die for me." Boom. All 3 seals shattered, and another vital point was destroyed. Xue Li was willing to destroy all his cultivation to slay Wang Beixiao, his eyes filled with terrifying determination. Blue flames and black frost collided in the center of the fire prison. One hot, one cold, one yin, one yang, as if they were born to be rivals. Xue Li erupted with a frenzied roar. "Sheener, watch well, father avenges you." In an instant, all 3 divine seals exploded. 20 years of cultivation condensed into this final strike. The azure flames wrapped around his fist, resembling a small sun. The air evaporated, creating a brief vacuum within the fire prison. Wang Beixiao did not retreat either. The long-suppressed grievances and rage were all released at this moment. "Uncle Chu, President, Aunt, you watch over from the heavens. Your child has grown up. Anyone who harms my companions or elders must die." Layers of pitch-black ice crystals stacked up, and countless ice crystals accompanied him. In the veiled distance, a divine silhouette appeared behind him, the god of black frost. The divine silhouette mirrored Wang Beixiao's movements, raising its fist with fierce determination. Boom. The 2 fists collided. The earth trembled. The ground of the funeral home square shattered, cracks spreading out like spider webs in all directions, while funeral wreaths and ghost money flew into the air, as if sending one of the 2 to their grave. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the divine silhouette, the fire prison collapsed. The smoke generated from the clash of ice and fire instantly engulfed the figures of both men. Silence. The entire place fell deathly still. Everyone widened their eyes, eager to learn who survived this clash. Woo. The wind rose gradually, dispersing the dust. The figures of both men gradually became clear, maintaining their punching stance. No blood, only the sound of heavy breathing. Who won? Old Xue, I suppose. All 4 seals shattered. Even a 5-mark powerhouse couldn't withstand that. But that Wang Beixiao is a bit strange. As the wind blew away the last wisp of dust, the scene before them sent shivers down everyone's spine. The black snow continued to fall. Xue Li's right arm was completely frozen, and the fabric on his chest was torn, revealing skin covered by black ice crystals. Wang Beixiao panted heavily, his golden light, flickering white hair, hanging down, the radiance of the divine transformation gradually fading. His hair transformed from long to short, but its color permanently became white. The wound on his shoulder began to bleed again, his face turning pale. The price of divine transformation was far greater than he had imagined. The feeling of being filled with divine power, yet simultaneously drained, was nearly debilitating. Suddenly, Xue Li moved. Silently withdrawing his fist, he slowly turned, ignoring the curious gazes from the crowd, and steadily walked towards Xue Zhen's coffin. "Old boss." A member of the Xue family awakening was about to step forward. Crack, crack. Xue Li's icebound arm shattered, turning into chunks of ice that fell to the ground. With every breath, he exhaled large puffs of white mist. The coldness penetrated his body. The members of the Xue family stood frozen in place, uncertain whether to continue fighting or not. Meanwhile, Xue Li was oblivious to everything else, his gaze fixed on his son, with ice shards falling from his joints with each step. He walked slowly, staggering. The members of the Tooth of Evil silently stepped aside. No one aimed to deliver a finishing blow, though everyone could see that his vitality had been frozen. Even number 99 silently sheathed his dagger, muttering, "A life for a life, I shall go to the divine hall myself to claim the antidote." The onlookers voluntarily parted to create a path. When Xue Li reached the coffin, his left leg was completely frozen, and he collapsed onto the coffin lid. His fingers, stiff and clumsy, searched for Xue Zhen's memorial photo, the frame dusted with a thin layer of black frost. Using the 3 fingers that still had movement, he gently wiped away the ice shards from the memorial photo. The boy in the picture smiled brilliantly. Xue Li looked at the photo, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Tears welled in his eyes, streaming down his cheeks, freezing into ice within seconds. "Son." Xue Li's voice was hoarse, unrecognizable from its original tone. "Father." is useless. I cannot avenge you. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, his lips turning purple. Do not blame me, father. Did my best. As one nears death, their words become gentle. In his final moments, he maintained the dignity of a strong man, not begging for mercy, nor filled with unwillingness or fury, but calmly accepting everything. At this moment, he was no longer a council member nor a tycoon, but just a father. Do not fear. I am here to accompany you. Zzz. The residual power of black frost within him suddenly erupted, and the dark ice crystals visibly spread across his entire body. In just a few seconds, Shui Li and the coffin were frozen into a black ice sculpture. He maintained his final posture, bending over with his forehead pressed against his son's memorial photo, his eyes devoid of fear of death, only a resignation to fate and a sense of relief at being able to meet his son. The entire place was silent. The richest man in Jiuzhong City, a four-mark powerhouse, a local big shot, had just died. No more fighting. A boisterous voice rang out. Wang Baixiu's chest heaved violently, his gaze sweeping across the Shui family awakeners present. Revenge has its source, the tooth of evil. Go home. Everyone, if you wish to take revenge, feel free to come to the tooth of evil. I will be waiting. Yin Shasha stepped forward, putting a cloak over him with care. No one dared to speak, and the gazes of all guests towards him were no longer admiring, but filled with fear. Wang Baixiu proved with strength that the tooth of evil had successors. Everyone witnessed the rise of an extraordinary talent. He decisively turned around the cloak, billowing in the wind. Without a word, Yin Shasha sheathed her sword and followed. The old butcher and old Fong exchanged glances, turning around in unison. Let's go home. Home. No mockery, no cheers, only sorrow. The entire tooth of evil turned and left, leaving the bewildered Shui family awakeners and the terrified guests behind. Please inform the whole city, I, Wang Baixiu, am still here, and the tooth of evil is not dead. At the moment he was about to exit the funeral home, Wang Baixiu suddenly stopped, slowly turned around, and said with a sharp gaze, if anyone dares to attack the tooth of evil again in the future, no matter who it is, I will wipe out their entire family. The news of Shui Li's death spread like wildfire, igniting a storm of shock and speculation across the modest city. Wang Baixiu, bearing 2 insignias, had slain 4 insignia foes, catapulting him once again to unprecedented heights in media acclaim. Yet the man himself sat secluded in a dim tavern, his face clouded with gloom. Not out of sorrow alone, but because Lao Fong and the others were preparing to depart. In the hushed, shadow-draped tavern, Lao Chu's coffin had already been laid to rest beneath the cover of night. The once thriving headquarters now hung heavy with silence and sorrow. Uncle, are you really leaving? Wang Baixiu watched Lao Fong and the others pack their belongings, his heart brimming with unspoken longing. To Wang Baixiu, they were far more than guild members. They were elders, kin who had given him a home, guardians who had watched him grow and stood unwaveringly behind him without condition. What else can we do? Wait for the Chibi Yao to knock on our door. Lao Tu grinned wryly. Shall we host another funeral? You drown in tears, boy. The Chibi Yao had granted Wang Baixiu 3 years, but for the others, extermination remained their sole decree. That was why they had stayed hidden, never daring to surface. Lao Fong kicked Lao Tu squarely on the rump as he packed, laughing as he scolded, enough teasing this simpleton. Yes, we're hunted by the Chibi Yao, but that isn't the whole reason we're leaving. For some time now, Lao Tu and I have been investigating the truth behind the guild master's disappearance. Disappeared? Wang Baixiu's eyes flared with sudden light. Beside him, no. 99 stiffened. He's not dead. 3 thumb members had struck personally. Elite Chibi Yao forces had converged, and still he'd survived. It's only a hypothesis, Lao Fong retorted with a playful arch of his brow toward no. 99. We examined the street where the guild master was ambushed. His blood was there, but no trace of his full power unleashed. These men had stood beside Chu Quanren for over a decade. They knew his artistry, his ferocity, intimately. From the battlefield scars alone, they deduced he'd never fought to the death. And we commissioned a diviner, paid handsomely, to locate the guild master. Yet every omen was veiled, every sign obscured. So he may yet live. Wang Baixiu trembled, tears welling unbidden in his eyes. That man, so seemingly reckless yet who had always placed the very best before him, was still alive. It was the finest news he'd heard in days. Instantly he blurted out, truly. Never underestimate the guild master. He was the first prodigy ever to break free from the divine hall. We've identified his attacker, Su Zhe, a man deeply entwined with the guild master. If it was Su Zhe who struck, then survival is all but certain. Lao Fong's smile widened, radiant and proud. The others mirrored his quiet triumph. The guild master was the soul of Guijia, their faith. As long as he lived, the guild would endure. Lao Tu clapped Wang Baixiu's shoulder with solemn warmth. Whatever comes next, this burden falls to you alone. We're leaving Jiuzhong City to find the guild master. When weariness overtakes you, lay down the weight. Guijia will reunite. No need to bear it all. The elders gazed upon Wang Baixiu with tender gravity. like aging fathers watching their sons step beyond the threshold into the vast unknown, fearing both the world's cruelties and his own hesitation. Xiao Laofeng said, no longer the carefree rogue, his voice weathered by time and sorrow. If Lao Chu could see you now, he'd be overjoyed. Our boy has finally come into his own, no longer the lonely child who hid away to cry in secret. Ha ha ha. Laughter burst forth in the tavern, rich and resonant, momentarily dissolving time, carrying Wang Beixiao back to Gui Ji Ya's golden days. Every face gleamed with affectionate mirth. Teasing flowed freely, yet each word carried warmth, protection, and deep-rooted care. Guard Gui Ji Ya well. The door creaked open softly. Laofeng hoisted his pack with reluctant grace, casting one last lingering look upon the place he'd called home for over a decade. Carry forward our belief. Carry forward the guild. If exhaustion breaks you, you may walk away from Gui Ji Ya. No one will blame you. But should you fall, we'll drag the entire world into your grave. Lao Tu exhaled smoke slowly, his gaze steady and earnest upon Wang Beixiao's maturing face. Grow stronger, become a legend like Feng Lai or Shenzhua, and we'll no longer need to flee and hide. Boy, go to university. Don't chain yourself to this little tavern. Wherever companions gather, that is the guild. Wherever trust abides, that is home. Another member chuckled, ruffling Wang Beixiao's hair before striding out without glancing back, just as they always had when departing on missions in his childhood, when they jokingly dubbed him their lucky charm. This parting is but a prelude to reunion. When we bring the guild master home, Gui Ji Ya will rise again. Yin Shasha stood silently behind Wang Beixiao, awestruck. This tenderness, this unconditional shelter was something she had never known. And you, Vice Guild Master. Laofeng sensed her gaze turned gently and smiled as he placed a warm hand atop her head. Welcome to Gui Ji Ya. Welcome to Gui Ji Ya. Welcome to Gui Ji Ya. One by one they stepped forward, familiar, unreserved, offering smiles as genuine as sunrise. Gui Ji Ya may not be the strongest guild, but it is without question the warmest. May your days here be joyful, and your future, fraught with responsibility. They welcomed her like kin. No distance, no cold formality of grand guilds. Only sincere, open-hearted acceptance of the onset tremulous girl. I will protect Gui Ji Ya, Yin Shasha declared, voice trembling with newfound courage. Their laughter rang out warm and unrestrained. Don't force yourself. You're still just a child. If you falter, set the burden down. Above all, stay alive. The guild is no cage. Live as you choose in ways that honor your heart. Laofeng glanced at his watch, smiling softly. Time's up. We must go. Partings are always bittersweet. Wang Beixiao offered no plea to stay. Each path belonged uniquely to its traveler. We're off. Their smiles were bright, carefully masking the ache beneath. They dared not turn back, not once. This place held too many cherished memories, too much shared joy. Perhaps one glance would shatter their resolve forever. The door swung wide. Sunlight spilled inward, gilding their backs as they stepped toward the horizon. Wang Beixiao clenched his fists, drew a deep breath, and cried out, tears streaming, I will uphold Gui Ji Ya. Son, I've believed in you all along. The world outside is harsh, so never abandon our conviction. Without looking back, Laofeng waved his hand. First iron law of Gui Ji Ya, trust your comrades. Every member is family. The world may cast us aside, but the guild never will. Second law, Lao Tu interjected, unusually solemn, no brother faces danger alone. Should heaven collapse, we bear it together. Third law, added another man, his beard thick and grizzled, when danger strikes, or sorrow weighs heavy, the guild's door remains eternally open for family. No matter how far you wander, no matter what you become, if you wish to return, this will always be your home. Wine and meat await, and kin ready to give their lives for you. And the final law, the most sacred of all, Laofeng's voice softened, yet resonated with unshakable. Missions may fail, vengeance may wait, but life, your life, is irreplaceable. More precious than the guild's name, more vital than anything else. Do you understand, you two? Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha nodded, fiercely, tears glistening. We're gone. With that final farewell, their silhouettes dissolved into the blinding sunlight beyond the doorway, never turning back. The guild's code is no chain. It is the gentlest covenant between family, forged in mutual protection and unwavering love. It's really nice. Wang Beixiao, Yin Shasha, and no. 99 did not go out to bid farewell. Perhaps if there was no farewell, it wouldn't count as parting. Or perhaps Wang Beixiao didn't know how to face their departure. No. 99 looked at the backs of the crowd with emotion, murmuring, you are the most humane guild I have ever seen. The large guild has many people, so there are internal conflicts, disputes, and even cliques forming factions. But the evil ghost's tooth does not. Everyone truly regards each other as family. Even Yin Shasha, who had just joined, was seen as one of their own children. The president said, the people of Evil Ghost's Tooth are those unrecognized by the outside world. If we don't stick together, we will truly be abandoned. Wang Beixiao sat in the chair where Lao Chu often lay, silently lighting a cigarette. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Shueli was dead. The others had left. The tavern was empty, and the lively days of the past could never return. I should leave. No. 99 pat Wang Beixiao's shoulder heavily, saying, although we haven't known each other for long, I quite like you. No bromance here. The latter disdainfully swatted away the other's hand. Although their meeting was quite peculiar in a sense they were also in it, yet Wang Beixiao genuinely acknowledged this rule-abiding stubborn character. Do you know? Bromance feels even better, no? 99 teased, leaning closer to Wang Beixiao's ear with a sly smile. What the hell? The latter jumped up in shock. Instinctively hiding behind Yin Shasha, he warily said, buddy, you can't beat me right now. Dude, I was just joking. I'm a pure steel straight guy and my gun only aims at women. He then leered at Yin Shasha, saying, sister, can we exchange contact info? You're still young. In the future you'll understand the loneliness of sleeping alone. If you can't sleep, call me. No matter how far away, I'll rush over to give you an unforgettable first time. Sister, kill him. Yin Shasha's face darkened. He was naive, but not foolish. He could hear the other's lewdness. He turned to grab his baseball bat. Scared, the latter dashed to the door, cheerfully waving at the two. Nice, I just flirted with two people at once. Oh, I truly am a man who swings both ways. I'm leaving now. Oh, if you run into trouble later, just call me no. 99, and I'll give you an 80 discount. Saying this, he pulled out a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table. He threw a flirtatious glance at Yin Shasha, saying, sister, tonight's big airplane. I'll definitely let you be the leading lady. Boom. The baseball bat whizzed past his ear. No. 99 shrank back playfully and dashed out like a rabbit, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. President. We are now. After sending off the last friend, the remaining two fell into confusion about the future. The Red Demon had given them 3 years. Where should they go? Without guidance from elders. They had completely lost their direction in life. Zzz. Before Wang Beixiao could respond, the door was pushed open again. A slender figure slowly walked into the tavern. The sunlight shone on his back, making it hard to see his face. Yin Shasha thought no. 99 had returned, immediately grabbing a chair to smash towards him, saying, how dare you come back? Buzz. Just as the chair was about to hit the person, it suddenly stopped midair. At this moment, they finally saw the newcomer clearly. Mid-liege, dressed in a Zhongshan suit with a righteous expression and an official badge on his chest. His expression was serious, not smiling, giving off an aura of authority without anger. Is this how you welcome guests? The man lightly flicked his finger, and the chair slowly fell to the ground. Yin Shasha furrowed his brows, his small eyes blinking as he stared at the newcomer. As if remembering something, he suddenly leaned down to Wang Beixiao and said, I've seen him during the grand competition. At the podium. An official, eh? Wang Beixiao politely stood up. Although he couldn't figure out the other's intentions, one thing, that is, the other party had no ill intentions. After so many years in Evil Ghost's tooth, Lao Chu had taught him to read people. The man wore an official badge, but did not have the imposing demeanor or the arrogance of most officials. I am Lu Ming, a special envoy from the Awakened One's Management Bureau. Lu Ming lowered his voice and introduced himself in a familiar manner. The latter's eyes brightened. He had heard this voice during the fierce battle with Shueli. That sudden reminder was from this voice. You are from the funeral home. Sure. The newcomer gestured for silence. It's not to be spoken of. He, knowing that the other had helped him, Wang Beixiao felt relieved and proactively pulled out a chair. The other had reminded him at a crucial moment, and now suddenly visiting must have a purpose. Wang Beixiao smiled and gestured for him to sit, saying, Officer Lu, what brings you here? What brings me here is not much to speak of. Lu Ming low-key lit a cigarette, his gaze deeply fixed on Wang Beixiao. Those eyes were like a stagnant pool of water, making it hard to discern any of his emotions. Yet in front of those eyes, Wang Beixiao felt as if he were standing there naked. Don't be nervous. My identity represents my attitude. You are the top scholar of this grand competition, and the higher-ups value you. So I mean no harm. The Summer Nation needs talents like you. Whether you join the official ranks or exist as the guild leader, you are an important reserve force for dealing with the wild beasts in the future. From the perspective of the Summer Nation, you are a strategic resource that must be cultivated and grown. Wang Beixiao remained silent, fiddling with the lighter in his hand. He understood the other's meaning. No matter how peaceful things seemed now, it was due to Jiuzhong City being located in the inland of the Summer Nation. In truth, the territory controlled by humanity was less than 1/10 of this world. This meant there was still vast land ruled by the wild beasts. They could counterattack human gathering areas at any time. Countless awakened ones die each year due to the invasions of the wild beasts at the borders. Why me? Isn't it too early to bet on me now? This world has geniuses in abundance. The vast majority do not survive long enough to mature. Especially since he had offended the Red Demon, he didn't even know if he could live for 3 more years. It can only be you. The peace in the Summer Nation now is thanks to Lord Fong Lai stationed at the borders. But he is still human. Even the #1 master will age and die. From our perspective, we must prepare for all contingencies. Lu Ming showed a worried expression for the country. Relying on a single person for the safety of the entire nation is too risky. The summer nation needs enough talents. The title of Grand Competition Champion is indeed not that precious, but you are the first to reach the 9th level in 50 years. During this time, I have been observing you. Whether it was injuring Tianqing or killing Shueli, the combat talent you have displayed is worth cultivating. As this discussion progressed, Wang Beixiao had already discerned the hidden meaning in the other's words. They wanted to recruit him. Wang Beixiao, the summer nation needs you. The awakens should not only seek revenge, but also have a sense of patriotism. What do you think? Join us. Join the Huoya army founded by Lord Feng Lai. We will cultivate you as the next Feng Lai resources without limit and a divine seal, at least fully crimson. Moreover, I can mediate with the Qiyao clan to halt their pursuit of the Ghost Feng Guild. Your comrade may join us. Within less than a decade you will surpass all your peers, be they scions of noble houses in the capital or heirs of class guilds. None shall stand against you. At these words Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha fell silent. Truly his proposal was profoundly enticing. To be recruited by the state. This was the lifelong aspiration of countless awakened individuals. With the endorsement of Xia State, both divine halls and guilds would treat them with deference. And unlimited resources meant they would never again fret over cultivation advancement. Cultivation was inherently costly. Divine seals and alchemical serums alike commanded exorbitant. Thus after Chu Kuangren left the divine hall, his cultivation pace visibly slowed. Without sufficient resources, even extraordinary talent could not sustain rapid progress. Lu Ming's proposal charted for them a luminous path forward. A road paved entirely with certainty, so long as they followed his terms. Lu Ming smoked slowly, calmly. His eyes held no cunning enticement nor any trace of displeasure at Wang Beixiao's hesitation. He simply gazed steadily into Wang Beixiao's eyes. And when he glimpsed a fleeting sorrow flash across those pupils, his heart inexplicably trembled. As expected. I'm sorry, Wang Beixiao replied with an embarrassed wry smile. It's impossible. Were outsiders to learn he had refused the state's recruitment, they would deem him mad. Such generous terms. Even Wang Beixiao himself felt ungrateful. If I join you, does that mean I must leave Ghost Feng Guild? Precisely, the other nodded earnestly. We require talents whose loyalty to Xia State is absolute. Men like Lord Feng Lai. Wang Beixiao nodded in understanding. After all, the state invested immense resources and time, what sense would it make to nurture geniuses who ultimately served guilds? More crucially, joining a guild blurred one's allegiance, leaving it ambiguous, unflagged. Therefore I cannot join. Wang Beixiao shook his head regretfully. In truth, he had been deeply tempted with state patronage. He was confident he could reach 5th seal, or even 6th seal, within 3 years. Then facing the Qiyao clan, he would hold at least a 60% chance of victory. Yet abandoning Ghost Feng Guild weighed upon him more gravely than death itself. The guild was his home, the cradle of his happiest memories. I swore to Uncle Feng I would protect Ghost Feng Guild. Should the beast horde invade, Ghost Feng Guild will fight to its utmost, without expectation of reward. That was Director Chu's decree. But I respectfully decline. The guild is my home. Wang Beixiao glanced apologetically at Yin Shasha. His decision indirectly burdened her. She merely smiled, unruffled. Wherever the director goes, I go. Ghost Feng Guild shall never part. Wang Beixiao was still searching for graceful words to explain, when Lu Ming already wore an expression of quiet comprehension, and nodded with a gentle smile. I respect your choice. His swiftness startled them both into self-doubt. Was he truly sincere in his recruitment? Why offer no further persuasion? What I seek are geniuses utterly loyal to Xia State, ready at any moment to sacrifice themselves for it. You carry too many burdens. Lu Ming shrugged regretfully. I cannot stake resources on a genius whose loyalties remain uncertain. Pragmatic, yet entirely understandable. However, Lu Ming shifted tone, withdrawing a document from his briefcase. This is a personal recommendation. The document bore bold red characters, admission notice, Hanshan Academy. Hanshan Academy ranks 10th among the 10 premier academies, Yin Shasha murmured softly, and is nearly expelled from that list. Wang Beixiao regarded him meaningfully. With his status as national top scorer, he could enter any of the 10 premier academies at will. Why then did Lu Ming single out this institution? Perceiving his suspicion, Lu Ming laughed candidly. Misunderstand me not. I bear no ill intent. Whether you serve a guild or study as a civilian, you remain vital to Xia State's defense against the beast horde. I would never harm you. He then produced the admissions brochure, pointing to the prominent heading. Every academy's brochure featured its defining hallmark in large font. For instance, Chuanxing Academy was famed for possessing a golden divine seal, exchangeable upon accumulating sufficient academic credits. Though no one had succeeded in decades, legions of prodigies still clamored for admission, drawn by sheer possibility. Hanshan Academy's hallmark stood unmistakably clear: ancient god battlefield. What is this? Wang Beixiao's pulse quickened at the words, ancient god. For pseudo-gods required precisely divine consciousness. In truth, Han Academy once reigned supreme as the world's foremost institution. Its ancient god battlefield ruins brimming with unparalleled opportunities, divine martial techniques, golden divine seals, and even one of only 2 extant black divine seals, discovered right here. A deep sorrow flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Such heritage alone would dwarf every rival academy. Then why has it declined? 50 years ago, the ancient god battlefield erupted in anomaly. All students who entered perished utterly. Most senior faculty died in battle, returning with but a single grim revelation: an ancient god had awakened. Thereafter the battlefield was sealed indefinitely, and Han Academy collapsed into obscurity. Yet, Lu Ming's voice turned grave. This is precisely where you belong. If I am not mistaken, this morning's divine transformation manifested Black Frost God. Am I correct? This easily gave the impression he'd received divine favor. You bear divine favor. Thus the ancient god battlefield is your destined opportunity. Legend holds that a century past one emerged bearing a complete set of divine martial scripts. Of course, peril abounds. Should you decline, I'll gladly recommend alternatives. Divine martial scripts surpassed mere martial techniques. They were divinely refined evolutions wielded only by gods themselves. Mastery would vastly amplify the power of divine transformation. Wang Beixiao's heart surged, but he suppressed his excitement, locking eyes with Lu Ming. Why help me? Since Director Chu and the others departed, he had grown ever more cautious. Lu Ming's generosity unnerved him. He could not ignore the possibility of hidden motive. Whether you serve the state or not, you are first and foremost a citizen of Xia State. I do not aid you. I aid Xia State. Lu Ming rose solemnly, tapping the admission notice lightly with a fingertip. Wang Beixiao, I confess I hold great faith in you. I even contemplated forcibly conscripting you, then gradually reshaping your allegiance. But I admire your unwavering fidelity to your guild. I hope you survive these next 3 years. No hollow flattery. No veiled manipulation. With sincerity and principle, Lu Ming won Wang Beixiao's trust. Wang Beixiao stared gravely at the admission notice. After a long silent pause, he lifted it at last. I will attend Han Academy. The ancient god battlefield might be perilous, but for a pseudo-god, it was an unparalleled treasure trove. Should Xia State ever require you in the future, I ask only that you honor this moment and defend us against the beast horde. Lu Ming drew a slow, deep breath and extended his hand. Agreed. Without hesitation, Wang Beixiao clasped it. Lu Ming's palm was warm, calloused, and unyieldingly strong. Clack! A wooden box settled softly onto the table. Lu Ming tapped it lightly, smiling faintly. If you survive these 3 years, you owe me a favor. If you perish, I accept my loss. The lid opened gently. Scarlet light welled forth, revealing a crystalline crimson divine seal resting within. Divine seal, moonlight flash. A personal treasure. Consider this a high-stakes wager. Wang Beixiao, do not let me lose. 3 days later, on the train heading to Han Academy. As one of the top 10 prestigious universities in the Xia Kingdom, Han Academy is the only institution built on the border. Departing from Jiuzhong City, the train has to pass through the Gobi Desert, the sands, and snow-capped mountains. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, instant noodles, shift your feet a bit. Lunchbox, is anyone having lunch? 4 twos explode. Pay up, pay up. The roaring train was filled with noise. In the carriage, besides a few ordinary people seeking a living on the border, most were rough-and-tumble gold miners. The border is fraught with danger, yet it is also the quickest place to get rich, as long as one possesses strength and good fortune. Hunting high-level wild beasts is nearly the fastest way for awakened individuals to make their fortune. Thus this train is also called the no-return train, as most who travel to the border never come back. Tianbao, hurry up, I really don't understand why you insisted on taking the train. Why don't you just invite us to fly? Your family is so rich. Your dad is really stingy. I don't care, you must compensate us each with a set of low-level martial skills. Besides us, who else would want to play with you? Your family doesn't understand gratitude at all. And my cousin is out of work. Tell your dad to get him a job at your company. He can start as a vice president. When the train stopped at the main city closest to the border, several energetic young boys and girls entered the carriage with large bags and small packages. The 3 boys and 2 girls in front walked in with relaxed expressions. Despite their ordinary clothing, they all wore confident smiles. The chubby boy following behind carried a cheap suitcase, which clashed with his expensive custom outfit. Xiaochong, your cousin just got out of prison and has a criminal record. My company is hiring and needs a background check. If he could interview for the company, why would he need you? Can't you threaten your parents? If they don't agree, just run away from home. You're so stupid. The girl at the front rolled her eyes in annoyance confidently, sitting down while fiddling with her phone. We consider you a friend, and you can't even handle this little matter. Really? The girl had an above-average appearance. She wasn't stunning, but radiated youthful vitality. She wore a rough little skirt and immediately opened her phone to take selfies by the window. The others seemed accustomed to this, and when they saw the chubby boy struggling to place his luggage instead of helping, they teased him. Tian Bao, we're your best friends when your parents die. Won't the company need us to help you manage it? Who protected you when you were bullied as a child? Rich people just don't understand gratitude. Then, they'll just call my dad later. The chubby boy's face turned beet red, awkwardly scratching his head, and he smiled as he sat down. However, a tall, handsome boy pushed him away disdainfully, saying, get over there, don't you know how fat you are? The seat is already small. When you sit down, I have to stick to the wall. It's all Tian Bao's fault. Why didn't he just buy a plane ticket instead of squeezing onto the train? The others chimed in, their words filled with dissatisfaction. The girl named Xiao Chong complained in a harsh tone. I told my classmates I was taking a plane to university, and now look, I can't even post on social media. But my dad said I need to grow up and train. The chubby boy reluctantly got up and sat down in the... Hearing this, Xiao Chong immediately put down her phone and nervously asked, then, your allowance hasn't decreased, right? No. The latter shook his head repeatedly. That's good. You scared me. My mom gave me my living expenses to buy a new phone. If your allowance decreases too, you'll have to starve. As usual, your allowance should be shared 80 with us. Good friends share everything together. The chubby boy nodded, looking simple-minded. But a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, barely noticeable. Yet the others were completely oblivious. Seeing the chubby boy not responding, the tall boy picked up a small paper ball from the table and threw it at him, saying, I'm talking to you, what's wrong? Are you ignoring us now that you've graduated? Smack! The paper ball hit the chubby boy's forehead accurately. Then it bounced off and hit a passenger sitting across from him. Smack! The paper ball was accurately caught by a tender little hand. Ahem. Sorry. The tall boy quickly apologized with a smile upon seeing this. He showed no aggression towards the chubby boy. The little hand slowly lowered and a soft, sweet voice said, it's all right. Huh. The sweet voice instantly attracted the attention of several teenage boys. The chubby boy's friends, they had not noticed before. It turned out a youthful and beautiful girl was sitting at the table next to them. She wore a baseball cap with two little pigtails peeking out from behind it, and a few wavy strands of hair floated across her side face. She was cute with a hint of baby fat, and her little nose scrunched up in annoyance. Though not a world-class beauty, the unique, youthful vitality she exuded was unmatched. Sorry, my friend didn't mean it. The chubby boy's expression changed, and he nervously stood up to bow, but his large belly hit the small table between. This comical scene immediately drew light laughter from the surrounding passengers. The chubby boy's face turned red from embarrassment. The girl in the baseball cap was amused, covering her mouth as she politely shook her head. It's fine. Tian Bao, stop embarrassing yourself. Oh, being this fat will crush the beauty. Come on, let me switch seats with you. The tall boy, who had just wanted him to move, suddenly turned gentlemanly. He stepped forward and lifted the chubby boy regardless of whether he agreed, and sat down in the seat across from the girl. Politely extending his hand with a smile, he said, hello, I'm Li Mao, a freshman at Hantan Academy. Our Li Gu has an A-level talent ranking in the top 30 on the newcomer leaderboard. That's right, even the Xingxing Academy sent him an acceptance letter. Li Mao's two companions eagerly added. As for Xiao Chong and another girl, they glared at the girl in the baseball cap with hostility. Haha, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. I'm a bit lazy and Hantan Academy is close to home, so I just enrolled here, ha. Li Mao said he was keeping a low profile, but his head was held high with an air of arrogance. Hee, I heard the quality of our new students this year is very high. Even the top scorer of the competition is here. The chubby boy scratched his head innocently and said happily, I was the last one admitted, so lucky. Shut up. Li Mao's expression changed when he heard the words top scorer. Mentioning the first place in front of the beauty was like slapping him in the face, wasn't it? He immediately forced a smile, saying, classmate, you must also be a freshman, right? Why don't we exchange contact information? If you have any questions at school, feel free to reach out to me. Li Gu is a super seed player from this year's Hantan Academy. His first impression was embedded with a green divine mark. I heard the top scorer of this competition didn't even get a single divine mark. He sigh. Li Mao pretended to lament as he waved his hand, but inside he was feeling incredibly smug. At least he is the top scorer. Classmate, which city are you from? Jiuzhong City. Jiuzhong City. Do you know Wang Beixiao? Seeing the other party's expressionless face, he did not respond. Li Mao began to boast again, laughing arrogantly. He's the top scorer in this competition, and also our academy's, so he's my buddy. But he doesn't have a divine mark, and I've already promised to help him get a green divine mark once we get to the academy. Haha, I just love making friends. Ahem, classmate, don't be so aloof. You must be from our academy, right? Seeing the other party's lack of response, Li Mao shook his outstretched hand, indicating for them to shake hands. However, the girl in the duckbill cap remained silent throughout, even looking at him with a sympathetic expression. Don't be shy, classmate. Once you're at school with brotherly covering you, no one will dare to bully you. I heard there's an assessment for enrollment. When the time comes, you can team up with us, and you'll definitely make it into the top 100. Two sycophants smiled brightly to shield Li Mao. Only the chubby boy scratched his head in confusion. But isn't there a limit of 6 people in a team? Then you can form a wild team. Li Mao shot a displeased glare at him, feeling irritated. Back in school, his relatively handsome appearance made it easy for him to flirt with girls, but the girl in front of him ignored him completely, igniting his desire to conquer. He took the initiative to extend his hand again, saying, "What's your surname, classmate?" The girl still did not reach out. Her large eyes blinked at him, as if he were a fool. After being ignored multiple times, Li Mao's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Despite being so proactive, the other party still refused to acknowledge him. "Classmate, we are from the same school. You can't just leave me hanging with my hand raised, can you?" Li Mao's smile vanished as he said seriously, "School is like a small society. If you don't understand social etiquette, it can be easy to encounter danger." With his friendly overtures failing, his tone turned cold. After all, so many passengers were watching. Having just boasted about himself, it would be too embarrassing if the other person didn't give him face. Snap! In the next moment, a hand reached out and firmly clasped Li Mao's. The grip was strong and the palm was calloused. Crack! A sharp pain struck instantly. Li Mao's expression changed dramatically. The other party's strength was immense. He instinctively tried to break free, but was firmly held in place, his face turning ashen as he looked at the person. He saw that a boy had appeared in the aisle beside the girl in the duckbill cap at some point. With short white hair and a ruggedly handsome face, he wasn't exactly handsome, but had a wild demeanor, especially with an exceptionally flamboyant black cloak draped over him and no shirt, revealing a solid chest that was barely concealed. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding gold diggers turned their heads. These individuals, who had long hovered on the edge of life and death, instinctively sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the boy. Li Mao and his friends also frowned in response. Although the boy before them appeared to be about the same age, his aura was akin to that of seasoned guild members who had fought for years. The cold gleam in his eyes and the faint hint of murderous intent suggested that he was not an ordinary person. "President." The girl in the duckbill cap, who had just ignored Li Mao, instantly transformed joyfully, standing up, her big eyes squinting into crescent moons. "Why did you take so long?" "I had a craving for a smoke." The latter's gaze arrogantly swept over the few people in front of him. "Who is this?" "My name is Li Mao." Li Mao forced a stiff smile, his right hand tucked in his pocket, still throbbing with pain. Knowing the other party was hard to handle, he quickly explained, "Are you together with this classmate? Then you must also be from Han Academy." "Ha, what a coincidence, we are too. I'm friends with the top scholar from your 9-bell city." Having suffered a loss, he could only invoke the scholar's name in hopes of regaining some face. Indeed, as soon as he said this, curious glances were cast from the surrounding onlookers. The top scholar of this major competition undoubtedly carried significant weight. Feeling the envious and curious gazes around him, Li Mao confidently smiled. "What's your surname, brother? Once we reach the academy, it would be good to have each other's backs." "I don't know you." Before he could finish, the boy turned around and sat in a window seat, ignoring his overtures, and spoke harshly to the girl beside him. "When you're out, ignore these silly birds, it affects your intelligence." "All right, President." The girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Their conversation completely disregarded him, leaving Li Mao feeling like he was on fire. At this moment, he still didn't grasp the boy's implications, frozen in place, neither sitting nor standing, feeling awkward enough to want to find a hole to hide in. "Kid, what do you mean? Do you not want to mix in at Han Academy? Our brother Li is among the top 30 on the newcomer storm list. Do you know who the top scholar of the competition is?" "Hey, that's one of our brother Li's buddies." "Li Mao, when did you get to know the top scholar?" The chubby boy straightforwardly leaned in, sincerely asking. "Shut up." Li Mao, humiliated twice, exploded with rage, venting all his anger on the chubby boy, barking, "Do I need to report to you about who I make friends with? Get back to your seat." He glared ominously at the boy and girl in front of him. It was bad enough that the girl didn't give him face, now the boy was acting so arrogantly. "Brother, I just wanted to be friends with you. School is a small society, and the more friends you have, the more paths you have. Being too proud isn't a good thing. It's easy to suffer losses." Li Mao snorted coldly. He hesitated to act directly because his hand had been painfully squeezed during their handshake, making it hard for him to gauge the other party's capabilities. But in the next second, the television in the carriage suddenly broadcasted the news. Xia Nation News reports that today the highest arrest department of Xia Nation held a press conference regarding the accusations against the top scholar of this major competition, Wang Beixiao, for slaying a councilman from 9-bell city. According to investigations, the rumor that Wang Beixiao used second seal to kill a fourth seal is true. This incident resulted in the death of over 30 awakened ones with extremely severe repercussions. According to the highest arrest department's investigation, this brawl was instigated by Councilman Shui Li of 9-bell city, who sought revenge for Wang Beixiao killing his son during the competition. Wang Beixiao's actions were deemed self-defense and were not pursued for liability. A photo of Wang Beixiao shirtless and covered in blood facing off against Shui Li was revealed on the screen. The commotion in the carriage instantly silenced. No one could fathom the thought of a second seal killing a fourth seal, especially from a boy who had just awakened less than a month ago. It had surpassed everyone's comprehension. Tisk tisk, this Wang Beixiao is really ruthless, first killing someone's son, and then slaying the father too. Haha, I watched the video from that competition. This Wang Beixiao is truly fierce. He smashed someone's face to a pulp with a hammer. I heard he was raised by the tooth of the evil ghost. He started killing at 3 and could take on wild beasts by 6. Is he really that awesome? Dude, I wouldn't lie to you. The daughter of my sister's lover is Wang Beixiao's neighbor. This kid dared to take a knife to kill his classmate at 10. Do you know why he killed Shui Xian? Because Shui Xian didn't bow to him, he was brutally killed. The tales in the carriage grew increasingly out. Li Mao's lackey seized the opportunity, quickly threatening the girl in the duckbill cap. This Wang Beixiao is our brother Li's iron brother. Oh. The chubby boy standing in the aisle seemed to discover a new continent, pointing at the white-haired boy, saying to Li Mao, doesn't he look like that Wang Beixiao on TV? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Beixiao, leaning by the window, impatiently turned his head. Li Mao's body trembled, and his face instantly turned a sickly green. In the news, Wang Beixiao had long white hair and was covered in blood, exuding both dominance and madness. The youth before them, although having cut his long hair, still possessed a head of white hair. The key point was that his facial features were identical, and even that overbearing aura was remarkably similar. An unacknowledged thought surged forth in everyone's minds. This kid is the true form of Wang Beixiao. President, the TV portrayed you as quite ugly, Yan Shasha pouted, but Lu Ming is really generous, able to handle such a big issue as killing Shueli. What was said was unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. The coldness on Li Mao's face vanished, replaced by rapidly constricting pupils and a smile more wretched than tears. He was flaunting before the true master. Wang Beixiao was someone he knew well, but the fact remained that this guy had nearly wiped out the Shui family. One must understand that today's freshmen are like flowers in a greenhouse. Aside from a few who have killed, most would panic at the sight of blood. A person like Wang Beixiao, who could easily exterminate entire families, was a dimensional strike against them. Li Mao, aren't you his buddy? You didn't recognize him after he cut his hair? The chubby boy asked innocently. His sincere gaze indicated he truly believed Li Mao and Wang Beixiao were friends. But to say this now was like pouring salt on his wounds. Shut the hell up. Li Mao gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws, his hands gripping tightly, veins bulging, then awkwardly smiled at Wang Beixiao, saying, misunderstanding, brother. I know another Wang Beixiao, same name. Same name. Then tell him to change his name immediately, or else if Chi Yao kills the wrong person, I won't take responsibility. Without lifting his head, Wang Beixiao glanced at him also. You're right, school is just a small society. Li Mao felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the other party had come to terms? If he could build a relationship with this killing star, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in school? So, do you think you're worthy to be my friend? Wang Beixiao's words instantly extinguished all the others' hopes. Go back to your table. Yan Shasha couldn't help but let out a chuckle. She mockingly stared at the flustered Li Mao and whispered in Wang Beixiao's ear, did you see that? Outsiders thought Wang Beixiao looked down on Li Mao's strength. Only Yan Shasha understood that he didn't measure friends by strength, but by sincerity. Li Mao and his companions' cold ridicule of the chubby boy touched the principles of the evil ghost's tooth when it came to treating companions. That's why Wang Beixiao deliberately humiliated him. For the people of the evil ghost's tooth, as long as someone is a friend or companion regardless of their background or strength, they should be treated sincerely, not as tools to be exploited. Seeing Li Mao's face turn as red as a monkey's butt and awkwardly frozen in place, Wang Beixiao pointed at him with displeasure and then pointed to the table next door, saying just one word, get lost. Okay. What is social death? This is it. The act he put on a moment ago now turned into a knife stabbing at his heart. Nearby passengers glanced back in confusion. Li Mao repeatedly contemplated switching compartments, even considering getting off the train. It was too damn embarrassing. Unfortunately, he couldn't defeat Wang Beixiao, nor did he have the courage to confront him. A level talent. In terms of family background and talent, how could Shui Xian be worse than him? He still got beaten to death by Wang Beixiao in the tower. Under the mocking and disdainful gazes of the crowd, Li Mao lowered his head, blushing, and walked back to his seat. Meanwhile, the little pet who witnessed the whole thing had a glimmer of light in her eyes. If she could climb this big tree. She glanced slyly, double-checking the picture on the TV with Wang Beixiao in person. After confirming it was indeed him, she took a deep breath, deliberately unbuttoning her blouse and feigning innocence as she walked up to Wang Beixiao, saying, classmate, my friend didn't mean to clash with you. I apologize on his behalf, okay? Her gaze swept across Yan Shasha's face, and her heart sank. Not that pretty, huh? Saying that she put on a pitiful look, Wang classmate. Before she finished speaking, Wang Beixiao pointed, you can cough, at least she's a girl. Yan Shasha unpleasantly nudged her shoulder. Be more of a gentleman, president. What's wrong with being a girl? Can she take an extra punch from me? Wang Beixiao grew up surrounded by men. The only female he knew was Aunt Yu, but Aunt Yu wasn't someone to be trifled with. One person nearly killed the 40 experts of the Red Demon, able to fire at any moment with Chu Kuangren. Her style was even more arrogant than a man's. In such an environment, Wang Baixiu's concept of women was merely humans with 2 extra pieces of flesh on their chests. Little Pet never expected he would be so unromantic. She blushed, stiffened for a moment, stomped her little foot in anger, and returned to her seat, leaving the chubby boy standing there in confusion. His companions wouldn't let him sit. Wang Baixiu was too fierce. After much hesitation, he finally gathered his courage. Wang, classmate, can I sit here? I can suck in my stomach. I won't squeeze you. Don't embarrass yourself. Get to the back and stand. Li Mao and Little Pet glared at him, angrily cursing under their breath. Continuously being put down by Wang Baixiu, the chubby boy was eager to make himself miserable, which only made them more annoyed. Unexpectedly facing the chubby boy's request, Wang Baixiu actually softened his demeanor, actively tidying up the table between them. I'm not a train attendant, sit wherever you want. I'm small, I can't squeeze in there. Yin Shasha smiled sweetly, go ahead and sit. What? Why can that average-looking mediocre chubby boy sit down? The people next door instantly felt unbalanced. Li Mao with exceptional talent was ousted, and Little Pet with some beauty was also driven away. Why should a plain-looking, unimpressive chubby boy get to sit? Could it be? He also noticed that Tian Xiaobao has money and wants to. One of the little brothers whispered. The expressions of the 5, including Li Mao and Little Pet, changed in unison, their gazes towards Wang Baixiu, filled with hostility. They could bully Tian Xiaobao, but they absolutely wouldn't let him be taken away. He was their ATM. I'm Tian Xiaobao. The chubby boy introduced himself gratefully. According to the expectations of others, Wang Baixiu would definitely ignore him. However, the duck-billed hat girl who had just ignored Li Mao actually extended her hand and sweetly smiled. Hello, I'm Yin Shasha, this is my president, Wang Baixiu. Saying this, she lightly touched Wang Baixiu. The latter nodded indifferently. Wang Baixiu, nice to meet you. Why should I? The people next door felt even more unbalanced. Why was Wang Baixiu so nice to this chubby boy alone? The chubby boy grinned, innocently thinking he would also be ridiculed, but unexpectedly the two were so easy to talk to. Immediately happy, he took out a bunch of snacks from his suitcase and placed them on the table. I'll treat you guys to snacks, my mom bought them for me before getting on the train. Wow, jerky. What is this? This is cold-dressed wild beast claws. President. So, Yin Shasha, being a young girl, instantly lit up, staring eagerly at the snacks in front of her. This scene drew disdainful looks from the people next door. Country bumpkin. You have never eaten before. The chubby boy looked at the two curiously. No, before high school. I never had enough to eat. Yin Shasha looked at Wang Baixiu like a little glutton, pleading, President, can I eat? Go ahead. The latter shrugged, looking meaningfully at the chubby boy. I'm also an orphan, and I have no money. Having eaten your food today, consider it a favor I owe you. Don't be fooled by Wang Baixiu. Growing up in the evil ghost's tooth, he also had a hard life. The president and others basically adopted a free-range attitude towards him. They'd give him some pocket money when they remembered, and not giving him money for a month or two was quite normal. Now that the president was missing and old Chu was gone, he had even less economic support. The train ticket was funded by Lu Ming. If you encounter any issues at school, come find me. Wang Baixiu looked at the little glutton beside him, speechlessly, irritably opening a bottle of water and handing it to her. Don't choke on it. Damn. The people at the next table turned green with envy. The top student has never seen the world. Climbing up to Wang Baixiu would be quite impressive among the freshmen, even throughout the entire school. Who doesn't know the value of this year's top student? What does 2 prints killing 4 prints mean? Most students in their 4th year at major colleges only have 3 prints meaning. Wang Baixiu could practically walk sideways in school. He could help anyone he wanted, and they would soar directly. No. Don't be so polite, these snacks are nothing. The chubby boy waved his hand foolishly. To you, it's not. But to us it is. Wang Baixiu shook his head seriously. You are the first to treat us to snacks. Brother Wang, no. No need to be polite, my mother says that while out one should make more friends. Tian Xiaobao deliberately shrank his belly, preventing his lower abdomen from pressing against the small table. The chubby boy was fair and tender, a head shorter than Wang Baixiu, sporting a head of curly hair. He was adorned in high-quality attire, yet unlike Xue Xian, who carried an air of superiority, he appeared somewhat insecure. Friends. Wang Baixiu fixed his gaze intently on the boy's eyes, saying sternly, not all friends are good. Those shallow acquaintances are better left behind. Everyone knew who he was referring to. Li Mao and his companions' faces turned a mix of green and white, daring to feel anger, but not voice it. They could only glare fiercely at the chubby boy and angrily shout, you fatso, come here, and don't disturb others. The individuals who had just been disdainful of Tian Xiaobao hurriedly squeezed closer together, as if fearing Wang Baixiu might instill some negative thoughts in him. The latter glanced at his friends, then turned to Wang Baixiu, an expression of conflict flickering in his eyes, but it was merely a momentary conflict. He forced an awkward smile, foolishly scratching his head and saying, I understand your point. But his gaze shifted to Li Mao and the others, his harmless face breaking into a bittersweet smile. They are my childhood friends. When I was young, everyone disliked me for being fat and foolish and wouldn't play with me. Only they would play with me so The chubby boy politely nodded to the two, and then met Wang Baixiu's gaze, his eyes clear as he said, "Thank you for the reminder." Saying this, he grinned again and scampered back to his companions. "They don't consider you a friend." Yin Shasha mumbled indistinctly, but was stopped by Wang Baixiu's hand. "President, his companions will only bully him. Respect others' choices." Wang Baixiu shook his head with deep eyes. "He's not foolish." He had known from the moment they exchanged glances that Tian Xiaobao was not truly foolish. His eyes were exceptionally clear. This kid was quite aware. It was merely childhood friendship that hindered him from decisively severing that bond. "Fortunately, I have the president." Yin Shasha gratefully popped a claw from a wild beast in her mouth, saying, "If it means being friends with people like this, I'd rather be alone forever." "Fatso, there are many bad people outside. Not everyone cares about you like we do," said a girl named Xiao Chong at the next table with a sarcastic tone. "Be careful, you might get sold, and help count the money." "That's right, we are the friends who grew up with you. Think about it, you have no talent, and no looks, well, why do some people treat you? Isn't it just for your money?" The others chimed in. They didn't dare openly confront Wang Baixiu, but making snide remarks to annoy the two was still fair game. Clearly they regarded Wang Baixiu as someone wanting to exploit the chubby boy's wealth. And Tian Xiaobao was their cash cow, one they certainly couldn't let go of. He forced a smile at Yin Shasha, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology, signaling her not to mind. "Tian Xiaobao, you are our best little buddy. In this world, only we truly care for you, you know." Xiao Chong disdainfully glanced at Yin Shasha, who was busy sucking her fingers, and coldly remarked, "You're so foolish, don't let people trick you with a few words. The poorer people are the darker their hearts." Another girl nodded repeatedly. Compared to Yin Shasha and Wang Baixiu, their only redeeming feature was their relatively decent family backgrounds. Especially upon seeing Yin Shasha's eagerness to clean every morsel from her plate, their sense of vanity surged. "Fatso, once we reach school, remember to bring me the green divine seal you promised." Li Mao intentionally spoke loudly. A green divine seal could fetch hundreds of thousands with high-quality ones, even reaching 1,000,000. To put it plainly, a divine seal could ensure a typical family's comfort for half a lifetime. The others shouted deliberately, their eyes full of bragging. "Yeah, my dad prepared several divine seals for me to choose. Brother Wang, do you want some? There should be extras." Tian Xiaobao said innocently with a sincere smile, showing no signs of boasting. But the faces of the others darkened. They specifically mentioned the divine seals to provoke the two children from poor families. Li Mao kicked the chubby boy under the table, glaring angrily. "Do you have too much money?" "They are quite good." The latter said pitifully, "Anyway, my dad bought several divine seals." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Baixiu directly took out a wooden box from his pocket and casually handed it to Yin Shasha, saying, "Almost forgot, this is for you. This is too precious." Inside the wooden box was the red divine seal given by Lu Ming. A single red divine seal could bring a large corporation to its knees. Yin Shasha waved her hands in fear. "You need it more than I do. You are about to open your second acupoint. Listen, this is an order." Wang Baixiu forcefully shoved the wooden box into Yin Shasha's pocket. With a pseudo-god present, even if he was covered in white divine seals, he could still upgrade to gold or even black. What he cared about more was the compatibility of the divine seal with himself. Moonlight Flash was a divine seal known for its speed, which didn't quite fit into his unique ability system. "President." In the bewildered gazes of the others, Yin Shasha's eyes glimmered with tears as she pouted, "You're too good to me." Indeed, a child from a poor family can be bought off with just a few trinkets. Xiao Chong whispered with a smirk, "It wouldn't be a white divine seal, would it?" I think so too." Yin Shasha's eyes narrowed, and feeling indignant, she was about to pull out the red divine seal, but was stopped by Wang Baixiu's hand, his gaze silencing her. "There are too many people around. I don't want to fight." This train was a one-way trip, and most of the gold diggers were desperate. Once the red divine seal appeared, many would take risks. However, Xiao Chong and the others didn't understand this, and continued to boast loudly about the divine seal they were about to obtain, oblivious to the change in the gazes of surrounding passengers. Ding! "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Huangsha City, with an expected stop duration of 2 hours. This is the last stop before reaching the final destination. There will be no further stops along the way, and passengers in need may disembark for supplies." The mechanical voice of the train attendant echoed over the intercom. The few students, being first-time travelers, immediately got excited and disembarked one by one. "Fatso, I heard the most famous dish in Huangsha City is the roasted wild beast red feather fish. We want to eat it. There should be vendors outside. Oh, let's go quickly and come back." Yes. A few of them deliberately looked at Wang Baixiu, who remained seated and motionless, feeling secretly pleased, thinking, what's so great about being a genius? He's still just a poor wretch. As they disembarked, several masked men in the carriage exchanged glances and silently rose to follow. Yin Shasha's eyes flashed with conflict as she suddenly spoke, "President, I also want to eat fish." "No money." "President." The little girl, seeing Wang Baixiu unyielding, prolonged her tone in a cute manner, "You must have a way. What you want to eat isn't fish." The latter saw through but said nothing, his gaze locking firmly on the few men trailing behind Tian Xiaobao and the others. The men's waists were bulging, clearly hiding weapons. Driver, where can we buy red feather fish? Outside the station, several barely worldly boys and girls clustered around an unlicensed driver, voices bright with excitement as they urged him to take them to the best nearby eatery, insisting that money was no object. I heard red feather fish helps with future breakthroughs. Hee, I've been wanting to try it for ages. Don't be stingy, fatty. They smiled at Tian Bao. He awkwardly produced his wallet, revealing a not particularly thick stack of bills. My father said not to carry too much cash when I go out. I'm afraid it won't be enough. At these words, Xiao Chong's face fell instantly. Not taking the plane and not eating the fish. Tian Bao, you've changed. We promised to be best friends for life, to share blessings and hardships together. Are you secretly hoarding money? No, said Tian Bao, sweat beading on his brow as he hurriedly explained, my money is all on my card. Before he finished, a cool voice came from behind. Are you all looking for red feather fish? The speaker was a youth slightly older than them, handsome and upright, his bearing remarkable. Though dressed plainly, his peach blossom eyes seemed to hold a tender warmth for everyone he regarded. Xiao Chong's eyes lit up. Who are you? I just got off the car and I heard you want a red feather fish. It so happens my family runs a restaurant. I thought I might bring some customers over. The youth smiled with gentle courtesy. Well, find our own. Tian Bao murmured, suspiciously shaking his head and whispering to his companions that his father had warned him to be cautious when away from home. Don't misunderstand, the youth said. I'm a third-year student at Hanshan Shuefu. I just finished the summer exams and came home. He flashed a student ID with a practiced smile, then added that they were welcome to look for a restaurant themselves. There were many nearby, but warned them to be careful, for some places preyed on outsiders with different accents. His looks and the fact that he was an upperclassman immediately dissolved their suspicions. The young man was polite and seemed harmless. Two of the girls were practically seeing hearts in their eyes. Blushing, one of them stammered that the senior had it wrong. They were also students of Hanshan Shuefu, and they trusted him. Oh, are you fellow students? He chuckled and said that since they were acquaintances, he would play the host. If they did not mind, they could eat at his family's restaurant, and he would give them a 50% discount. It's not far, just ahead. It won't delay you. The senior lifted his suitcase and departed with a gentlemanly air. The group exchanged glances. Tian Bao was about to protest further, but Xiao Chong silenced him with a look. You just pay and stop fussing, Xiao Chong grumbled, then delighted followed after the senior. No need to discount. We're not short of money. Doing business isn't easy for your family either. Exactly. Hope you'll look after us at school, Li Mao chimed in. They all planned to use Tian Bao's money to ingratiate themselves, never asking his consent. Reluctant, but with no choice, Tian Bao followed. Silence stretched along the way as the youth led them through winding alleys, quickly losing them in the cramped lanes of a poor quarter. The further they went, the stranger it felt. Senior, how much farther? Tian Bao asked. Almost there. Stay close. The youth's tone grew colder. Tian Bao pressed his lips together, a rising unease. Suddenly he stopped and declared he would not go any further. What the hell, fatty, what are you doing? His companions demanded, turning back in annoyance. Tian Bao's small eyes gleamed with a newfound shrewdness. Who would open a restaurant in the slums? Could those people afford red feather fish? Are you out of your mind? We're almost there, Xiao Chong said irritably and grabbed outwardly. If you want, go give me the money, and we'll go ourselves. You're always a buzzkill, they complained. This time Tian Bao would not endure their jibes, his gaze fixed on the youth. Senior, you're not local, are you? The youth turned slowly, an icy light gleaming in his eyes that made the skin crawl. Tian Bao explained evenly that he had once been to Huangsha City as a child, where people revered the desert deity and wrapped yellow scarves around their heads. Over time the bands leave marks behind the years. You don't have those marks, he said. His voice grew colder, his expression sharp, wholly unlike the simpleton he had previously seemed. He quietly produced his phone. Who are you? He demanded. If you don't answer, I'll call the apprehension division. What do you mean? The others began to feel that something was wrong. The youth had been leading them off course. There were no eateries nearby, and the low houses around them seemed empty. You've been found out, the youth said with a sudden grin, but that's all right. It's almost time. Before they could react, he stuck 2 fingers to his lips and blew a sharp whistle. From both ends of the narrow alley 5 or 6 awakened figures emerged. The leader wore filthy long hair, carried a short knife, and stared with avaricious eyes. I know you. You're the ones from the car. Li Mao frowned, perceptive in his own small way, and he recognized them. Have you been watching us? The leader answered. We're prospectors off to the border to hunt wild beasts, hoping to take a chance and make some money, but now you are worth more than the beasts. 6 green spiritual seals would be enough for us brothers to open a little shop in the next life and live comfortably. Their true faces revealed, each man drew a weapon. The youth who had guided them sneered that the 2 girls should be spared from killing. Play with them first, and then sell them off, make use of them as trash. By now even the fool realized they had been trapped. Xiao Chong could not believe it. Aren't you a senior at Hanshan Shuefu? The youth's gaze swept scornfully across Xiao Chong's chest as he taunted. Are you all empty-headed except for a pair of breasts? No, wait. You seem to have nothing at all. Tian Bao drew a deep breath and raised his watch in threat. I have a custom alarm device. Press it, and within 5 minutes people from the apprehension division will be here. Expecting this to frighten them off, Tian Bao was startled when his words only inflamed their greed. So he is a rich kid. This is a fat sheep, they murmured with excitement. The leader paid them no heed and brazenly revealed the spiritual seals on his body, 2 white and 1 green. The others were mostly second-rank seals as well. The guide wore 1 white and 1 green. Not a master, but seasoned and very greedy. Against these newly awakened students they posed no challenge. Tian Bao and his companions went pale and huddled together in terror. Even Li Mao, vaunted among the top 30 new student list, had his hands trembling. He was no Wang Beishao, bold enough to leap levels and kill. Strictly speaking, none of them had killed a person. Hand over your spiritual seals, and I will let you go, the youth said, darkly baring his teeth. Don't force me to act. What spiritual seals? Cried Tian Bao. Stop playing games, we heard it on the car. You have a green spiritual seal. Am not patient, hand it over. Li Mao, hold off the leader. The 2 ends were blocked. The bandits approached with ferocity. Tian Bao, breaking from his usual foolish demeanor, nervously spoke to those around him. The authorities are coming soon, just hold on for 10 minutes, and we'll be saved. Little pet, your first divine mark is to summon a pet. Use your night wolf to hold off that guy with the gun. Little Chun, you take care of that. Tian Bao's plump body bent slightly as he assumed a desperate stance. He forced himself to calm down and began to strategize for battle. Just then Little Pet suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted, it's not my fault. The divine marks are all with Tian Bao. What the hell? Not only Tian Bao, but even the bandits were taken aback. Is it sold so quickly? Yes, the divine marks are all with Tian Bao. We are just kids from ordinary families. We don't have money. You are robbing us merely for money. Capture Tian Bao. With Little Pet leading the charge, the others instantly lost their moral constraints, turning their accusations towards Tian Bao. The latter looked back at the group of friends he had grown up with in disbelief. Usually they mocked and ridiculed him, but he never expected that in a moment of crisis they would sell him out so readily. What did the friendship of the past? Tian Bao's family is the largest mining boss in Giantwood City. His father is as rich as a country. If you capture him, you can have any amount of money you want. Li Mao looked at the divine marks on the others, and there was no courage to resist left in him. Any one of them had at least 2 marks, and some even had 3. Even if they were given 10 lives, they wouldn't win. In terms of combat experience, these veterans were leagues ahead of this group of students. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, all friendships seemed meaningless. Tian Bao stood alone in the wind, his eyes devoid of fear, but filled with despair. Didn't we agree to share both fortune and adversity? This statement sounded so harsh at this moment. What sharing of fortune and adversity? Having already torn the facade, Li Mao no longer pretended, his face twisted as he shouted, don't be naive. If it weren't for your money, who would want to be around you, you fat pig? It's all your fault. If you weren't rich, we wouldn't have been targeted. Brother Bandit, you capture him, we are innocent. Little Pet and the others completely dropped their act. Tian Bao looked at these friends he had spent his days with, slowly covering his chest, his eyes reddening, his voice trembling. You usually tease me, insult me. I accepted it all because I truly considered you friends, even knowing you were after my money, just because you were the only ones who didn't bully me in elementary school. I said, someone will come to save us. Oh, why won't you fight alongside me? He couldn't understand, had he not treated them well enough. I'm more than willing to give you money. Oh, why can't you even give me the slightest shred of hope? Tian Bao shouted in despair, have I not treated you well? Stop trying to leverage our relationship. Ooh, I never considered you a friend. Exactly, we didn't bully you in elementary school. Because you would buy us candy after school. Li Mao's expression was more twisted than the bandits', his eyes bloodshot as he cursed, do you think we want to play with you? I can't stand you. Why should you be born rich? Why did your family prepare a divine mark for you before you even awakened? Do you think I would be grateful for the things you treated me to? I only feel it's an insult from you. Brother Bandit. He has money on him. There's a bank card hidden in the sole of his shoe, and the password is 6/8. In times of great crisis, everyone flew for themselves. Li Mao's harsh words and the betrayal of others were like daggers stabbing into Tian Bao's heart. His corpulent body swayed unsteadily, as if he might fall at any moment. It was not the fierce bandits that brought him down, but this group of friends he trusted the most. Brother Bandit, spare us. We can help you extort from his family, with our help. His father will definitely believe us. Li Mao swallowed hard, smiling ingratiatingly, as long as you capture him, forget about the green divine mark. The blue one is no problem. Smack. Tian Bao, filled with despair, slumped down into the filthy mud of the alley, tears streaming down his face. He always knew that these friends were maintained by money, but he didn't mind because these people had accompanied him throughout his childhood. Yet, the fat boy looked helplessly at their familiar faces, suddenly feeling so estranged. Kid, don't blame me, if it weren't for your friends, I really wouldn't have known you were this valuable. A young man chuckled sinisterly, stepping closer to the fat boy with a knife. The latter smiled sadly, his plump face devoid of color, his fists clenched, his nails digging into his flesh, without him noticing. So I have never had friends at all. In a daze he seemed to hear Wang Baixiu's words once again. Friends don't need to be many, it's better to have no fair weather friends. Little fatty, cooperate a bit and you'll suffer less. The leading man took out the chains he had prepared in advance, wrapping them slowly around Tian Bao. Meanwhile, his group of friends gathered together, coldly watching it all unfold, their eyes showing no pity. I wish you would tell me. This is to save your lives, and you still consider me a friend. Tian Bao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then I could convince myself. Kid, in this broken world, where is there any true affection? Even those who are married still cheat. The leading man sneered. Wang Beixiao, feeling uneasy, asked, brother, you won't take the money and just let him go, right? His family is very influential, and he has already seen your faces. Shut up. Even the bandits couldn't bear to see this. The best friends back then were now the ones wishing for Tian Bao's death the most. Because once Tian Bao survived, his family would retaliate. Kid, accept your fate. You've enjoyed wealth for over a decade. You should be satisfied. The young man patted Tian Bao's chubby cheek, quietly taking out a large black bag, ready to put it over his head. The next second, excuse me, where can I find red feather fish to eat? An emotionless voice came from the end of the alley. Wow. The leader, the young man Li Mao, and even Tian Bao were all shocked, turning their heads in unison. At the alley's end stood a young man in a black cloak, one hand in his pocket, arrogantly smoking a cigarette. Next to him stood a cute little girl, timidly holding a backpack. If it weren't for the two bodies of lookout bandits lying at the young man's feet, they would have thought he was just asking for directions. Wang Beixiao, Li Mao, and Tian Bao both exclaimed in surprise. No one expected this guy would come along. Run. They are bandits. Tian Bao, with a kind heart, shouted loudly, run. Kids fighting. Still calling for parents. Wang Beixiao rolled his eyes expressionless and took a drag from his cigarette. Brothers, give me some face. You all commit suicide, I'll take my people and leave, and we can part on good terms. Kid, are you looking for death? The remaining four bandits glared at the two with fierce expressions. How dare a second mark fighter be so arrogant? You won't be the ones to kill me if I seek death. Let the meat tickets go. I'm in a hurry to take my kill and eat fish. If you delay her from eating fish, I'll throw you all into the river to feed the fish. Wang Beixiao, what brings you here? Li Mao and Xiao Chong's eyes were filled with reluctance and worry. If it were any other student, they would naturally not stand a chance against this group of ruthless thugs. But Wang Beixiao was the most distinguished top scholar in the past 50 years. Xiao, go, hurry and leave. They want money, I won't be in danger. Few could worry about others while struggling to protect themselves. Tian Bao's actions stood in stark contrast to those of his friends. These people can't harm our club leader. Yin Shasha confidently pulled out a lollipop that Tian Bao had given her and popped it into her mouth. If you die, who will we ask for favors? Hey. Perhaps even the chubby kid himself didn't realize that it was just a pile of snacks that saved him. Kid, you're looking for death, so don't blame us. The four thugs exchanged glances and with a tacit understanding advanced with their knives, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. In their hearts, these students were no different from ordinary people. Quickly finish it. The leader growled, and 3 seals lit up simultaneously. First seal, burrow into the ground. First seal, enhance strength. First seal, triple slash. Although the 4 were not particularly strong, their cooperation was seamless. In an instant, the leading thug dove underground, causing a small mound of earth to rise as he charged rapidly toward the 2. The other 3 followed closely, their weapons gleaming menacingly. We can definitely kill Wang Beixiao. Li Mao exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. These are 4 skilled fighters. The others exchanged glances, seeing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. They hoped Tian Bao would die, fearing retaliation from the Tian family. At the same time, they also hoped Wang Beixiao would perish for slapping their faces on the train. After all, he's only just awakened, facing for battle-hardened thugs. He is undoubtedly doomed. The group whispered among themselves, their words sounding more like self-comfort. Both students and acclaimed geniuses, Wang Beixiao was not only powerful, but also showed no restraint in his disdain for them. Jealousy was like a seed that once sprouted would never cease. Wang, brother Wang. Only Tian Bao's eyes were filled with tears. He never expected that the ones extending a helping hand in the end would be 2 strangers he had just met. Yin Shasha, quickly get away. He even disregarded his own safety and shouted loudly, don't confront them, Heathen. It's useless. Li Mao's face twisted in glee. No matter how strong the top scholar is, he's still just a student, not on the same level as these experienced thugs. Not good. Xiao Chong suddenly shivered. Yin Shasha. She. The others followed her gaze, noticing how eerily calm Yin Shasha was. She hadn't even drawn her weapon, maintaining a smile throughout, as if she were truly just on a leisurely trip. In the next moment, Wang Beixiao moved. The divine mark on his forehead glowed, and a mysterious golden pattern emerged. Die. The leading thug, who had just poked his head out to prepare for a sneak attack, made eye contact with Wang Beixiao's devilishly charming smile. He gently lifted his foot and stomped down hard. If you like the local rodents, then stay down there. Crack, crack, crack. The ground of the dim alley, tainted with sewage, visibly froze into ice. The black ice swiftly spread from beneath Wang Beixiao's feet. The leading thug didn't even have time to crawl out before being frozen to the ground, only his head exposed, filled with terror. Meanwhile, the other 3 thugs followed closely behind. The young man's short knife slashed 3 times, sending 3 half-meter-long crescent-shaped wind blades hurtling straight toward Wang Baixiu's face. Li Mao clenched his fists tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Xiao Chong and the others were similarly tense, staring at Wang Baixiu, while silently praying for the thugs to win. Yet the next scene shattered their hopes completely. Facing the thunderous strike from the 3, Wang Baixiu didn't even budge an inch. He merely tilted his head, letting the 3 wind blades graze past his cheek. Boom! The small house behind him was instantly penetrated. How is this possible? Li Mao and the others felt their hair stand on end. Could such judgment of an enemy's attack truly come from a newly awakened student? He accurately judged the landing points of the wind blades and evaded with minimal movement. Throughout the entire encounter, he remained calm and unperturbed. The young man who had struck was equally astonished. Before he could react, Wang Baixiu spat out the cigarette, but in his mouth, shooting out like a bullet, precisely hitting his eye. The young man instinctively closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard the leaders shout from behind, "Get away!" What? When he opened his eyes again, he was less than 2 meters away from Wang Baixiu. He saw Wang Baixiu shake his sleeve, and a goat horn hammer slipped from his hand. Bang! The young man didn't even see how his opponent attacked. He fell to darkness before losing consciousness. In the eyes of Li Mao and the others, Wang Baixiu's strike was as swift as lightning, a single hammer blow that sent the young man's skull flying. Blood sprayed several meters, and white matter splattered everywhere. The stench of blood surged forward. Beast transformation. Roar. The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains and forests. The roar was soul-shaking. Even from over 20 meters away, Li Mao and the others felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. This was the true roar of the Beast King. Boom. With no technique involved facing the 2 remaining short knives, Wang Baixiu did not dodge or evade. He thrust his fists forward, colliding directly with the opponent's short knives. Crack, crack, crack. The knives shattered. His momentum did not diminish, crashing straight down onto the wrists of the 2. Crack. The sound of bones breaking crisply reached the ears of the few. The 2's wrists instantly folded, half of the bones piercing through their skin. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. 3-second seals and 1/3 seal were all defeated. Wang Baixiu hadn't even moved a step, standing still like a mountain. After his battle with Xue Li, his practical experience was sufficient to handle a few small-time thieves. Withdraw. The 2 with broken hands exchanged glances, showing no hesitation as they turned to flee. Whoosh! But someone was even faster than them. Li Mao and the others felt a blur in front of their eyes as a black figure shot out like a cannonball, darting between the 2. When the robbers turned around again, Wang Baixiu was already standing behind them. Did I let you go? Wang Baixiu was tall and imposing, towering over the 2. His black cloak fluttered in the wind, his goat horn hammer still dripping with blood, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Brothers! Brothers! The intense killing intent rushed toward them. With their wrists broken, the 2 had lost the courage to fight, retreating repeatedly. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We didn't know this chubby kid was your friend. Don't panic. My elders have said not to make enemies lightly when outside. Wang Baixiu slowly extended his hands, one on each of their heads, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thank you. Bang. Whoosh. Before the 2 could finish speaking, Wang Baixiu suddenly exerted force, bashing their heads together. The terrifying power of beast transformation directly shattered the 2's skulls. What the hell? Ugh. Mom. Save me. Ugh. This bloody scene made not only Li Mao and the others pale, but even the leading thug's face turned green. The others immediately collapsed to the ground, gagging. Who knew a human's head could explode like a watermelon? They also said that once enmity is formed, they must strike hard, leaving no chance for revenge. Wang Baixiu arrogantly flicked the shattered bones and blood from his palm, looking back at the leader with a smile. Don't worry, I'll leave you a complete corpse, otherwise I won't be able to notify your family. For robbers, 3 heads smashed beyond recognition, only the leader remained frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down. He knew he had encountered a tough opponent this time, but there was no turning back in this world. Come out to do dark deeds. Those who succeed will amass great wealth, while those who fail will lose their lives. Wang Baixiu's voice was devoid of emotion. You should be mentally prepared, right? The leader's face turned pale, constantly swallowing saliva. The terror in his heart was beyond measure. It was understandable that the others were killed in an instant by Wang Baixiu, as they were merely at the 2nd mark, but he himself was at the 3rd mark, yet was directly frozen and unable to move by a 2nd mark kid, which was simply too exaggerated. Tian Bao sat on the ground, his eyes filled with admiration, his mouth almost drooling. This overwhelming arrogance was just too damn cool. Brother Wang, you're so badass. Too clear. Wang Baixiu snapped the chains to help Tian Bao escape, then handed him the ram's horn hammer. Do you want to take revenge yourself? I can't kill. Tian Bao shook his head in panic. My divine seal is all support type. President, we saved the fatty. Can he treat me to fish? Yin Shasha, carrying a patched cute backpack, had her eyes shining. Wang Baixiu's expression stiffened. He only discovered this girl's weakness after stepping out. She truly had no resistance to delicious food. Taking advantage of Wang Baixiu's moment of distraction, the frozen leader of the bandits turned his eyes instantly locking onto Yin Shasha. Unable to defeat Wang Baixiu, could he not overpower a girl who looked like she was only at the first mark? Kidnapping her would at least allow him to escape alive. His face changed immediately, and he roared with a fierce expression, "Activate all 3 marks Earth Pillar." In the next moment, the ground trembled violently, and a stone pillar thick enough for 2 people to hug burst forth from the earth, smashing through the black ice on the ground, charging straight towards Yin Shasha. The leader stood atop the stone pillar, his eyes gleaming with the decisiveness and ferocity only a desperate man could possess. "Little sister, surrender peacefully, ha." He laughed maniacally. "Your experience in the martial world is still too lacking. Not killing me immediately is your greatest mistake. Watch out." Shasha quickly dodged. Tian Bao exclaimed in alarm, grabbing Wang Baixiu and pleading, "Save her." Unexpectedly, Wang Baixiu didn't even raise an eyebrow, calmly lighting a cigarette and leisurely blowing out a smoke ring. "He's seeking death. What does it have to do with me?" "What?" Tian Bao had yet to digest Wang Baixiu's words when he suddenly noticed the wind rising from the ground, blurring everyone's vision. Shoo! The walls on both sides of the alley were immediately scarred by wind blades. Yin Shasha's figure was perfectly blocked by the stone pillar, and the leader, no one could see what happened, only hearing a cold female voice ring out just before the bandit reached. "Yin Shasha, first mark, activate 3,000 winds." How could this be? You are at the 5th. If Wang Baixiu's methods were bloody and violent, then the leader's death was akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades. Li Miao knelt on the ground, his pants involuntarily dampening. That feeling of oppression could really be produced at the first mark. They had never seen such a bizarre death. The leader, along with the stone pillar beneath him, was torn into countless pieces in an instant. This was a 3rd mark master, yet he was shredded in a single encounter, and all the cuts were terrifyingly smooth. And Yin Shasha herself hadn't even been splashed with a drop of blood, holding a long battle knife, looking innocently at him and saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to turn you into mincemeat." At that moment, the wooden box in her pocket fell to the ground due to her previous actions. The lid popped open, and in an instant a red light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire alley crimson. Even though Li Miao and the others were terrified and lost their senses, they were drawn by the red light, their eyes instantly filled with greed. Inside the box lay a divine seal. A red divine seal. A red divine seal that could make all major forces fight desperately for it, attracting thousands of people wherever it appeared. At that moment, Xiao Chong and Li Miao felt a pang in their hearts, feeling like complete clowns. They were still feeling pleased over a vague green divine seal, while Wang Baixiu had casually given away a genuine red divine seal. Even more ridiculous was that they had nearly been killed over a green divine seal that hadn't even reached their hands, while Yin Shasha possessed a red divine seal, yet, because she was powerful enough that no one dared to provoke her, no one was even eyeing it. "Sorry." Yin Shasha playfully stuck out her tongue, quickly packing the box back into her pocket. With the bandits dealt with, the remaining task was Li Miao and his group. Wang Baixiu shook off the blood from the hammer, looking down with a seemingly smiling expression, asking Tian Bao, "These few, do you want me to help you take care of them?" "No." Li Miao trembled, kneeling upright, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Wang Baixiu, "We have no grievances or grudges, please. Don't kill us." That's right. Xiao Chong nodded repeatedly, like a frightened rabbit. "Wang, if you don't mind, I'll wash your clothes and cook for you at school in the future. I'll warm your bed. I'll do anything. You can insult my character, but you cannot insult my judgment." Wang Baixiu snorted coldly, "You're not even worthy to be compared to my hammer on my chest." Yin Shasha couldn't help but laugh. The president was still so sharp-tongued. "Since you've killed so many people, what does it matter if we kill a few more? Close your eyes. When the authorities arrive, they can collect the bodies together. Let's not waste public resources." Hearing this, the others were terrified, each crying out in fear. Having witnessed Wang Baixiu's methods, they were certain that this guy really dared to kill. Xiao Chong's eyes turned, and he crawled desperately to Tian Bao's feet, saying, Tian Bao, please spare us. We are the best friends, aren't we? Do you remember? When we were young, I even invited you to my house to play. Tian Bao, we were wrong. Just now we were only trying to survive by tricking the robbers." They clung to him like a lifeline, abandoning all dignity and crawling to Tian Bao's feet, fearing that they would be sent away by Wang Baixiu's hammer. Tian Bao smiled bitterly in mockery. They didn't hesitate at all when they sold themselves, yet now they had the audacity to seek refuge. Wang Baixiu was amused. "Your faces are so thick, even if I hammer you once I might not even break through. Are your divine seals all defensive types? Is your ability thick-skinned as a wall? Tian Bao, do you really not care about our more than 10 years of friendship?" Li Miao raised his head, earnestly, tears in his eyes. "Who else would play with you besides us? Friendship cannot be bought with money." Wang Baixiu said meaningfully. "Exactly." Yin Shasha ran forward, pushing Li Miao away in disdain. "Companions are those who can entrust their backs to each other, who can share life and death facing difficulties together. Little fatty, remember, betrayal only happens either 0 times or countless times. Wang Beixiao handed the hammer back to Tian Bao. It's time to say goodbye to the past. Kill them and start a new life. After saying that, Wang Beixiao subtly gestured to Yin Shasha. If Tian Bao didn't take action, she would. He looked down on these treacherous people from the bottom of his heart. I'd rather be a ruthless killer than a hypocritical saint, Wang Beixiao said impatiently as the fat man hesitated to act. If you let them go today, trust me, you won't receive gratitude, only retaliation. Having been in the evil ghost's tooth for so many years, he had heard too many stories of people suffering great losses due to a moment of weakness. Thus the president instilled in him from a young age the principle that if you strike, you must strike decisively, leaving no future dangers for yourself. Tian Bao, we were wrong. From now on, I won't shout at you anymore. The little pet, looking pitiful, reached out to hold the fat man's hand, but he shook her off. On his chubby face, there was no killing intent, only endless disappointment. After all these years, have I not given you enough chances? I just said hold on for another 10 minutes. Can our years of friendship not by this time? I've always told you not to be afraid. Why don't you trust me? With that, the fat man raised his watch, skillfully pressed a few buttons, and said in a deep voice, come out. In the next moment, a red light swept past everyone. The hasty sweep made Wang Beixiao instinctively shield. Yin Shasha behind him, a sensation of being targeted by a ferocious beast surged in his heart, causing his hair to stand on end. This feeling was indescribable, a primal fear of danger. Even someone as formidable as Shui Li could not evoke such dread in Wang Beixiao. Zizi, young master, I arrived a long time ago. I was just about to shoot when that brat beat me to it. A lazy, middle-aged man's voice came from the watch, faintly audible was the sound of him chewing gum. But young master, even if I didn't shoot, I still count as money spent. Ask my father for it. Li Mao and the others turned ashen. The little pet trembled in disbelief, her eyes wide open. You have bodyguards? Actually, I've had them since I was young. You all thought of me as a fool with money, but forgot how my family's wealth was acquired. They were too familiar with Tian Bao to the point of overlooking one fact: being able to mine in this world where awakened ones roam and ferocious beasts wreak havoc. Can the Tian family be an ordinary family? Foolish rich people only exist in TV dramas. To become wealthy in this world without being harvested, one must be strong. Have I not been saying for you to hold on? Even if the authorities can't come, my people will take action. I usually seem foolish because I don't want to quarrel with you. The money you all deceived from me over the years is still not enough compared to the red envelope money I received during the new year. Did you really think I got into Han Mountain Academy on my own merit? That was a spot purchased with my family's money arranged for my companions. Tian Bao's eyes were filled with disappointment. I don't mind you all cheating me out of money, but could you at least pretend a little better? Originally, I planned to support you all in your cultivation. Once I entered the academy, I even selected martial skills and divine seals. Tian Bao fell silent. Because Li Mao and the others were on the verge of collapse. They were so close to wealth and power. A single thought had caused everything to vanish. They were just a step away from the riches and power they had longed for. It felt like they had touched the gate of heaven only to be mercilessly cast down. In an instant, several of them regretted so much they wished they could die here. Li Mao sat on the ground in a daze, his eyes devoid of light. If only we had held on a little longer. How great it would have been. The little pet with a trembling voice pushed a companion hard. It's all your fault, all of you. She seemed to have forgotten that she was the first to betray Tian Bao. Zizi, young master, should we kill these kneeling ones? If there's no bloodshed, I'm afraid the Lord will say I'm ineffective in my duties. In the watch, the lazy man added a line. Yet this time Li Mao and the others' faces showed not even a hint. All that remained for them was endless regret. If they had not betrayed so decisively, the Tian family would definitely have offered a generous reward. No need. I want to keep them alive so they know that without me they are nothing. Tian Bao glanced meaningfully at the knife in Yin Shasha's hand and whispered, thank you, put the knife away. Sometimes living in despair is worse than killing them. With these petty people, every time they see Tian Bao in the future, they will remember today when they lost their chance at wealth. This regret will accompany them for a lifetime. Killing is not as effective as targeting the heart. Yin Shasha looked reluctantly at Wang Beixiao, and Tian Bao added gratefully, Wang, brother Wang, forget it. They have already been admitted to Han Mountain. If we kill them outside the school, we will be held accountable, and the least we could face is expulsion. As one of the top 10 prestigious academies, Han Mountain pays special attention to its students. If any student dies outside, they will definitely investigate thoroughly. Thinking of the ancient god battlefield, Wang Beixiao glanced at the tall buildings in the distance, and finally put away his hammer, straightening his clothes. As you wish. With the parties involved saying to let it go and a sniper rifle aimed, what else could he say? Entering the ancient god battlefield was the most important thing now. As for Li Mao and the others, he swept his cold gaze over them, a meaningful smile appearing. The little fat man is easy to talk to, but I remember the hostility you displayed towards me just now. Once at school, I will find an opportunity to kill you. Remember to dodge. With that he left without looking back, his black cloak fluttering gently in the wind. The sunlight shone on him, and Yin Shasha stretching their shadows long. 2 hours later. The carriage was still bustling with noise. However, the table next door no longer had the figures of Li Mao and the others. Perhaps they did not know how to face Tian Bao, or perhaps they feared that Wang Beixiao might suddenly take action. As for those involved, Wang Beixiao and the others acted as if nothing had happened. Yin Shasha lay on the table carefully dividing the remaining snacks into 3 portions, muttering, "President, can I have another bag? Did you not say to eat 1 portion every 3 hours? Can't you hold it in?" The latter, without turning back, teased while quietly looking out the window. "Eat as you wish." Just as the words fell, a plate of enticing food appeared on the table. A long red fish with wings. Tian Bao returned to his innocent demeanor, smiling harmlessly. "This is for you to eat." "Wow." Yin Shasha, who was in a battle of thoughts, brightened her eyes, a hint of saliva escaping her lips. "President, can I eat it?" "Thank you, President." "What does that mean? Are you really trying to bind us with food?" Wang Beixiao frowned slightly. Having saved him after eating his snacks was already quite enough kindness. If this little fat man intends to use the same trick again, he would be at a loss. "Don't misunderstand." The latter seemed to see through his concerns, scratching his head shyly and smiling. I'll take more than 10 hours to get to school. If you don't mind, can I go to school with you?" "Why?" "Because you are very loyal." The little fat man gazed at Wang Beixiao with admiration. "Brother Wang, I've watched gangster movies since I was young, and I admire the brotherhood in them the most. Just now you wanted to kill Li Mao for me. That was so cool, just like a gang leader." Wang Beixiao's face darkened. He had originally thought that this kid was like him, isolated and yearning for companionship. Little did he know that this brat was merely a deluded middle schooler corrupted by movies. "I killed them because I sensed hostility from them while saving you just now." Li Mao and the others had wished for Wang Beixiao's death just moments ago. Just based on that alone, they deserved to die. Yet the little fat man rubbed his hands unconcernedly, asking with longing, "Brother Xiao, the way you saved me just now was so impressive. Can I be your little brother?" Yin Shasha spat out a mouthful of fish meat. The next day in Hansan City. This is a main city located on the vast snowy plains famous for the renowned Hansan Academy. It also serves as the largest supply point on the border, bustling with a mix of students, various guild members, and gold seekers. 10 miles outside the city lies the famous Hansan Academy atop the snowy mountains. The mountain's height is beyond measure, with much of it hidden among the clouds, and the buildings on the mountain appear and disappear with the shifting clouds, resembling a mirage. The architectural style predominantly features blue and white, blending modern and classical elements, clearly crafted by a master. At the mountain gate stands a towering door several meters high, intricately carved with scenes from the ancient battle of gods, imposing and magnificent. Hanging above the door is a bright banner that reads, "Welcome the top student Wang Beixiao to our school." Inside the gate lies an endless flight of stairs leading up the mountain, resembling a heavenly ladder connecting earth and sky, flanked by exotic flowers and grasses. Even at the foot of the mountain, the extraordinary nature of Hansan Academy is unmistakable. The quality of students this year is quite impressive. On the stairs, 3 elderly men with white beards smiled as they watched the curious new students at the foot of the mountain, each full of vitality. Though slightly immature, they were all uncut gems. "With the top student joining our Hansan Academy, perhaps we can hold our heads high in this year's college competition," the thin old man on the left said proudly, stroking his goatee. "Finally, we won't be at the bottom." Although Wang Beixiao is indeed a key cultivation target as leaders of the school, we still need to be fair. The short old man in the middle with his hands behind his back looked kindly like an old man in the park, and said with a smile, "They are all good kids." "Humph. Speaking so grandly, why didn't you come personally to greet the new students in past years?" The thin old man mercilessly exposed his ulterior motives. "Now that we're on the topic, you are the principal. According to the rules, you have no right to bring students. Don't think you can take Wang Beixiao from me." Ahem. After being called out, the short old man awkwardly laughed and changed the subject. "Why is the mountain gate still not open? It's already 8 o'clock. According to the annual registration process for new students at Hanshan, the mountain gate opens at 8 o'clock and students are required to walk the heavenly ladder to the academy on their own. This serves as the first test for the students, testing their perseverance. Every year several students give up midway." The 4 of them exchanged glances at their watches. The new students outside were becoming impatient, yet the mountain gate remained firmly under the control of a group of 2nd and 3rd year students in Hantan uniforms, showing no signs of opening. "It's not just Mu Song stirring up trouble again." The chubby old man on the right, who had been silent, coldly laughed recently during a meeting in the capital. "The Ministry of Education criticized us for lacking discipline at Hanshan, and for the laziness of teachers and students, tarnishing the reputation of this century-old prestigious school. Mu Song is seizing this opportunity to push for reforms at the school. Today's situation is his doing." The 3 old men displayed a hint of helplessness on their faces. Despite being the head of the school, the higher-ups hold significant power. Hansan ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education. Mu Song is the son of the Minister of Education. His father holds a high position. Just bear with it, as long as he doesn't make too much noise we can turn a blind eye. The short old man, disregarding his image, sat down on the steps, pulled out a pipe, and tapped it against his shoe. Hee, you are so carefree. Haven't you heard the rumors about the school? Han now only recognizes the student council and no longer acknowledges the principal. The chubby old man snorted sarcastically. If this continues, us three old men will have to retire early to make room for him. Just as he finished speaking, cheers erupted at the school gate. President, Mu Go. The second and third year students stationed at the school gate respectfully bowed deeply towards the inner gate, instantly capturing the new students' attention. A young man dressed in Han Academy attire, looking suave, slowly walked to the front of the crowd, nodding arrogantly and calmly, saying, "Thank you all for waiting. I am Mu Song, the president of the Han Student Council." Wow. The crowd instantly fell silent. The new students looked at the seemingly impressive young man with admiration or confusion. Out of respect for the seniors, they obediently shouted in unison, "Greetings, President." "Greetings, President Mo." With a cold glint in his eyes, the latter nodded noncommittally and said in an aged tone, "In past years, new students only needed to walk the heavenly ladder, but the Ministry of Education just held a meeting criticizing the quality of Han's students, so the Student Council and I decided to increase the difficulty this time." "What do you mean? What difficulty? Didn't we already get accepted? Are you making things difficult for us?" The rebellious students among the newcomers immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Which of them wasn't a genius to have entered one of the top 10 elite academies? They had already been accepted, so why should they face extra difficulties? "We want to see the principal." "That's right. What gives the principal the right to temporarily increase the difficulty? What if we don't pass?" Some of the new students took the lead and gradually grew bolder, loudly questioning with righteous indignation. Yet Mu Song seemed not to hear them, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, and a strange smile crept onto his lips. Han Academy has always advocated student self-governance. These rules, the student council has the authority to change them without consulting the principal. With that, he showed no intention of negotiation and snapped his fingers. Wow. Dozens of second and third year students lined up behind Mu Song, their insignias glowing on their chests. At least they were all at the second level. Against these newly awakened first-level newcomers, they were overwhelmingly superior. The senior students wore mocking expressions, arrogantly brandishing their weapons. Whoever is dissatisfied with the student council, step forward. Remember, at Han, the student council is above all. If you don't want to graduate smoothly, then cause trouble. You may have been geniuses in high school, but at Han, you are either dragons coiled or tigers lying. This is the student council's domain. The arrogance of the seniors contrasted sharply with the fear of the newcomers. Yet in the face of the formidable power of the other side, all efforts were futile. They could only look at each other, ultimately falling silent. Mu Song reveled in the fearful gazes of the newcomers and spoke in an authoritative tone. This reform is to respond to the Ministry of Education's decision to select truly talented individuals and prevent certain people from muddling through. It's just a slight increase in difficulty. I hope all of you can reach the mountaintop and become our younger brothers and sisters. With a wave of his hand, one of his followers stepped forward to announce, "This time, you will still be climbing the heavenly ladder, but along the way, seniors will randomly attack you. You are allowed to form teams, and we won't use deadly force." The seniors were all smug, and not using deadly force would still be enough to give these fledgling newcomers a hard time. After giving the instructions, Mu Song slowly walked into the mountain gate, surrounded by a group of senior students. Just as his figure was about to disappear, his domineering voice rang out again, "Take down the banner at the gate, regardless of what kind of top student you are. If you want to enter Hanshan, you must first pass our test. No matter your status. Anyone wishing to enter Hanshan must abide by my rules." The crowd fell silent. Mu Song's domineering nature was utterly unreasonable, and the newcomers could only look at each other helplessly. Unbeknownst to them, as Mu Song left, he exchanged a glance with one of the third-level seniors whose eyes flashed with a sinister smile. He cleared his throat and gestured for silence among the newcomers. Everyone. He switched to a smiling face. "Actually, the president is very nice. If you encounter any problems after entering the academy, you can always find him. This is a requirement from the Ministry of Education, and we have no choice but..." He shifted his tone. "The president also understands the hardships you all face in seeking education, so..." Ahem. The seniors exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter, their eyes gleaming with greed. "Here are some temporary badges we made ourselves. Those who wear them will not be attacked by seniors. The quantity is limited. The highest bidder wins." At noon, the crowd at the school gate had dwindled by more than half. Freshmen gathered in small clusters. Some whispered quietly among themselves, others stood in line purchasing something. More numerous still were freshmen sitting dejectedly in the snow, bruised and battered. A palpable, indescribable oppression hung over the entire mountain gate. Brother Shao, I'll carry your bag." "Sister Sha, leave the heavy work to me. Don't judge me by my weight. I'm strong. Lifting and hauling, that's my specialty." In the hushed, eerie silence, Tian Bao's booming voice instantly drew countless eyes. A portly youth trotted obsequiously behind a young man and woman, alternately offering to carry their luggage and eagerly handing them water and cigarettes. Brother Beixiao were not Li Mao and his crew. You don't need to act like this, Wang Beixiao muttered, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I helped you only to repay a debt. Yin Shasha flushed faintly under the curious gazes around her. The youth, however, remained utterly oblivious, still beaming as he pleaded, Sister Shasha, would you please ask Brother Beixiao to take me on as his junior brother? I've got money, and I'm obedient. Besides, I can't sleep with him, but everything else, I'll do it all. Wait, what exactly are you after? Yin Shasha sighed helplessly. Given Tian Bao's family background, he should have been a figure of prominence wherever he went, someone others vied to curry favor with. Yet this fellow seemed utterly unaware of his own status. After severing ties with Li Mao, he'd latched onto Wang Beixiao without hesitation. When you saved me, you were so dazzling, so reassuring. If I became friends with you, no one would dare bully me. The chubby youth, puppy-like, pulled a tissue from his pocket. Sister Shasha, wipe your sweat. Tired? If you are, you can ride me. I'll carry you. Damn, this guy's even more sycophantic than a lapdog. I've seen shameless people, but never this shameless. The divine body of sycophancy. Hey, don't insult dogs. Freshmen nearby silently raised thumbs. To grovel this relentlessly was in its own way a kind of legendary devotion. Wang Beixiao lowered his suitcase with weary resignation. At last he understood why Li Mao and his friends enjoyed tormenting the chubby youth. He was pure masochistic material. Who wouldn't want to tease someone who wore such abject adoration on his sleeve? Brother Beixiao, just accept me. Tian Bao clasped his hand with soulful intensity. I'll do anything for you. Is he even bisexual? Damn, he worships both genders. Incredible. Freshmen exchanged stunned glances. The chubby youth's words invited dangerously suggestive interpretations. Little fatty, we inhabit different worlds. Just live well, as the young master you are. Wang Beixiao could save him, but he refused to embrace him. What sort of people dwelled within the fangs of the hungry ghosts? They were outcasts, abandoned, isolated souls, each bearing a past too painful to speak of. Tian Bao, a pampered young master raised in luxury, belonged to no such world. Brother Beixiao, having money isn't my fault. The chubby youth thumped his chest. I truly fear neither hardship nor death. Don't believe me? I'll call my father right now and sever our ties, deal? With that level of devotion, who couldn't win over a goddess? A passing freshman murmured reverently, it's my thin skin that's ruined me. Classmate, here's my love letter. Will you be my girlfriend? If not, please pass the letter to the girl beside you. Brother Zhu, it's them. Inside a makeshift tent beside the steps, a pair of furtive eyes locked unblinkingly onto Wang Beixiao and his companions. That's the fat one. His family is the wealthiest in Jumbo City. Loaded and spineless. Just glare at him and he'll fork over cash immediately. The tent flap slowly closed. Inside the cramped space, several familiar figures crouched on the floor, while 4 third-year students sat around a brazier cooking hot pot. On a nearby table lay stacks of cash. In just one morning they'd amassed over 1 million coins. Are you absolutely certain you haven't mistaken him? The youth seated at the head, short-haired, sharp-eyed, radiating vitality, set down his chopsticks with a faint, enigmatic smile. If he refuses to pay, I guarantee none of you will ascend the mountain. Brother Zhu, rest assured, he'll pay. The crouching youth nodded vigorously. We grew up together. I swear he'll pay 5,000 per badge without haggling. But your badges cost only 3,000 each. Can we count the extra as payment for ours? These were Xiao Chong and Li Mao, the very ones who'd betrayed Tian Bao and fled without even retrieving their luggage. 3,000 coins, neither trivial nor excessive, equaled an entire month's living expenses. Coming from modest families, they'd exhausted their funds just to buy badges, leaving them penniless, and instinctively turning once more to Tian Bao. Haha. Brother Zhu ignored Li Mao entirely, his gaze drifting gently over Xiao Chong's chest as he smiled tenderly. Little sister, you must be tired from crouching. Go sit over there and warm yourself. I'll earn some extra coin. Then tonight, if time permits, would you join me for a film? Brother Zhu, I've never gone out alone with a boy before. Xiao Chong's cheeks flushed crimson as she bowed her head shyly. Her demure, half-resisting demeanor ignited a spark of hunger in Brother Zhu's eyes. Li Mao kept his head bowed, a cold sneer rising in his eyes. Not never. You've played 2 kings and 1 queen. Every first time begins somewhere. Brothers, let's go meet our plump little lamb. To impress Xiao Chong, Brother Zhu swaggered with theatrical bravado, waving his arm. His senior peers, eager to please, seized their weapons and strode out of the tent, grinning with self-satisfied pride. Just then Wang Beixiao stepped forward toward the stone steps. Freshmen clutching badges watched with mischievous grins, waiting for the spectacle. Though equally victimized, they somehow imagined themselves superior. Those unable to afford badges cast sympathetic glances instead. Hey! Just as Tian Bao finally wrested the suitcase from Yin Shasha's hands, a loud, gravelly voice halted them. Wang Beixiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his black greatcoat billowed in the wind as he turned clearly displeased. Knowing how volatile he was, Tian Bao hurriedly straightened up, plastering on a conciliatory smile. Senior brother, how may we help? Do you know the rules? Just march right up. Brother Zhu planted his hands on his hips and barked arrogantly, get back down here. Did you build these steps? Is there a gravestone down there with your mother's name carved on it? Tian Bao lifted his foot, only for Wang Beixiao's voice to cut through the air. As expected, one sentence, and the detonation was instantaneous. Yin Shasha lowered her head, face clouded with weary resignation. She'd long grown numb to Wang Beixiao's conduct. He was a creature who responded only to gentle handling. If you spoke softly, he'd utter not a word, but provoke him, and he'd never yield an inch. What did you just say, eh? The youths behind Brother Zhu erupted in fury. With so many freshmen watching, being challenged by a freshman would shatter their authority. How could they ever bully others again without immediate retribution? They lunged forward to seize him. Hold! Brother Zhu raised a hand, halting his comrades. His eyes narrowed, a flash of icy light vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. Then he broke into a genial smile. No misunderstanding. I merely wish to warn you, ascending directly is dangerous. Come, explain it to these 3 new students. To flaunt his authority, Brother Zhu casually pointed to the youth scrambled to his feet and stammered nervously, this year's enrollment regulation states. Minutes later, the new student explained everything, donned the badge, and disappeared in a flash, leaving Wang Beixiao and the others standing alone at the edge of the steps. The new students at the mountain gate cast sympathetic glances. It's over. This kid has kicked a hard rock. Earlier there was a hothead who refused to buy the badge. After getting a finger broken on the way up the mountain, he thought about buying it. Brother Zhu directly charged him 5 times the price. What? 15,000. That's even worse than robbery. It is robbery after all. Shoo. Don't say that too loudly. Do you want to go up the mountain? Do you think reporting to the enforcement office would help? It's useless. My brother is a sophomore, he said. Mu Song is the school's little tyrant, and his father is the Minister of Education. Would the enforcement office dare to mess with him? The murmurs of the crowd grew louder. Everyone had already guessed the upcoming scene. Wang Beixiao and his companions would submit and be heavily extorted. And indeed the reality proved to be just that. Brother Zhu grinned wickedly as he took out 3 badges from his pocket. 100,000 each. Do you want to buy? Isn't it? 3,000. Has the price gone up? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear that kid cursing Brother Zhu earlier? Those who had already bought badges were secretly delighted. Having only paid 3,000, this unfortunate guy was now being asked for 100,000. With this in mind, they no longer resented their senior. Tian Bao cautiously glanced at Wang Beixiao, his previously naive demeanor replaced by a shrewd glimmer in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he quietly advised Wang Beixiao, Brother Xiao, it's just a small amount of money, calm down, I can pay for it. Yin Shasha nodded gratefully. He knew Tian Bao had reluctantly accepted it, fearing a conflict between the two sides. Starting off on the wrong foot with the seniors would not create a good impression. Isn't this considered robbery? Wang Beixiao had his hands in his pockets, staring intently at Brother Zhu. The latter shrugged nonchalantly. Then go report me to the enforcement office. Our cold mountains matters are beyond the reach of the outside world. Kid, I advise you to pay up honestly, otherwise. Once you're up the mountain, don't expect things to go well for you. You can also try going up the mountain without paying. Break a leg, and the ambulance can't come up the mountain, you know. Brother Zhu became animated with so many newcomers watching. He spat arrogantly, the spit landing squarely on the red cloth at his feet. Yin Shasha glanced hastily, her expression changing drastically. On the red cloth in golden letters it read, Welcome Great Competition Champion Wang Beixiao, and the name, Wang Beixiao, was covered in footprints. I'll pay. Can I use my card? Tian Bao also noticed the banner, and his chubby face visibly panicked. He deliberately moved to the side, trying to block Wang Beixiao's line of sight. At that moment his hefty frame seemed incredibly nimble as he jogged forward swiftly, pulling out a black card, swiping the card. Oh, still a rich kid, huh? Little fatty, are you interested in joining the student council? Our Brother Zhu can recommend you. One spot for 500,000, what do you think? Several students' eyes lit up at the mention of money. After all, most students only had a living allowance of 2,000 to 3,000 a month. 500,000 was enough for them to live lavishly throughout their college years. Brother Zhu's eyes sparkled with greed. Earlier he was worried that Li Mao and the others were boasting, but unexpectedly, this fat kid was richer than he had imagined. The group exchanged glances, instantly understanding, viewing Tian Bao as their future ATM. Kid, the price has gone up 200,000 for a badge. Brother Zhu mockingly laid out the 3 badges. Little fatty, why not get a membership from me? No one will bully you. 20,000 a month, and I'll give you the badge for free. This was a bit too much bullying. To raise the price like this. Tian Bao may have looked foolish, but that didn't mean he was really stupid. It was obvious they were trying to extort him. Immediately, he frowned, looking at his watch. Just as he was contemplating how to handle the situation, Wang Beixiao moved. He He strode over to the little fatty, snatched the black card, and expressionlessly shielded it behind him. What? This kid really has guts. Is there going to be a fight? How can a new student fight with seniors? On this step today, even the great competition champion has to admit defeat. The new students seemed to envision the three being beaten and begging for mercy. But Wang Beixiao showed no fear, his half-closed eyes glinting with golden light, the black cloak billowing in the wind. His towering figure stood like a small mountain, his hidden killing intent made the others feel uneasy. Do you know? Robbery relies on this. Wang Beixiao slowly raised his fist. I don't understand your rules, but you better remember my rules. If you lay a hand on me, there's no assessment, only life or death. You? Wang Beixiao's thick finger jabbed at Brother Zhu's chest, threatening word by word. If you have the guts, come and rob me. If you can get on the ambulance alive, I'll kneel and leave the school. What? This kid is crazy. So awesome, too awesome. So cool. The new student's gazes towards Wang Beixiao shifted from sympathy to admiration. Regardless of his strength, standing up to the seniors was a point worthy of respect. In an instant, the newcomers spontaneously took out their phones to capture this miraculous scene. Wow. Brother Zhu's face darkened. He felt like he was being grilled on a fire. If he didn't stop the other side, he would lose face. If he did stop him, he had a feeling the kid's aura wasn't weaker than his. Tian Bao. Yes. Let's go. Wang Beixiao suddenly turned around, the black cloak fluttering high, revealing his sturdy muscles. If you want to play with me, then hide away your cowardly demeanor. I won't keep cowards by my side. You can be weak, but you can't be timid. Wang Beixiao arrogantly stepped up the stairs, turning back to Brother Zhu and beckoning. Do you want some time to call for help? You're quite arrogant, huh? I'm Wang Beixiao, the fierce one. If I can't be arrogant in front of trash like you, then I'm not worthy of the name my president gave me. Wang Beixiao smirked contemptuously, walking boldly up the mountain, completely disregarding the murmurs behind. Tian Bao's gaze flitted back and forth between Brother Zhu and Wang Beixiao, steeling himself. Damn it, I'm going to become a man in the underworld. I can't be timid. Wang Beixiao. Did he? Just say his name is Wang Beixiao. What? He's the great competition champion. No wonder he's so arrogant. Brother Zhu finally realized that the other party was the champion. His face turned green, and he couldn't make up his old Zhu. He's the champion, the one favored by the principal. If we injure him. The others exchanged glances, feeling awkward. Bullying other students might be fine, but Wang Beixiao was different. The school even hung a banner for him, which clearly showed their importance. Boom. Before the others could make up their minds, a clash of weapons rang out on the steps. Everyone turned to see the source of the sound, eager to witness the champion's strength. Suddenly, two second-year students sprang out from the roadside wearing masks and holding wooden sticks, attacking from both sides. President, be careful. Yin Shasha wasted no time and met them with a baseball bat. On the other side, Tian Bao steeled himself. Ability sequence 98 Paladin. First year activate. Heavy armor. Just as the wooden stick from the right side student was about to strike, Wang Beixiao, Tian Bao donned a thick pitch-black armor and stood before him. This armor was absolutely the highest defense any of them had ever seen. Each step echoed with a thunderous sound, incredibly heavy. His eyes were completely shielded by the armor. It was the ultimate defense, but it was as slow as a turtle. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the wooden stick from the ambushing student struck squarely against Tian Bao's armor, splintering it while the armor remained unscathed. Wanzai, I'm always so awesome. Tian Bao, pumped with emotion, shouted. If you're my brother, come and chop me. Damn. Wang Beixiao covered his face. Do we have to be so outlandish? You're dead. Just at that moment, a third attacker flew out from the snowy roadside. The wooden knife aimed directly at Wang Beixiao's neck, the second-year student glowing ominously. Watch out. The crowd watching from a distance gasped. The opponent moved with incredible speed, and many closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. In the next second, bang. Another dull sound. What? How is that possible? So fast. Brother Zhu and the others stared in disbelief. Wang Beixiao was even faster, grabbing the attacker by the neck and smashing his head against the steel-hard steps. In an instant, blood stained the steps. It wasn't over. Wang Beixiao provocatively looked at Brother Zhu, gave a thumbs up, and then slowly pointed downward. Then he crushed the shin of the attacker at his feet. The entire process was swift and decisive, and his strikes were ruthless. Brother Zhu was stunned, feeling a chill run down his spine. They usually just inflicted superficial injuries on new students, yet Wang Beixiao had crippled someone with a single strike. Brother Zhu, right. After doing all this, Wang Beixiao sat leisurely on the steps, stepping on the leg of the downed attacker, casually lighting a cigarette. Ever since I was young, my family taught me. While out, don't cause trouble. Since we already have enmity, one of us must kneel and submit. This is school, I won't kill you, but I'll make sure your legs are useless. Will you come up the steps, or shall I come down? Do you need time to call for people? Speak up. Tian Bao suddenly yelled, startling Wang Beixiao. This guy hidden inside his black shell arrogantly scolded, My brother is talking to you, are you mute? Fuck your mother, go ask around about my brother. The boss of Jiuzhong City, one call. and over 10,000 brothers will come to cut you down, believe it. You figured out how to ride on the coattails of authority, Wang Beixiao said, feeling quite helpless towards this chubby guy. Wanting to distance himself, he found that he couldn't shake him off. Even when scolded, the guy would only laugh, acting like a sticky band-aid. The key was that he had never realized this person was a typical middle schooler filled with thoughts straight out of gangster films. Now that he had made enemies, all the hatred was directed at Wang Beixiao. No matter how many big brothers you have, it won't be enough for your schemes. Wang Beixiao took a deep drag from his cigarette, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was undoubtedly false to say he wasn't touched. He knew that being with this guy would offend the seniors at school, yet the chubby boy showed no hesitation, willing to shield him at a critical moment. However, the image was indeed a bit hard on the eyes, looking like a giant postbox with his bulky 200-pound frame clad in armor. Zhu. Outside the tent, Brother Zhu and several companions looked pale. It wasn't that they were afraid of losing, they were all top students in their third year, all at the third imprint level. No matter how strong Wang Beixiao was, he was still just at the early second imprint stage, unable to stir up much trouble. What they were worried about was that Wang Beixiao was too fierce, using lethal moves from the start, clearly intending to fight to the death. They couldn't really injure this top student. Old Zhu. Wang Beixiao is a key focus of the school leadership. If we clash with him, we won't be able to hide the badge-selling business anymore, one companion reminded discreetly. We just need to teach him a light lesson. A light lesson. Old Zhu regretted causing trouble for the opponent. We want to spar, but this kid wants to cripple us. This was the most obvious gap between the two sides. Old Zhu and his gang still thought like students. Even when bullying, they tried to minimize harm. But Wang Beixiao had a pure, ruthless mindset, attacking with the intent to kill. This way of fighting only restricted them. If we accidentally kill Wang Beixiao, who knows, it might even attract the attention of the Awakener Management Bureau. If a top student dies at school, there will definitely be a serious investigation. None of us will have it easy. They looked at each other, hesitant to make a decision. But with so many people watching, they were caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Tian Bao seemed like a different person, yelling incessantly. Just moments ago, he had appeared as if he could be easily squashed, but now, clad in his shell, he seemed transformed. Senior brothers Wang Beixiao, growing impatient, stood up and pat. What are you standing around for? Can't even act cool properly. Exactly, be decisive. Brogo, give him a slap or two. Oh hell. Wang Beixiao looked bewildered. Brother, have you also been possessed? Is this still the timid, silly Tian Bao I know? Where did that cowardice in front of Brother Zhu go? Cough, cough. Bro, I feel like I've found my true self, the chubby boy said excitedly as he leaned forward, his iron helmet bumping into Wang Beixiao's face. Bro, I've admired the carefree vengeance of gangsters since I was young, but I was too timid. Li Mao and the others wouldn't help me fight. Now it's different. Now with you here, I'm not afraid anymore. The feeling of shitting on someone else's neck is so exhilarating, ha. Bro, let's start a gang, shall we? Let's call it the Xiaobao Gang. What do you think? Named after your Xiao character and my Bao character, the chubby boy said animatedly, as if envisioning himself parading with a bunch of little brothers. Get as far away from me as you can. Wang Beixiao unceremoniously poured a bucket of cold water on him. I'm a legitimate registered guild member. Saying this, he pointed to his neck, where he had a fierce-looking tattoo of a demonic ghost. The tasks the guild undertook were far more dangerous than the underworld. It was a place where people lived on the edge of a knife. He thought this would scare the chubby boy off, but to his surprise, the boy was mesmerized by the tattoo, unable to move. The little gaps in his black iron mask sparkled with light. So cool, bro. I want to join. Please let me get a tattoo like this, it's too cool. Bang. Yin Shasha could no longer endure the chubby boy's antics, kicking him in the rear and scolding, "We're here to fight." Brother Zhu and the others were still watching with hawk-like eyes. What did it matter? Damn it, why didn't Li Mao mention that the fat guy's sidekick is Wang Beixiao? Old Zhu's face darkened, teeth gritted in anger. At the next school term's test, I will definitely kill Wang Beixiao and Li Mao in a legal and reasonable manner. That said, the immediate problem was how to deal with Wang Beixiao. Damn it, at worst we'll injure him and get some demerits, losing a bit of resources. The group exchanged glances, unwilling to lose face in front of the newcomers. They steeled themselves, and Old Zhu sneered, "If you're itching for a fight, I'll grant you that." With that, the three imprints on his chest glowed, 2 greens and 1 blue. The blue signifies a limit for those awakened without a family background. Having a blue divine imprint already surpassed most awakeners. The newcomers widened their eyes in envy, exclaiming, "A blue divine imprint. It's a blue divine imprint. I won't kill you, it'll just make you cry. So you know the pot is made of iron." As he spoke, Wang Beixiao had ALR. A loud crash echoed through the air. The resulting shockwave sent the tent flying. The ground around Wang Beixiao crystallized into ice, with the dark frost visibly spreading outward. The cold wind howled. The corners of Wang Beixiao's black cloak billowed high as he maintained his punching stance. Black snow began to fall from the sky, though no one could tell when it started. Black snow? What's going on? Get out of the way, this snow will freeze you. The new recruits were thrown into chaos. Wang Beixiao and Old Zhu, the individuals most involved, were equally astonished. Because There was a person sandwiched between them. Or rather a person who took the full brunt of their combined strike with his flesh. An elderly man with white hair, his lips greasy, as if he had just stolen a meal. Old Ju's vines wrapped around his waist, yet the sharp, poisonous thorns didn't even pierce his clothes. The side of the old man struck by Wang Beixiao had already formed a thin layer of black ice. Interesting. Dark Frost Kid, you have quite a few secrets on you. The chubby old man mockingly swept his hand over the black ice, his plump fingers suddenly snapping. Crack, crack, crack. The frost capable of freezing everything shattered into pieces in an instant. It was known that Shui Li had perished from the chilling energy penetrating his body. Though this punch wasn't as fierce as the one aimed at Shui Li, the fact that the old man could shatter his black ice with just a snap of his fingers indicated that his power was far beyond that of the Four Seals. Vice President Zhang. Upon recognizing the person, Old Ju's mouth twitched violently, his eyes trembling as fear spread across his face. He quickly bent down to bow, exclaiming, Vice President. Vice President. President Zhang. The senior students selling badges hurried forward to bow, their faces displaying unnatural awkwardness and fear, each one lowering their heads, afraid to meet the old man's gaze like children caught in wrongdoing. This business is good. The old man chuckled, his cheeks jiggling with the laughter. Despite not being angry, it left the senior students feeling like they were walking on eggshells. I see you all. Should not be in Hanshan, but rather in the business school learning how to conduct business. Living without worries about food and clothing would be quite nice. Although it seemed like a tease, it struck the hearts of the senior students like a heavy hammer. Old Ju lost all his arrogance, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face, unsure how to defend himself. He silently cursed his bad luck. The deans had not descended from the mountain for years, which was why they dared to act recklessly, not expecting to be caught red-handed. Thinking of this, they cast venomous glances at Wang Beixiao, sure that he had lured the dean out. If it weren't for the top scholar enrolling, these old geezers wouldn't have come to see this group of new students. The chubby old man no longer lingered on the issue, instead smiling at Wang Beixiao and asking, You are the top scholar? Yes, that's me. Are you the dean? As the other gauged Wang Beixiao, he too observed his counterpart. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. There was no trace of qi flowing, making him seem like an ordinary person. Xiao Gu, he is one of the three friends of Hanshan. Vice President Zhang, a smiling tiger who manages discipline. Tian Bao leaned in closer to report quietly, but his armor was too thick, and as he stepped forward, the chest plate pushed the other back half a step. Can the dean allow students to behave recklessly? Yin Shasha pouted in dissatisfaction. Everyone had high hopes for the school, yet the seniors treat us this way. Originally, everyone had a lofty impression of Hanshan, seeing it as an ivory tower, a place where dreams take flight, but before even enrolling, these seniors had already taught them a lesson. Old Ju awkwardly lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, yet dared not retort. Speaking up now would only make things worse. Indeed, things have gone a bit too far. The chubby old man slowly retracted his smile, his almost invisible eyes squeezed by the fat emanating a sharp light. Student Zhu, give me an explanation. Otherwise, according to the school rules, you know the consequences. In the freezing weather, beads of sweat as large as beans dripped from Old Ju's forehead. The other students acted like ostriches afraid of catching fire themselves. As Old Ju was forced into silence, a voice filled with authority rang out. This is a requirement from the Ministry of. Old Ju, who had been in despair, suddenly felt as if he had seen a savior. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he raised his head sharply to look at the steps. There stood Musong, hands clasped behind his back, smiling at the group. Following behind him were several students with imposing bearing. Wang Beixiao's first impression was that these individuals were far beyond what Old Ju's group could compare to. They emanated the aura of strong individuals, and with each breath the falling snow dared not approach. Especially the leading youth, whose expression was cold and severe, his eyes like those of a venomous snake, both sinister and calm. With the perception granted by the pseudo-divine senses, he could sense that this person's strength was likely above Shui Li's. Dean Zhang. The youth slightly cupped his hands, not exactly respectful, but giving enough face. After he paid his respects, the others straightened their necks and clasped their fists, saying, Dean Zhang. The voice was not loud, and even carried a hint of disdain. So it is President Mu, is this all you're doing? The chubby old man donned a smile, asking knowingly. The latter approached humbly, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Beixiao before explaining, Dean, the Ministry of Education issued a document criticizing our Hanshan students' low quality and even proposed to cut funding. In order to ensure the quality of Hanshan students, I had no choice but to take this drastic measure. Musong's expression was respectful, yet he had no intention of backing down. He said seriously, as the president of the student council, it is my duty to alleviate the dean's worries. It may be that the people below acted without discretion, please forgive us. After saying this, he turned to chide Old Ju and the others. You must control your strength, these are our junior brothers and sisters. The intent of this assessment is evaluation, not to treat them as opponents. With a newfound sense of confidence, old Zhu and the others returned to Mu Song's side, repeatedly apologizing. However, when looking at Wang Beixiao, they raised their eyebrows as if to say that even the school leaders couldn't do anything to them. Dean, I fear you have not yet received the notice. The Ministry of Education has reduced Han's enrollment quota by 1/10. I am solving trouble for you. Mu Song explained with a smile that was not a smile, yet the thread in his words was clear. Although the school had not received the notice, he already had the news, clearly establishing his status. The chubby old man could no longer maintain his smile and frowned, asking, "What do you plan to do with the eliminated trash?" Naturally, they should be sent to the garbage heap. Mu Song glanced meaningfully at Wang Beixiao, responding pointedly, "The eliminated students will be sent back to their home regions to continue the exam next year, or some second or third tier schools should be willing to accept them." His gaze swept over the injured students who hadn't bought badges, a contemptuous smile appearing. "You need not worry about these, Dean. The student council will select the most outstanding candidates for you. If the Ministry of Education pursues it, I alone will bear the blame." No wonder you are the son of the Minister of Education. You have quite the courage. The chubby old man nodded knowingly. In the despairing gaze of the new students, he slowly turned away. Originally thinking he could uphold justice, it turned out the vice president was also helpless against the student council. "Mind your limits. The eliminated candidates will have their travel expenses reimbursed. Do not cause any casualties." Without a doubt, in this subtle clash, the chubby old man had lost. Or perhaps he simply didn't want to confront the other heathen. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Beixiao and said, "You come with me." "Very well." Wang Beixiao nodded indifferently and turned directly toward the stone steps. But the 8 high-level awakeners standing behind Mu Song blocked his path up the mountain, their expressions impassive and their stance unyielding. Each stood with arms crossed loosely in their pockets, radiating arrogant disdain, as if Wang Beixiao were utterly beneath their notice. This was an outright affront to the dean's authority. Having already granted Wang Beixiao explicit permission to ascend, their obstruction amounted to a deliberate provocation, a veiled challenge to the dean himself. Sure enough, the portly elder's face darkened, his voice dropped low and stern. "He is this year's top-ranking graduate. Shall I call your father to confirm?" A gustless ripple stirred his white robes. His smile froze inch by inch, evidence that his temper had truly ignited. Mu Song, however, remained unruffled. He stepped half a pace backward and bowed slightly. "My apologies, Dean. Even if the one you personally welcome is but a talentless wretch, I dare not impede him." Top-ranked graduate. One of Mu Song's companions, a youth with fiery red hair, smirked faintly. "Muge has quite a few top graduates under his command, doesn't he?" "Enough." The elder's impatience flared, his gaze locked onto Mu Song with icy intensity. "That's quite sufficient." "Yes, sir." This time Mu Song offered no resistance. Without glancing back, he waved dismissively, and the crowd behind him parted seamlessly, forming a clear path. As they passed shoulder to shoulder, Mu Song suddenly spoke, "Top-ranked graduate." "My." Wang Beixiao turned impatiently. "What is it?" Mu Song smiled enigmatically. "Hanshan Academy will reclaim its status as the nation's foremost institution, under my leadership. I need talents like you. Would you consider joining the student council?" At those words, Zhu Ge and the others paled. An invitation, extended personally by Mu Song. What immense prestige that implied. Yet those with discerning eyes sensed a deeper intent. By inserting himself between the dean, who had come in person, and Wang Beixiao, Mu Song sought to force a choice. Should Wang accept, the dean would be left humiliated. You may not know this, but Hanshan Academy serves as the pilot site for the new education system. The student council operates autonomously, answering solely to the dean. Only the most exceptional students gain entry. Join us, and you'll stand among peers of extraordinary caliber. Mu Song tilted his chin upward with self-assured pride and extended his hand. "I guarantee you 3 spirit seals within 3 years. How does that sound?" Behind him, the elite awakeners lifted their chins skyward, swaggering with insufferable arrogance, as though granting Wang Beixiao membership were an act of condescension. The elder's countenance turned jet black. This was no mere slight. It was a direct challenge to all 3 deans and a public declaration of who truly held power within the academy. All eyes converged upon Wang Beixiao, the fulcrum of this silent duel, the sole arbiter whose decision would tip the balance. "I didn't come here to make friends." Wang Beixiao evaded a direct reply, merely waving his hand dismissively. "Please step aside." Confused and uncertain what scheme the other was devising, Mu Song instinctively shifted half a step side, just as everyone speculated whether he'd accept the student council's offer or follow the dean. The unexpected happened. Wang Beixiao, defying all convention, delivered a sudden brutal kick straight into Zhu Ji's unguarded side. Thud! His ramhorn hammer swung with savage force, grazing Mu Song's cheek before crashing squarely into Zhu Ji's face. Blood sprayed instantly. Clutching his shattered nose, Zhu Ge crumpled to his knees in agony. "Have you lost your mind? You're courting death. Ungrateful wretch." Thud, thud, thud. Without hesitation, Mu Song's 8 elite warriors lunged forward in perfect synchrony, attacking Wang Beixiao without delay. But someone moved faster still. The portly elder surged forward, a single decisive step, 6 spirit seals blazing fiercely across his chest. Instantly snowflakes reversed course midair, the earth trembled violently. An oppressive, suffocating pressure descended like a physical weight, sending pebbles clattering down the mountainside. Everyone, including Wang Beixiao, was forced to kneel halfway under that crushing pressure. Only Mu Song remained upright, his face ashen, his burning gaze locked unflinchingly on the elder. Dean Zhang, you oversee academic discipline. How do you classify grievous assault upon a senior student? We demand impartial justice, Dean. Dean, grant old Zhu fairness. The 8 warriors still kneeling shouted defiantly, no trace of fear in their voices. For students to openly threaten the dean, it was nothing short of cosmic inversion. The elder hadn't anticipated Wang Beixiao's audacity. Just as the crisis seemed resolved, the young man reignited it, right before dozens of witnesses. Even the elder could scarcely shield him now. At that very moment, Wang Beixiao slowly rose, straining against the elder's overwhelming qi. Then flashed Zhu Gu, a sharp, toothy grin. Damn. Got distracted by that move, fellow. Almost forgot I meant to deal with you. I said I'd handle you. I will handle you. Mu Song and the rest stared dumbfounded. Did this man possess any sense at all? With so many witnesses present, how could he dare strike again, risking immediate annihilation? If today's injustice remains unaddressed, I'll call the Ministry of Education myself. Mu Song's voice cracked with fury. Even dogs deserved respect when their master watched, let alone himself. Crying to your parents whenever you're bullied. Why don't you go back and suckle at your mother's breast? Wang Beixiao's retort shattered Mu Song's composure. His vaunted lineage, the very pedigree even the dean treated with caution, had just been reduced to childish dependence. No explanation. Then let's escalate. Running a sham assessment while secretly selling immunity badges. That's extortion, isn't it? Go ahead and call your parents. I'll dial Lu Ming at the Awakener Administration Bureau. Wang Beixiao spread his palms wide. Yan Shasha promptly handed him a phone. If I recall correctly, the Awakener Administration Bureau outranks the Ministry of Education, doesn't it? Wang Beixiao asked, feigning mild curiosity. The elder, who'd been weighing how best to protect him, immediately withdrew his qi, adopting an air of detached neutrality, his eyes glinting with quiet admiration. He'd assumed Wang Beixiao acted on raw impulse, only to discover he wielded calculated leverage. You know Lu Ming. Hearing the bureau's name, Mu Song faltered visibly. In this world ruled by Awakeners, the Administration Bureau stood equal to the military itself, while the Ministry of Education held no seat at that table. My acceptance letter came directly from Lu Ming. What do you think? Wang Beixiao squinted playfully. Blackmailing fellow students. Surely that falls outside the ministry's jurisdiction. It falls under the Jurisdiction Division and the Awakener Administration Bureau, Tian Bao interjected. Brother, I own a media company. Shall I call them for coverage? Mu Song's expression hardened. Such matters could be swept under the rug, or explode into scandal. Dismissed as youthful mischief. Fine, but exposed publicly. It became undeniable proof of student-counseled extortion of freshmen, a catastrophic disgrace. Slam. Frustration boiling over, Mu Song kicked Zhu Gu aside violently, his face crimson with rage. Who gave you license to extort classmates? Have you gone utterly mad with poverty? Who ever refused wealth? Someone's got to feed the hierarchy after all. Wang Beixiao chuckled coldly, his words laced with implication. He refused to believe Zhu Gu dared such audacity without higher sanction. Vice Dean, Zhu Gu was merely joking with the freshman. Every cent will be refunded, and I'll discipline him severely. Millions, settled with a joke. Wang Beixiao dug idly at his ear, then laughed with mocking irony. You're quicker than a bank robbery. Silence, or I'll bury you. Intimidating me. A high-tier warrior behind Mu Song roared, incensed. Think you'll survive here? Try me if you dare. But remember, you get only one chance to take me down. Fail, and I will destroy you. Wang Beixiao slapped aside the finger jab toward him, his tone lethally calm. Enough. The truth had been laid bare. Any attempt at cover-up was now impossible. Dozens of freshmen watched, some already filming on their phones. Should the matter spill beyond campus, the student council itself might be disbanded. Swallowing his pride, Mu Song gritted out, What do you want? I told you, I want him crippled. I've no flaws, except an unforgiving memory. Wang Beixiao grinned, extending the ramhorn hammer. Don't waste threats on me. I'm the top graduate. Universities nationwide compete for me. If needed, I'll simply walk away. As for you, explain yourselves to the Awakener Administration Bureau. We're all from the same academy. We'll cross paths daily. Must it end in maiming? Mu Song's tone softened. Staring at the hammer offered so casually, he hesitated, unable to bring himself to strike. To cripple Zhu Gu himself would shatter his authority forever. One leg. Lose either one, and I'll hold you accountable for life. Wang Beixiao murmured, eyes narrowed, glinting with lethal frost. You provoke me first. Can't handle the consequences. Slam. Oh. After barely a heartbeat's pause, Mu Song swung the iron hammer with brutal finality. As Zhu Gu shrieked in agony, Mu Song turned away, wiping blood splattered across his cheek before returning the hammer to Wang Beixiao. You've got guts. Not just guts, brains too. Wang Beixiao accepted the weapon smoothly, sliding it back into his belt with effortless grace. He turned to Yin Shasha and winked. Did you capture it all? Every damning detail, their bribe collection. Yin Shasha gleefully raised her phone. All set. Wang Beixiao clapped Mu Song lightly on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow with theatrical flair. This evidence secures my position here, for life. Anyone who crosses me on campus, that burden falls squarely on you. On the mountaintop, the main campus of the Han Mountain Academy resembled a mirage floating above the clouds, sprawling across an area comparable to a small city. Transportation such as buses was required to travel from the dormitories to the teaching buildings. In a nondescript small building within the academy, a sign hung at the door reading Office of the Dean. Inside, a plump old man animatedly recounted the recent conflict, while two other elderly men listened intently. Finally, the short old man stroked his beard with satisfaction and chuckled. This Wang Beixiao is rather interesting. Everyone thought he was a reckless fool, but it turns out this kid can fight and play dirty. The thin old man, resembling a bamboo pole, slapped his thigh in excitement. Finally, we have someone who can match Mu Song in a contest of strength. Upon hearing this, the plump old man's expression darkened, and he scolded, I just don't understand. Why allow Mu Song to act with such impunity? Even if his father is a minister, so what? If he provokes me, I won't give him face either. Mentioning Mu Song's family background, the three exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that Han Mountain Academy has been declining under our leadership for decades? The short old man, weary and rubbing his temples, sighed. Ever since the ancient god battlefield was closed, each generation of students has been worse than the last. Without achievements, it's only natural to be suppressed. It's already a mercy that the three of us old geezers can still sit here. Now we can only see how high Wang Beixiao can fly. If he can achieve a good ranking in the intercollegiate competition in 3 months, Minister Mu will no longer have an excuse to meddle in Han Mountain's affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room was pushed open. It soon became evident that they had underestimated Mu Song's influence in the school. A man resembling a secretary walked into the room with a grim expression. Dean Song, Dean, Mei Dean Zhu. This is... The secretary, looking as if he had eaten a dead mouse, placed a thick stack of documents on the table. This is the rejection notice for Wang Beixiao from the Strong Attack Department, Elemental Department, Support Department, Healing Department, and Summoning Department. All 5 major departments of our school have rejected Wang Beixiao's application. The Awakener system is generally divided into Strong Attack Department, like Wang Beixiao, who is a violent damage dealer, Elemental Department, usually focused on long-range attacks and elemental abilities, Support Department, usually divided into Control and Enhancement, being the soul of the team. As for the Healing and Summoning Departments, they have the smallest number of students. However, the Summoning Department is a special case, as it not only summons mysterious creatures, but also certain Awakeners possess the ability to summon their destined weapons, like the sniper, who secretly protected Tian Bao. In addition, there is another department called the Myth Department, exclusive to the Divine Hall. Old Song. Look, Mu Song has been here for only 3 years, and we are already being sidelined. The plump old man smiled wryly at the short old man. Aren't you the dean, supposed to keep things in check? What can I balance? All the new department heads at Han Mountain were personally appointed by Minister Mu. They are his direct descendants. This was the foundation of Mu Song's ability to act with impunity at the academy. Most of the school leadership were his father's direct descendants, rendering even the 3 deans powerless. Then, what about Wang Beixiao? He is an once-in-a-century genius of the Strong Attack Department. The secretary cursed in frustration. The head of the Strong Attack Department, Director Bai, said that Wang Beixiao has a violent temperament and injured a senior in public. If we force him into that department, he will lead all the teachers in his department to resign. It was obvious to anyone that Mu Song was pulling strings behind the scenes. The 3 deans frowned in unison. The college years are the best time to build a foundation, and if they miss it, one misstep could lead to endless setbacks. Coming. Upstairs in the office, a woman's bra was carelessly tossed on the sofa, and the floor was littered with crumpled tissues. The others visibly flinched at these words, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, and their brows were filled with complex emotions. The special department is filled with the oddities that other departments won't. Putting Wang Beixiao there be a waste of his talent. The secretary spoke with reluctance. A department with fewer than 10 people in total is either filled with rich kids who are just here to coast, or those with enhancement abilities who insist on embedding control marks, or teachers who openly organize students to brawl. Strictly speaking, a proper educational system should not have a special department. This was specially set up by Han Mountain Academy for those who cannot be expelled. Those who can enter the special department must have some serious issues. The plump old man couldn't help but rub his temples when mentioning this department. It's originally a shelter for problem children. If we stuff someone as violent as Wang Beixiao in there, won't it turn upside down? Mentioning this special department, everyone's faces turned somber. Putting Wang Beixiao in there would be like throwing gold into a latrine. The other two deans shook their heads in firm opposition. However, Dean Song had already made up his mind and decisively stated currently the only person in the school who is willing to teach Wang Beixiao is Teacher Situ. The plump old man's expression darkened further at this mention. Teacher Situ, who openly organizes students to brawl. At least he is a sixth seal. His strength is not much worse than ours. Dean Song patiently explained Situ may have character issues, but his strength is still commendable. Oh, how impressive he is. During his time at the Star Academy, he made 7 teachers go on maternity leave in 1 semester. The plump old man snorted angrily. No way I'll teach him myself. We are deans, how would others perceive us if we personally taught students? And so it was decided. Meanwhile, in front of the teaching building of Han Mountain Academy, Wang Beixiao and his companions stood dumbfounded, staring at the gigantic building that resembled a castle before them. Their high school didn't even have a building as large as this one. Standing 20 stories tall, constructed of bluestone, it was incredibly imposing. The 3 felt like ants before it. This is the teaching building of the Strong Attack Department. Our academy's 5 major departments are taught separately. Tian Bao had clearly done his homework before arriving and proudly introduced this building includes training halls, libraries, classrooms, and even entertainment rooms. Xiao Gu, you should be assigned to the Strong Attack Department. I am in the Support Department, and Sha is in the Strong Attack Department. At the entrance of the teaching building, the new students were already queuing up to register for their classes. Wang Beixiao looked at the extravagant building with satisfaction, finally calming his mood that had been disrupted by Mu Song. In such an environment, it would be impossible not to improve. Looking around at the older students passing by, each one exuded confidence, embodying the image of a talent. However, when it was their turn to register, the teacher in charge looked expressionless as he checked on the computer, then calmly stated, "Sorry student, you are not in our Strong Attack Department." What do you mean? Wang Beixiao frowned, his tone unfriendly. He had selected the Strong Attack Department online before coming. How could the academy not have his information? What do you mean? Wang Beixiao frowned, his tone unfriendly. He had selected the Strong Attack Department online. He saw that Wang Beixiao's name was indeed on the admission list of the Strong Attack Department, but it was marked with the word rejected. What the hell? Rejected? You don't even want the top student from the big competition. Tian Bao exclaimed dramatically, "Is there a system error?" No mistakes. The teacher in charge of registration put down his pen and said with a teasing smile, "The department decided in a meeting that Wang Beixiao and Yin Sha, you have been rejected for admission. Not only the attack department, but all departments of this school have refused to accept you." As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. It was unheard of for all 5 major departments of the school to simultaneously refuse admission. However, Wang Beixiao vaguely guessed the reason behind it. It must be the work of Mu Song. Sure enough, at this moment Mu Song was leading a large group of experts pretending to pass by. Among them, the last few individuals were their old acquaintances. Li Mao and the others followed like little lackeys, flaunting their authority. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, looked as if she was without a care in the world, gently linking arms with a third-year expert. One cannot deny the woman's tactics. When they met again, a hint of panic flashed across Xiao Chong's eyes, but she soon looked at her male companion, regaining her confidence. "What's wrong? Were you rejected for admission?" As they brushed past each other, Mu Song suddenly stopped, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on his face, and said, "What a pity. Do you need me to help you plead your case? You're the one behind this." Yin Sha's face turned cold, and she instinctively reached for her sword. Mu Song appeared, carefree, hands in his pockets, squinting with a smile as he said, "Wang Beixiao, I lack someone like you among my subordinates. I really don't want Mingzhu to be tarnished. Join the student council. Our Mu Gu rarely invites freshmen to join. Kid, be content. With the student council, there's nothing you can't achieve in school." The few people following Mu Song had provocative expressions. Looking down from above, they laughed. Not giving Mu Gu face means not giving the student council face, and that means you will find it hard to move around in school. Do you believe I will expose you? Tian Bao threatened angrily. This was their trump card. But this time Mu Song didn't even raise an eyelid, showing a meaningful smile. Xiao Chong directly took over the conversation. The student council has already sent someone to talk with all the freshmen this time. Not only did they refund the money, but they also provided compensation. Without witnesses, your evidence won't be accepted. Ha ha ha, you underestimate the influence of the student council in Han. More than half of the experts in this school are from the student council. What do you have to compete with us? Xiao Chong's male companion laughed arrogantly, completely disregarding the strange looks from around. Within just a few hours, they had managed to secure thousands of students. Even Wang Beixiao had to admire their capabilities. Mu Song stepped forward calmly and whispered, "You're not afraid of us. You can transfer schools at any time, but what about the others?" Under the eaves, one must bow their head. "Wang Beixiao, this is reality. This is your last chance. Join the student council, and you will gain unimaginable privileges. Including those two, they can also join the student council. From now on, we will be friends. What I, Mu Song, have achieved is based on being generous to my own people. With such words spoken, any ordinary person would have to hold their nose and agree. Otherwise, without a department to take them in, they couldn't learn anything even if they enrolled. It must be understood that the martial arts taught in university are the foundation for awakeners to secure their livelihoods. Seeing Wang Beixiao still hesitating, Musong directly revealed his trump card. Join us, and I will give you a matching true martial skill. It must be understood that the martial arts taught in university are the foundation for awakeners to secure their livelihoods. Seeing Wang Beixiao still hesitating, Musong directly revealed his trump card. Join us, and I will give you a matching Earth Martial and Heaven Martial above that are mostly secrets and are not circulated in the market. Musong's ability to offer true martial skills shows his sincerity. Li Mao and the others looked on enviously, their eyes turning red. Why did Wang Beixiao constantly oppose the student council, yet Musong valued him so much? Kid, the president treasures talent, don't be ungrateful. The male companion held by Xiao Chong noticed his hesitation and spoke with a less friendly tone. Xiao Chong fanned the flames further, whispering, "Little monster, he's a top scholar full of spirit." What is spirit worth? Are there not enough geniuses in Han's Han? Last year's top scholar was arrogant in the Star Gathering and ended up having both legs broken. Do some people want to end up like him? Little monster's words carried a sinister laugh. Don't think that just because the dean protects you, you're safe. They won't always be around, right? Musong played the good cop, while Little Monster played the bad cop. The two of them worked together, applying both kindness and threat. Anyone with a slightly weaker mental fortitude would have crumbled. However, Wang Beixiao was notoriously stubborn and simply wouldn't fall for this. I have a guild now, the Evil Ghost's Tooth. Saying this, he and Yin Shasha simultaneously revealed their evil ghost tattoos. The fearsome tattoo patterns combined with his subtle murderous intent made him seem even more dangerous. Student Council President He outside of school is on the same level as the security team leader. Wang Beixiao had never regarded the student council highly from the start. What level was the Evil Ghost's Tooth? They were truly ruthless individuals who fought against wild beasts. In Wang Beixiao's eyes, the student council was merely child's play. Since the attack department doesn't want us, they'll just change schools. I'm not one to endure a bit of grievance, sorry. Ignoring Musong's dark expression, Wang Beixiao arrogantly turned around and said, "Let's go." Wow. This time the high-level fighters behind Musong showed no hesitation, drawing their weapons in unison. Little Monster's arm glowed with a pale light swiftly condensing into a bronze gauntlet. Summoning department. The destined weapon. He crossed one hand over the other with one arm around Xiao Chong and the other blocking Wang Beixiao's path. Did our president let you leave? Just now the dean was protecting you, but now, can you really get out? The others surrounded them with hungry eyes. It seemed that without compromise a battle was inevitable. Musong had a look of amusement as he walked in front of the registration teacher and whispered a few words. The latter immediately turned and left. Wang Beixiao, if you don't want to join, I won't force you, but I can't control the group behind me. Musong sat on a bench, slowly crossing his legs. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he finished speaking, a chill swept in. Musong stared wide-eyed in surprise. Wang Beixiao actually took the lead in attacking. Did he dare to take the initiative in this situation? He saw his two seals light up, beast transformation. Roar. The roar of a tiger shook the heavens. With a punch like cannon fire, it surged forward, enveloped in black frost. This was the life-saving skill he learned from the Evil Ghost's Tooth. In a brawl, one would grab someone and beat them to death. Kill one to warn 100. And his target was the most arrogant Little Monster. Xiao Chong's face turned pale with fear. The new students nowadays really are unaware of the heights of heaven and earth. Little Monster sneered disdainfully, "Let me show you the gap between a third year and a first year." Boom. The bronze gauntlet burst into blue light. Three seals, wolf fang. Bang. The next second the two fists collided. The blue light on Little Monster's gauntlet transformed into a wolf's head, opening its bloody maw directly crashing into Wang Beixiao. At the moment when the invincible punch of the same level collided with the wolf's head, Wang Beixiao felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train. The black frost on his fist shattered in an instant. The immense impact force pushed him back half a step. Meanwhile, Little Monster still wore a contemptuous smile, effortlessly shaking his arm while pointing at the 4 divine imprints on his chest, sneering, "Genius. Did you forget? We once also bore the name of Genius." The 4 seals of the third year. Perhaps his battle experience is not as rich as Shui Li's, but his divine seals are all power-enhancing, making his pure combat power even surpass that of Shui Li. Wang Beixiao was caught off guard and suffered a hidden loss. Yin Shasha saw this and softly called out ability. Attach. Before she could finish the last word, Wang Beixiao suddenly turned his head, stopping her with a glance. This is his trump card. It is not yet time to fight for his life. Brother Xiao. Tian Bao hurriedly stepped forward, nervously asking, "Are you okay?" The latter remained silent, glancing at his slightly swollen right fist. Clearly he had lost that punch. That punch also awakened him to the reality that he was not the only genius in this world. No matter how high his talent before he fully developed, he was still an ant in the eyes of true experts. Although the little monster was arrogant, his strength certainly matched his bravado. What do you think? If I unleash all 4 seals, can you withstand it? The latter's punch just now was even accompanied by the little pet, meaning he had not used his full strength at all. Compared to him, Zhu Ge was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Han Mountain Academy is far deeper than Wang Beixiao imagined. Kid, today you either join the student council, or you crawl out on your knees. The little monster proudly parted his legs, pointing down. Crawl out from here. Huh. Brother Huai is mighty. Little monster, you're so bad. The little pet pouted. Top scholar, this is not high school. Apologizing to Brother Mu is not shameful. These freshmen think too highly of themselves. It's time to teach them a lesson. Did you all see? This is the top scholar. Haha, even the top scholar has to bow down. The experts around Mu Song were practically looking down their noses, arrogantly shouting at the surrounding freshmen. This was not only an oppression of Wang Beixiao, but also a demonstration for the freshmen. No matter how impressive they were in high school, they had to bow their heads at Han Mountain. Meanwhile, Mu Song crossed his arms and leisurely pulled out a cigarette. The expert standing behind him quickly bent down to light it for him. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Mu Song said, Wang Beixiao, arrogance requires strength. Do you qualify to be arrogant with me now? Brother Xiao, wise men do not suffer immediate losses. Oh, why don't we pretend to submit first? Before Tian Bao could finish, he was shot a look by Yin Shasha. The latter lowered his head in grievance. We can't even defeat one expert, and there are so many others here. Wang Beixiao couldn't even defeat the little monster. If a fight broke out, there would be no chance of winning. Yin Shasha took a deep breath, looking decisively at Wang Beixiao. President, let me handle it. I'll let my sister go all out. At worst, we can change schools. The people from the evil ghost's tooth can afford to lose, but they will never submit. If Wang Beixiao does not back down today, it will definitely not end well. Seeing the situation, he no longer hesitated and decisively put down the burden on his back. The black cloak billowed without wind, and his voice resembled that of a demon. Come again. One seal, divine transformation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His short hair suddenly grew long, reaching his waist in an instant. The aura surrounding him transformed, towering over all, becoming cold and ruthless, invoking an inexplicable urge to worship. Mu Song's expression changed drastically, sensing a twinge of unease. Little monster, be careful. Damn, just a second seal. How strong could it possibly be? The latter waved his hand, dismissively. Make space. Whoosh. The crowd suddenly parted. The little monster disregarded everyone, releasing the little pet and stretching his shoulders with a laugh. Today, I'm going to teach you how to be humble. 4 seals, dragon tooth. Ha ha, kid, you've hit the jackpot. The little monster hasn't used dragon tooth in over a... If I remember correctly, the little monster used this move when he topped the Han Mountain combat power ranking at 15, right? That's right. The principal said that once dragon tooth is unleashed, no more than 10 people in the entire school can withstand it. It seems that Wang Beixiao really provoked the little monster. Experts from the 3rd and 4th years were watching with amusement, excitedly shouting, bet, bet. Bet on the top scholar, breaking a few ribs. I bet 3. Bullshit, I bet 5. Forget it, I bet the little monster will shatter all his ribs all in. The little monster's arm glowed with a blue light, once more a dragon-shaped phantom about the thickness of an arm swirling around him. With his charge, the sound of a dragon's roar pierced through the air, hurting people's eardrums. Mu Song joked confidently, little monster, don't kill him, otherwise the dean will be heartbroken. Kid, with this punch, anyone below 4 seals will die? The little monster laughed triumphantly. Yin Shasha nervously whispered, President, let me do it. There's no need. Ooh, I've killed 4 seals before. The little monster's overall strength is not as good as Shui Li's. Wang Beixiao whispered fiercely, false god, grant me divine power. Die. Roar. Without waiting for the false god to respond, the little monster had already struck fiercely. The dragon-shaped phantom suddenly became as thick as a barrel, roaring out and shattering the ground in its wake. The dragon head charged directly at Wang Beixiao. The latter's forehead shone with golden light as divine power gathered at his fist. Facing the colossal dragon, he remained as unyielding as a mountain, neither dodging nor retreating, raising his fist defiantly. I will not submit to you. Boom, boom, boom. Before the 2 fists collided, the force of their clash sent the crowd staggering. Mu Song shielded his face with one hand to prevent the dust from getting into his eyes, a slight smile forming on his lips, so self-important. It's over. Wang Beixiao is seeking death. A good show is about to unfold. Just as everyone focused on waiting for Wang Beixiao's defeat, Mu Song's expression suddenly changed. Little monster, watch out behind you. What? The latter had not yet reacted when a sharp sound of pop rang out. Just before the dragon collided with Wang Beixiao, it vanished into thin air, and a large slipper came flying from behind, striking him in the face and sending him flying several meters away. Wang Beixiao's fist came to a halt, looking incredulously at the newcomer. With curly hair, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, one hand holding a cotton slipper and the other scratching his rear, he appeared as if he had just woken up and mumbled, what's all the fuss about? I told you long ago that your dragon tooth is full of flaws, but you didn't believe it. Kaizi. It's Kaizi. Damn, it's really Kai Z the third of the special department. Kai Z ranked 9th on the Han Mountain Combat Power list. The seniors were all astonished. Why is he in the strong attack department? Musong stood up from his chair with a thud, his face darker than ever. His gaze toward the other was filled with anger, confusion, and more than anything else caution. Kai Z, what do you mean? The special department and the student council have always kept to themselves. Are you trying to overstep? Musong warned in a low, grim voice. Do you want to start a fight? Unlike how they bullied Wang Beixiao, the experts surrounded the newcomer, but dared not show any signs of hostility. The man named Kai Z was casually dressed in pajamas, looking ordinary, yet exuded an air of nonchalance. Nothing much. A teacher Sidhu asked me to bring in the new students. He pointed lightly at Wang Beixiao. We of the special department want these three. Do you have any objections? Don't you know he's against us? So brave. Kai Z was astonished for a moment, then grinned delightedly. Then he must be able to get along with us. My boss came out of solitary confinement yesterday. Don't mess with me, or he'll beat you and your dad together. Kai Z shrugged, a look of indifference on his face. Sidhu said he has to be taken away unharmed today, or if you don't let him go, I'll have my boss come talk to you. Upon hearing this, Musong and the experts beside him visibly displayed their apprehension. Seeing no one objecting, Kai Z switched to a smile, waving at Wang Beixiao. Little junior brother, come with me. Oh, everyone is waiting. The latter looked bewildered. What special department? What's the situation with this Kai Z? Seeing him hesitating, Kai Z stepped forward and casually draped his arm around his shoulders, smiling without restraint. Don't be afraid. The student council doesn't dare to lay a hand on us. Our teacher almost became Musong's brother-in-law. He nearly got his sister pregnant. I'll be damned, how dare you. Musong's face turned from black to red, shouting in anger, don't want to leave. Should I call my boss over? Kai Z's expression darkened, rolling his eyes in displeasure. If you provoke me again, next time, when Sidhu tricks your sister into a hotel, I won't bring him an umbrella. President, are we just going to let Kai go like this? After watching a few people leave, Xiao Guai, covering his flushed cheek, complained indignantly, why not keep him here? He's only 9th on the combat power ranking. You're one of the top 3. No one dared to speak when Kai was present. Now that he had left, this group was back to their old tempers. Musong shot him an irritated glare and coldly snorted. Let's see how long they can act arrogant in their special department. The great python is about to go out for training soon. Heh. So that's it, eh? Xiao Guai felt inexplicably slapped in the face and embarrassed in front of Xiao Chong. He muttered unwillingly, others will think our student council is scared of their special department. What do you know? Musong's expression darkened. The latter trembled in fear. The other party had always been authoritative in the student council. Realizing he had misspoken, Xiao Guai quickly lowered his head. One dragon suppresses the heavens, the thumb summons the fate, strings the crane, calls the wind, swirl the ink, ash severs the dusty fate, the ethereal ruins conceal the true immortal, Bai Zhe knows of the ominous changes. Dragon God, thumb, ink, ash, crane, call, ethereal ruins, Bai Zhe. These are the 6 major Scrade guilds. The great python bears the Bai Zhe's 100 demons diagram as a tattoo. Which of the Scrade guilds is simple? The Dragon God has many followers and can even contend with the official military of the Divine Hall. The thumb is both righteous and wicked. It's a matter of money with no room for failure. Bai Zhe is said to control the secrets of the world. Can you guarantee your family is clean? If they have leverage on you, do you dare to use poison against them? Musong had no words to express his frustration. What powerful figure didn't climb up over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? The bloody path to rising cannot avoid doing some morally questionable acts. If this thing gets exposed, the Mu family will be finished. Though it seems he was scolding Xiao Guai, he was actually speaking about himself. The Minister of Education has many eyes watching him, with many hoping for his downfall. Musong suppressed his displeasure and lowered his voice. As I said, the student council and the special department should keep their distance. Don't provoke that group of oddballs. We wear shoes while they are barefoot. It's not worth it. What about Wang Beixiao? Li Mao squeezed forward, worried. President, this Wang Beixiao is vengeful. He will definitely look for a chance to retaliate. Who are you? Musong was already fuming, and suddenly a freshman started making bold claims here. He frowned and took a discreet drag from his cigarette, asking darkly. He is my companion. Xiao Chong quickly put on a smile and raised her hand, saying, President, my name is Xiao Chong, and I am Guai Guest's girlfriend. Other companions stepped forward in unison, hoping to leave a good impression on Musong. Especially Li Mao, who puffed out his chest. President, I am ranked on the wind and cloud list. Before he could finish, Musong impatiently waved his hand. What wind and cloud list? I've never even heard of it. And you? He pointed a finger at Xiao Guai, scolding with a dark face. I won't care if you change girlfriends every week, but clean up your act. Don't end up making the student council lose face later on. Also, I have emphasized repeatedly that to join the student council, one must pass numerous assessments. Don't bring in just anyone. Xiao Guai smiled awkwardly. But Xiao Chong and Li Mao were dumbfounded, thinking they had climbed a big tree, only to find out it was just a fling. Though the words seemed directed at Xiao Guai, they were actually a warning to them. not to expect to join the student council through Xiaoguai. His demeanor now was completely different from when he invited Wang Beixiao. Musong would love for Wang Beixiao to join the student council, yet he was very strict with them. The group felt an immediate sense of imbalance. On the other side, Kai, wearing slippers and a bathrobe, lazily led 3 people out of the teaching building. After walking for half an hour, they finally saw a small 3-story building deep in a snow-covered forest. In contrast to the magnificent teaching building made of bluestone outside, this small building was purely wooden, with even some glass in the windows broken. It looked dilapidated and ready to fall. Those who didn't know would think it was a haunted house. "We've arrived," Kai smiled as he introduced to Wang Beixiao. "This is our special department." "What is the special department?" Tianbao looked around curiously. "Does it get haunted at night?" "The special department is a temporary department formed by students and teachers that other departments do not want and cannot expel," Kai said proudly. "Though our special department is small, we have produced quite a few famous figures. 30 years ago, there was a notorious bandit known throughout the land. Do you know? He was our first senior, unfortunately executed." Kai proudly pointed at a portrait on the wall, introducing it with gusto. The photos hung in other teaching buildings were all of great masters and school elites, while only the photos in the special department's corridor were all mugshots taken during arrests. "Are these prisoner uniforms considered school uniforms?" Yin Shasha glanced briefly and saw at least dozens of serious criminals. "This person scammed the Divine Hall out of 5 billion. Kai proudly pointed at the photo and introduced it to the group. "He is also from our department and is currently in prison." "Oh, this is the world's #1 thief who stole 5 artifacts from the Divine Hall 18 years ago. He was our second senior and should be on the run now." "And this one? The top powerhouse of the 4th session, Hua Dodo. If you encounter her later, just call her senior sister. She is quite remarkable." Kai stood in front of her photo with admiration. This woman had striking green hair and was extremely beautiful, but her eyes glimmered like a fox, always shining with cunning. "Do you know Fong Lai? The #1 master in the world? Our sister Hua subdued him in just 3 days. I heard she dumped him right after they finished. Isn't that impressive?" Kai deliberately paused in front of the woman, earnestly pointing at the string of numbers below her photo. "Remember this number well? She is currently the highest paid lawyer in the civilian sector. Our special department members will inevitably get into trouble, so we should find her to represent us for free later on. All right, now I will take you to get your textbooks." With that, Kai kicked open the cluttered room on the 2nd floor and casually took out a few thick legal tomes, tossing them to Wang Beixiao. "Situ," said, "we in the special department don't have to follow the textbook strictly, but you need to memorize this material." The textbooks bore the words "Great Legal Code of Xia Kingdom" embossed in gold. "What the heck? Are we entering the legal department? Isn't that a liberal arts subject? Does the martial arts department also need to memorize laws?" The 3 exchanged glances, feeling that this special department was anything but ordinary. Kai nodded meaningfully. "For minor cases, it's not always good to trouble Senior Hua. This textbook was compiled by her and records how to act in self-defense when being pursued by the arrest office. And it includes tips on framing slandering and planting evidence, as well as 100 escape routes after being wanted by the Awakener Management Bureau." Wang Beixiao held the textbook, his mouth twitching. He originally thought the underworld's tooth was already lawless, but what about this special department? What kind of lesson for good people is memorizing laws? What are they being trained for? "We are good people." Yin Shasha said, her face flushed as she finally managed to utter a sentence. Kai raised an eyebrow. "It's fine if you follow Situ. You will inevitably get into trouble. This year's cohort is the weakest in the history of the special department. No one has been wanted during their school years, which is a bit embarrassing, so you all need to work hard." As they spoke, Kai Zi led the 3 of them up to the 3rd floor. Compared to the dilapidated 1st floor and the dusty 2nd floor, the 3rd floor clearly had more life. As soon as they stepped onto the 3rd floor corridor, the sound of sporadic mahjong games could be heard coming from the classroom. Without hesitation, Kai Zi kicked open the door and shouted indignantly, "Well, I'm here to welcome the new students. You guys are playing mahjong. Is that appropriate?" Tianbao, anxiously clutching the legal code, reminded nervously, "Brother Xiao, is this really a proper school? Did we stumble into a den of thieves?" The 3 of them cautiously poked their heads into the classroom. Inside the spacious room, there were no desks or chairs, and not even a podium could be found. There was absolutely no sign of a learning atmosphere. A group of people were gathered playing mahjong, and a middle-aged man who was being scolded by Kai Zi bore a scruffy beard reminiscent of the club president, both exuding a charming rogue vibe. He was dressed in a floral robe, 1 foot propped on a chair, unceremoniously scratching himself, while holding a cigarette in his mouth, and his dark circles clearly indicated a life of indulgence. Seeing the few of them peeking in sneakily, the man smiled and waved. "Oh, it seems we have quite a few new students this time. Given the current situation outside, it's no surprise so many executed bodies have come in at once. Come on and don't just stand there. Our special department has no need for hypocritical greetings. You can call me Situ or Old Thief Situ from now on." The middle-aged man named Situ waved at Wang Beixiao with a friendly expression. He might not seem reliable, but through the perception of the pseudo-god Wang Beixiao could sense that this guy likely had methods that rivaled Chu Kuangren. Teacher Situ. Tian Bao clumsily stepped forward, bowing politely. My name is Tian Bao. Ahem, this is our first meeting, and my father said to respect the teacher in the way of the Tao. Well, this is a small token of appreciation. Wang Beixiao widened his eyes in surprise, realizing he had underestimated Tian Bao's family standing. To give a gift upon first meeting. He had clearly grasped the intricacies of social interactions. Hey. Sidus' expression darkened as he glanced at the small box Tian Bao handed over, and he shook his head pretentiously. As a teacher, do you want me to make a mistake? You really know how to read people. In front of Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha, old thief Situ unreservedly weighed the wooden box in his hand, satisfied, as he slipped it into his pocket. Next time, don't bother with these trivialities. I'm not fond of gifts. I'll just sell it. From now on, just give me cash. Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha exchanged glances, feeling the urge to retreat. In front of this bizarre group, even the evil spirit's fangs seemed normal. Can you really learn martial arts in a place like this? Yin Shasha whispered to Wang Beixiao, her illusion of university life completely shattered. Unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, the building suddenly shook, as if an earthquake had struck, and a powerful qi surged from a corner. Wang Beixiao and the others instantly turned serious, adopting defensive stances. They looked over to see a burly man built like a tank, and with an impressive mane of hair, using a divine seal against a wooden stake. Is this also from the special department? Tian Bao exclaimed, his eyes wide as he took in the sight of the man who stood nearly 3 meters tall with hair so thick it seemed almost ancestral. At first glance, one could mistake him for a gorilla. One seal, activate control system gravity binding. The man's chest glowed with a blue divine seal as he grasped at the wooden stake, and immediately a pillar of earthy yellow light descended, enveloping the wooden stake. In the bewildered eyes of the onlookers, the wooden stake was crushed to dust. The power didn't diminish. Wang Beixiao and the others felt the floor tremble violently as the ground where the wooden stake stood erupted with a loud bang, undoubtedly shattering the floors above and below. Am I hearing things? Did he just say control system? I remember gravity binding being a standard restraint seal for actions. Tian Bao looked completely bewildered. Wang Beixiao's heart felt as if it had been harshly twisted. He had always thought his talent was exceptional, yet this person in front of him used a control divine seal to unleash a power that surpassed destruction seals. If that wooden stake had been a person, they would have likely been ground into a pulp. The others, however, were unfazed. Situ, still holding his cigarette, didn't even lift his head, calmly playing a 30,000 card. That's your second senior brother, named Crazy Bull, who majors in the control system. His ability is ranked 77 in the sequence of strength. Situ casually shouted to Crazy Bull, don't forget to fix the floor later. You don't get tired of doing this every day, do you? Situ, I still can't control my strength, but did you see? My divine seal just had a bit of controlling effect. Crazy Bull excitedly turned back, shouting. Wang Beixiao felt a thunderous sound ringing in his ears, followed by a bout of tinnitus. This guy definitely wasn't a normal person. Yes, you barely managed to control your opponent for half a second before crushing them. Great progress. Situ generously complimented, giving a thumbs up and smiling. No wonder you are a genius of the control system. Ha ha ha. Crazy Bull laughed heartily. Wang Beixiao feared that if this guy couldn't control himself, he would genuinely become a gorilla. Yin Shasha, with a perplexed expression, thought this guy looked more like a genius of the assault system. Is he really from the control system? Tian Bao asked with lingering fear. Of course. He is the #1 genius of the control system. In order to get him into the special department, the head of the control system cried for 3 days downstairs. He was incredibly reluctant to let him go. Situ said proudly, raising an eyebrow. Crazy Bull shyly grinned, clearly believing Sidus' tall tale. Are you sure it wasn't because they wanted to get rid of him that they cried? Isn't this lying? Yin Shasha bluntly questioned. What lying? This is encouragement-based education. When Little Bull was in the control system, he almost crushed his teacher with gravity. And although he sent classmates to the ICU every time he practiced, I firmly believe Little Bull is a genius of the control system. He's still a child, he just doesn't know his own strength yet. Wang Beixiao secretly decided that he could never practice with Little Bull in the future. Though Little Bull might not be able to control his strength, he could definitely kill him with a single miscalculation. With 5 blue divine seals glowing on Little Bull's person, it was enough to demonstrate his power. Teacher, I'm going to pick up the wooden boards, Little Bull, elated from the praise, bounced away like a child, but with each jump the floor shook like an earthquake, and dust continually fell from the ceiling. Hello, Junior. Welcome to our special department. If there's heavy work in the future, just call me. Ooh, I have strength. As he passed by, Little Bull casually slapped Wang Beixiao on the shoulder. With a crack, Wang Beixiao's face darkened, instinctively preparing to retaliate. Yin Shasha widened her eyes in surprise. What happened? My shoulder. Feels like it's fractured. Wang Beixiao was on the verge of tears. If he didn't know that this guy was a bit simple-minded, he would have seriously considered fighting back. This is your fourth senior brother. After Xiao Niu departed, Situ casually pointed to the youth playing mahjong. The youth was gaunt and diminutive, barely reaching Wang Beixiao's shoulder, his sallow, emaciated face contrasting sharply with the sharp, cunning glint in his eyes. Our special division has few members, so we don't distinguish by grade. You may address him as senior brother Sun Xiu. Hello, junior brother. Sun Xiu sat with utter disregard for decorum, crouching atop his chair, and cheerfully waved at the group. Senior brother. Fourth senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. At last our special division has welcomed someone who's actually handsome. Sun Xiu beamed, pointing at Wang Beixiao's face. Doesn't he resemble that celebrity? And no, senior brother flatters me. Flustered. This was the first time anyone had called him handsome. Wang Beixiao's cheeks flushed, and a faint warmth of kinship bloomed toward this fourth senior brother. Yet that warmth lasted no longer than a heartbeat, because the moment others turned their gaze upon him, Sun Xiu swapped Situ's mahjong tiles with his own in a blur of motion. So, he'd use Wang Beixiao merely as a diversion. As if to silence him, Sun Xiu generously produced a thick stack of cards from his chest and tossed them onto the table, a gift from your senior brother. The group glanced briefly and fell speechless. ID cards, bank cards, meal cards, water cards, even hotel key cards littered the table. What made it worse, many bore clearly printed names, belonging to at least a dozen different people. This is our special division's perk, explained Situ. Sun Xiu's ability sequence is No. 299 Divine Hand. Ahem. I practice differentiated instruction, Situ added, clearing his throat. I assign him daily social exercises to refine his dexterity. These are simply cards he forgot to return. No matter, owners will reissue them. Until then, help yourselves. Buy whatever you need with these. Fresh cards arrive daily. Oh, just collect them from four. Situ exhaled a puff of smoke, utterly nonchalant. If you're caught red-handed, just claim you found them. At worst, you'll take a beating, and I'll sue the perpetrators for compensation. You won't suffer a loss. Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha exchanged a glance, and suddenly understood why their first lesson was jurisprudence, why their textbook was the legal code itself. It seemed the entire special division was composed of rogues. This is your fifth senior brother. Following Situ's gesture, they looked toward the chair opposite him and saw a dog. A real dog. Pure white fur, noble and striking, yet undeniably, unmistakably a dog. Greetings, everyone. Holy. Tian Bao leapt upright in shock, trembling as he pointed at the canine. The dog spoke. What dog? Kaizi rolled his eyes and delivered a sharp flick to the dog's forehead. That's fifth brother. His ability sequence is werewolf. He insisted on embedding the Sacred Hall's exclusive divine seal, and got stuck like this. I am a devout believer, declared fifth brother solemnly, extending a paw to topple a tile. 7 bamboo. Junior brother, draw me a tile. I can't grip mahjong properly with these paws. You're like this, and still call yourself a believer? Wang Beixiao asked skeptically while drawing a tile. What's the point? This is the divine test bestowed upon me. No matter, I rather enjoy being a wolf. Strolling into women's bathhouses. Effortless. Fifth brother proudly gestured toward a nearby cigarette pack. Light one for me, please. This is sixth brother. Situ gestured last, to the empty chair on his right. There a mahjong tile floated midair, drifting back into its stack for circles. Hello, junior brother. I'm your sixth brother. Call me Shuang. His voice emanated from the vacant chair. Yin Shasha paled, instinctively ducking behind Wang Beixiao. A ghost. Ghost. Nonsense. Sixth brother's ability sequence is No. 453, Spirit Body. He suffers severe social anxiety, so he usually buries his physical form underground. Then that's burial alive. Tian Bao's lips twitched. All of them, utterly bizarre. Wang Beixiao suddenly didn't want to leave. A place capable of cultivating such a cohort intrigued him deeply. What precisely might it teach him? Sixth brother is remarkably virtuous. He never abuses his spirit body status to infiltrate women's bathhouses or frighten female students at midnight. Kaizi thumped his chest with righteous fervor. Though admittedly roughly 80% of campus hauntings stem from sixth brother's unintentional mishaps. Heard you've quarreled with that oddball's girlfriend. Shui Ying's voice slithered mischievously from the void. Shall I scare her tonight? Or perhaps snap some photos? You know the drill. Absolutely unnecessary. Wang Beixiao waved his hands, frantically swallowing hard. Rabbits don't eat grass beside their burrows, do they? He genuinely feared what sixth brother might intend toward Yin Shasha, given how profoundly unnormal his senior brothers appeared. Relax. Your senior brothers possess impeccable ethics. Even if I refrain from haunting that oddball's girlfriend, I have other means to sever their bond. Situ's cigarette box levitated a single stick which ignited and hovered, flickering eerily in midair. Every time he dates someone new, I send his ex-girlfriend's videos to his current one. Hence, none of his relationships ever lasts beyond a week. I also have Muson's private footage. Want it? No thanks, hell no. Wang Beixiao had believed himself the offspring of malevolent spirits, the most depraved youth of his generation, until meeting these seniors. Now he grasped the true meaning of heaven beyond heaven, people beyond people. He was human, yet every one of his senior brothers was something else entirely. Our special division has long suffered from sparse enrollment. Finally, fresh blood arrives. Situ beamed approvingly at Wang Beixiao. From now on, train under us. Within 3 years, those so-called geniuses and prodigies across campus won't even warrant a glance. Do you truly teach martial techniques? Wang Beixiao remained skeptical. Situ instantly frowned, rapping the table sternly. In our special division, morality bends to will. Do you know what bending to will truly means? What? First, absolute power. Can you call it robbery if you fail to overpower your victim? We choose wickedness, but never weakness, little brother. Kaizi clapped Wang Beixiao's shoulder with knowing gravity. You need not commit evil, but you must possess the strength to ensure evil dares not approach you. Situ's smile vanished. He lit another cigarette, eyes glinting with mischief. Our special division currently possesses 4 martial arts manuals, 2 true martial, 1 earth martial, and 1 heaven martial. Which shall you learn? What distinguishes them? The trio leaned forward, eyes wide with excitement. Ordinary schools teach mortal martial arts, but would we stoop to such trash? So I sent 6th brother to steal 2 true martial manuals from the library pavilion. The earth martial manual belongs to Mu Song's ancestral legacy. I earned it by impressing his elder sister during an intimate encounter. I'll teach it to you freely, though should you ever face pursuit, pray omit my name. As for the heaven martial, Situ paused abruptly. The chair beside 6th brother slid open. Seconds later, the door clicked shut. Clearly 6th brother had gone to stand watch. It's a fragment, the Starfall Academy's most treasured artifact. Ahem, I share a certain, beyond friendship rapport with the guardian elder. Details, best left unasked and unspoken. Situ grinned slyly, biting his cigarette while shuffling tiles. This fragment bears the title Nameless Fist. Its incompleteness demands profound insight to decipher. To my knowledge, only 2 cultivators in the past century have unraveled its secrets. Their interpretations diverged utterly, yielding wholly distinct fist techniques. Thus Starfall Academy holds no grounds to pursue you. Situ treated them as confidants, smiling warmly. Choose for yourselves. But heaven martial demands extraordinary insight. You may grasp nothing but air. Faced with Situ's offer, the trio hesitated. Yin Shasha and Tian Bao instinctively turned to Wang Beixiao. He frowned uneasy. Why trust us so completely? What stops me from reporting you? For manuals, stolen, coerced, or seduced into submission. Didn't Situ grasp the peril of exposure? Not at all. I've enlisted senior sister Hua Daodu to legally sanitize them. All 4 now bear official designations within the Awakeners administration. Legally, they hold no leverage over me. Should they resort to assassination? He who dares strike me within campus walls risks nothing. Once you rise to power, I'll wield your strength as my shield. Who dares touch me then? Wang Beixiao no longer hesitated. Since he wanted to learn, he would learn the strongest. As for comprehension, how would he know without trying? Tian Bao confidently stated, my father said that anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. The family has already chosen a local martial arts manual for me. I won't learn these martial techniques, the risks are too great. He took a step back, refusing decisively, drawing appreciative glances from others. It is no exaggeration to say that the allure of the Tianwu manual could even tempt families like Mu Song's to take risks, yet the chubby boy was able to resist the temptation. From this alone, it was evident that he was certainly not a fool without brains. Yin Shasha tightened her grip on the knife, about to speak, but Situ interrupted directly. Don't bother practicing my mediocre skills. The red dust sand of the world's knife masters is enough for you to practice a lifetime. Red dust sand. Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha were taken aback simultaneously. Neither of them had heard of this name. What does that mean? Tian Bao asked curiously. You really don't know? Situ squinted, rare seriousness flashing in his murky eyes, which suddenly became deep, causing the 3 to feel uneasy. He asked, what's wrong with your nails? What's wrong? Yin Shasha lifted her hand in confusion, observing her nails. They look normal. These are red dust threads. Oh, only those who have practiced red dust sand will show them. Situ stared intently at Shasha, and only after confirming that she was not lying did he frown and say, red dust sand, 1 grain of sand brings 1 sorrow, gathering sand forms threads. As your knife techniques improve, the red dust threads will spread from your fingertips to your heart, at which point your knife skills will reach completion. Have you heard of the 12 supreme masters of the world? What is that? The 3 shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard anyone from the evil ghost's tooth mention such a grand title. Situ pouted somewhat regretfully, saying, they are the 12 strongest in the continent, among them the mightiest in knife arts, by beauty, whose knife technique is red dust sand. This set of knife techniques has surpassed the realm of Tianwu. It is said that he has slain gods, but unfortunately his wife cheated, and he went mad in a moment of despair. If I am not mistaken, those are indeed red dust threads on your nails. Girl, tell me the truth, have you practiced? Sidus' expression was serious, not joking. Yin Shasha lowered her head, pursing her lips, staring intensely at her toes, without answering. Seeing this, Situ stopped pressing and suddenly smiled lightly. Maybe I was mistaken. Shasha, you can choose from these 4 books, but if you have learned knife techniques, trust me, keep practicing. She still did not respond, merely instinctively gripping Wang Baixiu's clothing, her eyes filled with pain and a hint of confusion. Then let's learn local martial arts. Tian Bao raised his hand boldly to make the choice for her. Several senior brothers exchanged knowing smiles. Situ nodded kindly. Wang Baixiu cast a grateful glance at the chubby boy. Tian Bao's seemingly reckless behavior was actually a way to bail Shasha out, otherwise choosing local martial arts would make her appear overly greedy. After all, she already had unparalleled martial arts. But not choosing would be tantamount to proving that she truly practiced red dust sand. Later, I'll customize a training plan for you. Considering your cultivation is too shallow, practicing against senior brothers might result in injuries, so 4 practical exercises. Situ stroked his beard, a mischievous light in his eyes with a wicked smile, said, every 3 days you should go out and stir up trouble, whether teasing classmates, bullying student council members, or even provoking teachers. Just get into a fight and come back. Such a wild training method was unheard of. Wang Baixiu even felt that Situ intended for the entire Han Mountain Academy's students to serve as their sparring partners. However, this was indeed the fastest way to improve. Situ shifted his tone. Especially you, Wang Baixiu, if you don't reach 3 prints in 3 months, you will truly die. What? The latter looked bewildered. Who wants to touch me? 3 months later, the annual combat ranking challenge of Han Mountain will commence. Every student must participate. Just a friendly reminder, this challenge can be fatal. Wang Baixiu's expression darkened. The rest did not need to be said. Mu Song would definitely target him 3 months later. Tian Bao shrank his neck somewhat unwillingly, complaining, does the academy just allow students to kill each other? Of course not. After all, we are one of the top 10 schools, and too many deaths would have a significant impact. Kaizi added as he took a cigarette from Saida's pack, but occasionally a person or 2 dying won't be held accountable. With your relationship with the student council, Musong will definitely not let you off the hook. Situ laughed maliciously. This kid is very scheming and his methods are as insidious as his father's. Can't the senior brother protect us? Yin Shasha asked innocently. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Especially Situ, who wore a look of constipation. Shasha, well, there are some things you might not know. Our special department is not well regarded in the academy, basically hated by everyone. Cough cough. Lao Wu didn't say you. Anyway, every time during the combat ranking challenge the special department is collectively beaten up. Lao Wu calmly opened his mouth. Once we enter the illusion, we will be randomly separated, and it's normal for hundreds of people to chase and hack one person. Wang Baixiu appeared calm on the surface, but felt a growing admiration for these senior brothers. To survive amidst the collective beatings of the entire school, and still stir up trouble everywhere, it was evident that they had their ways. So how did you survive? Tian Bao asked with a mournful face, wanting to absorb some experience. Lao Wu raised his head proudly. Who the hell would go against a dog? They can't see me, Lao Lu declared. They can't catch me. Lao Si slapped his thigh. I'm quick with my hands, faster with my legs, and every challenge I can slip away from them like a dog. Lao Wu, I didn't mention you. What about the others? Kai Zi has a life-saving divine seal. I don't know if Xiao Niu's control divine seal can control people, but it can definitely crush a large number. Demang is number 1 on the combat ranking. Who would mess with them? Situ shrugged. Whether it was Mu Song or other students usually tormented by the special department, they would vent all their anger on the 3. Of course, the ones truly in danger are these 3 newcomers, especially Wang Baixiu, who would definitely be surrounded and killed by the student council. I can understand that the student council wants to kill me, but the other students shouldn't go that far, right? At most just beat me up. Wang Baixiu thought that they were all classmates after all. There should be no deep-seated grudges. They shouldn't go all out against him. But Kai Zi poured cold water on him. Sorry, we need to find someone for practical training, so we might occasionally look for trouble. Basically, everyone from sophomore to senior year has a grudge against us. But the good news is that we haven't made enemies with the freshmen yet, so not everyone wants to kill you. The next morning, before the sun had risen, the school was still quiet, enveloped in slumber. Wang Baixiu, lost in dreams, was abruptly pulled from his bed. Situ, with a cigarette in his mouth and disheveled hair, stood outside the bedroom in a floral bathrobe, the glowing ember of his cigarette flickering, casting a stern reflection on his serious face. Get up, it's time for morning training. As Wang Baixiu stumbled out into the bone-chilling snow, the scene that greeted him opened his eyes wide. All of his senior brothers were already awake and training, while the others at the school typically rose at 7:30 for a 9 o'clock class. How could this group of rascals start their cultivation so early? I forgot to tell you yesterday, Situ said, lazily stepping on the thick layer of snow in his slippers. The special department starts their training at 3 in the morning. Why? Isn't that too much? Tian Bao rubbed his eyes, half awake, mumbling, can't we live? Nonsense. Do you know why we can cause trouble everywhere, and why no one dares to seek revenge? Isn't it because we are strong enough? Situ squinted, his demeanor lacking the previous day's friendliness, now exuding a chilling aura. To maintain absolute dominance over our peers, we must work harder in secret than anyone else. Outsiders only see the special department as arrogant and reckless, yet no one notices the effort they put in behind the scenes. People in the special department are not inherently troublemakers. Rather, they cultivate strength by making enemies everywhere. Today is your first day of class. The lessons will be easier. Do you see those giant stones over there? Following his finger, Wang Beixiao saw 3 towering boulders in the clearing not far away. These were the unique cold stones of Han City, used to increase hardness when forging weapons. The stones were as hard as iron, and had long been buried beneath the ice, their chill merging with the stone, which was covered in tiny ice spikes. Today's task isn't too high. Each of you must smash a stone weighing 100 jin, and you are not allowed to use qi. Just with our fists. Tian Bao grimaced, looking at his chubby white hands. But this is cold stone, it's almost as hard as iron. This was equivalent to smashing iron with flesh. The difficulty was evident. Even though they were awakeners, they had just recently awakened. Without using qi, their physical strength was only slightly better than that of ordinary people, and facing cold stone heat-in was akin to bare-handed mountain splitting. You can also use your teeth kick with your feet, or even, if you want to try to break it with an egg, go ahead. Situ spread his hands, saying, I only care about results. If you want to cultivate martial techniques, your body must meet the standards, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Especially you, Wang Beixiao. The path of fist techniques is easy to begin, but hard to master. If you want to comprehend Tianwu, you must exert 1,000 times more effort than everyone else. Finally, his gaze shifted to Yin Shasha. Oh, classmate, Yin Shasha can use a knife. Why does she get to? Tian Bao protested, his face a picture of despair. That's not fair. She practices with a blade. Oh, what do you practice? Situ asked with a squint and a smile. I major in defense and support, my dad said. Living is the hard truth. He thought this meant he wouldn't have to cruelly smash stones, but unexpectedly the other senior brothers cast sympathetic glances at him. Situ slyly put his arm around his shoulder and said with a warm smile, in that case you really don't need to smash stone. Really? What is the essence of majoring in defense? It's about being tough. A sense of ominous premonition arose in Tian Bao's heart. Teacher, what do you want to do? I brought you a gift yesterday. I know. Since you gave a gift, of course I must reciprocate. Situ smiled brightly, his grin sending shivers down the little fat boy's spine, akin to a kidnapper's smile. Come, teacher will take you to a warmer place. Where? To a gentle realm. Watching the two walk away, Kaiser tossed aside his cigarette, but with a sympathetic expression. The little fat boy is doomed. The cold stone is as hard as steel, unwavering in fire and water. Yet all divine weapons rely on it for forging. Standing alone before the towering stone, Wang Beixiao did not rush to strike. He extended a finger to gently stroke the stone's surface. The chill penetrated to his bones as he ran his fingertip across the stone. The ice shards on its surface pierced his skin. If he struck with his fist, it was uncertain whether the stone would break, but his hand would surely be injured. Shower, this is the introductory course for the special department. Citus' teaching method may be crude, but it is absolutely effective. Old 5 lay leisurely in the snow, occasionally licking his claws with his long tongue. It took me and Old 4 half a year to grasp the essence of this. Don't feel pressured. The other senior brothers had already begun their training. Some sat cross-legged cultivating qi, while others practiced martial techniques, each strike powerful and fierce. Only Old 5 appeared to be doing nothing. Wang Beixiao curiously asked, aren't you going to train? Situ said, since I've turned into a wolf, I should utilize this advantage. Recently I've been contacting female wolves who want to exchange notes. No common ground for conversation. Wang Beixiao realized that although Situ seemed unreliable, he truly invested effort into the training of his students. The training methods varied based on different characteristics, and he clearly was meant to take the path of strong offense. Not wanting to waste more time, Wang Beixiao threw a punch, not using divine power or divine seals. A crisp thud resounded, ice shards erupted from the stone, and Wang Beixiao's lips curled. Despite being mentally prepared, pain shot through him as he bared his teeth in agony. His fist was pierced by ice spikes, blood staining the stone, yet the cold stone remained unmarked. Not bad power, but you only use brute force. Old 5 muttered under his breath, and left Wang Beixiao, who was staring at his bloody fist. The cold stone has its quirks. It's not just hard, the rebound force is stronger than regular steel. Wang Beixiao took a deep breath and raised his fist again, striking fiercely. Smack! This time he struck with greater force, faster speed, but with blood splattering. Wang Beixiao's arm went numb from the impact, and the cold stone remained steadfast. His brow furrowed deeper. I increased my speed and power, but the damage isn't significantly improved. Situ said, today, I must break 100 jin of stone, which means I have the ability to crush the cold stone, just not the technique. What exactly is technique? Smack! Another punch, blood dripped onto the snow, but he was oblivious. There must be a technique. If one punch isn't enough, then 100 punches. If 100 punches can't comprehend it, then 1,000 punches. The tooth of the evil ghost had cultivated his indomitable character. Once he decided to do something, even if it meant dying, he would see it through. Gradually all of Wang Baixiu's attention focused on the cold stone. He could not hear the wind or the training sounds of his senior brothers mechanically throwing punches. Smack! Smack! The sounds of flesh meeting stone made one's scalp tingle. Kaiser and the others gradually halted their movements, curiously watching Wang Baixiu's tenacious figure. Each punch he threw was with all his might, but it wasn't aimless. After each strike, he would pause for a moment to feel the previous rebound. Gradually, his right hand became unrecognizable. Flesh rolled and blood seeped from the joints, mingling with the icy shards on the stone's surface, forming a thin shell. The stone remained unmoved. Kaiser looked down and asked, "How many punches was that?" 29. Old 5 lay languidly in the snow. "If you keep hitting, you'll end up ruined." Old 4 gazed meaningfully at Wang Baixiu's focused back. This foolish boy really believed Citus' words. "I remember it took the boss almost a month to break through the skin of the cold stone." As the first ray of sunlight tore through the darkness, the golden light poured into the academy, revitalizing the cold mountain once more. Students filed out of their dormitories, beginning a new day of cultivation. In a corner of the academy on the snow-covered ground, Wang Baixiu had already thrown hundreds of punches. The snow beneath him stained a vivid red. His fists were bruised and bloodied, revealing glimpses of bone, yet he continued to strike the stone with a numbed resolve. His black cloak hung from a tree, his muscular frame glistening with sweat and steaming with exertion. A few senior brothers paused their training, sitting together on a bench beneath the eaves of the first floor, asking, "How long did you all last on your first day?" The fifth elder sat upright, a confident demeanor in his posture, wearing sunglasses atop his dog-like head and a cigarette in his mouth. "I lasted 20 minutes before being sent to the infirmary." The fourth elder shivered, still haunted by memories. "I still dream about hitting the stone sometimes. It was too despairing." I remember the eldest only managed an hour on his first day. Kaiser, lounging with his legs crossed, looked on with admiration. Shower has been hammering away for nearly 5 hours now. Only those who had experienced it understood how painful the seemingly simple act of striking the cold mountain stone could be. Not only did one have to endure the agony of shattered bones, but the icy shards of cold mountain stone pierced like barbs, embedding into the flesh and causing one to contemplate suicide. This wasn't just physical pain, it was a mental torment. "I lost consciousness after throwing 50 punches. Situ said this is the cultivation method for those who aspire to be the best in martial arts. Even he only lasted 3 hours on his first attempt. 5 hours. Shower's hands must be shattered by now. This kid shows a fierce determination. Damn it, should we go teach him a lesson?" Indeed, Wang Baixiu no longer used his fists, or rather his fists were on the verge of being useless, yet he did not cease his attacks. Instead, he began using his elbows and knees. He forcefully displaced several tons of cold mountain stone by several meters. "Don't teach him anything," they remarked. Meanwhile, Situ returned to the teaching building carrying a packed breakfast alongside Tian Bao, who was sobbing and bruised. Upon seeing Wang Baixiu still drenched in sweat attacking fiercely, Citus' eyes flickered with surprise, followed by a smile. "Some things can only be learned through personal experience. This kid has a reckless determination, truly the child of a madman." "Who is this madman?" "An interesting person." The latter squinted, a smile on his lips. 20 years ago, the top of the continent's newcomer rankings in that edition. The madman single-handedly swept through the top 10 academies, hailed as the most powerful genius since Feng Lai. "Did you participate as well?" "Yeah, I ranked 10th. The madman was known as the light of the era, the #1 genius of the divine hall, enjoying boundless glory." Situ reminisced, his expression filled with longing. Wang Baixiu's current appearance is so reminiscent of the madman in his youth. As he spoke, Situ slowly rose, his robe flowing in the wind, strolling to Wang Baixiu's side. As he walked, not a single footprint marred the surface of the snow. "How does it feel?" "I've tried increasing my punching speed, boosting the force of my strikes, and accelerating my attack frequency," Wang Baixiu said, casually wiping the blood from his pants, his brow furrowed. None of it worked. In response to his confusion, Situ had no intention of clarifying, instead taking a drag from his cigarette and laughing. "Do you know why you're hitting the cold mountain stone?" "To find out the technique of striking." "That's part of it." Situ exhaled a thick plume of smoke. "A fist is ultimately flesh, and against weapons, it has an inherent disadvantage. Cultivating the fist first means building calluses. The thicker the callus, the more chi it can hold, like a natural armor for the fist. Ordinary martial artists take 6 months, or even a year to form calluses, but I want your calluses to be as thick as armor in a month." Citus' demeanor became serious as he stepped forward, lightly touching the surface of the cold mountain stone with his fingertips, slowly and gently, then suddenly striking it. Crack, crack, crack. The hard as iron cold mountain stone split with a thunderous sound, without a fluctuation of chi, nor did the divine seal light up. Wang Baixiu's eyes widened in disbelief, marveling at the ferocity of the technique. "I practice finger techniques, but all paths lead to the same goal. Slowly recall my movement." What is this finger technique? Wang Beixiao gently traced the crack on the cold mountain stone shocked as he asked the 9 styles of exploration killing enemies beneath the bed and above it. You understand, Situ returned to a smug expression. As he spoke, his fingers began to vibrate, rapidly moving so fast they left only afterimages. Wang Beixiao's face darkened. Is it electric? When you grow older and start to feel the limits of your strength, you'll understand the power of this finger technique. By then give me 3 kowtows, and I'll teach you a trick or two. Situ casually whistled, patting Wang Beixiao's shoulder with a knowing smile. Kid, remember, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy means you can fight 100 battles without danger. Don't get stuck in a rut. What does that mean? Figure it out yourself. With that, he turned away, leaving Wang Beixiao in deep thought, recalling Situ's astonishing finger technique. His brows slowly furrowed as he stared at the crack. Suddenly his eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something, and he struck out with a punch. Smack! This punch was neither fast nor slow. Situ paused, shaking his head regretfully at Wang Beixiao's back. Not quite right. Even though this punch still did not grasp the technique he wanted to teach, no one noticed that Wang Beixiao's expression shifted from dim to bright, his tightly knit brows gradually loosening, a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. Kid Situ seemed to have anticipated that Wang Beixiao would not master the technique on the first day, turning slightly disappointed as he called out to him, "Let's eat first." Mastering the way of the fist isn't something you can do in a day or two. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Beixiao's right leg shot out like lightning, and with a smack the sound of bones cracking echoed. Damn it, are you really trying to break your hands and feet? Situ felt a pang of sympathy, advising, you can't eat a whole fat man in one bite. Forget it. As he spoke, a gust of wind blew by, and the crack in the cold mountain stone suddenly extended a few centimeters. Though not very noticeable, everyone present heard the sound of cracking stone. No way. Kaiser dropped his cigarette in disbelief. Tell me, it was just luck. This makes us look like fools. He comprehended something in just a few hours, while it took us a month to realize it. Although the senior brothers lamented, their expressions were filled with excitement devoid of jealousy, only pride. Cheers. Wang Beixiao leaped high, delivering a knee strike precisely on the crack. Stone fragments flew up, and this time everyone clearly saw the stone truly fracture a little. Internally, Wang Beixiao's eyes trembled, suppressing his overwhelming joy. Whether it's the cold mountain stone or the human body, internally they are not a single entity. Through the vibrations of the rebounding force, one can sense the weakest points within. The power doesn't need to be great, it needs to penetrate. Wang Beixiao's voice was not loud, yet it prompted everyone to rise together. Damn it, I spent a month hitting the cold mountain stone just to understand how to perceive the tiny internal cracks through the rebounding force. Compared to him, what am I? The fourth elder looked at Wang Beixiao with envy. At noon, in the cafeteria of the first-year students, the place was bustling with voices. The newcomers to Hanshan experienced for the first time what it meant to be in a top-tier institution where even the cheapest dishes were made from the meat of savage beasts, a genuine enhancement for their physical strength. Hanshan's care for the students was exceedingly thorough. Yet at this moment, the allure of the savage beast meat seemed to have faded for the students, as everyone was discussing the same topic, the perverted underwear thief Tian Bao. After last night's intrusion into the girls' dormitory, the chubby boy became famous overnight. Even his ancestors from 8 generations were brought up. Bro, have you heard? A fierce person has emerged in our school, stealing over 100 pieces of underwear in one night. Damn, that's insane. He's a role model for us. My girlfriend's dorm next door had her sized panties stolen. I heard he even sucked on people's feet while they were asleep. So disgusting. The boys looked on with admiration, their eyes wide open. What's this? My friend was secretly making out with her boyfriend in an empty dorm, and that night her boyfriend's performance clearly shortened. She suspected the chubby guy was disguised as him. Reportedly, at least 300 personal items were lost from the girls' dormitory in Building A the night before. That's right, my clothes are also missing. A girl weighing over 200 pounds indignantly placed her hands on her hips. This chubby guy is too despicable, daring to harass me. The already noisy cafeteria instantly erupted into chaos, with rumors about the chubby guy becoming increasingly outrageous. The rumors are terrifying. No one noticed that in the far corner Situ was sitting with Wang Beixiao, Yanshasha, and a suspicious-looking masked man. Chubby, you're quite something. Even Yanshasha was almost convinced by the level of gossip, for it seemed as if they all had been harassed by Tian Bao. The latter was wearing an oversized hoodie, the hood obscuring most of his face, and he kept his head down, not daring to make eye contact. Bro, I really am not that lewd. The chubby boy looked aggrieved, his voice trembling. Damn it, I've socially died. I believe you. Wang Beixiao said little, his hands wrapped in bandages, calmly eating while ignoring the rumors. If you didn't do anything, why does it sound so credible? Yanshasha asked suspiciously. It's vanity, I guess. The instigator of this incident. Situ casually crossed his legs, sipping soup as he explained. Now you are the center of attention. If you stand up to criticize, not only will you gain the boys' concern, but you will also show that you are charming. On the contrary, if you've stolen so many clothes, doesn't that imply the ones not stolen lack charm? who would admit they are unworthy of your attention. So everyone jumped out to speak up. Situ appeared to have seen through human nature, patiently comforting, "Don't be sad, you're so wealthy that you don't need love. I know the owner of the largest KTV at the foot of the mountain. You can get a card later. What kind of woman wouldn't be available? Teacher, why are you messing with me?" The chubby boy was nearly in tears. What new student isn't filled with longing for campus life? Yet on his first day, he faced social death. What would he do for the next 4 years? "You're practicing defense, buddy." Situ put down his spoon, seriously educating him. "To improve, you need to take some hits. The sparring within our department is too measured to unleash your potential. Chubby, I could tell at first glance you are a rare talent in defense. In the future, if you want to build your physique, just shout, 'I am Tian Bao,' in a crowd, and dozens of people will come to help you temper your body. Exciting, right?" In response to Situ's words, Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha scoffed. "Oh, just yesterday, he praised Feng Niu as a once-in-a-century talent and control. Don't care about your reputation. That thing is useless. You're not running for office." Situ comforted the chubby boy earnestly. "Being a universally despised villain isn't bad. Oh, in the future, you'll have no moral constraints on anything you do. Just be happy being yourself. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'll give you today's second lesson." "What?" In the VIP room on the second floor of the cafeteria, Xiao Guai stared at Wang Beixiao downstairs with a half-smile, playfully chewing a piece of meat, as if he were devouring the flesh of his opponent. "Guai Gu, you scared the hell out of me last night." Xiao Chong glared fiercely at Wang Beixiao, then sweetly sought comfort. Originally, he wouldn't have come to the new student cafeteria, but couldn't resist Xiao Chong's incessant pleading. He also knew that the other party wanted to borrow his authority to establish dominance among the newcomers. "Come on, this is the traditional training of the special department." Although Xiao Guai despised the chubby boy, he straightforwardly explained, "Those oddballs are afraid their enemies aren't numerous enough, and they would occasionally cause trouble. But the people below are all saying." Xiao Chong muttered, unwilling to give up. Ever since the chubby boy left them, their lives had become exceedingly strained, causing Li Mao and others to hate him even more, and they would smear him whenever possible. The chubby boy's family situation was anonymously posted on the confession wall. "You believe that? Those who know you best are certainly your enemies." Xiao Guai scoffed at these rumors. Even a fifth seal powerhouse couldn't steal so many clothes in one night. Seeing that they couldn't tarnish his reputation, Li Mao eagerly offered Xiao Guai a cigarette, smiling. But this guy was lewd in high school, always pestering Xiao Chong. "Exactly, he bullies others just because he's rich." Xiao Chong gently leaned her face against Xiao Guai's arm, looking all wronged. Seeing that Xiao Guai was unmoved, she stubbornly asked, "Guai Gu, didn't you say the president wouldn't let Wang Beixiao go? Why hasn't there been any movement?" Regarding Wang Beixiao stealing their ATM machine, they had always been resentful, but they didn't dare provoke him yet. That doesn't mean they wouldn't secretly scheme. "What's the rush? Wang Beixiao is not a threat, a newcomer who can't even beat me. How could he turn the tables? What we fear is the senior brother of the special department, but the president has already arranged everything. 3 months from now will be Wang Beixiao's demise." Li Mao's eyes lit up with curiosity as he leaned closer. "Guai Gu, is the student council going to take action?" This reflects the mindset of petty people who instinctively ignore how despicable their own actions are, blaming all faults onto others. Cough, cough. Xiao Guai lowered his voice, a glint of coldness in his eyes, and spoke in an unassailable tone. "Since we're talking about this, the president just happens to have a task for you." "What?" Li Mao instinctively wanted to refuse. He only wanted to take advantage, but Xiao Guai didn't give him a chance to refuse, grinning sinisterly. 3 months from now you'll go to school and find the leaders of each class privately offering a bounty to buy Wang Beixiao's head for 5 million plus a blue divine seal. How many people do you think will come to hunt him down?" This. Both Xiao Chong and Li Mao's expressions changed, regretting asking Xiao Guai about these matters. But after hearing the plan, they feared that refusing would lead to fierce retaliation. Xiao Guai, a scumbag who changes girlfriends every week, wouldn't show them any loyalty. "Don't worry, if anything happens, the president will protect you." Xiao Guai meaningfully patted Li Mao's shoulder. "If you do this well, you'll get into the student council. If you fail, you know what I mean." Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Li Mao anxiously advised, "Guai Gu, there are still 3 months left. With Wang Beixiao's talent, what if we can't kill him? Even during Fong Lai University's time, it was impossible to fight 1,000 alone in 3 months. He couldn't even master a single martial art. What would he use to fight us?" With just that one sentence, Li Mao's anxious heart was soothed. He feared Wang Beixiao's retaliation, but what if Wang Beixiao died? "Let's go." With the little monster as their backing, Li Mao and his group clearly felt more confident daring to appear openly before Wang Beixiao. As they passed by Tian Bao, who was eating with his head down, Li Mao happened to catch a glimpse of the food on his plate, and a surge of jealousy ignited within him. Delicate desserts, nourishing delicacies, and great savage beast meat that an ordinary student would never dare to eat, not to mention a potion for enhancement. This meal was worth more than half a month's worth of their food expenses. Even the little monster couldn't help but glance sideways at the luxurious spread, but upon seeing the carefree middle-aged man next to the little fat boy and the large dog holding a cigarette, he wisely remained silent. He didn't want to provoke Situ, but Li Mao's group didn't know him. Especially the little pet, who had her eyes lit up at the sight of the food on the little fat boy's plate. These foods should have rightfully belonged to them. Since elementary school, their snack supplements and even toys were all funded by the little fat boy. Had they not fallen out with him, they would have been the envy of all capable of having as much of such food as they desired. Unfortunately, all of this was taken away by Wang Beixiao. Thinking of this, the little pet and Li Mao exchanged glances, both seeing jealousy reflected in each other's eyes. With a shared look, they simultaneously stopped feeling a sour tinge of jealousy and the sentiment of "I can't afford it, and neither should you." What's wrong? The little monster walking ahead felt an ominous premonition as he noticed the group halted. He cast a wary glance at Situ, who unabashedly took a piece of savage beast meat from the little fat boy's plate and put it in his mouth, saying, "Kids shouldn't eat, so well, be careful of overnutrition." Looking at Li Mao and the little pet, they were fixated on Wang Beixiao, who was eating heartily. Li Mao suddenly opened his mouth, saying, "Oh, I thought who this was. Turns out it's an old classmate." "Hey." The little monster wanted to interrupt, but it was too late. Li Mao took a quick step forward, sitting directly opposite the little fat boy, staring into his eyes with a half-smile. In the past, he might have feared Wang Beixiao, but when they registered, the latter had truly lost to the little monster. This made them no longer afraid of Wang Beixiao. Tisk tisk, truly a new generation replacing the old. Li Mao glanced sideways at Wang Beixiao, speaking with double meanings. "Now that you've climbed onto a big brother's back, you don't want us poor brothers anymore. Someone once said they would support us for life." A companion crossed his arms, snorting defiantly. Anyone unaware would think the little fat boy had wronged them. Yet Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha continued to eat, without raising their heads. This demeanor appeared to Li Mao and his group as the strength that made them wary of the little monster, and they acted as if they didn't see it. Only the little monster noticed both of them had bandages soaked in blood wrapped around their hands, reeking of medicine. "Little pet, let's go." The little monster didn't want to confront the special department, openly urging curtly, "I still have classes this afternoon." Monster brother, it's rare to meet an old friend. Let's have a chat." Li Mao grinned insincerely, reaching out to grab the little fat boy's chopsticks, saying loudly, "The whole school is looking for you, and you dare to come out and embarrass yourself." "Exactly, I thought you had climbed a big tree, but you come out and make such a scene. Doesn't your father feel like he's going to die for—" The little pet sarcastically opened her makeup mirror, applying makeup while sneering, "Don't you see they are deliberately embarrassing you? I told you long ago that people outside won't treat you sincerely. Tian Bao will give you a chance. How about we settle?" Li Mao feigned generosity with a smile. It was as if they were the ones who were betrayed and not Tian Bao. These petty people never thought they had done anything wrong. "This monster brother is a key member of the student council. As long as you return, we are still friends. As for the dirty things you did, the student council can help you smooth it over." The little pet, relying on her status as the little monster's girlfriend, glanced at Wang Beixiao with a hint of disdain. Better than becoming a rat in the street, right? Initially, it was believed that the little monster would surely step in to pressure them, especially since they had just had a conflict a day ago. How could he miss the chance to suppress the special department? Li Mao, however, was unwilling to let go of the chance to regain Tian Bao as a wallet, grabbing his hat and meaningfully reminding him, "Tian, I said go, didn't you understand?" The little pet's face flushed, not expecting such blatant disrespect. She awkwardly pressed her lips together, reluctantly returning to the little monster's side. Li Mao, however, was unwilling to let go of the chance to regain Tian Bao as a wallet, grabbing his hat and meaningfully reminding him, "Tian Bao, we are your best friends. The past is like chalk writing you. What if it's erased? We betrayed you once, and you betrayed us. No one owes anyone anything." Saying this, he began to slowly take off Tian Bao's hat. The threat was self-evident. If he didn't agree with the little fat boy's current reputation, once his identity was discovered, he would surely be beaten. "But you need to double the amount of money you give us every month." The little pet stood beside the little monster, jealously staring at their plates, adding, "Deposit 100,000 into my meal card first. What have I been eating these days? I've starved down to nothing." "Little fat boy, you've been at school for a long time. You can't wear a hat and mask every day, right? This is your last chance. If you refuse, I will turn around and leave." "Then go ahead and leave." Before he finished speaking, the fat boy impatiently swatted away the other's arm. Their betrayal was like a thorn forever embedded in Tian Bao's heart. How could he ever forgive? Yin Shasha chuckled, and when she looked up again, her eyes were full of contempt. "Have you forgotten what our kill us? This is school. Killing classmates. There are plenty of geniuses at Hanshan. Wasn't the top scholar also humiliated yesterday?" Li Mao sneered as he glanced at Wang Beixiao. The latter continued to lower his head to eat quickly, as if afraid someone would snatch his food away. "I'm doing well with Brother Xiao, but you don't need to worry about me. Even if the Tian family's money were thrown into the sea, I wouldn't spend it on you." At this point, Li Mao's face turned green. If they had always been poor, they wouldn't be so furious. It was precisely because they had experienced the beauty of Tian Bao's wealth that they harbored such hatred after losing it. Good. Seeing the threat fail, a vicious glint flashed in Li Mao's eyes. "You will have a day when you seek me out." With a whoosh, Tian Bao's hat was suddenly swept off. Li Mao raised his voice, feigning surprise as he shouted, "Isn't this Tian Bao?" The indignant freshman turned around upon hearing this. "Why wear a mask? Are you ashamed of your face?" Another companion directly tore off the little fat boy's mask. The little monster furrowed his brow and instinctively looked towards Situ. To his surprise, Situ not only didn't get angry, but instead wore a thoughtful smile. Having dealt with the special department for so long, he could see at a glance that the other party was about to create trouble and hurriedly whispered to the little pet, "Are you leaving?" "Monster brother, I want to see. This little fat boy only responds to hard tactics. Didn't you want to buy the blue divine mark? Once we subdue him, let him deliver it to you. If you don't leave him leaving." The little monster didn't care what he said, for he saw that the dog, which had been lying on the chair, was slowly standing up. "Where is Tian Bao? Where's that bastard? Damn, the public enemy of the entire school dares to come eat. Still eating. I'll treat you to stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork." The crowd slowly began to gather around a few people. Each one rubbed their fists in anticipation, their eyes fierce. They might not dare to trouble the chubby boy alone, but with so many people together there was no concern. This is the blind conformity of humanity. Li Mao, seeing his plot succeed, sneered and said, "Tian Bao, the only one who can save you now is Brother Guayu." Before he could finish, a large hand wrapped around Tian Bao's shoulder. Situ, with a cheerful smile, leaned closer to the chubby boy and asked, "Are you full?" "I'm full." The latter nodded foolishly. Even though surrounded, he felt little fear, because Situ was still. Unexpectedly, his next words were, "Then, let's start the afternoon lesson. You free break through from here. Don't worry, I specifically chose the freshman cafeteria." Upon hearing this, not only was the chubby boy dumbfounded, but even Li Mao was taken aback. So even if he didn't expose Tian Bao, this man still intended to let them be exposed. Was he afraid they wouldn't be beaten to death? "Shower, I've prepared the best healing medicine for you for 5 hours. How's the recovery?" Situ ignored Li Mao and the others, smiling innocently as he asked, "Is it okay?" The latter casually dumped the food from Yen Shasa's plate into his own and continued eating as if nothing happened. "All right, you all have fun. Just a friendly reminder, in a confrontation, you don't need to wipe out everyone. If casualties exceed 30%, it will collapse." Situ lazily stood up, took out his identification, and scolded the eagerly watching freshman, "What are you looking at? I'm a teacher. If you touch me, I'll sue you." Finally, he meaningfully instructed, "Yen Shasha, no using possession. Strength is strength on its own. All right, I'll go back and brew some medicine for you. I'll return within an hour, otherwise it will be considered a failure." This felt less like training and more like putting them through a trial. But it must be said that in such circumstances it could better stimulate their potential. Among those present were freshmen from the 5 elements, which could help them quickly accumulate combat experience. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Situ gracefully stood up. Passing by Li Mao, the two accidentally bumped into each other. "This fight is only for freshmen. Otherwise, I'll have the giant python come chat with you." As he passed by the small monster, Situ suddenly stopped, his smile fading, and threatened in a voice audible only to the two of them, "You can only spectate. If you dare to intervene, even Mu Song can't save you, understand?" The small monster, who had been showing off in front of Wang Beixiao, surprisingly didn't retort and left silently, leaving the small pet looking confused. As the great battle was about to commence, Li Mao gleefully laughed, "I'm afraid of blood, so I won't play with you." Saying this, he stood up to leave. Everyone wore smug expressions, as if to say, "This is the consequence of your ignorance." Unexpectedly, Wang Beixiao, who had been focusing on eating, suddenly grabbed Li Mao's wrist and lifted his head abruptly, yelling loudly enough for the whole cafeteria to hear, "Damn it, you think you can just leave without paying? What money?" Li Mao's heart trembled, feeling something was off. "Wang Beixiao, even if you are the top student, you can't wrong me." "Wrong you?" Wang Beixiao slowly stood up and loudly proclaimed in front of everyone, "You said you were coming to buy the clothes stolen by the chubby, didn't you? You took the goods, but didn't pay. Damn, you can actually buy these stolen items. Does the chubby have stockings? How much are they? Why didn't I think I could buy this stuff? Are there any panties? I want the original flavor." The boys who had gathered around looked as if they had discovered a new continent. But more people cast disdainful looks at Li Mao. At least the chubby dared to take responsibility for stealing clothes. But this guy didn't even pay, which was simply disgraceful. "Don't slander me." Li Mao was drenched in cold sweat. If he were labeled as someone who received stolen goods without paying, his reputation would be ruined, especially since he had bought intimate clothing for girls. The chubby was perverted, but he was both perverted and untrustworthy. "Isn't the evidence right in your pocket?" Wang Beixiao squinted his eyes, pointing at the other's pocket. The pink cartoon camisole the chubby was trying to hide was sticking out a bit from his pocket. And the departing Situ smiled mysteriously, leaving without looking back, hiding his achievements and name. "You're reframing me. I didn't do it. Classmates, quickly, let's take down these bastards together and send them to the authorities. Let's avenge our wronged female classmates and beat them up." Li Mao had no way to argue. That camisole completely nailed him to the pillar of shame. In the eyes of others, he was even more despicable than the chubby. And Wang Beixiao held onto his wrist tightly, suddenly leaning and whispering in his ear, "Have I ever told you, don't let me find a reason to kill you? Li Mao trembled all over, fear visibly showing in his eyes. He looked for help from the small monster, but the latter had already disappeared into the crowd. Wang Beixiao, this is school. Before he could finish, Wang Beixiao suddenly grabbed the fork from the dining tray. Lightning fast, he slammed it into the table, puncturing his palm. Blood instantly staining the dining table. The chubby boy turned pale, surrounded by everyone trembling inside. Fortunately, Wang Beixiao's fierce demeanor intimidated the others. But unexpectedly, Li Mao suddenly erupted with a strong desire to survive. Under extreme fear, he forcefully pulled his hand away with the fork still embedded in it, and loudly urged the crowd behind him, "Classmates, let's all go together and take down this group of bastards. Girls are watching, let's show them what we're made of, let them know that the boys in the first year are tough." It must be said that Li Mao understood human nature well, for these newly admit. But he overlooked one thing. That is, to outsiders he also appeared as a pervert. Just as Li Mao was about to take advantage of the chaos to escape, he was kicked back 2 steps. "Damn it, the chubby stealing clothes is a pervert, but you're worse for buying stolen goods." Exactly, and the key is you don't even pay, disrupting the market. With no transaction there's no harm, you all should be hit. Leave none alive. Li Mao was completely dazed. His palm was injured and he was misunderstood as part of Tian Bao's gang. Now that Wang Beixiao was after him, the others wouldn't let him go either. And his few companions had long hidden in the crowd, afraid to be associated with him. "Tian Bao, you broke into the girls' dorm." The leading student glared angrily at the chubby boy. "You dared to steal my girlfriend's binder. Have you thought about how you want to die?" "Brother Xiao." The chubby boy swallowed hard, looking for help from Wang Beixiao. The latter didn't think twice and kicked the dining table away. "You took it, so what? If you're not satisfied, come at me together." "Damn, you're still so arrogant. Let's get them. Let's go." The great battle commenced. More than 100 freshmen rushed toward the three. Even those who didn't want to participate were swept along by the crowd. Seeing this, Li Mao was about to run. "Fifth brother!" Wang Beixiao shouted fiercely. The dog that had been sitting in the chair suddenly shot out like a sword. Biting into Li Mao's thigh, the latter turned pale and fell to his knees in pain. Before he could howl, his body was lifted off the ground. Wang Beixiao yanked him up from behind. Holding a hammer in one hand and using Li Mao as a shield, he brazenly charged into the crowd. "Damn it, if we don't kill all 4 of us today, I'll kill all of you. Not including me." Li Mao struggled frantically. In less than 10 seconds, a fight has broken out. Outside the freshman cafeteria, the little monster spoke hurriedly on the phone. "Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha have directly engaged in battle with the new students from the first cafeteria." "What?" Mu Song's voice was filled with disbelief. He had seen troublemakers, but never someone so reckless. 1 against hundreds, even with dual skills, one couldn't win. More and more people were drawn to the sounds of the battle outside the cafeteria, with wails, cries for help, and a steady stream of injured being carried away, all signaling the intensity of the conflict. The huge commotion even attracted sophomore and junior students to come and watch. However, those outside the cafeteria had no intention of going in to help. It wasn't that they feared Wang Beixiao, but simply that they couldn't squeeze in. The cafeteria was packed to the brim with freshmen. From time to time, some new students who came to support, eager to beat down the underdog, joined the fray with mops and chairs. The little pets stealthily squeezed among the crowd, looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Her gaze first locked onto Wang Beixiao's back. This guy had no martial skills, relying solely on his reckless strength and the deadly combat style trained by the Fong of the evil ghost. Most of these freshmen had never been in a fight before. Encountering Wang Beixiao's reckless, life-threatening style, they felt intimidated, even in numbers. They just wanted to pick on soft targets and show off, but they never intended to risk their lives against this madman. Without deep grudges, there was no need to go to extremes. But Wang Beixiao didn't care about that, recklessly charging forward despite being battered and bruised. With the beast transformation and divine power, he resembled a bulldozer, causing those he struck to either suffer fractures or fall to the ground convulsing. In just a few minutes, Wang Beixiao's black cloak was soaked in blood, and it was impossible to tell whether it was his own or that of his opponents. His eyes were blood-red like a ghost, and his rugged face was filled with killing intent. His fierce demeanor, combined with his blood-stained features, was terrifying beyond words. The little pet waited among the crowd for a long time, but didn't dare to sneak up and stab him. If he retaliated, she wouldn't just be hurt, she might be out of commission for months. Seeing Wang Beixiao, this reckless man, being so terrifying, the little pet and her companions instinctively shifted their focus to Yin Shasha and Tian Bao. They couldn't afford to provoke the madman, but could they not deal with these two? However, when they finally squeezed in front of the two, their faces turned green. Tian Bao was clad in armor, showcasing an incredibly strong defensive imprint at its peak. The damage from a single imprint was almost negligible. And Yin Shasha. They saw Tian Bao raise his arm with authority. Ability sequence 98 Knight descend. A spectral knight, clad in heavy armor, appeared out of thin air. Holding a massive shield inscribed with strange runes, its eyes burned with fierce flames. This was the might of someone in the top 100 of sequences. A sharp sense of oppression swept through the cafeteria. Although it was merely a phantom, those nearby dared not breathe, frequently glancing up at the 5 maternal knight. I said him a support type. Usually timid like a bun, easily bullied, this little fatty exuded power. The heavy armor glimmered with metallic sheen emanating fearlessness. He shouted loudly, I am neither a sage nor a king to whom I can pledge my loyalty. What I protect are only my companions. With my flesh and blood as a shield, with my unyielding soul as the foundation, protect my dear friends. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Knight divine protection defense. Boom. The next second the knight let out a thunderous roar. The massive shield in his hand shattered instantly. Knight. Obeying orders. Countless shards surrounded Shasha, forming an insurmountable protective shield. All ranged attacks were actively blocked by the fragments. This was purely a self-defense mechanism. What the heck? Tian Bao has this kind of ability. How come we didn't know? What exactly is Tian Bao's ability? The little pets exchanged terrified glances. Only then did they realize they had never cared about what kind of ability the little fatty possessed. A wave of regret surged within them. With an ability of this level, if he willingly supported them, wouldn't he soar? They never expected this timid guy to awaken such a powerful ability. Xiao Gut. Looking at Wang Beixiao, who was fighting bloodily in the crowd, Tian Bao's eyes turned moist. Although this was Citus' request to him, Wang Beixiao was standing up for him, risking his life fighting for him. No one had ever stood up for him from childhood to adulthood. When he was mocked for his weight, no one defended him. When he was isolated because of his family, no one was willing to reach out to him. The little pets and Li Mao only managed to refrain from bullying him, but they constantly pu at him. When everyone criticized him for being lewd and shameless, Wang Beixiao stood beside him without hesitation. This unwavering protection, without questioning reasons or considering consequences, completely touched the softest strings of his heart. Shasha, keep the fatty safe. Without looking back, Wang Beixiao smashed someone away with a hammer. His black cloak billowed in the wind as he arrogantly declared, if you want to touch Tian Bao, first ask my hammer. Xiao Ge. Tian Bao bit his lip, tears welling up in his helmet. Thank you. What? The latter impatiently turned back. Find a corner and crouch down, don't get killed. Both sides were blinded by rage. Just as Wang Beixiao said a couple of words, he was struck on the head with a stick, causing blood to flow profusely. Xiao Guai, I want to join you. Unexpectedly, the little fatty didn't choose to run away alone, but stared intently at the other side. I want to become your brother. Not just classmates, but companions, brothers, a member of the Fong of the evil ghost. Wow. Yin Shasha and Wang Beixiao turned back simultaneously, their expressions complex. I can't kill, I can't fight, but I will never run away from you. I may be useless, but I'm willing to take a blade for you. The little fatty stood alone in the crowd, allowing blades to slice around him, while an unquenchable fire burned in his eyes. Even the indestructible armor couldn't conceal his determination. The knight seemed to sense something, looking down to meet the little fatty's gaze, suddenly appearing incredibly sacred and serious. Knight, here. I have found worthy partners to support. The little fatty slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute. Protect them for me. Divine protection offense. You have finally found worthy companions for me to draw my holy sword. The knight smiled approvingly. My lord, as you wish. Grant power enhancement 50%. Grant speed enhancement 50%. Grant life enhancement 50%. Streams of divine golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Wang Beixiao completely. The massive cafeteria glowed terrifyingly bright. What the heck? Such a high enhancement. I'm a support type. Even the strongest senior of our department can only enhance up to 30%. Damn it, Wang Beixiao has gone berserk. Damn, this fatty is tough, his defenses are unbreakable. Isn't it said that support types are usually very fragile? A quarter of an hour later, Mu Song and the school administrators rushed to the scene. As the most severe brawl of the new semester, it had even drawn the attention of all 3 deans. The cafeteria exterior was now encircled by onlookers, packed tightly in layer upon layer. The rolling security gate had been locked by Xiao Chong. Having witnessed Tian Bao's unique ability, Wang Beixiao's overwhelming strength, and Yin Shasha's razor-sharp swordsmanship, protected by sacred divine favor, she abandoned all thought of ambush. She could only seal every exit by locking the rolling gate, forcing those inside to strike Wang Beixiao with. Seeing Mu Song stride forward, radiating fury, she immediately rose and boasted, President, we orchestrated the fight between Wang Beixiao and the freshman. Slap. Before she could finish speaking, he struck her across the face, sending her flying, then snarled in disgust. The student council, long regarded as the guardian of order at Hanshan Academy, would never tolerate an unprovoked vicious brawl. Such chaos would expose their incompetence. Brother Guai. Xiao Chong glanced pleadingly at her boyfriend, who sighed helplessly and interjected, President, this was a special department pedagogical exercise. Mu Song's fury instantly subsided. If this were spontaneous student misconduct, it violated campus regulations. But if instigated by the special department, it fell beyond the student council's jurisdiction. What is going on? The three deans arrived with grim faces, hands clasped behind their backs, and demanded at once, "Is this the campus order you student council promised?" Caught red-handed, Musong could hardly argue back and lowered his head awkwardly. "Deans, our student council failed in its oversight. How is the battle faring?" This question was directed at Xiao Chong, the sole eyewitness, thus the most authoritative voice. Xiao Guai shot her frantic warning glances, urging silence. Yet she missed the signal entirely and blurted out, "Wang Beixiao attacked his classmates with lethal intent. Dozens lie grievously wounded." And Tian Bao aided him, using his supportive ability to forcibly amplify Wang Beixiao's strength, speed, and vitality by 50%. Had he not intervened, the fight would have ended long ago. Her voice dwindled into silence, for she saw the faint smiles curling at the dean's lips, the deepening darkness on Musong's face, and the stunned expressions of the surrounding students. "What on earth draws you to her?" Musong ground his teeth, glaring at Xiao Guai. "Do you mistake stupidity for charm? If you're desperate, I'll give you money. Go spend it elsewhere. Would you please stop dragging around some witless fool just to irritate me? If I die from rage, do you plan to inherit the student council?" Xiao Chong's seemingly careless slander inadvertently confirmed Wang Beixiao's and Tian Bao's extraordinary potential. One could single-handedly overwhelm 100 opponents. The other could amplify attributes by 50%. What did that signify? Even gifted support specialists rarely achieved such amplification. 50% was near unattainable without divine sigil enhancement. Most could only augment one attribute at a time, strength alone or speed alone. Tian Bao, however, amplified strength, speed, and vitality simultaneously, without any sigil aid. Even the head of the support department, the student council's staunchest ally, was shaken. Such a prodigy was undoubtedly a saintly support body. Xiao Chong sought only to exaggerate their misdeeds, yet overlooked Hanshan's foundational principle: talent reigns supreme. Geniuses endowed with exceptional aptitude and prowess always received special treatment, anywhere. Now the deans possessed irrefutable justification to shield them. "Open the gate." The portly dean hurried forward and ripped the rolling gate open with brute force. A wave of metallic coppery stench flooded forth. An eerie, death-like silence descended. As sunlight streamed into the cafeteria and the dean stepped inside, every student seized upon them as lifeline. Trembling freshmen burst forth weeping. Some had already soiled themselves. Behind them came the wounded, carried out limbless or broken, borne on stretchers. Musong and Xiao Guai exchanged a glance, both silently wondering, could Wang Beixiao have actually won? He bears only 2 seals, confronting more than a dozen single seal fighters is already his limit. Musong murmured to himself, attempting reassurance. Indeed, he awakened less than a month ago, Xiao Guai quickly added. Even Fong Lai couldn't defeat 100 foes within a month of awakening. The head of the assault department, a man corded with muscle, spoke confidently. "Thankfully we rejected him." The head of the assault department, a man corded with muscle, spoke confidently. "Thankfully we rejected him." Reckless, weak, and utterly unaware of it. Such a man would merely be used as a pawn in society. Another department head scoffed. "Whether he survives until graduation remains questionable. This year's juniors are truly formidable." Formidable or foolhardy? Haha. Assault isn't about brute force, it's about strategy. Ha ha ha. That boy's probably ruined. Might have already been beaten senseless. Ha. Who knows what the special department— Musong's loyalists chimed in eagerly, until Dean Mei violently tore away the rolling gate. Laughter froze midair. Silence, so profound that even breathing sounded jarringly loud. Musong stood petrified. Xiao Guai's pupils trembled. The department heads, who moments earlier had mocked, stood utterly dumbstruck. At the cafeteria's center rose a mound built from the wounded. 30 or 40 bodies haphazardly piled atop one another. Some foamed at the mouth, others dripped milky fluid from their foreheads, limbs bent backward at grotesque angles. Beneath that mound, hundreds of freshmen stared upward, faces unreadable, yet none dared advance. Terror rippled through them like a contagion. Sidhu had been right in warfare. Total annihilation is unnecessary. Once casualties exceed psychological endurance, morale shatters. Had they charged recklessly, they surely could have overwhelmed the three, but courage had fled. In truth, they'd only come to exploit weakness. Atop the mound, Xiaopeng, the heavy armor form, had dissipated. He sat beside Wang Beixiao, drenched in blood, each droplet falling steadily from his hair. His head hung low, yet his chest still rose and fell, merely unconscious. Yin Shasha's braids were undone, her face streaked with crimson, her long blade shattered one arm, hanging limp and lifeless, her uniform slashed open in countless places. She swayed unsteadily, supported only by Wang Beixiao's single arm. Every gaze instinctively converged upon the youth, his injuries far graver than either companion's. His black cloak lay discarded below the mound. His bare torso bore wounds where flesh peeled back in ragged flaps. One gash across his chest missed his heart by less than 3 centimeters. At least 20 deep lacerations marred his front alone. Any other 2-seal adept would have succumbed to such trauma, Yet Wang Beixiao endured solely through sheer willpower, his pallid face etched with unwavering resolve. With one arm steadying Yin Shasha, the other gripping a mace dripping with shredded flesh, he loomed like a tiger poised to descend, eyes locked downward, a savage grin twisting his lips as he roared, "Damn you all! Who dares defy me? Step forward." No one answered. No one dared to respond. Faced with Wang Beixiao's ghostly gaze, everyone lowered their heads in unison. The outcome of this battle needed no further elaboration. The moment the gate opened, Wang Beixiao's resilience spoke volumes. With a thud, Wang Beixiao arrogantly tossed the deformed hammer at his feet, calmly retrieving a blood-soaked cigarette case and placing a cigarette in his mouth. Yin Shasha weakly took out a lighter from her pocket and shakily ignited it. Silly girl. Looking at her petite and adorable face, Wang Beixiao felt an indescribable sentiment stirring within. He did not know when this little girl had started following him. She always silently trailed behind him, never retreating in the face of danger. "President, I don't like fighting, but I am willing to kill for you." Yin Shasha lifted her small head and happily said, "Because we are the best companions." The two exchanged a smile, and Wang Beixiao steadied his grip on her hand. Meanwhile, the faces of the student council members turned dark with displeasure. As if brawling was not enough, they had never even fought before. And to make matters worse, it was a group fight. It was important to note that many of these individuals had submitted applications to join the student council, each boasting about their genius, yet they couldn't even handle a single Wang Beixiao. Seeing that their dignity was at stake, Mu Song silently exchanged a glance with the head of the assault department, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The latter instantly understood, stepping forward and sternly reprimanding Wang Beixiao, disregarding school rules, bullying the weak, injuring fellow students. "Do you really think the school dares not to deal with you?" The three deans furrowed their brows. Even a fool could tell that the other party intended to label Wang Beixiao first. "Who is this fool?" Wang Beixiao lightly kicked the little fatty. The latter slowly looked up, his face swollen beyond recognition. "What the hell, who is this pig head? Damn, it scared me to death, this guy is uglier than ever." Tian Bao's face was distorted, his front teeth missing, squinting at the head of the assault department for a long while before cursing, "Can't see clearly, damn it, you're even uglier than me. You scoundrel, don't you dare resist." The latter was furious. He was the most feared, hot-tempered director among the students, having never been directly mocked before. Suddenly the ground erupted as the other's body shot out like a cannonball, the earth cracking under the pressure. Even before he arrived, the fierce energy had already sent the opponent swaying. The assault department aimed for a one-hit kill, transforming their fist into claws directly targeting Wang Beixiao's face, roaring, "Kneel down." Coldness flickered in Mu Song and Xiao Guai's eyes. Finally, they had caught him at a vulnerable moment. The director's claw, if it didn't kill the opponent, would leave him crippled, and they could always claim it was the result of a group beating. But they overlooked the wicked smile at the corner of Wang Beixiao's lips. Just as expected, at the moment the other was about to land a hit, a howl rang out from behind him. City had left, but Old Five was still around. He wouldn't intervene in the fight against new students, but if someone bullied the weak, that was a different matter. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes as a towering shadow 3 meters tall flew out from behind a small hill, moving with incredible speed. Simultaneously, Mu Song and the other experts' expressions changed drastically as several terrifying auras surged from outside the cafeteria. Whoosh! The onlookers felt a chilling wind sweep past without even catching a glimpse of what had flown by, only seeing a few fleeting afterimages on the empty ground, moving several times faster than the department head. Bang! Just at that moment, the ceiling exploded and a towering figure crashed down into the arena. Mu Song instinctively sensed danger and wanted to act, but just as he moved, 2 hands suddenly reached from behind, one on each side, clasping his and Xiao Guai's shoulders. "Don't move, my boss is here. If you dare to act, it's war." Kaizi grinned, leaning over and whispering in Mu Song's ear, "You dare to interfere with our special department's training. Forget how my boss dealt with you. He broke the school rules." Xiao Guai's face turned pale, gritting his teeth in rebuttal. "Even if my junior shits on your head, you must greet him with a smile, understand?" Kaizi turned his head provocatively, raising an eyebrow and casually patting the other's face. "Don't think that just because the Mu family is influential you can take advantage. Those old folks who graduated from our special department, any one of them could make his father commit suicide, do you believe it?" Anyone else saying this would have caused Mu Song to flip out, but surprisingly, he did not retort this time. "Just enjoy the show. Today's protagonist is my junior. You are merely extras, don't try to steal the spotlight." Kaizi tilted his chin toward Wang Beixiao, gesturing for the two to look that way. The scene left the assault department members on the verge of breaking their Dao heart. Their once unapproachable and stern director was being suppressed. A 3-meter-tall werewolf stood like a massive wall in front of Wang Beixiao, its enormous paw firmly gripping the director's deadly claws. The giant that descended from the sky had crimson eyes furiously gripping the director's neck, gradually lifting him off the ground as the sound of cracking bones echoed. "You harmed my junior, you deserve to die." Just a moment ago, the arrogant director now dared not move, for on his shoulder sat a person. A small slender youth held 2 half-meter-long iron rods aimed at his eyes. Director Chow, if you glare at my junior again, do you believe I'll poke out your eyes? Old 2, old 4, old 5. Wang Baixiu's eyes widened. He had expected old 5 to act, but did not anticipate that all his brothers would come. Damn. In the next moment, Xiao Guai let out a piercing scream, jumping up while clutching his bloody backside with a pair of chopsticks inexplicably stuck in his rear. Old 6, don't bully Xiao Guai. After all, he is a top-tier expert on the strength ranking. Kaizi teased while puffing on a cigarette. If you accidentally poke him wrong and he uninstalls QQ, would he not come after you? He won't find me. If he messes with my junior again, when you go out to check in, I'll just tell ghost stories by the bed. Old Six's haughty voice echoed his presence unseen. Let me go? Director Chow's face flushed, unsure whether it was from being choked by the little bull or from embarrassment. The dignified director was subdued by a few students. In an unknown, he believed he wouldn't lose to anyone, but the way they cooperated was terrifying. In a single breath, someone faced the enemy heat and someone attacked from behind, and someone launched a brutal assault. The key was, they were still students. Do you know the consequences of beating a teacher? Do you believe I'll expel you? Director Chow's gaze fell on Wang Baixiu. Knowing he couldn't intimidate these little devils, he could only threaten the sole new student. Sure enough, Wang Baixiu frowned. Although he didn't speak to stop them, he unconsciously looked toward the 3 deans. He didn't want to lose the ancient god battlefield, but he also didn't want to hinder his brothers. These people had acted to protect him. At that moment, a lazy voice rang out, expel. Are you qualified? The voice was not loud, somewhat deep. Whoosh. The crowd of seniors instantly parted, fear etched on every face. Even Mu Song frowned, silently stepping aside. Kaizi exaggeratedly straightened up and saluted boss. For this senior from the special department, Wang Baixiu had only heard of his name. This was their first meeting. With messy long hair and dirty black clothes, he carried a massive idol on his back. Upon his appearance, even the faces of the 3 deans turned unnatural. Shower Shasha, don't be afraid, the boss is here, no one dares touch you. Old 4 chuckled, in our special department. The real powerhouse is not City but him. Calling you director has really made you think you are a character. The boss squinted disdainfully, waving his hand. The once arrogant old 2, old 4, and old 5 quickly retreated, like mice seeing a cat. Have you forgotten the rules I set? In the special department, students can retaliate, but adults are not allowed to interfere. Anyone who dares to interfere, I'll chop off their hands. Director Chow, since you're so impressive, let's not beat around the bush, Iwanianon. In 1 minute, if you can still stand and threaten my junior, the special department will disband on the spot. The boss' cold gaze swept around, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Director Chow's expression darkened, unwilling to respond. Just as Wang Baixiu silently marveled at the boss' ferocity. Boom. The latter forcefully slammed the idol on his back to the ground. Boom. A torrent of divine power surged from the idol. This power was all too familiar to him. The true aura of a deity. The pseudo-deity within him nearly lost control. This pure divine power. The idol seemed like a living god, shaking everyone present into silence. Smack. The boss slapped Director Chow across the face. Which hand dared to lay a hand on my junior? Will you chop it off yourself, or shall I do it? It was hard to imagine that a student could utterly dominate the department director. From his flushed, furious, yet silent expression and the hush that fell over the room, his ferocity was plain, and even the 3 deans tacitly chose to look the other way. 5th brother, is he? The boss. Yin Shasha stared fixedly at the imposing back below, secretly clicking her tongue in admiration. Bear in mind that to serve as a department director at Hanshan 1 must be at least a 5 seal powerhouse. Most 4th-year students are only 3 seal, and only the exceptional reach 4. But Director Chow's fear of the boss was no act. The student council has never dared touch the special department. They are genuinely afraid of him. 4th brother produced medicine from his pocket, tending to the 3, while he whispered an introduction. The boss is called Demang. Mang, as in Python. At the pinnacle of the 5 seals. Very strong. Wang Baixiu's surprise had less to do with Demang's strength than with the expressions on everyone else's faces. Logically, a group of leaders being subdued by a student would bruise some pride, yet aside from the 3 deans, everyone's countenance was untroubled, as if being cowed by him were the natural order. In short, his ferocity had become the consensus of all present. I don't know, 2nd brother grinned foolishly. Honestly, I still don't know what his supernatural ability is. Musong could only hold out until his 2nd seal activated. What the hell? Convincing everyone without even using an ability was absurd. The crucial thing is when he said head crush Director Chow, in a minute no one questioned him. Head the boss is one of the 9 scions of the guild, 4th brother said proudly, raising an eyebrow. Except for Situ and a few deans, no one can contain the boss when he unleashes his full power. Wang Baixiu relaxed at those words. He had not expected the special department to hide such a fierce, ruthless. Demang swept the room with a cold glance, his eyes settling on the 3 deans. In a low voice, he said the scene about to unfold might be bloody. Have you taken your hypertension medicine? Christ. The The fat old man slapped his thigh and pretended to realize I nearly forgot my pills. You see, getting old does make one forgetful. On my old injury flared-up age makes one feeble. I should go back and take my medicine. Ahem, I'll help you back. The three little old men turned in tacit unison, not uttering a single superfluous word. Everyone present was sharp, who did not see through their little trick. Demang intended to stand up for Wang Beixiao. It would be unreasonable for the dean not to intervene. Better to give the other party some face, and in doing so press down on Musong. But how would the student council ever let him leave easily? Director Chow cried out desperately, "Dean, this incident has severe repercussions. Please uphold justice." He was the most panicked among those present. Demang just finished confinement, and now wants to lay hands on me. What is this? It just means he's a badass, someone replied. The fat old man spread his hands helplessly and shook his head. Whether Wang Beixiao beat a classmate or someone deliberately ganged up on him, I will investigate and punish accordingly. What about me? Director Chow was genuinely frantic. Demang stared at him with ill intent, and the special department members arranged themselves in a triangular formation, sealing off any route of retreat. He was sure that once the dean left, this unruly lot would act without hesitation. None of the high-ups present wished to rip open a feud with those behind Demang on his account. You what? Old man, may feigned innocence, aren't you still standing there? Fine. He's only making verbal threats. How would you have me handle that? Old Song rolled his eyes in displeasure. We can't lock him up just because he threatened to hit you. If he kills you, I'll punish him, then another added. Old Song adopted a righteous tone and patted his chest in assurance. Old Chow, rest assured. The school bought you generous insurance. If anything truly happens to you, I promise we will handle it sternly. Musong's mouth twitched. Even a fool could see that these three old foxes had no intention of caring for Old Chow's life. They might even prefer him beaten to death, so one of their own could take his place. The power struggle between the student council and the deans was already semi-public. You lot, don't fight. Hansan Academy has always prized respect for teachers and the Tao. Demang, show some restraint. The fat old man gestured meaningfully at Demang. Before anyone else could speak, the three figures simply vanished from the spot. All of the higher-ups were dumbfounded. Had those three old men really just walked away from the matter? With the dean's restraint gone, Demang's true nature emerged. He swept a great hand and drew a fissure before Musong and the others, coldly declaring, "Today, the special department protects its own. No one can stop us. I'm only under confinement, not dead. Did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill?" The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes full of pity for Director Chow. No one had expected Demang to step forward. Demang, this is just a misunderstanding. Shall we let it go? Others could ignore Director Chow, but Musong could not. These were his direct men, who if he failed to defend them, who would dare deal with him? He forced himself on toes planted on the fissure, and in a low voice pleaded, "This really wasn't started by the student council. If it's not your doing, then it's settled. Who allowed you to be a spectator here? Did you buy a ticket?" Demang, utterly unreasonable, sneered, "I help kin, not justice. Even if my junior brother wants to kill you, you are damned well not permitted to fight back, understand?" He's so arrogant. Yin Shashao admired, her eyes sparkling. Tian Bao smiled like a love-struck fool. "I adore him. Old Chow, you punched my junior brother once, I'll return the favor. If you can take it, I want press charges. If you can't, I'll personally make you a funeral wreath, alright?" Director Chow's face was full of bitter resignation. Refuse. Demang would have gone berserk on the spot. This man was the notorious thug once called the only ruffian of Bays. Even S-rank guilds could not discipline him, which was why they had shoved him into the school to be tempered. Agree. He had no confidence in his heart. There was never a standard answer to how strong Demang was, for since entering the school, he had never unleashed his full strength. Then, very well. After a moment's hesitation, Director Chow drew a deep breath, set his stance firm, circulated chi to protect his body, arranged his hands in a defensive posture, and concentrated without the slightest laxity. "Junior brother, do you want him dead or alive?" Demang's arrogance ran to the bone. At this moment, he actually asked Wang Beixiao for his decision. Wang Beixiao frowned slightly. "If you kill him, won't you be expelled? You'll be wanted, but no matter, a warrant is practically our special department's diploma," came the casual reply. Demang's wicked eyes swept over Director Chow, who involuntarily shivered. "If you really get caught, it's perfect. You'll go to prison and visit our special department's graduate alumni to learn a few tricks." Graduate alumni. Ahem, special department seniors who serve time are roughly equivalent to graduate level. Fourth brother explained in a low voice. "Don't worry, maximum security prisons across the country house special department prodigies. It's like going home for them." Warmth swelled in Wang Beixiao's chest. Though strangers merely because he was their junior in the special department, they sheltered him without asking for anything in return. That feeling reminded him of the savage camaraderie of the Demon Tooth. No questions, no right or wrong, family before justice. Let him live. Wang Beixiao's few seconds of thought felt like years to Director Chow, sweat beading on his brow. Hearing the answer, Director Chow was nearly moved to tears. "Fine. Besides, I was planning to kill Musong anyway to earn the warrant." Demang nodded calmly. Musong's face drained of color. Apparently this man intended to kill him as a means of graduation. Before Director Chow could take comfort, 3 divine seals flared onto Mang's chest. What the hell? Demang only has 3 seals. Are you kidding? 3 seals can frighten Director Chow into that state. He only activated 3 divine seals. Who knows how many more he hides? Musong's brow furrowed ever deeper, his voice low. He only used 3 seals against a 5-seal opponent. How arrogant. Hengling Guan. Director Chow did not dare be careless. He slammed his forearms together to form a guard. A defensive martial technique. No wonder he is a strong attack type. This is a Xinhua-level defensive technique. I heard this move forges an indestructible wall from Qi. The students watching widened their eyes and excitedly took out their phones to record. It was rare to see a 5-seal expert unleash full force. Crimson Qi gathered around Director Chow's arms, condensing into a translucent wall that truly resembled an impassable city gate. This is Han Zuf's strongest defensive technique. Tian Bao, who also specialized in offense and defense, recognized the move at a glance and warned Hengling Guan grows stronger against force. Boss, do not clash Eden. It will rebound the attack. Musong let out a quiet breath. Hengling Guan. Director Chow's life is saved. Even a 6-seal powerhouse could not shatter Hengling Guan with a single punch. No sooner had the words fallen than Demang struck. His speed blurred the eye. A dark silhouette stood before the Hengling Guan in the blink of an eye. The ground thundered and collapsed before the fist even launched. The overwhelming Qi had pressed the cafeteria floor downward, and the 3rd divine seal flared with crimson light. A red divine seal. Damn, a red divine seal. No wonder he is guild president by Zez Child. His 3rd seal has already been inlaid with a red seal. People make you sick with envy. My 3rd seal is still green, damn it. The crowd seethed with envy. Even Musong betrayed a hint of jealousy as he fingered his blue seal in silence, sour at heart. The son of the Minister of Education was outshone by a guild brat. President, can Director Chow hold? Xiao Guai asked anxiously. Demang's 1st divine seal is Jinsue shatter, his 2nd is Rani burning Qi. Both pursue utter violence. Musong narrowed his eyes and analyzed coolly. If he follows this trajectory, his 3rd seal should also be a violent one, but he shifted tone and sneered. Demang is too reckless. If he used his 5th seal outright, he might punch through Hengling Guan, but relying only on the 3rd. I doubt it. Director Chow had the same thought. He feared a full-force blow. When he saw his opponent only summon the 3rd seal, he rejoiced at once. Demang, you are too arrogant. Without showing your trump, you can't break my. Before he finished, a sight that stunned everyone occurred. Demang's arm glowed with golden light, as if gilding the limb of a deity. His fist met the Hengling Guan without the expected clash, without earth-shattering force. Indeed, without the slightest resistance. The golden arm moved as through empty air, drifting through the Hengling Guan and through Director Chow's arm. 3rd seal, Poji Break Realm. It ignores defenses. A wicked smile creased Demang's fierce face. Director Chow's smile froze and was replaced by utter terror. Even if Fong Lai came here, he'd still get slapped by me today. Boom. The punch's shockwave ripped a 100-meter fissure into the ground. Director Chow flew backward, as if weightless, smashing through the cafeteria's outer wall, shattering a roadside tree, and finally plunging into the snow. Silence. The entire scene fell dead quiet. A 5-seal master had been felled with one blow. This was beyond the strength expected of a student. Without exaggeration, Demang could contend even with long-established big shots. Done. Having concluded everything, Demang clapped casually, ignoring the shock on Musong and the others' faces. He waved at Kai Zi and bored spat. Let's go. How dull. I was ready to be wanted for murder, yet the student council bastards restrained themselves. Haha. Kai Zi hoisted Wang Beixiao with one hand, and smiling at Musong and the others waved. We're off, President Mu. You're welcome to come seek vengeance anytime. If I were you, tonight I'd beat someone to death. My boss is too damn arrogant. I'm angry for you. Heh. The other only smiled and said nothing. But Demang would not indulge him. He turned abruptly and warned Mumai Jr. was besieged on your turf. In half an hour, bring me 100 kinds of top-quality healing salves. If even one is missing, they'll make you use it yourself. Are you fucking robbing me? Mudman still had some temper. Musong had endured Kai Zi's teasing and Demang's scorn, but being ordered to deliver medicine outright crossed the line. It's fucking extortion. Kai Zi half-hugged Wang Beixiao, grinning mischievously as he corrected him. Illiterate. If your father ever gets killed, you wouldn't even be able to write the 4 characters, sell myself, to bury father on a begging board. You would be able to write them. Musong roared in fury. I couldn't. I'm an orphan. Huh. I won't have to sell myself to bury my father. How does that feel? Kai Zi smiled wickedly. Don't be so resentful. I spent 8 years in elementary school. My cultural foundation is rock solid. At that, he flicked his unruly curls with flourish the hair, snapping precisely into Wang Beixiao's eye. Wang's mouth twitched as he grumbled. That's because he repeated a year. I could write my own name at 10. Kai Zi boasted, bracing Wang Beixiao. Come on, let's not waste words on the As they spoke, a stir ran through the snow. Director Chow, remarkably intact, rose to his feet, and glared at Demang, snorting with provocation. Demang, you were too careless. No sooner had he spoken than blood welled from his eyes, nose, ears, and the corners of his mouth. His gaze blurred, and he did not seem to notice. Instead, he laughed loudly. You actually thought my Hangling Guan was for show. The specialty cohort strode past him without a word, faces expressionless, not even bothering to look. Demang calmly drew a 100 yuan banknote from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. What does this mean? The other exploded in rage. You insult me. I'm not injured. No medical fees. Kaizi passed by with a malicious grin and explained by a sanitary pad to soak it up. You're bleeding like you're... What? Director Chow looked down in confusion and saw a huge indentation in his chest. He spat a mouthful of black blood and fainted outright. Mu Song and his companions went ashen, watching the specialty cohort swagger by with helpless gloom. President, the specialty group is too brazen. Once the group had moved on, Xiao Chong, clutching his reddened cheek, timidly asked, Who is that Demang? Why is Director Chow so afraid of him? To these ordinary students, Director Chow represented the ceiling of Hanshan, and the student council was an authority not to be defied. But all that swagger was muted before Demang. Even the 3 deans gave him a wide berth. Guild 9 prodigies, by Zeta Mang. Mu Song muttered venomously in consolation, it's fine, he'll graduate soon. With anyone else, the student council would retaliate at once. Against this one, their choice was to wait him out and send this scourge away when he graduated. What are the Guild 9 prodigies? Several puzzled members asked Mu Song. They are the guild system's strongest young generation. Mention of them made Mu Song heave a helpless sigh. Backed by guilds gifted beyond measure with countless resources, they cannot be provoked. Long Xinxia and Manman Muji Yi Shilao, and the mysterious number 7, by Zeta Mang, Mo Jin Haiqi, Himing Qianxiu Yoshu Yu Shixia, and the legitimate immortal daughter of a rank guild Huajiao. These people represent the continent's most elite geniuses. The next day, Wang Beixiao slowly regained consciousness at noon, sunlight streaming warmly through the window pane onto his face. A hearth burned steadily in the room, filling the air with the rich, savory aroma of a steaming hot pot simmering atop it. Wang Beixiao instinctively rubbed his stomach. Surrounding the hearth stood a group of special division members, Situ Demang and others. Lying on the bed frame were 2 mummy-like figures, Tian Bao and Yin Shasha. Noticing Wang Beixiao's awakening, Sita glanced at his wristwatch and grinned triumphantly. Told you he'd wake before noon. This kid's physical constitution is absurdly robust. Wang Beixiao's body had been remade by pseudo-divine power. His corporeal strength long surpassed the 3rd seal. Wang Beixiao forced himself upright, surveyed the room, and scratched his head gratefully. Thank you all. Without the special division's timely intervention, he would never have made it out of the cafeteria alive. Had even one reckless soul dared to lead the charge, he would have fallen there. Though our numbers are few, we thrive in unity. Situ lazily plucked a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. If we're small and scattered, we'd have been crushed long ago. From the day this division was founded, our elders laid down an unbreakable code: stand shoulder to shoulder, share every peril, bear every hardship together. Kaizi lazily picked his teeth with a toothpick. It's not just us. Every elder of the special division stands as your unwavering pillar. As he spoke, the toothpick flicked, and a fleck of meat shot from his teeth, landing squarely in Situ's mouth. Unaware, Situ chewed, thoughtfully frowning. Why does this meat taste off? Did it sit too long? Ahem. Kaizi swiftly turned away, discreetly dropping the toothpick into the fire. The special division endures because it protects its own. No questions asked. When we graduate, you'll protect the next generation of juniors, unconditionally. The special division has never been merely a class. It is home, harbor, belonging. In the elders' words, we are pests. Only when clustered do we become formidable. So even without the Fong of the Demon Ghost protection, you still have us. Not even the Crimson Demon shall lay a finger upon you. At those words, every face, including Situ's, hardened with solemn gravity. The Crimson Demon. A gleaming blade suspended over Wang Beixiao's head. Its 3-year deadline loomed inexorably. Then it would descend without mercy. That Kaizi named it so precisely meant he already knew Wang Beixiao's past. Let me be frank, every new member must earn unanimous approval from existing ones. You bore the Fong of the Demon Ghost beneath the Crimson Demon's executioner's blade, loyal, righteous. That is why we chose you. Situ set down his chopsticks and regarded Wang Beixiao with quiet intensity. Congratulations. You've passed the Special Division's initiation trial and officially joined our small, tight-knit family. Congratulations, Lao Chi. Welcome, Lao Chi. Huh. Lao Chi, welcome aboard. It was the first time Situ and the others addressed him by seniority, a silent, profound acknowledgement of his place among them. Had Wang Beixiao knelt and begged for mercy in the cafeteria, or cracked under pressure and falsely accused Situ, they would never have lifted a finger. The Special Division rejects traitors. At that moment, Demang rose deliberately, placed a fresh set of chopsticks and bowl before Wang Beixiao, his gaze soft. Utterly transformed from the cafeteria's fierce glare, Lao Chi, once you cross the threshold of the Special Division, you are family. I'm no good with pretty words, But if the Crimson Demon comes for you, call me. No distance, no difficulty. I'll carve you a blood-soaked path myself. Count me in too. Kaizi raised his hand with a grin. If war calls, third brother charges first. Xiaonyo beamed sheepishly. I've got plenty of strength. Crimson Demon or not. If it dares threaten our special division, it won't know peace again. Lao Si, Lao Wu, and Lao Lu laughed in unison. Wang Beixiao sat frozen on the bed, dazed, suddenly back in the fong of the demon ghost. Every soul stood behind him unconditionally. No deceit, no scheming. Only hearts bound in unwavering kinship. True righteousness blooms most fiercely among the common folk. That was the special division embodied. They weighed no cost, feared no foe. Only forged themselves into one indomitable cord. My vengeance. I'll claim it myself. I refuse to be a greenhouse flower. Wang Beixiao smiled, gratefully unwilling to drag them into his storm. 3 years remain. In 3 years, I'll shatter the Crimson Demon. We special division folk carry a wild, untamable spirit. Demang nodded, deeply satisfied. Rest easy. 3 years hence, even if we can't defeat it, I'll march in bearing Baizay's banner and haul you out myself. He pulled a scroll from his robes. First meeting, I've nothing grand to offer. This is Di Wu, treading thunder steps, an internal martial technique of Baizay. Take it and train. If anyone asks, say I sold it to you. To gift a Di Wu technique outright left Wang Beixiao speechless, whether to praise Demang's magnanimity or sheer audacity. Such techniques were priceless, unattainable on the open market. Had he been a villain, the consequences would have been catastrophic. You trust me just like that. What else? Souls that resonate need only one glance to forge lifelong bonds. Those who clash remain strangers even after decades. If I cannot trust my own junior brother, who else remains worthy of faith? Even should you betray me, it's my blindness, not your fault. Demang's utter candor left Wang Beixiao utterly wordless. Seeing this, the other seniors ceased holding back, rising one by one with gentle smiles, each producing treasures coveted fiercely by students across elite academies. This is Di Wu Divine Hand Technique. Lao Si carefully withdrew a crimson-wrapped scroll from his chest. Brother, this is my life-bound martial art. Read it, then return it. I intend to pass it to my son. You? Wang Beixiao stared stunned at the scroll in his hands. Isn't the special division said to possess only 4 martial techniques? That was just fooling the gullible. Situ shrugged indifferently. Back then you hadn't yet passed initiation. I naturally held things close. Look at you, stingy little thing. Kaizi proudly thrust his hand into his trousers, fumbled wildly, then yanked out a half-meter stone tablet from behind his back. Xiao, I acquired this during cultivation. Not stole, mind you, acquired. No martial technique for me, but take this. See if it suits you. A brank guild was annihilated over it. Wang Beixiao glimpsed it only briefly. His heart lurched violently. Divine script. Carved upon the tablet were divine characters, the very language of gods. Since awakening his pseudo-divine power, he'd sensed an inexplicable resonance with divinity. He couldn't read the script, but his sixth sense screamed this was the tongue of heaven. The tablet appeared plain, even faintly foul-smelling, yet the subtle pulsing divine energy radiating from it spoke volumes. Yet no one's attention lingered on the tablet. Third brother, where did you pull that from? Lao Si yanked Kaizi's trousers aside, peering curiously inward. Did you overcut during hemorrhoid surgery? How'd you even fit it in there? Situ and the others crowded forward, hands poised to strip him bare. Kaizi shrieked, Don't. I'm getting aroused. It's just a spatial pouch sewn into my underwear. Damn it, Lao Si, where are you reaching? I swear, I'll turn on you. Only Demang's light cough restored order. They released Kaizi reluctantly, leaving him looking violated and profoundly aggrieved. Xiao, I've no martial technique, but here's a sapphire divine seal. I'd kept it for myself, but take it. Test its compatibility. If useless, name any seal in school you desire, and I'll seize it for you. Xiaonyo shyly offered the seal. I've nothing special either. Lao Wu blushed softly, then opened his mouth, his throat rippling rhythmically. With a sharp pop, a black egg dropped onto the floor. This belonged to the dean's private collection, said it's an shrank primal beast's egg. Since he cherished it so, I borrowed it for a look. Lao Wu sheepishly licked his lips. Play with it. If the dean notices, just say a dog stole it. Ahem. Finally, a USB drive floated gently into Wang Beixiao's palm, still warm from Lao Lu's grip. Brother, this holds all my casual bathroom footage. You understand. I'm always wandering into the wrong shower, always misplacing my phone there. Cold, aloof school beauties, gentle floral muses, cough, private archives. Watch wisely and cherish deeply. Whoa. Kaizi, Lao Si, and Lao Wu's eyes lit up. Situ plopped beside Wang Beixiao, gripping his hand with radiant paternal warmth. My dear disciple, how have I treated you? Terribly. Then, hand me that USB drive. Let me drown in lustful delusion. Situ narrowed his eyes, tears welling. Let me be hollowed out. Let my cultivation stagnate. Let me succumb to demonic madness. Won't you, brother Xiao? Get off me. Kaizi shoved Situ aside with disdain, then draped an arm around Wang Beixiao's shoulders, grinning. Brother Xiao Guai's girlfriend keeps provoking you. I've beaten him half dead on your behalf. Can you let me peek just a little when you watch? Shameless. Situ leapt up suddenly, indignant, kicking Kaizi squarely in the rear. I, Situ, am upright and honorable. How could I possibly sire such base, despicable scoundrels? I disown you all. With noble resolve he strode away, leaving the rest utterly bewildered. Only when Wang Beixiao felt his palm grow empty did he glance down, startled to find the USB drive gone. Situ's voice echoed with saintly conviction. Xiao, excessive viewing harms the spirit. I shall destroy this for you. Oh, and tonight I've had a sudden epiphany. I must enter seclusion for cultivation. Do not disturb me, or I'll sever ties entirely. 3 days later, Yin Shasha and Tian Baojun could finally walk on their own. The three of them were about to have their first true lesson with Situ. The previous 2 classes had been a test of talent and a trial of character. Now they were truly accepted. In the classroom on the 3rd floor, the great python lay sprawled on the sofa, his face pale and dark circles under his eyes appearing completely vacant. Kaizi walked unsteadily, leaning against the wall, and sat down on the floor, his cheeks sunken. Lao Si had a swollen right arm, while Lao Wu was carried into the classroom on the shoulder of little Niu. Everyone, including Situ, wore expressions of weakness, as if their souls had been drained. This was also the reason why this group of people was willing to quietly attend class. What happened? Tian Bao was moved to tears. Did you get so badly hurt just to save us? Wang Beixiao was about to explain that it was the USB drive that caused the trouble, but Situ spoke first, lamenting as he slapped his thigh. That's right, we were ambushed. It's my fault for not having a strong will, falling for the enemy's yang energy capture technique. Kaizi shook his head helplessly, sighed 18 times, that's my limit. Lao Si slumped weakly on the ground, saying, I feel like I'll never respond to a woman again in this lifetime. What do you mean by 18? Yin Shasha looked at Wang Beixiao in confusion. The latter responded seriously. Lao Si was practicing archery, exhausting all his energy. What kind of archery is that? Amazing. The little girl innocently asked. Her bright eyes blinked pure and clear. The others twitched their lips. Situ awkwardly explained, the arrow of yang essence, this thing. When cultivated to the extreme, not only does the target not die, but they also gain an extra person. Is it that powerful? Can you teach me? Yin Shasha asked, wide-eyed with admiration. Situ, unable to continue the ruse, awkwardly lowered his head, pretending to organize his books. The others turned their heads. Wang Beixiao, annoyed, tapped his forehead lightly. It's only passed to males, not females. Ahem, let's get on with the class. The great python forcefully changed the topic. If the little girl kept asking questions, their group of senior brothers would lose face. Situ might not care, but they still needed to maintain some dignity. Today I will let you see the Tianwu, but I must clarify. Whether or not you gain insight depends entirely on your fate. If not, do not force it, or you may fall into madness. Situ placed one hand on the lesson plan, his previously lewd demeanor disappearing. In its place was an air of seriousness as he carefully retrieved a box covered in runes from beside his feet. He cautiously opened it. A scroll slowly unfurled before everyone. The scroll was over a meter long, with a significant portion torn away from the edges. The artist clearly lacked skill, and the drawing was quite rough. The figures were distorted. It was vaguely recognizable as a battlefield. A burly man was depicted fighting against dozens of winged, mysterious beings. The ground was littered with corpses, and the sun in the sky was oddly black. If it weren't for the mention of Tianwu, Wang Beixiao would have thought this was some elementary school assignment. Tianwu only passes to those with fate. New students, each of you has only 15 minutes. If you do not gain insight, then it means you have no connection. Do not force it. Situ, knowing Wang Beixiao's reckless personality, repeatedly cautioned him, fearing he would act foolishly and fall into madness. The three remained silent, only stepping forward to gaze intently at the artwork. The figures in the painting were not exquisite, the scene was not grand, and the quality of the painting was quite mediocre. Situ cast a meaningful glance at the three and walked alone to the door, lighting a cigarette. He kicked Lao Wu with annoyance. Why are you also so weak? Can a dog also fight? Are you stupid? Lao Wu rolled his eyes in irritation. What the hell? Have you been a dog for so long that you really think of yourself as a beast? Did you go look for a dog? Situ sounded shocked, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The way they looked at Lao Wu changed, filled with disdain and disgust. Even if he currently appeared like a dog, he was still fundamentally human. Damn it, the latter cursed angrily. I went out to hire someone to help me, is that okay? Oh. Situ suddenly realized, completely losing the composure expected of a teacher. He suddenly smiled wickedly. Then you should go find a milk worker, their techniques are more proficient. Damn. One person and one dog immediately got into a scuffle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Beixiao found his vision of the painting becoming increasingly blurry. He vaguely felt that the figures in the painting were moving. The sounds of battle and roars reached his ears. It was as if he were in an ancient battlefield, the overwhelming stench of blood mixed with the shrill cries of clashing blades. In the painting, the man stood alone against 1,000 troops. With a single punch, all life was extinguished. This was Wang Baixiu's first experience of what true destructive power felt like. Those winged monsters seemed as fragile as paper before the might of his fist. Clearly just a figure in a painting, yet the might of that punch could cause one's internal organs to shatter with a single glance. Power. This ultimate power. This force that could destroy heaven and earth, breaking all laws with sheer might. It was precisely what Wang Baixiu yearned for. Gradually, he became increasingly obsessed, finding it impossible to extricate himself. By the time Situ, covered in dog fur, got up from the ground, more than 10 minutes had already passed. The other two had already given up. Yin Shasha was playing with a knife. Tian Bao was even less interested. He had never been fascinated by Tianwu. For a moment, all attention was focused on Wang Baixiu. How much time is left? The great python asked worriedly. If he does not gain insight in 15 minutes, there is a risk of falling into madness. And indeed, that was the case. The man's silhouette swinging his fists seemed to possess some kind of magic. Each of his punches contained boundless mysteries of martial arts. The more he failed to comprehend, the more unwilling Wang Baixiu became, the more he wanted to look. In that moment, he completely forgot Sightus warnings. Unconsciously, his consciousness gradually sank into the painting. As his gaze shifted from sharp to murky and finally became hollow, Situ was alarmed. Damn it, Shower is too stubborn, as something bad is about to happen. Quick, stop him. Several people scrambled to pull Wang Baixiu away. Whoosh! In the next moment, both the painting and the person rose into the air. A massive wave of divine power directly sent the drained individuals flying. What's going on? Situ was also stunned. Such a situation had never occurred before. They saw a faint golden light emerging from the painting, merging with the golden light emanating from Wang Baixiu. Wait a moment. Situ sensed something was amiss and interrupted the others who wanted to take action. Shout. Seems to have gained some insight. Even if he has gained insight, it shouldn't be like this, right? Kaizi expressed his unease. I've seen this painting too. The more you try to peek into the true essence of the fist technique, the easier it is for the painting to devour your consciousness. It has already been 18 minutes and Shower's consciousness has vanished. The others looked at Wang Baixiu's hollow eyes in fear, unsure of what to do. Once a person loses conscious control, they become merely a shell that breathes. Only Yin Shasha remained determined, stubbornly stating, the president will be fine. My sister said that the president has. Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly covered her mouth. Teacher Situ believe in the president, he won't die before finding the former president. Damn it, this is serious. If his consciousness doesn't return, Shower will be ruined. Situ cursed angrily, I was too hasty. Meanwhile, Wang Baixiu's consciousness gradually sank into the painting, utterly entranced. The crimson demon, the fong of evil spirits, his companions, none of it mattered anymore. All he desired was to unravel the mystery of that martial art. He must obtain this boxing technique. He must grow stronger. Unbeknownst to himself, the fiercer his yearning for power grew, the deeper he sank. Wang Baixiu bore the blood feud of the fong of evil spirits. His obsession with strength had long verged on demonic possession, though he had never revealed it. This was precisely why his will had been consumed. Just as his last sliver of reason teetered on total submersion, a thunderous boom echoed within his mind. And then a familiar voice rang out, Shower, remember to eat well. It was the guildmaster's call. Shower, no need to fret if you can't awaken your ability. I've got your back, said Chuuncle. Shower, you've grown sturdier, you little rascal. Haha. Shower. One tender summons after another jolted Wang Baixiu's drifting consciousness awake. These were the gentlest memories nestled deep within his heart. The voices seemed to emanate from 10,000 miles away, from beyond the confines of the scroll itself. His hollow gaze slowly regained clarity. Yes, he trained in boxing not for strength's sake, but to avenge, to find the guild master once more. Strength was never the end, it was but a means. He had inverted purpose and method. Who dares intrude? In that very instant of awakening, the man within the painting sensed an alien force, not of this painted realm, and whirled around sharply. At last Wang Baixiu beheld the figure clearly, crimson hair, cascading over bare shoulders, a broad muscular torso, arms etched with golden divine runes, eyes sharp and blazing with fury. With each breath, vast divine power surged, so overwhelming that even Wang Baixiu's own energies spiraled out of control. Shower, come home with me. Shower, the fong of evil spirits needs you. Shower, time for photos. Each call drifted like a summer evening breeze. Tears instantly welled in Wang Baixiu's eyes. These voices, he longed more than anything to hear them again. Even without turning, he could identify each speaker with uncanny precision. In that moment, martial technique's divine power, none of it held meaning. All he wished was to return to that beloved humble tavern. Slowly he turned his gaze back, and the scene shifted. It became the tavern. The guild master appeared younger. Lao Chu smiled, cigarette dangling from his lips, waving him over. Lao Tu raised his camera. Ho Pipigu perched atop Lao Fong's shoulders. Xiao Mak clutched marbles in one hand, while calling out, Shower, hurry up. Photos first, then marbles. You've had a rough time outside, but you're home now. Ha ha ha. Laughing, the guildmaster opened his arms wide. Wang Beixiao's inner defenses crumbled completely, as if a child battered by life's cruelties dashed headlong into those waiting arms. I know your illusions. I know you aren't real. Yet, I truly miss you, all of you. At that moment, Wang Beixiao hesitated no longer. Even if the path ahead led through mountains of blades and seas of fire, even knowing full well it was all illusion, he strode forward unwavering toward the tavern. Behind him, the figure within the painting erupted in furious rage at the sudden, inexplicable appearance of the Fong of evil spirits. This was his domain. Wang Beixiao was his prey, his soul bound to sustain this miniature world. To enter my scroll is to become my martial slave. Your life the fuel that keeps this realm alive. Dare you steal what is mine, then perish. A thunderous, tyrannical fist storm roared forth. Wang Beixiao did not look back, but the searing gale shredded his skin inch by inch. Within the painting, flowers and grasses alike disintegrated into dust beneath the onslaught, as if the entire painted world trembled on the verge of collapse. Outside the scroll, Demang and Situ bellowed in unison, "Take cover." Now? Boom. The devastating fist wind tore through the scroll's boundary. Yin Shasha and Tian Bao barely registered the danger before Demang and Situ hoisted them aloft and crashed through the window to escape. Scarcely had they landed when horror unfolded the entire teaching building, reduced to fine ash in an instant. Cracks split the earth for kilometers around the scroll's epicenter as though struck by a cataclysmic quake, shuddering endlessly. Above lingered the painted figure's enraged, wary roar. Who are you? Then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next breath, 3 college deans plummeted from the sky like falling stars. They spread their arms wide, unleashing a colossal protective barrier that barely contained the fistwind's expansion. From the scroll erupted a towering golden pillar of light, piercing straight into the heavens. The entire Hanshan mountain bathed in golden radiance. What in the world is happening? How can there be an ancient god's aura here? Fat Dean stared upward, panic-stricken, at the celestial golden aurora. What devilry have you unleashed now? Where is Wang Beixiao? Mei Dean swept her gaze across the scene, immediately noting one absence. Situ remained silent, only staring ruefully at the sky. Slap. The ever-nonchalant Situ struck himself hard across the face. He hadn't foreseen such devastation, nor imagined Wang Beixiao would fall so deeply under the scroll's sway. Damn it. My student won't be taken, not even by a god. What are you doing? The 3 deans recoiled in shock as Situ began stripping off his shirt. Was he truly challenging a deity? Had he lost his mind? Yet Situ's expression was solemn, fearless. Showers, spiritual deviation stems from my failure as mentor, but so long as I draw breath, no one shall take him. I'll go with you. Whoosh. Demang ripped open his shirt, eyes blazing crimson, features twisted in ferocity. You harmed my junior brother. Even if you're a god, I'll shatter you. Altogether. Others stepped forward as one faces resolute, ready to embrace death. Led by Situ, they marched straight toward the golden pillar. No one knew what lay within that column of light. No one knew who, or what, the entity in the painting truly was. But one truth was certain: it was no mere mortal. Bring Shower home. Situ roared, and hurled himself into the golden pillar. Bring Lao Chi home. Shower, hold on. Demang drew a deep breath, 6 seals blazing, and bellowed by. Zay. Boom. The sky darkened instantly. A colossal snow-white beast tore through the clouds and descended roaring. Shower, endure. Kai Zi, Lao Si, Lao Wu, and Lao Lu clasped hands, transforming into streaks of light, hurtling directly into the pillar. Madman! Madman! Stop this madness now. Ah! Situ's skin flushed crimson, splitting inch by inch, blood drenching his body in seconds. His hands morphed into claws, tearing relentlessly at the pillar's golden light. Though his arms blistered and blackened under searing radiance, though blood streamed from his orifices, he pressed forward, each step agonizing, his visage contorted. Give my student back to me. Don't act rashly, you'll die. Fat Dean barked sharply. Fall back. Fall back. Crack. As the pillar split open just enough, Yin Shasha cried out joyfully. The guild master. He's alive. Look, look. Tian Bao pointed skyward, elated. All heads lifted, and there within the golden pillar floated Wang Beixiao, arms outstretched, a gentle smile upon his lips, tears tracing down his cheeks. He hung motionless at the pillar's heart, untouched and scathed, cradled tenderly within the translucent grasp of an immense ethereal hand. In the illusion, Wang Beixiao looked through tear-blurred faces. Chairman Chu Shu Fong Shu Tu Shu Ho Piga Xiao Mak, and choked out at last. We are reunited. He opened his arms to embrace them, but was shoved away by a massive hand. It was Chu Shu. Smiling with relief, Chu Shu regarded Wang Beixiao and said, You brat, don't you know this is an illusion? I know. I know this illusion was fashioned by Wei Shun. He is pulling me out, but I cannot bear. How could he not know these people were false? Each wore a familiar aura. That was Wei Shun's divine power. Yet outside, he was the resolute killer Wang Beixiao, the newly appointed chairman of Agaiji, the junior of the special division. Unbeknownst to others, he longed more to be the scoundrel spoiled by a Guajia. Foolish boy, when you ran to us I truly wished to keep you here forever, but... Chu gently patted his cheek. I am but a wisp of spirit, fledglings must grow and spread their wings to fly. You brat. Thank you for remembering me, thank you for bearing everything. It is time to return. You have new family now, they are waiting for you. Old Chu pointed, and Wang Beixiao saw Situ tearing through divine light for his sake, his body battered and bloodied. He saw Demang's hands raw and shredded, yet still slamming against the pillar of light. He saw Kaizi, he saw Lao Si, Lao Wu, Lao Lu, Yin Shasha Tian Bao. They were all fighting desperately for Wang Beixiao. You little runt. You've grown. Old Chu smiled, and stepped back as his form faded. Live well. I will watch from the heavens, and bless you. I do not need you to avenge me, but if you live unhappily, I will be angry. The iron law of a Guajia is to live and live joyfully. Even if life and death separate us, even if we never meet again, we are family. The members of a Guajia smiled, waved farewell, and turned into starlight that rose skyward. At that moment, the illusion shattered. When he opened his eyes again, Situ's roar, Demang's hiss, and Kaizi's wail reached him. Wei Shun's familiar aura wrapped tightly around him. Boy, you were never alone. Old Chu's final voice whispered in his ear. Indeed, he still had Yin Shasha Tian Bao and everyone from the special division. And, Wei Shun, thank you. He knew it had all been Wei Shun's doing, and forced an embarrassed, rueful smile. I was willful. Nearly I could not have rescued you. Wei Shun's voice echoed in his mind. This scroll is an isolated microcosm. I have not fully freed myself, and cannot traverse space. I could only pull you back this way. What on earth was that? Recalling the encounter, Wang Beixiao broke out in a cold sweat. Without Wei Shun, he feared he would never have escaped. It is merely a wisp of a slain deity's obsessive will, Wei Shun sneered. It needs to siphon mortal vitality to fill the scroll and sustain itself eternally. But, Situ said this was Tianwu. Wang Beixiao trusted Situ implicitly. He would not lie or betray him. Could Situ not have seen that a god's obsession lay hidden within? The so-called Tianwu is only the surface of mortals peeking at divine martial arts, Wei Shun said. It is both opportunity and peril. I suspect the painter intended to lure mortals in to nourish the painted deity seeking its revival. Wei Shun's voice was cold and disdainful. Only because you carry my divine power did this wisp refuse to let go. If that is the case, it must not be allowed to remain. With those words, a colossal hand unfolded in the sky. In an instant, the heavens dimmed. The giant hand Wei Shun assumed blotted out the sun and severed the pillar of light. From the scroll came a frantic hiss. Who are you? I am Wei Shun. Before my presence, who dares call themselves God? Get away. What the? Run. The three deans, the special division, and the entire academy looked skyward in despair. Two gods clashing could raise the city. A funeral bell rang across the academy, a sound unheard for a century. With the bell's toll, people fell back. It was the academy's final warning. The campus erupted in chaos. Bewildered students poured from classrooms and fled down the mountain like madmen, terrified of being crushed by that giant hand. Wang Beixiao, however, stood composed atop the giant hand, his black cloak, snapping eyes cold and imperious, surveying the world as if he scorned it. Boom. As two immense divine forces collided, the chi walls conjured by the three deans crumbled like soft tofu. The three coughed up old blood, were blasted backward hundreds of meters, and fell unconscious. Those present exchanged glances, and none chose to flee. Whether they could escape or not, so long as Wang Beixiao remained, they would not run. Protect my friends. At the crucial moment, Wang Beixiao commanded in a clear voice, do not harm them. Wei Shun sneered, being sealed and unable to traverse space does not mean I cannot contend with him. Boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, the giant hand crashed onto the scroll. The golden radiance that had burst forth like a volcanic plume to the heavens was instantly scattered by that palm. There was no earth-shattering impact, no cataclysmic shock. Wei Shun swatted the scroll away as if brushing off a mosquito with a single palm. The golden light that had terrified the deans dissipated in an instant. No. What are you? How can you stand above a god? No. From within the scroll, the obsession issued an unwilling roar. You are trapped inside the painting. I cannot touch you there. But once you step out, you become my food. Devour. A single terse command. Words that carried the force of cosmic law and irresistible decree resounded through heaven and earth. Whoosh. The next moment, golden light shot from the scroll again, but now it was gentle, even docile. The phantom of the man in the painting was drawn out, his face a mask of terror and despair, struggling in vain. Under the pressure of the giant hand, he dissolved into starlight and was fully absorbed. Wang Beixiao looked on impassively, inwardly lamenting, what a pity for this Tianwu. It matters not. As if reading his thought, Wei Shun's triumphant voice said, the residual martial intent remains in the painting, you may study it closely. No sooner had those words fallen than the blue shin-in that rested against Wang Beixiao's chest shattered, and this time it was not drawn into his body but drifted toward the scroll, as starlight slowly coalescing and piecing itself together until it wholly restored the missing sections of the painting. The deity's fist technique is indeed exquisite. Were he not dead, even my current divine power could not have bested him. I have now completed the scroll for you. You may observe the full combat intent. Though Wei Shun was arrogant and aloof, his methods verged on omnipotent. Not only could he upgrade Shin, but he could even repair martial techniques. A bold thought rose in his mind. Wei Shun, can you upgrade martial arts? Mortal martial arts are crude. Upgrading them is easy. Feed them sufficient Shin. Even divine techniques above Tianwu, I can upgrade. This feeding was of high quality. Absorb another shred of divine soul, and you can break through to the second seal. Keep striving. Having consumed the painted deity's obsession, Wei Shun was in a rare buoyant mood, and even encouraged Wang Beixiao. But Wang Beixiao suddenly found Tianwu less enticing and asked curiously, if I wanted to upgrade this Tianwu into a divine ultimate technique, what would be required? 1 golden Shin and 3 red Shin will do. Wei Shun offered with a dry note. This Tianwu suffices as a bridge. The obsession in the painting has been cleared. You can pour your intent into it, and enter the painting to comprehend at any time. The pattern on the painting shifted into a state of ruin. The man was gone, yet the scroll remained whole. Wang Beixiao watched Situ and the others rush toward him in excitement. His heart warmed, and suddenly asked, can I upgrade other people's Shin? Yes. What is required? For outsiders, 5 green to upgrade to blue, 08 blue to upgrade to red, 15 red to upgrade to gold. A complete divine soul can upgrade gold to black. Xiao good. Wei Shun had barely stopped speaking when a pudgy body barreled into Wang Beixiao. Tian Bao hugged him tightly. You scared me to death, bro. You're alive, that's wonderful. Don't get so excited. Pongzi, how many blue Shin can you get hold of? Wang Beixiao tended to repay others' kindness with more than they had given. This small episode revealed the special division's loyalty to him. Upgrading Shin was the most effective way to repay them. The little fatty went pale and put on a doleful face. Bro, even in a robbery, you don't have to be this ruthless, demanding so many blue Shin at once. If you're like this, I won't kiss you. Give me whatever you have, I guarantee you won't lose out. What do you mean? I will upgrade your Shin. Situ took a swift step and clapped his hand over Wang Beixiao's mouth, glanced at the 3 deans, and once certain they were still unconscious, whispered, boy. You can't say that carelessly. I mean it. Then wait a moment. Situ's face grew stern. He ordered Demang, Lauda, go dig a pit. I'm afraid the deans heard Shower's secret just now, before they wake. Bury them. On that night, after the 2 divine beings engaged in battle, the school temporarily allocated a piece of land for the special department. This time, it was even more extravagant than the original teaching building, resembling a small ancient castle. Although the outer walls were crumbling, snow had accumulated in the courtyard, and the interior was filled with dust, with a faint chill wafting from the basement, it appeared grander and more imposing than the previous teaching building. Inside Wang Beixiao's room, a group of people gathered around a makeshift stove like thieves. Kaizi peeked out repeatedly, confirming that no one was eavesdropping outside, before giving everyone an okay gesture. Demang then spoke up to explain, this is the home of the old Dean Han Shan, which was later transformed into a confinement room. The only people who have ever been confined here are those from the special department. This is our second home. Let's not discuss that for now. Situ interrupted the conversation between the 2, lowering his voice and gravely asking Wang Beixiao, Xiao, what do your words mean today? An innocent man suffers from having a jade pendant. For hundreds of years, there has been no mention of the divine seal being able to upgrade. Once this thing is exposed, the consequences are obvious. At best, one would be placed under house arrest by a powerful force, becoming a machine for upgrading the divine seal. At worst, one might be directly dismantled for research. Wang Beixiao's revelation of this secret brought more worry than relief among the few present. Here, Wang Beixiao did not pretend, revealing the first divine seal on his forehead. In the dim room, golden light radiated warmly, and the intricate inscriptions and divine power spread, revealing the golden divine seal, the 4 transformations of gods and demons. What the hell? Damn, who in the special department wasn't a genius or a monster? Upon seeing Wang Beixiao's first divine seal, they still gasped in shock. The golden divine seal. Tian Bao reached out in disbelief to lightly touch the seal on the other's forehead, then quickly retracted his hand, saying, this is the first time I've seen a golden divine seal. That's not the key. You silly bird. Even if it's the divine seat Fong Lai, he would only embed a golden divine seal in the last 3 orifices because this thing is too precious. Demang picked up a burning piece of charcoal with his bare hands to light a cigarette, sternly warning, no one is allowed to spread what happened today. If Shower's secret is exposed, by Zay will retaliate without hesitation. As he said this, his gaze fixed intently on Tian Bao. The latter instantly became displeased, puffing out his chest. Boss, Tian Bao may be cowardly, but I will never betray a brother. Xiao Gu is my older brother. Even if I die, I will keep this secret to myself. Though he appeared silly, he indeed did not falter at crucial moments. In the cafeteria fight, he stood his ground against hundreds who besieged him. Wang Beixiao nodded in trust. I trust Tian Bao. I can't say too much in detail, just the key points. Cough cough, I can upgrade the divine seals on you. So your first divine seal is upgraded. Situ pinpointed the crucial point. Even a child from a super family could not have a golden divine seal embedded as their first seal. This is akin to placing a peerless divine weapon in the hands of a swaddled infant. No matter how good the family, such consumption is unsustainable. It's important to know that divine seals are consumable items. If a person dies, the divine seal will lose its effectiveness. That's right, it's upgraded from a red divine seal. Wang Beixiao did not deny it, his gaze landing on Tian Bao. Little fatty, how many divine seals do you have? 8. 8 green divine seals originally prepared for Li Mao and the others. The latter hurriedly took out a handful of divine seals from his bag and tossed them onto the bed, excitedly asking, Bro, is this enough? 5 green divine seals can upgrade to 1 blue divine seal. After scanning the 8 green divine seals, Wang Beixiao nodded earnestly. I can upgrade your first divine seal to blue. What the hell? At this, everyone became excited. As high-level combatants, they were acutely aware of the terrifying potential of this ability. This meant that as long as the resources were sufficient, everyone in the special department could achieve red seals, or even all of them could attain golden seals. Just imagine the concept of 9 awakened ones with golden divine seals appearing. What talent, what divine weapon, all of it is nonsense. With the support of golden seals, even a pig could become invincible. Demang lost his composure for the first time, his eyes shimmering with unusual light. Though he tried hard to restrain himself, his body still trembled. His voice changed, as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline, tremblingly asking, Xiao, what do I need to upgrade a blue seal to a red one? 8 blue divine seals. Boss, stay calm. You don't know what upgrading a divine seal means to Demang. Sidu took a puff of his cigarette, patting Demang's shoulder with a sympathetic gaze. Perhaps your wish can come true. What? The 3 newcomers were confused. Kaizi sighed and explained to the 3. Do you know why the boss? He has no time left. Tian Bao's expression changed suddenly, asking in shock, Is the boss going to die? What illness? I can contact the best hospital. Several people twitched their mouths. Sidu sighed and slowly explained. The boss has a childhood sweetheart, and they promised each other as children. Unfortunately, Bai Zhe would arrange a marriage for him with the glass guild He Ming's goddess Qianxiu. To marry the woman of his dreams, he had no choice but to bet against the guild leader and represent Bai Zhe in the so-called life and death high exploration. That was an ancient relic newly discovered by humanity for only 20 years, located within a space-time rift, and it was continually expanding, potentially affecting the real world at any moment. To prevent its emergence, every year the Glass Guild would form a team of daredevils to enter. However, this relic was under a divine restriction. Only those with 5 seals or fewer could enter. This is why Demang was so excited. He could no longer embed new divine seals, and could only enhance his strength by improving the quality of the existing seals. I was originally planning to give up Shower. Demang fiercely stubbed out his cigarette, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with desire. I want to come out alive and marry her. My current strength has less than a 10% survival rate if I enter the secret realm. If I can turn 5 seals into all red within a year, perhaps I have a 1/3 chance of making it out. I can't even dream of a golden divine seal, as it requires an enormous amount of resources. Saying this, Demang revealed his divine seals, 2 blue, 3 red. Among the second generation and young masters of this world, this was already considered top tier. Shower, how many divine seals are needed for all red? 16 blue divine seals. Wang Beixiao candidly replied. Smack. Just as he finished speaking, Demang directly took out 6 blue divine seals from his bag. Give me half a month, you'll find a way. Any time is fine. Wang Beixiao nodded. While he can upgrade divine seals, his family background is limited, and he truly lacks the means to acquire more divine seals. No need to be so troublesome. Situ at that moment exemplified what it meant to be a teacher. When there's no danger, he is the biggest threat, but when something happens, he is undoubtedly the most reliable person. He cautiously took out a blue divine seal from his pocket. This is for the child who hasn't been born yet. I have one here too. Kaizi reluctantly placed a blue divine seal on the table, turning his head away from Demang. This divine seal doesn't quite match my ability. You can use it first. You guys. Demang was slightly moved, especially by the one before Kaizi. This is the most matching divine seal you nearly risked your life for. Others may not understand, but the few of us who are close know the significance of this divine seal. Blue divine seals are not rare, but finding one that perfectly matches one's ability is like finding a needle in a haystack. Some big shots even choose to use lower quality green divine seals just to ensure a perfect match with it. What a waste of a seal. How could a broken divine seal be more important than you? Kai's face flushed awkwardly, waving his hand. Don't look at me like that. If you die, how will I bluff in the future? Stop being mushy. Sidu shrugged and interrupted. We're all united in the special department. With Shower as our ace, are you still worried? We want take off. Shower, let's get started. The members of the special faction rose one after another, clearing space for him, their focus entirely fixed on the 5 blue divine seals on the table. The giant python nodded appreciatively, lowering its head in fear of being seen by others, afraid that if it looked up it would not be able to contain the emotions swelling within. Knowing that entering the secret realm could lead to death, he never dared to get too close to anyone, not even the members of the special faction. Aware of his fate, he feared that others would suffer because of his departure. At this moment, the solitude he had relied on vanished completely. He finally mustered the courage to survive, no longer suppressing the emotions within. Boss, extend your hand. This was the first time Wang Beixiao was upgrading a divine seal for someone else, feeling quite apprehensive as he called for the pseudo-god in his heart, while holding the 8 blue divine seals. Soon the voice of the pseudo-god echoed in his mind. Grab his hand. Well, I need to sense his chi. Boss, channel your chi into me. Wang Beixiao sat cross-legged, eyes tightly closed. In the dim room, there was utter silence. Everyone held their breath, both curious and excited. This was undoubtedly a historic moment. Old 5 Sita kicked old 5, go keep watch. Why me? I want to see how to upgrade the divine seal. Because you are a dog, several voices chimed in unison. Just as the words fell, a brilliant blue light erupted in the room, and the 8 blue divine seals floated in the air, revolving around Wang Beixiao. Close the windows. Kaizi dashed forward, pulling the curtains shut. Everyone was fully focused on the surrounding movements. This was not just the boss opportunity, it was also Wang Beixiao's risk. If discovered, the consequences were unimaginable. Anyone who approaches the courtyard will be killed immediately, no matter who it is. If something happens, I take responsibility. Situ ordered sternly. Clang. A group of students drew their swords in unison, displaying a determination to protect Wang Beixiao and the giant python at all costs. The 8 divine seals exploded, transforming into countless blue particles, crystal clear, slowly merging into Wang Beixiao's body under the control of the pseudo-god. As before, the 5 divine wills within the seals were effortlessly devoured. The only difference this time was that the pseudo-god did not reciprocate to Wang Beixiao. Within his consciousness space, the divine statue slowly opened its eyes. Boss, light up the seal. Wang Beixiao shouted. Buzz. The first divine seal lit up, shining with a blue radiance. The giant python was so nervous that his palms were sweaty. This was his only chance to defy fate. He was uncertain about the effects of the upgrade, filled with anxiety and anticipation. Looking at Wang Beixiao's determined face, he felt a surge of emotion. This junior brother whom he had just met was willing to expose his trump card for him. One must understand that even biological brothers might not be so open with each other. During his time in the guild, he had witnessed too much deception. Wang Beixiao's sincerity was something he seldom encountered. Here it comes. Before he could reflect, a torrent of divine power surged from Wang Beixiao's arm into his body. It flowed into him like scalding lava, coursing through his veins like a vast river roiling, within ultimately converging into his first divine seal. Woo woo woo. The 2 bodies slowly floated in the air, and the hearts of the onlookers were in their throats. Light from the divine aura enveloped the 2, the giant python's eyes sparkling, while Wang Beixiao's complexion grew increasingly pale, clearly suffering greatly from the expense of upgrading another's divine seal. This is easy. As the divine power washed over his arm's skin was gradually torn open, blood dripping down. While the divine power flowed into the giant python, he was also enduring the agony of the divine force. Shower, can you still hold on? If you can, I won't blame you. The giant python looked at Wang Beixiao's pained expression, feeling a mix of emotions. The other party could easily hide the secret, yet he chose not to. It's changing. It's changing. Tian Bao excitedly pointed at the giant python's first divine seal. The blue sheen gradually faded, turning red, while the patterns on the divine seal silently shifted, becoming more intricate and sacred. Meanwhile, the giant python sensed that the power within him was rapidly surging, almost threatening to burst him apart. What astonished him even more was that he could keenly perceive the changes in the divine seal, becoming more mysterious and profound. Having already reached the peak of 5 seals, the upgrade directly propelled him to the brink of stepping into the realm of 6 seals. As the red light intensified, it grew so bright that the curtains could no longer conceal it. Boom! A dazzling red beam shot up into the sky, piercing through the ceiling and dyeing the entire academy's sky red. Damn! The giant python finally let out an unprecedented roar of exhilaration. Crash! At that moment, Wang Beixiao fell heavily to the ground, drenched in sweat, looking utterly weak. He couldn't care less about his own state. He struggled to get up and hurried to the giant python's side, staring intently at the other's divine seal. Confirming the upgrade's success, he finally collapsed onto the ground, saying, "Damn it, my body feels hollowed out." Boss, how does it feel? Boss, what is the new divine seal? Boss, your chi seems stronger. The brothers eagerly crowded around like animals observing. Wang Beixiao couldn't help but curiously ask, "Boss, what has it upgraded to?" My. The first seal used to be Shatter, and now its name has changed to Decompose. The giant python excitedly clenched his fists. It can decompose anything it touches. Saying this, he suddenly turned around and threw a punch. At the moment his fist struck the wall, a marvelous scene unfolded. Instead of exploding, the wall bizarrely transformed into countless particles of dust, the bricks decomposing into fine states. Not only that, but the decomposed wall continued to spread as if countless invisible insects were gnawing away. It only stopped once the entire wall of the room had been completely decomposed. The cold wind rushed in, waking the stunned onlookers. The giant python stared at the swirling dust in shock, swallowing hard. What would happen if this hit someone? It would directly decompose their flesh and blood. What a sight that would be. Compared to the violent destruction of Shatter, Decompose seemed subtle and silent, but it was even more dangerous, its harm more explosive. Decompose can. The giant python's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. It can. What can it do? Situ urgently pressed for answers. Whooshed. The giant python gestured with an open hand, and the swirling dust quickly coalesced. Within a few breaths, the decomposed bricks reassembled perfectly. Not only can it decompose, but it can reassemble. Damn it. The red divine seal can't be this outrageous. Though Situ might seem nonchalant as a teacher, he stated firmly, even if it's a red divine seal, its effects couldn't possibly be this exaggerated. Just imagine during a battle he suddenly decomposes the opponent's weapon and then reassembles it for his own use. What would that concept entail? The key is that divine seals have always existed as singular effects, and it was impossible for them to both decompose and reassemble simultaneously. For a moment, everyone turned to look at Wang Beixiao. The latter furrowed his brows, also puzzled, but he had an inkling that this was related to the pseudo-god. My God Demon 4 transformations also has an additional effect. After a long contemplation, Wang Beixiao voiced his speculation. Perhaps the upgraded divine seal can exhibit additional effects. If that's the case, then among divine seals of the same level, the upgraded divine seal would far exceed the others. Situ gasped, incredulously pinching his brow. Upgrading a divine seal is already outrageous, and it can even have additional effects. Shao. Damn it, is it too late for me to call you father now? We are about to take off. Kai Zi trembled as he took out a cigarette excitedly, putting it in his mouth the wrong way, lighting it from the butt. Gold is no longer a dream. Shower, damn it, awesome. Shower, I love you to death. Old 7, my good brother, ha. Old 4 jumped up in excitement, tackling Wang Beixiao, feigning a kiss. Old 5, not to be outdone, lunged at Wang Beixiao, as well licking his face with abandon. Everyone knew what this meant. The future of the special class was likely to see a qualitative leap. Then came Old 6 and Tian Bao piling on top of Wang Beixiao, each face radiating with ecstatic joy. Damn it, what is Fong Lai? What does the divine seat matter? The future belongs to our special class, ha. I might just become the greatest master of all time. Situ watched the playful students with a foolish grin, already imagining how these kids would act when they grew up wielding their power. With such a group of powerful enforcers, he dared to ask Fong Lai for a light. He am here too. Until the imposing figure of Xiao Niu loomed over everyone, a look of terror finally appeared on Wang Beixiao's face. This guy with his gorilla-like physique would crush him if he fell. Kai Zi and the others were even more scared and urged, Old 2, don't be impulsive, you'll kill someone. I'm coming. Old 2 might not understand the significance of upgrading the divine seal, but seeing everyone else so happy made him happy too. He immediately jumped up. The imposing figure gave everyone the illusion of a mountain pressing down on them. Fortunately, in a critical moment, the giant python finally took action, grabbing Xiao Niu by the collar and scolding, Old 2, don't be foolish. Then, Old 7, can you upgrade me too? He asked, grinning foolishly. No problem, just come to me when you collect enough divine seals. Wang Beixiao was afraid this guy would get too excited and sit down hard on himself. After struggling out of the crowd, Yan Shasha rushed forward to support Wang Beixiao, complaining, the president is exhausted, don't mess with him. Alright. Situ quickly urged, Shower is weak, right now we have to wait for him to recover before upgrading the divine seal. He then, unusually passionate, raised his fist to everyone and declared, we trained to become stronger, and now the rare opportunity is right before us, so I just made a decision. What? From now on, everyone stop training, collect divine seals at all costs. I named this operation the Locust Plan. Wherever the locusts go, nothing grows. We must uphold their spirit and seize every divine seal we encounter, by any means necessary. Wang Beixiao thought to himself that this was bad. The special class was already filled with talented individuals with low morals. If they were allowed to run wild, it would likely. As expected, Old 6 was the first to express, I'm going to pry open the dean's safe tonight. Those bastards must have plenty of treasures. Then he'll go to the city tomorrow to stake out the auction house. He'll grab whatever I can. Old 4 proudly displayed his divine hand. My clever hands finally have a place to shine. Wang Beixiao covered his face, suddenly regretting telling them this secret. He couldn't imagine what kind of chaos would ensue in Han City in the near future. Fortunately, these people still had some conscience. Situ sternly reminded, don't mess with the school's students. Yin Shasha looked at Situ in surprise. Has he changed? In the next moment Situ explained, those poor students have no resources, it's a waste of time. But, Musong the rich kid, we can plan something and reap a harvest later. Old 5, during this time you are in charge of tracking the student council, figuring out who has money, and when the holidays come at the end of the month. We'll take it all. Okay. Then, what about me? Tian Bao was dumbfounded. Everyone else had channels to get divine seals, but he seemed to have become the most useless one. He didn't know how to scam or deceive. The little fat man appeared a bit dejected, feeling self-conscious for the first time about not being bad enough. Fortunately, Kai Zi noticed his awkwardness and comforted him with a smile. It's okay, little fat man, I have a plan. How about I share half of it with you if it works out? What? The latter instantly became overjoyed, nodding with gratitude. Third, brother, you're so nice. Of course, old 2 and I are planning to kidnap you and extort your father. Kai Zi fondly pinched his little chubby face. Just cooperate. Wear a blindfold and we'll shoot a video. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Damn. Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha felt they had underestimated the depravity of this special class that they could come up with such a method. Originally thinking the little fat man would refuse, he unexpectedly was even more eager than Kai Zi. My dad loves to bargain. You shout a higher price, start with 200 million to test the waters. I'm not bragging, I'm an only child. If it's less than 100 million, I'll commit suicide in front of them. Good idea. Kai Zi gave him a thumbs up. After the kidnapping, I'll take you to my family's mine, where there are tens of millions in wages stored year-round. We can dress as bandits, rob it, and run away. The little fat man rubbed his hands eagerly. At that time, I'll give you half. No, wait. The fat man's attitude left Kai Zi stunned, and he stared blankly for a moment before squeezing out a sentence. Is your dad really your biological one? 10 minutes later, everyone left cheerfully. A chaos triggered by the special class was about to sweep across the entire border. In the room, only Wang Beixiao and the giant python remained. The latter looked somewhat restrained, contrasting sharply with his previous arrogance. Boss, is there anything else? Wang Beixiao asked suspiciously. Old 7. A great favor needs no thanks. You upgrading my divine seal is like saving my life. The giant python looked at him with gratitude, slowly clenching his fists, and sincerely stated, I, the giant python, will repay any enmity, and will repay any kindness. From now on you are my brother, your enemies are my enemies. No matter if it's Chi Yao or anyone else, if they dare to touch you, will twist off their heads. After the giant python spoke in a disordered manner, he solemnly bowed. When he looked up again, his eyes were terrifyingly firm. Shower, I may not be good with words, but we'll see each other in the future. As long as you need me, this life of mine is yours. The giant python was not eloquent and wouldn't speak grand words, but Wang Beixiao knew. This man would become his strongest support in the future. A person's gaze cannot deceive. It's not that exaggerated. Who our special class is. One family. Wang Beixiao suddenly remembered something and took out a brand new scroll from his pocket. This one is Tianwu, and it no longer has side effects. Anyone can practice it. Let's cultivate together in the future. One hero needs 3 helpers, or a fence needs 3 stakes. Let this Tianwu give our group of pests. Wang Beixiao looked seriously into the other's eyes. You stood up for me in the cafeteria. I, Wang Beixiao, am not lacking in gratitude. If you need anything, just ask. I can't join your evil ghost tooth, but once I inherit Bai Zai will be the biggest backing for evil ghost's tooth. Chi Yao. Once I emerge from the sea of shadows, I'll settle it for you. The giant python slowly extended his fist. Deal. Wang Beixiao smiled and bumped fists with him. In youthful exuberance, no words were needed. A single glance was enough to forge a lifelong brotherhood. As the giant python excitedly left caressing the red divine seal, Wang Beixiao was ready to strip and sleep, exhausted from the day's antics. The next second, the door suddenly swung open. Situ sneaked into the room, and before Wang Beixiao could speak, he darted forward, gazing deeply into his eyes. Shower, there were too many people earlier. Let me bow to you. In the future, when the brothers come to you for upgrades, just collect a divine seal as a service fee and save up to upgrade me, okay? Teacher, I really want to reap without sowing. The next day, the members of the special department perfectly exemplified what terrifying execution power truly means. Why are students completely suppressed by the special department? Because this group of pests takes every decision seriously. While the students of Hans Han are still in their dreams, the members of the special department have already begun the locust plan. When Wang Beixiao awoke, the ancient castle was eerily silent. Situ personally led the team and had begun to scour for the divine seal. After last night's incredible upgrade of the divine seal, everyone now had only one thought: all golden divine seal. In contrast, Wang Beixiao seemed to have nothing to do. In desperation, he could only open the Tianwu scroll again, probing his consciousness into it bit by bit as instructed by the pseudo-god. Moments later, he opened his eyes again, finding himself in the world within the scroll. It was the same desolate scenery as yesterday, just missing the man throwing punches and the swarm of birdmen. Yet the air was still thick with the aura of slaughter. Though the man had been consumed by the pseudo-god, his intent and his punches remained intact. Beneath him lay dried black blood, and the sky was gloomy. The sun was absent, leaving only a gaping hole like a black void, as if it had been shattered by a single punch. Yesterday, when he entered, his gaze was fixed on the man. Now he realized that all around him were corpses as large as mountains, even a giant body with a head the size of a grinding disc. Clearly, this was a battlefield. However, he was too preoccupied to care about that, focusing solely on comprehending the man's boxing technique. Just as he was at a loss, a piercing horn sounded in his ears. Above in the sky, countless birdmen brandished shields and swords, blowing horns as they charged towards Wang Beixiao in droves. This scene caused his face to change dramatically. Wasn't it said that the obsession in the painting had been consumed? Then what are these? In the next moment, thousands of birdmen poured down like a galaxy, spilling forth, forming a torrent that left Wang Beixiao no chance to react, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. The latter instinctively assumed a defensive posture. A shocking scene unfolded. These birdmen seemed not to see him, passing directly through his body. There was no pain, not even a sensation. These birdmen appeared to be mere projections, streaming past Wang Beixiao towards the giant rock behind him. On top of the giant rock stood the man alone, his face devoid of the ferocity from yesterday, instead exuding a majestic aura. One man facing countless troops. There were no flashy techniques, no dazzling skills. Just an ordinary punch thrown out. As the fist wind passed, space twisted and everything shattered. This was the man's projection before his death, and also his final intent in his punches. No wonder only 2 people have comprehended it over the years. It turns out only a complete scroll can reveal the battle of the divine beings of the past. Wang Beixiao suddenly realized. After the pseudo-god repaired the scroll, he could finally see the man's complete intent in his punches. The opponent's fist perfectly embodied the principle of simplicity in the great Tao. No techniques, only momentum. The imposing aura that suppresses countless lives. Divine punch break for me. At last the man let out a loud roar. With a swing of his right fist, space shattered, and the birdman army instantly turned into a rain of blood. Before Wang Beixiao could observe carefully, a strange feeling washed over him. The birdman and the man all vanished. Then the horn sounded again. The birdman charged out from the clouds once more. Everything was exactly the same as before. It seemed as if time had reset. This painting is truly trying to record this punch, isn't it? With the previous experience, this time he was no longer panicked, but instead walked quickly towards the giant rock where the man stood. After all, the opponent couldn't hurt him, nor could he feel him. The previous obsession had consciousness, while everything now was merely projection, posing no threat. Divine punch break for me. Once again that same punch. This time Wang Beixiao watched very closely. The man's power was great enough to distort space. For the 3rd time it began anew. Wang Beixiao imitated the opponent's posture and threw a punch, but unfortunately his momentum was only a fraction of the opponent's. Then the 4th time, the 5th time. Wang Beixiao tirelessly threw punch after punch as time gradually passed. He couldn't remember how many times the sequence had cycled. A sense of despair surged in his heart. Wanting to replicate the opponent's boxing technique seemed almost impossible. The opponent merely threw punches continuously without techniques or secrets to energy manipulation. In the midst of his struggles, a sudden flash of brilliance appeared beside him. A beautiful figure emerged. With 2 cute pigtails and a baby face, who else could it be but Yanshasha? Why are you here? President, you've been staring at the scroll all day. I'm worried about you. The latter playfully stuck out her tongue. Last time I looked for a long time and couldn't enter, but this time I succeeded in just a minute. Wow. Another flash of brilliance. The giant python appeared with a worried expression. After confirming that Wang Beixiao was safe, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Damn, I thought you had fallen into madness again. Sorry to make you worry, Wang Beixiao awkwardly conveyed his discovery. He indeed had some insights into the man's boxing technique, but he could never replicate the opponent's momentum or achieve a perfect duplication of his punches. This made him begin to doubt his own talent. However, the giant python seemed unconcerned, joking, the opponent is a god, how easy is it to learn from him? Tianwu is, to put it simply, about stealing lessons from the divine. Since it's about stealing, being able to learn 2 or 3 points is already quite good. The internal materials of Beis record the insights of more than a dozen Tianwu powerhouses. Everyone has said one thing: the so-called Tianwu is merely creating martial arts while standing on the shoulders of the divine. Divine martial arts do not require techniques, so merely copying them will never lead to true Tianwu. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. Wang Beixiao suddenly understood. He had been fixated on mastering the opponent's boxing technique, but it turned out he had been approaching it the wrong way. Having realized this, he no longer paid attention to the giant python and the others sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to earnestly feel the man's boxing momentum. The giant python and Yin Shasha, seizing the rare opportunity to comprehend Tianwu, dispersed and observed in their own ways. One must admit the allure of Tianwu was indeed great. The 3 of them immersed themselves in their training until Sido entered with a dark expression, shouting loudly at the 3. It's been 3 days, you're all about to get covered in spider webs, do you know that? If we hadn't been hunted after robbing the auction house and returned to school for refuge, you might have starved to death. After saying this, he exasperatedly lifted the giant python, and Yin Shasha, eat first. Understanding Tianwu is not something that can be accomplished in a day. As far as I know, the fastest way to learn Tianwu takes at least 10 years, you all. Just as he spoke, Wang Beixiao suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with a strange brilliance, and a sly smile crept onto his lips, breaking all laws with strength, suppressing all beings with momentum. The great Tao is simplicity itself. Who says? Humans cannot unleash the divine's boxing technique. Boom. Wang Beixiao's hair turned from black to white, growing longer. He was indeed human, and could not replicate the man's entire intent in his punches. However, the divine transformation perfectly compensated for this. With the posture of a god, he unleashed this punch. Since humans cannot deliver ultimate damage, he would merge the powers of the Black Frost God and the Pseudo-God. In the next moment, Wang Beixiao's own power, the power of the Black Frost God, and the power of the Pseudo-God, three completely different forces compressed and fused on his punch. Since the pursuit of power is what he desired, he forcefully fused all sources of power within him. First move, break the galaxy. Boom. With a single punch thrown, the illusions of all birdmen in the sky flickered, as if the signal were being interfered with, becoming increasingly blurred. The black and gold energy intertwined, resembling a meteor shooting forth. The giant python's expression changed drastically. Is this really the power the second seal should have? Boom. The fist wind transformed into a galaxy, ruthlessly surging forth. The ground along the way was torn apart, leaving a deep trench several meters deep. What left everyone dumbfounded was that space was subtly twisting. Did it work? Yin Shasha asked with delight. The fist wind was mixed with countless ice crystals, and at first glance it truly resembled a galaxy. Damn it, is there no justice? I learned mundane martial arts, and it didn't happen this quickly, damn it. Situ reached out to touch the ground torn apart by the fist wind. A piercing pain surged through him. Blood began to flow from his fingers. The ground soil was mixed with countless ice crystals, and black cold air surged into his body through the blood. You even included elemental attacks in this. The latter exclaimed in shock, hastily channeling his energy to defend against it. What kind of move is this? I simply wanted to pursue the ultimate power, so I fused the three types of power within me. Wang Beixiao slowly turned around, looking meaningfully at his fist. I didn't expect the effect of 1 + 1 to far exceed 2. With this punch, he could unleash 100 times the power, and furthermore, continuing to fuse different energies would result in geometric growth in power. The first move. Is this amazing? Even the giant python was shocked by Wang Beixiao's words. One must know he was currently only at the second seal, and could not yet unleash the true power of Tianwu. What the hell is going on? What is this? The galaxy. Is this the world of Tianwu? Rays of golden light illuminated the scene, as everyone from the special department appeared within the scroll, just in time to witness the remnants of the shattered Star River. A star river made of ice crystals lingered in the air, refusing to disperse. Are you kidding me? You learned Tianwu in just a few days. Man, I admit you have talent, but you should at least consider our feelings. Why are you all here? Wang Beixiao turned curiously to look back. Aren't you supposed to be executing the Don't even get me started. That little fat guy's father has no sense of martial ethics. He promised not to report us, then immediately used official power to dispatch a battalion from the border into the city to capture us. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been caught. Forget it, I guess I should lie low for a while. Is this really Tianwu Old 7? It looks pretty awesome. Old 7. Can we learn it? The others looked curiously at the fist marks left by Wang Beixiao, instantly forgetting the failure of the Locust plan. While upgrading the Divine Seal is undeniably important, Tianwu is equally precious. Currently, only a handful of people on the continent can master Tianwu. Once learned, it would be an absolute dimensional strike against others. The eyes of the brothers sparkled with excitement. The latter did not intend to conceal, Tianwu shrugging. I've perfected this set of Tianwu, you can comprehend it on your own. Don't worry about going astray. Haha, I told you Shower isn't a stingy person. Staying with Shower means there's meat to eat, haha. They had previously been unable to learn due to talent and opportunity issues. Now not only had Wang Beixiao unlocked the restrictions of the scroll, but he had also perfected the entire Tianwu. It's practically like feeding Tianwu directly into their mouths. One by one, they immediately sat cross-legged and began to observe the man's intentions behind his punches. Lao Si, Lao Wu, and Lao Lu quickly became engrossed. Only Kaizi suddenly remembered something, slapping his thigh in reminder. Oh right, your phone has been ringing all day? There must be something urgent, we answered it. The other party said his name is Huang. Huang Zhou. He said it's about the tooth of the evil ghost, it's urgent. We came in to notify you. Huang Zhou. Wang Beixiao's brow furrowed tightly. Could it be that the other party is up to some tricks again? Back in Zhejiang City, it was the other party who instigated trouble, and in the end, he suffered greatly, almost being silenced by the Shui family. Logically speaking, this guy would never dare to provoke Wang Beixiao again. President, could it be? Something happened to everyone. Yin Shasha asked worriedly. Wang Beixiao's heart trembled. The last thing he wanted to hear was news of other members being in trouble. He immediately bid farewell and returned to the real world. Ding ding ding. The phone kept ringing incessantly. Wang Beixiao looked at the caller ID from Jiuzhong City, his mood inexplicably heavy. Hello. What the hell, Grandpa? You finally answered the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end. Huang Zhou's voice was urgent, even tinged with a hint of sorrow. If you didn't answer, I was going to take a plane to the border. What's going on? We're not that close, are we? Although he had saved Huang Zhou, it was also his fault that the other party ended up in the hospital. All things considered, they owed each other nothing. You're already the president of the Tooth of the Evil Ghost. Could you please read the guild management regulations when you have time? Huang Zhou sighed, feeling a belly full of grievances. Do you think I want to find you? It's the annual compulsory task. If it's not completed, the Tooth of the Evil Ghost will be disbanded. I don't want you to think I'm the one causing trouble and come back to deal with me. That incident at the tavern completely convinced me. I'm genuinely afraid that Wang Beixiao, this headstrong kid, will misunderstand and send me back to the hospital. So he patiently began to explain. Although the guild existed independently, in order to prevent some guilds from occupying resources without contributing, the authorities would send mandatory tasks every year. For example, the compulsory task for class guilds like Baizé is to investigate the Yin High Secret Realm. The Guild Management Bureau allocates a lot of resources to the guilds every year, and they must provide a corresponding return. This is also a tacit secret between the authorities and guilds. Tasks that are inconvenient for the higher-ups to handle will be forcibly assigned to the guilds. If they fail to complete them, the guild may be downgraded or disbanded. The higher-ups of the Guild Management Bureau know you're at the border, so this year's assigned task is an A-level task. What the heck? The Tooth of the Evil Ghost is only a clever guild. Is that appropriate? Wang Beixiao said, unhappily lighting a cigarette and cursing. Are you out of your mind? The task levels for guilds range from F to SSS. The higher the level, the more dangerous it is. An A-level task would be considered troublesome even for an A-level guild. Given the current state of the Tooth of the Evil Ghost, they could barely handle a clever task. Assigning an A-level task to Wang Beixiao is akin to giving a primary school student a knife to face off against the Enforcement Bureau alone. Hey, don't rush. Just hear me out first. Huang Zhou guessed that the other party would react this way, so he specifically explained this time it's a joint task involving a dozen guilds working together. The leading guild is level guild by Lang. Your task is surveillance, no combat is required. Huang Zhou took a sip of water and continued, a supplier for the border military has turned traitor. In just a few words, Wang Beixiao was completely stunned. The border military has suppliers. To cut it short, the border military orders a batch of divine seals every year, distributing them to outstanding warriors. But when it came time for delivery this year, the supplier withheld the batch of divine seals. The authorities found out that the supplier had appeared in Huangsha City, so they sent you to find him. The rest will be handled by Bai Lang and the others. This task is quite simple. I believe it won't be a problem for you. Aren't you familiar with Bai Zhe? Huang Zhou, realizing he misspoke, quickly changed the subject. That's it. I'm sending you the supplier's information now. Set off immediately. After hanging up, Wang Beixiao and Yin Shasha exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. It wasn't said that guilds couldn't execute surveillance missions. After all, each guild has a different positioning. For instance, Baizé is specifically for gathering intelligence, while Thumb is a professional assassin. However, the Tooth of the Evil Ghost has always executed tasks to eliminate wild beasts. If they really needed to find someone, there was no need for them to take action. More importantly, Huang Zhou actually knew he was acquainted with Baizé, indicating that this was not an arbitrary assignment. Ding! The phone rang. A text message arrived containing a photo and details. Name Shang Min, age 67. Cultivation 6 seals, special ability unknown, divine seal unknown. Identity supplier of divine seals for the border Tianwang Shield Corps. The photo depicted a kindly old man with white hair. His appearance was unremarkable, yet he always gave off an inscrutable feeling. Ding! Another message. It was still Huang Zhou. President Wang, remember, asked, less say less, listen less. Complete the task and retreat immediately, don't get involved.